All right, a few seconds ago here, we're getting July inflation data coming through here. Core inflation, 0.2%, downside ever so slightly versus 0.3 expected there. 3.2 is the year-over-year number versus 3.3 expectation. The headline number, 2.9%, comes in a little bit downside as well. 3 even was expected. I'm pretty sure, I'll have to double check, but I'm pretty sure that's the first time we've had a 2 handle on that headline number since this entire inflation mess started. So July inflation, again, 2.9% versus 3%, 0.2 versus 0.3 on the core inflation month over month numbers. So a little bit better than expected. 2 days in a row here, we're seeing inflation yesterday, PPI today. CPI, market reacting nicely here. Back to the upside we go. Nasdaq was basically flat to start things off, now heading higher to the tune of about 0.2%. Not a huge move, but back in positive territory here. This should definitely cement things for September coming up again as of yesterday. I mean, it was basically a lock for at least a quarter point, but we're starting to see even more indication of maybe even they go 50 basis points coming up in September. So, I mean, this is not a huge downside print, but hey, we'll take it. Again, if you're just joining a little late, 0.2% on the month-over-month number there for core inflation for July. The headline number, 2.9% versus 3 print that was expected there. Market rallying on that. I don't know. Do you remember? I think that is the first time we've had a 2 handle on inflation once again.
Feels like it's been years, Brendo, since we started moving up. Yeah, market consensus is now, guys, that the Federal Reserve will start shifting its focus to from fighting inflation to supporting economic growth. Hence why Brendo was talking about a possible 50 basis points cut. If we don't get 50 basis points in September, chances are we get another 25 bips somewhere down the road. People are even pricing in 75 bips by the end of the year, possibly a 50 in September, another 25 down the road. We'll have to wait and see how this all works out.
Like what an absolute wild ride this year has been from where we started with there was an expectation of 7 at one point. We've had a quick reversal here, market downside now. Not a huge move, but about 0.2% there. Missing some data here on the Qs, obviously, but quick reversal there after a pop on that number. If anyone's joining late, again, better than expected on that July CPI print. There's the headline number. I'll zoom in there so you can see it. 2.9% versus 3% expected there. So negative 0.1 in the right direction. 0.2% versus 0.3 on the month over month number. So there's going to be a bigger than expected cut maybe coming up in September, as you said, now indicating a better part of 75 basis points to come off before the end of the year. It's finally seeming like we're heading in the right direction. Neil with the day off today. Obi's with us. Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, it's I'm doing good, Obi. How are you?
Good.
Yeah, it's kind of strange here that this is retracing a little bit here. I don't know. I thought that a little bit of a cooler number would be better. Comes in 2.9, as we said there, expected versus a 3 number. But yeah, CPI started this market going, and I was like, oh my God, NVIDIA's running. And I said to myself, are we actually going to break 119 here? And maybe if we do, we should have a quick little look at it. I'm going to try to buy some NVIDIA right now on this dip. We just pulled back into 117. But yeah, we always say don't fight the Fed, you know, and now it looks like we're going to get the answer that we need. And it's been priced in now. We just bumped it up to 50 points again. So yeah, I feel like we want to be long equities right now. You had a nice little dip off there in the Nasdaq over the last couple of days, obviously. Into last week, and then we've been really rallying. Yesterday was a great day. I'm just going to pull up the Q's daily chart right here. I mean, this has been we talked about this yesterday with Brian Shannon, and it's just like, what a rebound. At some point, how much of this is overdone? I mean, we just moved up there 30 points, $30 on the Q's, hitting the 200 period, and almost going from the 200 period, and on a good day today, you know, we get to the 50 period. You don't normally go from 200 period right up to the 50 period in 6 or 7 days. So what a wash all the way back in. And I think the Nasdaq, was it down 11% or something at its highs? 500. So $500 down to 430. So even a little more than that at that very low. But we did make that 10% correction for sure. And now you're trying to get back way, right? And so halfway back is around this 475 area. Let's see if we can get to that. That's the 50 period. Maybe we see some resistance there. But for right now, the market seems to want to go one way. Upside. This correction here is a little puzzling to me, but we'll wait to see what winds up happening. I wrote down on the sticky note that we want to try to play a trend here off CPI. So I think we want to stay with that. If the market wants to fade off, and let's not try to fight it too much, Obi. But I don't know. We're long NVIDIA here. It's flat trade for now. I feel like we still want to be long the strong names in this environment.
Yeah, definitely. Again, as you know, I haven't been here for a couple of days, and I've been watching from the sidelines. And yeah, oh boy, yesterday was quite the bid. Kind of pushing back. I have the Nasdaq up here, kind of on watch. Now, something interesting to note here, Sean. Take a look at this. A little bit of a trend that we've been holding over the past couple of months, right? Since the beginning of the year, we broke that trend just a couple of days ago at the beginning of the month, and we're coming right back in. Now I have that's anchored to the high, all-time highs there, the 21,000 test on the Nasdaq, right? We're coming back up into some of those areas, confluencing with this bit of a trend that we've been kind of holding above and extending above since October of last year. So interesting prices that we're visiting here at that 19.5, I think so. But yeah, the bid has been quite aggressive since that dip a couple of weeks ago. That Monday being absolutely wild.
I just don't know what's going to change.
Yeah.
Like if the Fed, I mean, unless people are still afraid of a recession, I guess, right? I mean, there's still that kind of a talk that's going to be happening here. There's been a lot of different market breadth. We've seen the IWM bounce back as well. Yeah. We've seen different stocks like the exchange.
Finally breaking out. People have been waiting for that IWM breakout for years.
I thought IWM was, more than years, I think it was. It was one of the laggards right there. And it came back into, what did it come in at 205 or something like that? Yeah, there it was right there. So, so it had already broken out, right? So it broke out through that 210 area. Huge move to the upside. We had a lot of people on the show talking about, hey, if interest rates, very sensitive, obviously the sector in the Russell 2000, if we're going to start cutting rates, then IWM, big beneficiary of this, right? And so today, you're seeing that again. And then as big cap started rallying, a lot of money flew into the NVIDIAs, into the Teslas, into the Apples of the world. We've seen some nice comebacks over there. Microsoft, Meta, all of them. Not so much in Google. Let's hopefully that can get going. Maybe now it's time for some of that money to switch over back into IWM, especially if we are getting some of those rate cuts as expected. So I'm waiting up here at 118, so just shy of 118 here. See if we could take 50 cents on a third of it, then try to take $1 on the rest and see what happens after that.
You're already in.
I'm in NVIDIA, yeah.
Okay, true, yeah. All right.
I don't know. I felt like it dipped out in here. We'll just see what's going on. We could get out for flat. Nice. We've been in the money here and been out of the money. Okay. So light position to start with. Glad to have Obi here with us today as Neil gets his cast re-examined. So, yes. Hopefully he can get into that air cast is what he's looking for.
Ooh, what is that? That's like
able to walk. I think it's able to apply a little bit
air pressure. Really? Okay.
Yeah. So cool it's kind of like it's not like a walking boot exactly, but it's a little bit less. Once it's set, bang! There we go. What's up, Neil? Okay. There's 50 cents right there on NVIDIA. Nice. To start with, we're out of a third of it. Maybe we should just keep talking about Neil, and then the market will continue to go up.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, no. All right, Neil, my main guy. I really like this guy. Known him for 30-plus years, for sure.
Close to 20.
There it is. Now we are almost going to be $1 in the money off this NVIDIA bid there. And again, it is the number one thing I wanted to trade today, so we're in it. We're in it early. We really hit.
That's your top idea today?
Yeah, it was my top idea yesterday. We were long at 112 on it. Check the morning yesterday on NVIDIA. We had that bid early off VWAP, and we're going to try to do it again here today. But there it goes.
All right.
It's 8:38. Brendan and Sharif are getting anxious up there on the desk. So let's throw it back. Wow, I like that little mauve polo over there, Sharif.
I don't know about you, but I was just checking here. It was March of 2021 was the last time we had a two handle on a CPI print.
Unreal.
March of 2021.
I just remember being locked in my house at that time.
It's been a long time. Wow, that's crazy. First time, 2.9%. Again, if anyone's just joining a little late, July CPI 2.9%. It's the first time we've had a two handle since March of 2021. Crazy. I wanted to mention Google here real quick. It was showing a little bit of relative weakness. Sean was mentioning there real quick. Nice bounce back to 163, coming off the Pixel 9 event yesterday. I mean, there wasn't really anything new, I don't think, that wasn't known already as far as the launch itself for the new products. There was a few AI-related headlines that I saw last night that I didn't know of, but I think they were out there. But nice bounce back to 163. There's more DOJ concerns here today for Google? How many times are we going to have this conversation?
Yeah, I mean, there's that side of it. I want to talk about the positive, though, because MKHD or Marquez Brownlee reviewed some of the new phones that they released yesterday, and he had a lot of good stuff to say. He said he thinks actually Google got it right with respect to the foldable. That's the one I'm all eyes and ears about. I want to see what they're going to do with that class. He said the first one wasn't as good. It wasn't as bright. This one's a little thinner, so I'm really excited to see what they do there. A lot of new products on that event. But yeah, a bit of a tough look here with respect to the Department of Justice. They're looking now at actually breaking up Google. That would be the first time they've done so since they broke up AT&T back in the 1980s. They're looking at divesting things like Android and Chrome, selling off parts of the business like AdWords and their advertising program. They also want to attack some of the exclusive contracts that they have, Brendan, like, for example, the deal with Apple for search, about $20 billion a year. It ultimately rests with the judge, though. It's not really up to the Department of Justice.
Not the first time that we've heard this story. I mean, do it. Break it up. YouTube would be bigger than Netflix. We've had that conversation.
Yes, we have.
Many times. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, as far as the Pixel 9 is concerned, I was a little bit shocked yesterday. I have the 8, so they emailed me right away after the Google emailed everyone, obviously not just me, with upgrade offers.
Oh.
And they're offering $300
For that?
for 1 year.
That's not fair.
Like, it's 1 year old,
No.
$300 on a.
You can sell that
on
for
an
more.
upgrade. I know.
Private market.
It was never that low in the past, but the Pro you get $500, I think. And just the normal Pixel 8 they're offering $300, which is down, I think, from year over year. But anyway, thoughts on Google, guys?
Google.
I got the same. I have a 12 Pro iPhone, so mine's old, and they were offering $450 or something for the 14. They were offering for that Google Pixel review there. Yeah, look, I mean, I agree. Is the United States the only country in the world where they say, hey, our companies are way too strong. It's time to break them up? You know, it's like, oh, you know what? We have NVIDIA or we have a Meta. You know, there are way too many daily active users, you know, way too this and that. We better investigate them. We better shut down this business. We better try to limit them somehow because they're too good. They employ too many people. They pay too much tax. You know, we need to wrangle them in, Obi. Yeah. You know, you need to wrangle in these monster U.S. companies so that we can let other companies in the world take over because they're allowed to do whatever they want. You know, I think that's very important. We cannot have too much strength in the country.
Yeah, I don't know about that. That's absolutely crazy. Only. No,
but I mean, what? Too strong? Yeah. What's the matter?
One ticker can have only so much power.
I mean, no man can have all that power.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? You know, I mean, I was gonna say one of us can be Kanye,
don't let him get into their zone.
Nobody wants to be Kanye.
You can't let him get into their zone.
Let me get in my zone. I'm already in the zone.
Whoa.
I'm already in.
Right.
This is already an 80-cent winner. We're already in there. The minute we're sitting down here.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Man. now we're getting it going. But no, look, I'm kind of with Brendan there. Just all jokes aside.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anything wrong with this kind of talk as far as a shareholder is concerned. But it is it's going to have to get kicked down the road a little bit, right? You're going to kick the can down because Google's has not been doing very well. And we actually said this when I saw the note today. I immediately looked it up. Its PE is only 24, right? Apple's PE is 35 or 33 to 35. Meta's is 27 to 28. Microsoft's is 35. So as far as the PE is concerned, forget about NVIDIA's and Netflix and Amazon's. Amazon's, I think, is 50, maybe. There goes NVIDIA dollar. I feel like Google's the best, you know, it's most aggressively priced. It's been getting hit to the downside. There are a lot of levers that they can pull, whether or not you're going to go out and buy a flip phone or not. This is not a huge revenue generator for them or not. I like Apple better as a stock.
Right.
Here comes Randy right now. But yeah, I'm not afraid of Google. Google is one of my largest holdings in the account. I like the stock. I don't like some of this talk, and I like more coffee as well. But I mean, here we. Yes, oh yeah, we have Obi's here today.
Three beans, 135 milliliters. Thank you. A little bit of sugar and cream.
Wow, a little bit. You are so very
I have
specific.
specifications for what. So if I put too much caffeine in the coffee, it shows up in the trading, like the erraticness. I don't know if there's a threshold. If it's too much, yes. Thank you.
Another one.
There it is right here. Yeah, we'll have another coffee. But there goes NVIDIA, man. It just went almost right back up into day's high off of buying that little dip right there. So let's just figure out what's going on here with NVIDIA. I just put an offer up there at 80. So we didn't. I was closer to 119 near that high, and then we just basically stopped at 80. So I'm gonna sit there. If it wants to run me over in the next little bit, we'll take $1.30 on this trade and see if we can hold the last 1/3. This is, you and I go back and forth like this because you'll put on size, which I appreciate. It's always like you put on that.
Call it size. I gotta get bigger. Man.
Well,
I gotta get
all
a
right.
lot bigger, but. Yeah.
Whatever,
Yes.
more than used to. The idea would be that sometimes it's that first tranche, and you and I talked about this. It's like you put some shares on because it's the pre-market, so you're not trading as many shares.
Yeah.
And this might be the best
best price. Yeah, you might be the best price.
And it's like you go on and you're like, oh man, why didn't I put, for example, 200 shares instead of 100 shares, or 50 shares instead of 10 shares, or whatever you're using. So, anyways, all right, that's NVIDIA. So I'm pretty positive about Google. Did you have any levels there? I mean, I'm not positive on the action on it, but I don't think this story is something that would get me to sell my shares.
Yeah, no, we've been pretty much since Monday's kind of gap down sell-off, even through this DOJ news. We've pretty much been, even though intraday we've gotten sold off aggressively, and even after hours yesterday, I guess a little bit, we're still trading within that range and still holding up quite well on Google here. So again, look at the higher time frame here. Have some anchors from priors. We're trading below some of those, but bigger picture, we're still within that trend, pretty much there. Prior earnings were within that range as well. So yeah, let's see. Google's holding up quite well, and again, the market's still holding up as well, even after again we talked about last week or the week prior's sell-off. A lot of these prices holding well. 19.1 on the Nasdaq, and Google still holds in and around that 163 mark as of right now. So it should be interesting. Let's see if we can bid back up towards some of these prior cover trade levels here. Into the 170s. But yeah, I'll definitely be watching. It's kind of building up higher lows with a bit of a flat top here on Google.
We'll touch on this a little bit more coming up in the rundown this morning, but I just saw Starbucks on a down print there. A little bit of volume came back in through, I guess, 95 broke. There was an upgrade this morning on the back of what happened yesterday, but again, we'll get into that a little bit more. Just noticing as well, these semiconductors, as Sean was mentioning, pretty impressive. I mean, Micron even up, I don't know why even, but I mean, 3% already here for MU. Intel this morning, if you missed it, selling their ARM stake, I guess to raise a little bit more cash. We talked about the cost cutting coming through last week, but semiconductors, just impressive.
I want to be a little glib here and say that ARM was the best thing that was going on in Intel's portfolio right now, but Neil's not here, so I guess I can say it. Foxconn reported as well today. Obviously, they don't trade on the North American market, or we don't trade them on the North American markets, but a 6% increase in quarterly profit. This was kind of eye-watering to me as well. 40% of the AI server business in the world is owned by this company. They are really competing with people like Dell and SMCI. With respect to NVIDIA, because we're talking about chips here, they're basically building the GB200, which is the dual Blackwell. So the Blackwell comes in two formats, a singular chip and then a dual chip. The GB is the dual chip. They're building that out, and they want to have it in volume production by early 2025. Brenda, we heard that they were delaying some of that.
Yeah, I was just double checking here. There is a note from Mizuho on Micron, but nothing else. It's pretty impressive, though. It just broke through 100.
A lot of different chip names. Hey, Patrick's here. Adair's over at the screen. We got our coffees coming up now. Thank you for all that. People were talking about that little rant I had in the chat. That was nice. Okay, so Micron, did you have any thoughts about this earlier? I know I was probably just talking too much about the last couple trades, but
let's see. I got a couple
I think that the $100
levels we're
pretty
coming
interesting.
into.
What do you want to look at? You already have the levels already marked down over there.
I mean, not really significant support resistance levels, but again, I was kind of looking at this range we were making. Again, off of the gap down, we did break out of that range on Monday and really accelerated yesterday, bringing in some of that strength continuation in the pre-market today, pushing that 100 mark. So yeah, we've pretty much take a look at this. From the beginning of the month, we sell off about 27 points, and we've bid back up over 50% sitting at about 16 points right now, back above. So over a 50% retracement of that sell-off from the beginning of the month there on Micron. Again, chips with a little bit of a bid.
Yeah, I mean, that's, we had that huge dump. I mean, it was just such a big move off that 105. Like again, the whole world was falling down, but you still got to get above the 200 period moving average. So I feel like, this 102, 101 area, which we're coming up to, is going to be something. We sort of topped out there. I don't like to look at like a one singular wick or anything like that. But as Obi said, there are some, it seems to be some kind of support down into this area. We'll just see if it wants to take out this $101, $102 area. Until we do that, then I feel like up 3% here. Good story. We're long NVIDIA. I'd rather be long NVIDIA, same price. As far as trading is wise, both around that $100 mark. I guess one's 120, one's $100. But yeah, Micron has a ways to go back up, right? I mean, that dropped from 160 down to 90. I mean, give that stock basically a 55% haircut all the way to the downside there. That's probably worth buying. Micron, and I don't know enough about DRAM to say that like it's going to be used forever and ever and ever, but as far as I know and everything I read, I mean, there's supply and demand, still more in demand than in supply. So we'll have to wait to see what's happening with Micron for now. It's kind of like ARM story, where you get these huge moves down just because they've had such good moves up. We've seen AMD, ARM, Micron, a lot of these names come to the downside. I just feel like there needs to be more here. I would rather invest in, honestly, just an equal weighted SMH, where you're getting a little bit of everything. You're getting the king of the castle, plus you're getting all these other ones mixed up in there as well. So for me, SMH, as far as an investment, is the best tool if you're going to play AI right now, other than I'm sure a lot of us already own NVIDIA. But get into SMH, and then you're not really picking, the different picks and shovels. You're getting them all into one basket. So that's what I think about Micron. Good trading tool. We'll see it around $100.
Both companies from one of yesterday's biggest stories at the top of the upgrades list today. We have Starbucks and Chipotle. Starbucks getting an upgrade here from Deutsche Bank, and also got an upgrade as well from Evercore ISI. Meanwhile, we have Chipotle getting this Wedbush upgrade. Interestingly enough, Wedbush actually maintaining a neutral rating on Starbucks, so seemingly more bullish on Chipotle, which they gave this outperform rating to as of this morning. We have Illumina getting an upgrade from TD Cowen, and Hudbay being upgraded here by Jefferies Financial. The top of the downgrades list, Emerson Energy, recent earnings name here, Emerson Electric, getting this downgrade from JP Morgan Chase. We have Hershey getting a downgrade from Argus, Intuit getting a downgrade here from Morgan Stanley, and last but not least, L3 Harris being downgraded by RBC Capital Markets. Few interesting names on this list, guys.
Yeah, interesting names.
Did you see Starbucks yesterday?
I see Starbucks?
You mentioned.
I was watching it. I wasn't at my desk or anything for very long, but I did get a couple alerts on it, and I was like, in the pre-market, I was like, oh, what the hell is going on?
Yeah.
Definitely something going on. And then on the radar, I saw it off the open. I was like, all right, opening drive. I got to see. I was very curious. I'm like, I know I'm not at the desk, but I got to see how this one pans out. But take a look at that opening drive along, holding that pre-market trend, strength all the way in to what held as high of day until all the way at the end of the day, until the last 15 to 30 minutes there, where look at that selling right here. When you see candles like this, Sean, like what are you thinking? Like back to back. Look at those clean closes. That thing is being bought up into the close, right? That buying starts off at 321. Boom, 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 boom. Expanding volume with a close that pushes even further in the after hours. Mm-hmm. Oh boy, 97 incoming. I have prior resistance here at 98.50 and some intraday support at 92. So you can see that again off the open, consolidation off the open holds twos. And take a look at this. All day sideways, a little bit of a push into VWAP. Look at that clean test right off of the 92. That low right there is 91.98. So that 92 definitely going to be interesting. And yeah, the strong bid into the close should be interesting as well. I'm watching this 94 as well, 92 and 94, and then 98.50 if we can get up there as resistance for potential continuation. But yeah, you're right. It's a little bit of a move on a CEO change, man. Like, what's up with that?
I thought that was what's up with that as well. Yeah. Obviously, we are shareholders of Starbucks, so we're really happy with that move. But I wrote down the same thing as you, man. Starbucks right there, 97. We wrote that down on the sticky note today. We're looking to short 97. It just feels way overbought there, and I'm looking to fade it. So that's going to be one of the top trade ideas that I'm going to have today. It's Starbucks. It's right here. And honestly, I know it was just a high. Obi just showed it as well in the aftermarket yesterday. We had a huge run into the close. You know, a stock has done well. Yesterday, we actually were able to be fine with it while shorting. I talked to Obi about we finally got this 95 short. I asked him if he had looked at this earlier. We had discussed it. So that was a good trade back into VWAP. But you know, a stock is so super strong when its lowest print of the day happened right off the open. Like, you couldn't have gotten it any better than taking that opening print. So it just kept on going, finishes at the high, well over the high of the day there, coming in right there into the close right here, over by about 60 cents or so, into 95.80, and then another run of $1.20. So for me, if there's still some exuberance into this name, I definitely want to be short Starbucks today. Into this level 97, hold it up to that 98 maybe, but this is kind of where I want to start it. I don't want to start it earlier, so let's not get carried away on that. If we do dip down in, which I think is very, very possible, into 92, that would be a level for me to start looking at the long. But I feel like with this one, we'll take a long espresso, not a short. We'll have to wait and be very, very...
Are they a grande?
Grande? Now, grande would be more about the position sizing, I feel like. But we might not be on a grande. We might be a little tall today.
Okay.
We don't necessarily need to put on a lot of shares on this, but it is a day two play. It is, and we really like those. So, try to catch momentum in a name like Starbucks, and you should be rewarded with a grande yourself.
Oh. Ariana Grande?
If that's what you like.
Speaking of Starbucks and Elliott Management, we were talking about that yesterday. They were the first, I think, actually to come out with a statement on the CEO swap for Starbucks with a position, activist position in Starbucks. Another company they have a position in is Southwest Airlines, LUV, higher this morning on a gap to, 25.80. They've nominated a few individuals for the board of Southwest as well. So coming off a very, very quick W with Starbucks, now they're pointing at Southwest.
Yeah, Brendo, Southwest has been in some trouble. So domestic airlines haven't been doing as well as international. The international routes where the majority of the money is, and there seems to be now oversupply for the domestic routes, and so that's hurt Southwest's margins. We'll have to see how they perform, but Elliott trying to get a board member on there, and there's not being received well by Southwest, so it looks like it's going to turn into a bit of a nasty proxy fight. Nothing that they're really not used to, though.
I mean, this is what they do. Huge day, obviously, for them and for Starbucks yesterday on that move higher. As Sean was mentioning, we'll see if they can hold on to that Starbucks anyways. But nice gap here for Southwest this morning on that headline, it would appear. All right, let's get a check of the overall market here as we head towards 9 o'clock.
We did quite well yesterday, closing at 54.60. That's a hell of a recovery from the 56.69 that we closed out the day prior. So we blow through that 5,400 resistance level. We take out the 54.25 resistance level, or a half, excuse me. If we can use 54.5, this area, double bottom over here from earlier in the month as support, then we're looking at 5,500. Let's use that as resistance.
If you haven't done so yet, make sure you go down to the description of this video, hit the link to the watch list, enter your email address, and then you get your homework done for you every single day for free. Get that delivered right to your inbox, has everything you need to know on it. In the pre-market, absolutely free every day. Yep, in the description. Let's talk Google here. Coming off what happened, I mean, it was after the close yesterday. Big move down for Google on this DOJ note. The stock didn't really do anything on the Pixel 9 event throughout the afternoon. Yesterday, there wasn't really anything terribly exciting or anything we didn't know already as far as the Pixel 9 goes. I mean, a few AI-related notes that were kind of interesting. Gemini Live sounded kind of cool.
Yeah.
You can have just conversational, interactions with Gemini, which is going to be included on the next version of Android. But downside here this morning for Google.
Yeah, look, I kind of mentioned already at the top of the show the situation with the antitrust issue. What they're trying to do is now we're hearing for the first time, actually, that they actually want to break up the company. So that was what leaked overnight. Ultimately, the decision rests with the judge, but they're basically looking at selling off AdWords, divesting Android and Chrome, and basically selling off some of their advertising business. So we'll have to see how that all works out. But you were mentioning off camera, it could be a hell of an equity move for if they actually break these companies and they end up being public.
Yeah, I mean, this is, as we said, it's not the first time we've heard this argument, and probably won't be the last here, guys, for Google.
We talked a little bit about the value of Google right now. As far as the Mag 7 is concerned, it has the best PE. Its PE is 24, Apple's is 35, Meta's is 29, whatever other, Amazon's 40. I'm most nervous about ChatGPT and the fact that I don't even really search anything on Google anymore. Whether or not you choose Gemini or Chat or Perplexity or, I mean, it goes on and on. There's so many different ones, I think, at this point. What's that one? Claude? Anyways, whether or not the Chinese ones, whatever happens, Apple's going to have, there's a Meta AI. Meta AI apparently is supposed to be really good as well. So just throwing that out there. I just don't know how that's going to affect exactly their search business, and that is such a big business for them. Right. And then obviously licensing out Chrome on the Apple devices, Apple machines, on the iPhones and iPads and things like that. I feel like that's, if that ever comes into question, that could be an issue as well. And then you get this possible breakup. But I think, like Brendan mentioned already, we've done the valuation, we've seen the numbers. YouTube by itself is a standalone company. Then if they have to break up their ad business, that's fine as well, right? We've seen, the trade desk, a big advertising place as well over there, ServiceNow, things like that can come through from Google if they have to divest, let alone the cloud business and everything like that. I don't think it would be the end of the world to have to do a spin-off or figure out whatever it is to satisfy the DOJ. So for me, not worried too much about those stories. I just don't like the fact that we're so low and we're not really getting going again. Some of these other stocks, Apple's at or near its highs. I mean, $10, $15 away. This has still ways to go. It reminds me of what sort of happened with Amazon, where Amazon bumped its head up to $200 or so, and then just started to get sold off. And then, of course, we had the story of Bezos, and then we also had just the overall pullback in the market, as we've discussed already. But this really hasn't recovered from that pullback. There's been many, many dip buy opportunities here, but it really hasn't resulted in anything. Anybody that's still short is still winning, and that's a problem. I would have rather it have broken through this 170 and get back up to test the 50-period moving average. There are traders that are going to be short Mag 7 in the Nasdaq, and I feel like this is the name right now that traders are short. There's too many negative things piling onto it. Their earnings was fine, obviously not received that well. But we'll have to wait to see what happens with Google. I am nervous about this 155. It's a 200-period moving average, and I don't like to see stocks near there. So obviously something broken here with Google. Market is up. What are we doing right now in the market?
We're
market's up, and this is down 1%. I don't like the story. I think you have to stay clear. I'm not averaging into any more Google down here. Let's let it settle down just a bit as NVIDIA is trying to get back up it's still $1 in the money, but it's trying to get back up to highs.
Yeah, for Google, I think I'm just watching this range that we mentioned before here since the beginning of the month, August 5th, a bit of a gap down on that Monday. We've been trading within that range, and take a look at this, higher, low, higher, low, higher, low, higher, low, building back up for a potential gap fill right there. We did kind of attempt that on Monday, pushing into that 165. So that 165 definitely going to be on watch, trading about roughly 2.5 points away from that, and we have been incrementally making higher lows. So that is something I am watching on Google. And if we can push a little bit higher and get back into some of these ranges, we also have some of these anchored from earnings. Take a look at this this one right here. That is anchored from earnings right here, and we're trading below that. We attempted to push up a little bit higher there. Again, end of July, beginning of August, the last and first day, we attempted to push back above that earnings anchored there. We couldn't quite get there, gap down, and now we're kind of building back up into that 165. So it should be interesting if and when Google gets to that 165, what it can or cannot do I'll definitely be watching for that.
Kyle was asking about like if I'm saying I don't use Google. I never said I don't use Google. I don't.
Google search.
I don't.
Yeah,
exactly. So you heard me as well. So yeah, I don't go on there and like if I'm sitting at home on my phone and I'm looking for like what are the best, even in London, for example, looking up restaurant I mean, we had a lot of restaurant recommendations, but just things like that.
Yeah.
I would ask ChatGPT.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just like what are some top restaurants in Covent Garden or something like that. And it would just, again, it crowdsources, right? So it just kind of finds it for you. And then you have to trust the source it's getting it from.
Right.
Like you might want to use multiple things, but no, I don't pay for ChatGPT. No, I just have the
Okay.
Deal version. Yeah, okay.
I like the
So
ChatGPT.
what Fabian's saying in our ear is, of course, is that when you're using some of these new search engines like a ChatGPT or something like that, if there's paid versions that'll give you more recent search results.
Yep.
So that's just what he's telling me. So sometimes Google can be good for that as well. But anyways, I just want to clarify that because we are streaming on YouTube.
Yeah. You gotta remember, Google makes most of their money from advertising.
I know.
Right?
That's why I'm nervous about it.
I mean, yeah, if they're losing their search, that takes a significant chunk out. But then again, Google Ads run other places as well. So it's,
Yeah, I know. I mean, there's way smarter guys than me running that show. So, and it's made a lot of money for a lot of people. So we're pretty happy with it. All right, right now we are at NVIDIA. I just want to bring that up to everyone's attention. I'm at 118.80 right now on NVIDIA, and it just stopped at 118.75. So we're already $1.20 in the money here, but we're trying to get another piece out here, our second third out. So we took the first third out there for 50 cents. We're already in $1, but I was just trying to play off this 80 high that we keep on bouncing our head off of. And then after that, we'll see if we can hold the next piece into the open, see if we can get going. And then I wrote down on the sticky note, and we could talk about this because NVIDIA's coming up, is what about a 120 break? I mean, is that what's next for this thing? Obi, the biggest trade yesterday was right off the jump.
NVIDIA, right?
No. NVIDIA was great.
Yes.
Smashed Apple to 220.
Okay.
So it came real quickly there off the open. We banged it there, boomed up $1, and the rest was history. All right, let's go back over to the desk.
I'm going to be targeted.
Yeah. All right, Starbucks, back to the upside here. We had a break of 95.50. It's trying to bounce right now. Still holding on to a slight decline. 0.4. Monster day yesterday on that CEO swap with Chipotle. There's a long list, we'll put it mildly, long list of analyst moves this morning, a lot of them jumping on the bandwagon and liking this move, including Evercore.
Absolutely. Baird, Wedbush, you got Wedbush bumping up the price target to $80. You've got the likes of Baird really getting interesting here, $110 price target upgrade there with an outperform rating. Jim Cramer obviously chiming in on this one. Yesterday, he believes nickel can revitalize Starbucks and restore it to its former glory. We've heard a lot about how much they have to cut. They cut in terms of their pricing, Brendo, which has hurt margins. Hopefully they can kind of get around that.
There's a new one in our neighborhood on where I live, and it's packed.
Really?
Every single day.
The one by my house is always packed.
So, do they even have something to revitalize? I mean, it seems like they're still doing pretty well. I don't know.
Do you get the pumpkin spice latte?
I don't go to Starbucks.
Neither do I. I don't get that either.
Man, the place is so packed, man. The place is red. You go there? No. I don't go there. I went there yesterday.
Yeah. They have some nice locations.
No, so the problem is that I feel like they just got too big for what they're trying to do. And I think like sometimes you'll go into the stores and the next thing you know, it's the same thing with McDonald's, right? I mean, now McDonald's finally addressed that Uber Eats problem where they have separate windows for people to go pick up their orders because it was getting, at least my experience was, you go into the McDonald's and the next thing you know, there's about 30 or 40 Uber Eats drivers, that's an over-exaggeration, 3 or 4 Uber Eats drivers that are basically budding in line. Like they're getting up there, they're kind of like harassing the employees because they're on a time, and this is not against, they're on time restriction. The more orders they can get through as an Uber Eats driver, the better it is for them. So I get like, give me the food, and that happens at all places, but especially at Starbucks. It gets real packed in there at that mobile experience, at that pickup window. And I just feel that a lot of that has taken away from the experience of Starbucks, people going there, sitting there, enjoying cups of coffee, enjoying free internet and all that kind of stuff. So I just wonder if the stores need to be configured, things like that. And so that has been listed as one of the top priorities as being efficient. And then also Brian Nickel had automated or trying to automate some things there at Chipotle. I wonder if they can figure out making these drinks a little bit quicker and potentially releasing. I think Starbucks can win this whole thing and get this all over with like a $2 cup of coffee. I feel like if they just came in with something where someone's going to go in there, it's a quick pour.
Yeah.
It's a quick pour for them. Instead of paying $3.50 or whatever it is, just go a quick, either just quick shots of espresso or something like that. Yeah. Almost a separate area, just for the quick. Yeah. You want a barista-made drink, it's over here. Right. You want something like that, it's bang, bang. Because you go to McDonald's right now, especially around here, that large coffee is like $1.50. They just reduced all the prices. The small is $1, and then it goes that way. So I just feel that a lot of us that just want that splash or that quick hit or something, you might say, hey, for me to go into Starbucks, wait for this opportunity to get a coffee, it's not really that efficient.
Don't you think that may affect their brand value because they're not trying to go for that $2 coffee though? That's not their brand.
That's the problem,
right?
That's the problem.
That you're saying they should switch up that
same
brand.
Store sales OB down 14%. Come at me, OB.
All right.
No, I'm just playing around. No, but that's the whole. I own the stock and I'm super happy. I think we're going to sell it. But no, the idea is that I just feel that this is what a new CEO brings.
Right.
Is this discussion?
Yeah, exactly.
And then yesterday was followed by upgrades upon upgrades and no downgrades. So people are raising price targets, all of this stuff. Yeah. So apparently the reported pay package is $600 million for 5 years. So it kind of sounds like he's a Major League Baseball player or something. To work, yeah. Plus, obviously, there's going to be some kind of stock options. Don't quote me on all this. Is what I heard. And then the Starbucks themselves yesterday gained $24 billion in market cap. So it seems like a good trade so far. But as far as a trade for today, I'm just looking at that 97. I mean, as I talk about how much Starbucks could get itself righted, I just think that this is a huge move into that close. And I don't know what's up with that. I don't know if they expected more upgrades to come today. It didn't. It's still down. Well, there were, but you're down 0.5. So I just think that there could be a lot of traders that are maybe stuck up into here that bought yesterday in the afternoon. I don't know if it's a short squeeze. I don't know what happened there. But that to me is exciting stuff. And I want to be here to try to short this again. Oh, yeah. So that was in the aftermarket. I'm going to try to short this 97 right here. See about a pullback in off of that level. And then to try to buy this stock, I'm not convinced I want to buy it. Come on, NVIDIA, you're 10 cents away, my guy. I would think that this 92 is a decent level to start to buy. So yeah, man, good talk there, Obi. I like a cup of coffee and I like Starbucks, but this valuation seems to be a little extended. How's it going, Mark? Good. All right. What's up with Starbucks in your opinion?
Again, I definitely agree with you. Kind of pushing up into some of these prior resistance areas. Year open in and around here, in and around these areas. We just went green on the 12. Take a look at the 12-month right there. We went green just yesterday. Off of what is the year open is 94.16, right? 94.16 is the year open price, and the candle just went a little red to green on that. So a little red to green on a higher time frame move on a strong catalyst. The price action is strong off of it, and we're getting those upgrades back to back. A little bit of a continuation potential there. So I am looking back at it to see where some of these prior levels of resistance may be. Again. January earnings from the beginning of the year, those highs sitting at 97.86. We're about a point or so away from prior days highs right there. So I'm watching some of those 97 levels, 97, 86, 98. I like as well, a bit of a shelf here underneath that 98. So yeah, we'll be watching that. Supports all the way down at 88s here. Maybe some at 90s. I like that 92 half area as well. On Starbucks, let's see what it does. Do we revert that? Do we revert yesterday's strong move? Again, going on a 3-minute, you can see that we held some of these levels quite well going into the close. Strength off of the open, holding in the upper quartile of the total move. Reference price being 77.76 off of when the news hits there on Starbucks, and we are off to the races. Again, interesting close as well. I really like this. Expanding volume with this kind of peculiar candlestick action, they're getting bought up into the close, making higher highs into the close as well, past day highs, and trading in and around some of those levels again. Pre-market lows for today, just shy of this 94.60, 95s I like. Let's see what Starbucks does off of the open today. Definitely on watch, definitely one of the top names on my list today.
All right, let's talk about NVIDIA. Back to the upside we go again today. I mean, 2-3 days in a row here. We're just straight higher, as we said, to kick things off this morning. Semiconductors across the board leading as far as the rally is concerned the past couple of days here. There's nothing significant on NVIDIA this morning, more positive analyst moves, but decent amount of volume behind this move already coming off the number at 8:30.
Yeah, Brendo, it's up 17% in the last 4 days, adding $424 million in market cap. We got some more details today from Foxconn with respect to their AI server business, and you better believe that they're including the NVIDIA GPUs in their AI servers. So 40% now of that company's business is based on AI servers, and they have a significant share of the market. I think that that's maybe why we're moving up in sympathy. Good look here.
Yeah. What do we do here, guys, for day number 3 to the upside for NVIDIA?
In this stock, we've already sort of talked. I mean, that's crazy. How many times we just bounced off this 1875? This is where I'm sitting, and I'm not even putting an offer there for some reason. So stubborn not to get that order. But okay. Like we said, this probably goes against me. You watch now. That was ridiculous. You know what? I'm going to put something at 1850 now. Now that I see this, because I won't be able to deal with this. What's the difference? Okay, so look, I like the stock again. I try to keep things as simple as possible. We talked about this with Brian Shannon on the show yesterday after hours, and it's just like understand that I'm just trying to play support and resistance plus momentum. There's really nothing else that I do. It sounds ridiculous. But I feel like when you're keeping it as simple as possible, we have traders in the chat that are like, you know, I'm a short only trader. I mean, we talked about Kyle Burdett. There's a few of us that are in here that are only looking one way. Some of us trade small cap stocks. Some of us trade large cap stocks. Come on, NVIDIA. Go. I'm right here. That's crazy. I'm at 47s. Can we get a print or not? Right. That is, honestly, I'm at 47 right here. There it goes. $1. Here, let's do it. Let's hit it early. There it is. Okay. All right. So that's part of the scalping nature. Like, you know, normally I should have probably waited for that, but I wouldn't be able to keep seeing it. But look at that, 3 times, Obi. Like if that retraced back down into here and I was stubborn because I was waiting for 3 extra cents, that would have been something else for me there. But okay, yesterday we hit NVIDIA early, right? We really liked that stock. We talked about it on the sticky note yesterday, and I said pullbacks into VWAP early, we want that stock. So yesterday we had PPI come out and it ripped up. It kept going, and then eventually we fell back into the open. It was nervous hands for sure, but we had already written down 112 as an area that we liked yesterday. So when it fell back into that level, we took it. We also had some day highs or pre-market highs in there of 111.50 or so. So we did feel that we had some protection. We took it once, we were able to scalp it out. Then we waited for it to sort of baseline, and then it took off. We wound up getting out at 114.80 or something like that. We took about 250 on the last part of that trade. We did not have it all the way back up, but look at it, just take this 200 period moving average, which is this green line here, and just bounce off of it. So, I mean, it did that even in the pre-market today when we had CPI come out. Better than back in, then back up. So there, that line right now is at 117.50, which is where we're long. So I'm fine with buying dips into that level right there. And we actually wrote down on the sheet 115. And again, this is pre-CPI. This is pre this move upside. So yesterday's close is 116. I was thinking this 115 didn't bounce off of it there on the 200 period. I like that level. If we get down there and it's like, all right, the market's not completely falling, definitely loading that up. So give this stock a couple bucks one way or the other. And then I was just talking with some guys as well. I think we could probably play this 120 break long. So let's just wait to see if that comes through. And the momentum is undeniable in this stock. As Brendan mentioned, you're now looking at 3 straight positive, big positive days as well, starting to gap higher. And then if we break 120, we should look somewhere around 120, 150 there where we could stop. I think it doesn't stop until 121. So that's a play. And then we just keep going higher after that. I mean, Obi, their report is on the 28th. So right now you're about 10 or so trading days away from that coming out. You want to be short into NVIDIA earnings? You know, so I could see another little bit of a dip happening here, especially if the market retraces, and then short covering into the report. So I could see us fall off a little bit now, if we do, but then get bought up into late next week as people wait for, I mean, I'll find out what exactly the date of it. It's the 28th, but the 28th is a Wednesday. Oh, so it's 2 weeks today. So 2 weeks tonight, we get the NVIDIA report. So that should be crazy. And NVIDIA was saved, man, a couple of times. It went down to that 94 area last Monday, got saved by this rally back. It's well off its peak, man. Its peak is 140. You're back down to 120 right now. So, you know, not all is well, but it's still a healthy stock.
I mean, with this kind of strength, we'll be back at 140. If we continue, we'll be back at 140 in no time, just a few days there. We're already gapping up significantly over prior day's close. Prior day's close being at 116.14 and NVIDIA poised to open up at 118.45, and you can see a bit of a trend up since again Monday, August 5th. There, bit of a consolidation high just shy of that 110, 108. We break out of it on Monday and really start accelerating Tuesday, and we're getting that continuation coming into today. Now, yeah, that 120 definitely on watch. Take a look at this. So prior Thursday, right there, that Thursday that happened before that gap down on Monday there with the whole carryover debacle or whatever happened. 120 is the high right there. 120, bit of a flat top high, and we know how significant that 120 has been on NVIDIA over time. Look at the support. When we first came in pre-split, that 120 took over 3 hours to build into, and then it broke, right? So it's like there's definitely some significance with that 120, that 1200 pre-split. We hold it as support. We've held it as a resistance. We're pushing up into it, only about 1.5 points away from it right now on a double gap up day through continuation while we're breaking out of some of this downtrend. So yeah, definitely going to be on watch today is NVIDIA, that 120. Now something else I want to point out here on the 15-minute chart, look at yesterday. Yesterday, very, very strong trend to the upside, but a clean little a resistance to the uptrend there. So trend resistance, let's see if we can push up into there. Those are definitely above those 120s. So that 120 is going to be interesting. I'm looking to potentially look for that continuation. Pre-market already dipped into this 116 area, prior days after hours highs right there, and then ripped right back up, and now we're pushing back up. So, Sean, that long is looking quite strong right now.
I like it. Yeah, we're well on the money on this one. We're going to try to hold it as NVIDIA's taking out days high. My wife just told me that my daughter's with some of her friends, and they go, at least your dad is so cool, he has his own YouTube channel.
That is pretty cool. That is pretty cool.
Is it pretty cool?
It's pretty cool.
Is it? Or is it sad? I don't know what it is at this point, but that's what's happening. All right, back over to the desk.
Definitely cool.
Yeah.
Bitcoin just pulled back a little bit here. I was just noticing some of the ETFs, a bit of a down move back through 35 for IBIT. Coinbase looking very similar right now, but overall 2-3 days in a row here. To the upside for BTC again.
Yeah, net inflows yesterday, Brendo. About $39 million flew into the spot ETFs, with the most going to IBIT. Surprise there. $34.5 million. Ethereum also saw net inflows for the first time in a few days. $24.3 million, with the most going to ETHA, which is BlackRock's Ethereum ETF. Separately, we got information from Goldman Sachs about how much crypto they're holding. They're holding about $418 million, with the largest position being in IBIT, which is interesting because they didn't like crypto that long ago. So switching up here like many others.
Shocking. Bouncing off 200 here for Coinbase. That was that move I was mentioning there. Similar pullback here, guys, for some of the equities.
Hold on a second. There we go. Right. Yeah, so we were looking at that today. It is a little bit of a pullback right now. I came in this morning when Bitcoin was in and around that 61.8, 61.9 or so area. Now we're dropping back just a little bit here. There goes NVIDIA, by the way. Let's go, man. That's props up for NVIDIA as that's starting to get higher now, even before the imbalances. All right, so we can look at Mara. We had talked about that a little bit. I think I will want to look at it. The reason why I call up Coinbase is we had sort of talked about it getting above this $200 level. And it's starting to go again. And it did, right? So it was here. So I wanted to look at this. I actually probably could have had this on the sticky note today. we talked about it yesterday, breaking through this little gap down here, right, into through 200. You got to try to sort of clear this 205, I guess. That high is 204. I was looking at this level that goes all the way back to the beginning of the month here. It's not that even that long ago, but that's 206. So I think like a 206 break kind of unleashes it a little bit. This 200 period's been pretty good. That's 194, 195. Coinbase, to me, the spread gets a little bit exciting here. Wow, there's NVIDIA breaking. Wow, now, okay.
Wow.
Okay. We might, all right, we are now $1 and $2 now in the money on this trade as there goes NVIDIA to the upside. And I was ho-humming over 5 cents. That's hilarious. There it goes now. There goes NVIDIA. I actually have the stop in to take more shares through 120, but it won't trigger in the pre-market. So I guess we're going to be getting that very, very soon. And look, man, Katina Capital upgrading NVIDIA. The last 3 days we were here, it was a buy every single day. And now today, there's $1 million on the pre-market buy right now with NVDA. A sell in Apple, potentially going the other way. No, not really. Wow, Apple taking out highs as well. Is anything stopping this market? Look at AMD, 143. But the real bell of the ball will be NVIDIA. So watch out for that real quick. So, all right, the one thing I like about Mara is the short float opportunity and the chance to squeeze. We've seen this move before. When Bitcoin goes, Mara can go. Bitcoin hasn't been going, neither has Mara. So you're at a great level here. I feel like this is a buy for your long-term portfolios because you can get out relatively safely here at $14. The problem is, what's their plan of action? Mining has become less profitable. I don't know everything about how many Bitcoins they hold or what that whole story is. I'm just looking at this from a technical standpoint. And if we're going to trade off support and resistance, then I think this is a buy down here near 15. I think you're not worried about it till it breaks 14. So I like Mara here today. Let's wait to see what it does off the open, up 2%. Watching out for crypto. Bitcoin right now at 60,800. There's a pullback for NVIDIA. Our plan was never to get out of this until we saw what was going to happen. So there's a nice jump for NVIDIA up to 120. Interesting that we basically stopped up there at 1960. So we'll put an offer there, get out of what we have left, then get ready to punch long if we do break through 120. But only a couple minutes left. Anything on Tesla quickly or on crypto?
Crypto, nothing too much. Kind of just want to note that Bitcoin is a little bit in the middle of this prior consolidation here that tested those highs. 73.8 right there in March of 24. Some of these lows coming in just underneath that 60, but you can see we've been making incrementally lower lows and lower highs, kind of trading within this range on Bitcoin, even though it has had a little bit of volatility within that range. So not really part of my main watches on the day today, but it is at an interesting price on a bigger picture right now.
Hi. Everything on that pop there, up to 210 for Tesla, even included in that. We're just going through a couple of things here. There's a couple of positive analyst notes this morning for Tesla. I mean, this investigation getting wrapped up. I think this one is kind of interesting as well. I haven't even heard of this company, but WeRide, Chinese firm WeRide, getting approval to test driverless vehicles over in California. So maybe some competition for Elon.
Yeah, I wonder if that has to do with WeChat. We'll have to look at that. Yeah, but the NHTSA basically closing their investigation into Tesla's suspension issues. It had to do with 2015 to 2017 models of the Model X and the Model S. No issues there. They're saying found no evidence that the four-link failures prevented vehicle control and testing. So closing up that one, Brendo.
Yeah, a bit of a downtick here now once again, guys, but big day yesterday for Tesla also.
Thank you, Randy and Adara. We got some lemon, ginger, honey.
Oh boy.
Tea. I said, I don't know if my throat will last here if we go, but tonight is just a coach's meeting. Yesterday, I was lucky enough to go see my daughter play 2 pickup games on the ice, and that was a lot of fun. But that's a little less stress. I just sit back and watch that one. All right, so I wrote down Tesla, Randy, that I like to buy here. It's broken above that 202, 203 area. We definitely like that stock. But look at this dip down that's happening right now in the market and into Tesla. So I'm trying to get this down in around 204, an area that we had held yesterday. So, Tesla has the ability to do this, man. We were just at 211. Now you're back down to 207. That's $4. You give me $4 more, and we're buying this name down here at 204. So that's where I like Tesla today. It's on the sticky note as a good dip buy opportunity. Thank you, Sharif, as I took my sticky note over to the other side. Now we got two of them. Which one to follow? One's yesterday, one's today. Both have NVIDIA as the number one idea. Obi, let's go. Only a couple more seconds left.
Let's go. Top ideas on the day. I do like that
Tesla
NVIDIA
be,
and the Starbucks.
There
Tesla's nice
Oopsies.
though.
Not roll call. It's a countdown right now with only 10 seconds left. We don't do roll call later. We'll do roll call later. Tesla, yeah, I'm going to put a bid right now on Tesla down near that 204 as we get ready to open 2 and 1. Let's go. Adara, we are now open. We have Obi in the building with us today, so that's always a trip. So we'll see what happens here as we get ready to go and this market starts flying around. All right, NVIDIA, dip buy opportunity numero uno as we fall down into VWAP. But again, let's not be fooled about this. Yesterday, we had a great trade in NVIDIA, but you had to hold out for it. So we're into this trade at 9:30 and 15 seconds. Again, we have about 20 to 30% of the position that we'd like to have on NVIDIA. We talked about it holding a 200 period moving average. So we got to give that a shot if it comes into 117.50. So that's an area for a next little reload here on NVIDIA. 117.50 or so, Obi, is where we will get a few more shares if we're able to do that. Now we're in the money, 30 cents on NVIDIA. Let's see how high this name can fly.
Yeah, so I'm watching the Starbucks and the NVIDIA there. NVIDIA with a little bit of a dip. Yes, I do like that. Let's see. I am going to be watching it at some lower levels there for it to potentially come in. But this 95 holding quite well on Starbucks as of right now. Those pre-market lows there. Again, some of those prior day after hour highs sitting at 96.81. We're pushing right back into 96. So Starbucks with a little bit of strength coming in. 18 halves holding on NVIDIA for now, but take a look at the futures, man. The futures are pushing a little bit higher right off of the open there. Let's see if we can get that continuation coming in on NVIDIA here. I see that NVIDIA still holding that 18 half. So I am going to be looking around at some of these other tickers to see what it may be leading the way there. Softy pushing highs there. Amazon is holding, Google pushing highs as well. Again, Google 163, holding 163. So pre-market highs holding right now. Apple, though, trading back below that 220. It's actually breaking below yesterday's consolidation lows there. It consolidated all day yesterday after the first 15-minute candle sideways. I was talking to Sean. I was like, that 220 never came in after the first 15 minutes. And oh boy, it comes in right off of the open today. 220 is testing right now. Softy looking a little distinctly different, bidding up while the rest of these tickers kind of sell off.
I just bought some Apple here as well. So let's wait to see what's happening. NVIDIA with a nice pullback here. The whole market's kind of pulling back a little bit now, Obi. So we might be a little early on some of what we're doing right now. But we're long Apple against this 220. We talked about that. We're long right now at we didn't. You just did. 219.75 is where we're at. We're long at 219.87 right now. So the world is not falling apart by any stretch of the imagination. But we are trying to get a little longer now on Apple as it's trying to bounce back up. I do have an offer at 220.10s if we can get back there. But you can see right now it's still like teleporting a little bit, down 30 cents, up 30 cents, trying to figure itself out. Obviously, just loosening up some of those early orders to figure that all out. Okay, we did get another reload on NVIDIA, but look at this name coming way in right now is NVIDIA. So again, we have about a third of the position that we wanted. We just got some out again on the top up. They're into 115. The levels I wrote down, I have too many sticky notes now. No, that was yesterday's 108. Here's the other one. We were looking at today for a 115 or so take here. There goes Apple, though. Apple, nice move up. Can we get a bid? Yes, we can. We just get those 10s. Let's go Apple right now. Put some offers out there as we're trading Apple and Apple and NVIDIA. There it is, 50 cents on Apple as that's trying to go. Buy a little bit of NVIDIA here. I don't really know why this one keeps going to the downside. It's a nice trade, though, on Apple. Apple's a good one there, Obi. Obi now 50 cents in the money on Apple. We're now 50 cents down on NVIDIA with more shares. We have more shares on NVIDIA because we keep getting out of Apple. Nice move for Apple, 220.50. Yeah, buddy, that's a good one there on AAPL, Obi. You indicated to me that one started to fall back down. Thank you for that. There goes Apple. It's a big trade for me. It was the number one trade for me yesterday. We just go right back into the pocket here today.
Yeah, so Starbucks kind of pulling back into that 94 area. Like I said, I want to be interested in it at a few different prices. 94 is definitely one of them. So a little bit of a pullback into that end-of-day consolidation. happening on Starbucks as of right now. 117 pullback on NVIDIA. So NVIDIA's pre-market lows at that 116. So we're trading 116s as of right now. So selling off quite aggressively right off of the open there. 117s back in on play on NVIDIA. But yeah, take a look at the futures, man. Futures, we're pushing up higher. We went green to red, and we're getting aggressive back down into the 19.1s as NVIDIA pulls back in as of right now. So I don't really have any fills as of right now, just kind of patiently waiting, waiting for some of this action to kind of print. Again, I took a couple days worth of a break there, Sean. So I'm kind of gonna try to ease back into it here as price action kind of presents itself. Beautiful long.
Yeah, man. To each their own.
On that Apple, that was solid.
And that's what I was going to say, to each their own. You talked about not drinking so much coffee because you want to stay focused. We came back jet lagged as hell and put up numbers as well. So everybody's got to know their own abilities. So I appreciate that for sure. $1.30 in the money, Apple, Obi, right there as that. Look at this trade on Apple. I mean, you came right into that level that we hit yesterday. It was our number one stock yesterday. And guess what? Digits today. Here comes NVIDIA right now. We're long down here at 117.60. I have an offer at 117.30s here just to get something out. That's kind of where we started the offering, the buying the first place. It hasn't worked, man. It's been weak today. They're hitting NVIDIA today. So we're a little bit nervous, hands about that trade, only because Apple's working so well right now that it's like, what's going on with the chip names? AMD falling down. We looked at Micron earlier as well. And I have to keep my eye on NVIDIA, honestly, as I have a lot in stake here with this name. But here it goes. Let's go. Get me off. Get me out of some of these shares here as we go back up to the upside. 117.20 coming through right now on NVIDIA. Would love to get something out here. I'm offering some 30s just to relieve some pain right now. And by that, it's just 10%. So let's see if it goes. All right. Oh, a trade that just popped in here that I forgot to mention that we were waiting for. Palantir. We're now long Palantir. I wanted that break of 31. We're in that name right now. Palantir, we're long right now at 01s. So let's see if this one wants to continue its trend higher as they're, oh my God, Obi, I can't even, yes, I'm on planet 9 right now. Is that even a planet? Apple right now is starting to go upside. We have 3 positions right now and we're starting to get a little overwhelmed with all of them. So Palantir 3101 right now. We didn't get out the best up there. It went to, I had to get some Apple out as that started to go up. And NVIDIA 3104s right now for Palantir. Let me address this. NVIDIA also started to scream upside there. Wow, our net kind of teleported and now it's teleporting back down. So let's wait to see what happens here now with NVIDIA. It started to go, Obi, and that's what got me excited there. And then Palantir just pops in with a well-weighted position. So, all right, here we go, Palantir 31.
Yeah, it's selling coming in a little aggressive here on Starbucks there. So I did get involved at that 94 like I wanted to, but we're trading a little bit below it. End-of-day consolidation range in and around that 93.50 to 94s. As of right now, we're trading just shy of that 94. But yeah, that 117 on NVIDIA, man, holding quite well as of right now. So 117 hold on NVIDIA. Some of these other names I have on watch. Again, Nike was strong yesterday. Chipotle, of course, as well. Home Depot still going, continuation on Home Depot as well. They had earnings yesterday. Earnings day 2 is today. And new holdings as well. Earnings day 1 today with a little bit of a bid happening as of right now. But yeah, man, that bid coming in on the market quite aggressively. Apple's back at consolidation or opening range highs there. Amazon and NVIDIA still to the downside. Alphabet as well. Softy's the only one that's really kind of holding strength, attempting to push some fresh highs there. 94 still trading on Starbucks. Let's see if we can catch a little bit of the bid that we saw yesterday, or we just revert all the way back down into some of those levels. 92s being interesting, 94s as well here on Starbucks. Let's see what Starbucks will have for us today. I'm looking for a little bit of a pop, maybe some espresso type of price action here.
Oh, okay. Nothing wrong with that. We're getting espressoed up right now on Palantir because that broke through 31 and then didn't do much since. So we were able to get out of some. We've averaged it back into VWAP right now. But if we lose this 50 period, which is basically 70, then I feel like it's not the stock today, and that's fine. And we said this yesterday. We actually added Google yesterday late to the party, and it became a monster trade for us. And even on Palantir, it'll have these moves, and they're great when they happen. We talked about that yesterday with Neil, and we missed the 30 fill, and it went to like 30.20s or something like that, or 30.80s, 30.40s, and now it's at 30.80. And then you're able to get that long again, but see how it's resisting? It should be blasting up through here, and it's not doing that at all. All right, a great trading on, it's now $2 in the money, Apple. So, I mean, there it goes. Boom goes the dynamite. I mean, is this an NFT or what? Right here. Look at it. Look at it. Down here, we have the low of the day.
Wow,
Obi.
look at that.
We have the low of the day
bounce.
right there. And then a nice upside move up to 222. Solid right there. But I cannot, talk about winning trades without focusing on a trade that's not doing anything, and that's NVIDIA. I mean, you got to manage all of your positions. NVIDIA is trying to go. It feels like it doesn't want to. I have another offer here in the 40s and the 50s to get some more out, as I'm not really trusting this play as much as I wish I did. So right now, NVIDIA, let's see if it wants to hold it. I mean, we'd love for this market to go. We're still hovering in and around VWAP right now. And you've got that nice Starbucks position there, and I have this bad Palantir position. So this will come out, man. It looks like we'll lose our 30 cents or so on Palantir. We're trying to make 30 cents on this trade or more, but it's not over yet, but it's getting close, man. Here it comes right through 70. Just don't want to hold this and be part of an epic move down, because obviously if this market retraces, Palantir's on its retracement legs to the downside as well. So we already have NVIDIA to worry about. We are now we only have 10% left of Apple here. We've done really well to grab that out. And again, that was just 222. So they're just 221.50, 222, 221. They're just very, very even levels there to trade with. And there goes Palantir. We're out of 75% of that trade as it just dumped out there at 68. So bad trade there, hit the fail, and the flush down on PLTR. We tried it through 31. We just didn't want to miss it. It had stopped there before on the chart, so maybe we could have waited for 31.20s. But hey, thought it had a chance to go, and I don't really regret that trade. So that's what it is. Maybe you pull back into 50s and it stops. But for right now, NVIDIA also, Obi, heading to the downside. Yeah. This market looking to get weaker ASAP. You're in Starbucks. I thought you had just short Starbucks, but you're in that.
No, I'm in the long here. A bit of a cheeky hold there, but again, looking for some of that strength from yesterday. This market tailwind is definitely not helping with the selling. And NVIDIA all the way back down to 116s, man. So that high a day, 119.50, and then aggressive selling all the way down to 116s.
Oh, yeah.
Again, this is kind of the area where we closed in on yesterday, and we're kind of coming right back into yesterday's close here on NVIDIA. So got to keep that on watch. A little bit of a tape action or aggressiveness happening here on both NVIDIA and Starbucks. So yeah, as the market pushes right back into below 19,100, we're getting some aggressive action below the bid on a lot of these tickers here, it would seem, on the day. So yeah, let us know what you guys are trading. I'm curious to know, are you guys short anything off of the open there? Shorts off the open working quite well on some of these Mag 7 names. As well, Apple not so much, man. Apple's still holding that 221. Are you still holding that long there?
Yeah, but I mean, I'm not really in it yet. So I'm sorry. I only have 10% left. Apple's going to be my number one stock, but it's a disaster everywhere else. As we just buy some more NVIDIA, let's see if that gets going. We're actually into Tesla now as well. What's up, A?
Victoria's Secret pretty strong this morning here. VSCO up about almost 21% here, near highs of day. They announced their preliminary Q2 results, much higher here than analyst estimates and their own prior outlook. And they also announced that they've appointed Hillary Super as the company's new CEO. So new CEO and very strong Q2 preliminary results here, pushing VSCO to the upside, guys.
Yeah, I hear that. Up 21% right now. Nice earnings report there for Victoria's Secret. Wow.
All right.
All right. So we could have just got out of Tesla there and didn't. So yeah, this market is continuously flushing here today badly to the downside. So we'll give back what we made on NVIDIA for sure, as it's down into 115 right now. This was the level we had talked about trying to buy. I guess we're not getting that long now on NVIDIA, breaking through 120, as that was going to be an area. So this is basically trade two. We wanted NVIDIA down at 115. That's what we had put down here. Obviously, being stuck long at 116.50 is not great, but this market, Obi, is continuously dragging downside right now. NVIDIA really coming out, now down $2 and really coming in. Sometimes it's good to get involved early. Not today. There's the break lower on NVIDIA.
Yeah, 115s, man. That's absolutely wild.
114s right now.
114s and a half.
I might have to punch out of this if we break through 114.
The ES is getting crushed too.
The Nasdaq's not even down that bad, down 0.3 right now. But remember, we had CPI come through today. Yep. I was saying don't fight the Fed, but I guess today the Fed fights back a little bit and says we're not really too concerned about what the price of the stock market is. Rates be damned. This market is falling in pretty good right now. We're still long at 116.50 here on NVIDIA. Not a good morning.
Yeah, so there is the first 15-minute candle print right here as we hit 9:45. And yeah, we are trading much, much lower here across the board. 114 halves, man. Oh boy. Let's see if we can get a bit of reversion there. Strong selling right off of the open there. Very, very aggressive to the downside on Starbucks here, as well as we break below that 94, coming into 93 halves right now. Consolidation lows from yesterday sitting at 92, 91, 98 was that low, and we're coming aggressively into some of those, or retracing some of those prices as of right now. That bid from yesterday, nowhere to be seen. Let's see what the Nasdaq does with this 19.1. We got crushed, and we fell right through it very aggressively, and then that 115 on NVIDIA still holding as of right now. Apple still holding that 220s level there. Amazon catching a little bit of a bid. Interestingly enough, Amazon opens up much higher, dips down into prior day's highs, and now catching a little bit of a bid there. NVIDIA retraced almost 50% of what it did from the pre-market yesterday into the pre-market today. And a strong first 15-minute candle going from 119 to 115 halves here on NVIDIA today. So absolutely crazy there. No real sign of any sort of bids catching as of right now. Let's see if we take a little bit of a turn here. What are you guys trading? Mickey saying NVIDIA go long 114s. Okay, yeah, we're taking a little bit of a bounce here. What's going on?
I mean, whatever. I don't want to be self-deprecating here or anything like that. But like we wrote down two levels on here. Okay, 120 and 115. So we should only be long 115-ish. I mean, we'll never get the best prices. I mean, we'll try. You know, I laugh at we'll never get the best price, and then I look down here and we have Apple at the best price. But the thing is like I'm just saying we should have already. We shouldn't be. Whatever. Let's just get it out right now. Okay, so now we're back to flat on NVIDIA. So we're not getting it out. I just mean we just took another piece out right there, but we already took hits. So we've taken hits by getting some out right here. Our average price was 116.60. So was it 115.60? Until we get back up to there, we're not making any money on this trade. So fortunately for us, we put on some shares here at 115 because that's what we wanted to do. And then it came into that 114.50, and then that's when it was just like, all right, this is that chance right now, so let's try it. All right, I'm going to get at one more. Okay, I mean, let's go. We'll say diamond hands for it because we just made back double our day because we were down a whole crap ton right there. But basically our whole day is an L on Palantir. So Palantir came in. I wish we would have been able to still hold that. That's bouncing back as well. But our whole day is Palantir right now, which kind of sucks because we've loved that stock. And that's our day right now to the downside for Palantir. But you know what, man? I don't know why we're talking like this. We have a great trade on Tesla as well. So, I mean, Tesla, our average price was 203.70. It's at 204.50. So that's 80 cents in the money. We're taking that. We have a nice little trade here. Hopefully we can get going more on NVIDIA. I mean, if this market wants to get back to the upside, great. But I am starting to get out a little bit more here. Take some more 70s on NVIDIA. Let's now hold out. Let's be right now. If it goes back, let's go. Let's see if we get back into that 117 area and breathe a little bit. Apple, $1.70 in the money. That name's working. Tesla falling back in a little bit. We still have half of that position, and we still have half of our NVIDIA position. So this day, although started off real nasty and still is, we've taken hits. Let's see if we can get back going there. I don't know what that flush was all about. Let's see if CPI can't play a little bit better. Wish I just would have stopped at Apple.
Yeah, that bounce on NVIDIA, man. Are you checking that out? Like all the way back through that, back through that 115. Yeah, I know you're in it. I know you're
Dude,
in it.
I was
but I'm
down
just
more
saying.
money on this trade than the whole place combined.
Right, you gotta be able to swing big to make some.
No, you don't. I mean, some of it's
dents,
stupid,
right?
to be honest with you. All right, what's up, Adara?
BURU trying to make new highs of days right now and a nice little volume pop. This is new Buru. This one trades on the Amex, the AM here, up about more than 50%. No news, but a decent amount of social media attention. It's run before, and it does have here a market cap of $1.5 million, float of about 250,000 shares, so very small float for BURU, guys.
All right, thank you, Adara. We will start to. I don't hear Adara in my ear, by the way, at any time today. So just. Oh, it's not working. Okay, just letting you guys know. All right, so yeah, and I only say that because you can't just keep on averaging down until forever. You have to understand what your risk limits are and things like that, especially when you're trading on a prop floor. So everybody that's here with us at Real Trading, we want to thank you for watching and thank you for supporting Real Trading, and it is the best prop firm worldwide. That's why we're sponsored with it. It's the only platform that I've ever traded on, so it could be biased. But again, understanding the platform, understanding your risk tolerances. Every office will have a risk manager, so it's sitting back there. We have Brankles and Wayne that are back there that are monitoring the traders behind us. Traders like Obi, everybody as well that are under that umbrella. So, you have to be very, very careful with not being stopped out, and we all have our risk limits. So I just wanted to say that, although I sit here and say like, we were close for, there goes Tesla, by the way. Tesla just dropped down so we got out of half and out of half there, so not really a big trade. At the end of the day, you have to be trading within your limits, and that's just what I wanted to say. And, we're not anywhere near being shut down or anything like that, so you have to understand what your limits are and not try to hold something irresponsibly against you. So I feel like that's a little bit of a update there, and sometimes we will obviously have trades that will go against us, and sometimes we'll have trades that won't. And you just got to be able to trade your own book and understand what you're expecting from a stock and where you think it's going and what your risk parameters are. So that's averaging down, and averaging in is also a good idea. And then sometimes when you average down, you get plays like this, right? You got to take plays for reasons. We took it at 220. We took it there. We did have outs on Apple, but we didn't need them because they just started to go back up to the upside. So the idea here is to basically, I've made double on Apple, what will be flat-ish. Tesla's not a good example. Palantir is more the one that we've been hit on. So today, bad trading on Palantir as that kept going down. But again, we didn't feel irresponsible about this. We took the 31 break. That was the problem. So I'm going to hold it 30 cents. Basically, that's the problem. Then in and out here at 50s, that wasn't really a hit. It was the main break long that we had written down here. You say, take the trades you want to take. And today, that one did not work out. So, all right, Obi, I see that you're still in Starbucks.
Yeah, I'm just watching.
And yeah, take two interactive. Let's get the second take right now and see what's going on. But we still have NVIDIA, though. So we'll find
NVIDIA
out.
holding that 115, man. It's like, yeah, we've been selling off quite aggressively, again, across the board here, looking at the ES and the NQ. The NQ kind of hovering above that 19,000, a bit of a wick action off of that off of the economic number this morning there. 19,000 bounced quite aggressively back into that 19.1. We're trading below that with a wick at that 19.1 now as well. So a little bit of a sell-off after all day, getting bid up all day. Again, I wasn't here yesterday, but when I did see the charts, I was like, oh boy, did we kind of just trend on a lot of these tickers on the day. NVIDIA looked interesting. Tesla looked pretty solid as well. Starbucks, Nike, for those of you who are trading that, definitely on watch. Again, day 2 today for the Starbucks, and then CMG as well, right? Chipotle being on the other side of that news there on the day. So Starbucks taking a little bit of a pullback. 115 still holding right now on this NVIDIA, but yeah, nothing else too crazy. I'm seeing that Home Depot is holding trend from prior day there, holding some of its highs as it pushes. I'm going to be waiting for this 115 to kind of chop and churn as of right now on NVIDIA. Alphabet's taking a pull to the downside, 159.60, so that broke through 160. Yeah. Amazon to the downside as well, 170 potentially incoming. Softies just trading sideways as of right now. 115 holding on the pullback on NVIDIA. Spider trading within its opening, within its 15-minute opening range as of right now. So let's see what we have in
Bitcoin
store
breaking,
with these tickers. What's Bitcoin doing?
I was saying it broke through 60,000 as well. Let's go over to Adair and we'll come back to some more trades.
This part of the show is brought to you by Benzinga Pro. Tired of being late to the trade? Always playing catch up in the market? Missing out on the big moves because you're too slow to the news? Benzinga Pro is your unfair advantage. Get breaking news alerts up to 30 minutes before everyone else, pinpoint exactly why stocks are moving, and join a thriving community of traders who share their strategies in real time. Ready to see how Benzinga Pro can transform your trading? Visit benzinga.com/pro and get a free 14-day trial.
Just trying to think, thank you. Anyway, as we talk about Benzinga Pro, I just looked to see if there was any economic numbers coming through today, and there is not. So we had CPI come already, and that came lower. We finally get that 2.9 in there, but the market today, and I wrote down, and it will be fine. Like, we're going to have a bad day today, obviously, as we go long and the market's just going down. I said, let's follow the trend on the CPI number. It doesn't look like it's a trend today, Obi, not my friend, for going long, because the trend on the number has been down. I thought the better number, we saw PPI yesterday, and you mentioned the strength there. I thought we could rinse and repeat that again today. Not that we'd be up another 2.4%. I mean, we closed at the highs and was rocketing, like you mentioned there yesterday as you were watching some of those charts. So, you know, a little bit of a different play here today. It feels like some of that steam sort of coming out of the market now and getting deflated back down. And I'm still watching Palantir at 30.50, but really my eyes are on NVIDIA as we just pull into 14.50 one more time. If we break that low of 14s, then we got to get out. So we will wind up taking, obviously, a hit on this, but we're able to, like I said, manage. And that's kind of why I went on that, not a rant, but just talked about being able to manage your risk, because you just can't let these things fall down without an out, or else you get crushed. And that's how you blow up accounts. And the next thing you know, you're down on the month, or you're down on the quarter, or whatever it is. And that's never.
You don't want that to happen.
Yeah, it's never a good spot. But I mean, you know, we can blow up accounts. It's fine. But make sure it's on trades that you like and you have stop orders. So that's the thing. You don't want to make sure that today's your last day trading ever. And so here we go, 140. If this breaks 114, I'm going to have to definitely regroup and then just look for some shorts, because catching these bottoms today has not worked. We did a great trade on Apple early, and that's the only stock that I'm going to be able to hang my hat on, it seems like, right now. We are back into Tesla against 202. Why do we like Tesla 202? This was the level before that we were really, it was 203. But we're going to give this a little bit of room. So this was the level that I thought once we broke higher above it, we wanted to switch into the longs. I thought we were marching towards 220. We came up to that yesterday about 212, but now the drop down today, not healthy for Tesla for sure. A couple nice candles to the downside here for TSLA, and it looks like it wants to take 202 as well. So stop orders now in place. They're all getting close right now to liquidation spots here for us, as you're just pennies away right now, 50 cents one way or the other, and these trades are winners. But for right now, it looks like the sell side winning on the day, as we're both long.
Yeah, I mean, definitely this long is currently definitely not working as of right now on Starbucks. No idea if it will or not, but the buying has definitely the selling has definitely slowed down a little bit off of the open there. Again, I was part of it on the way down and kind of just staring at it, watching, looking for anything distinctly different. But something where the selling hasn't really stopped, Sean, is that NVIDIA. NVIDIA all the way down to 114s. Oh boy, that is very, very aggressive as of right now. So let's see if Starbucks can pull back up into that VWAP. VWAP I have sitting at 94.38. We're attempting to test 93 halves right now. Some size initially, what was it? 93.30s. I think there was like 500 lots that were taken on the bid there as well. So kind of just being a little patient, waiting for that to potentially show some significance. 114 halves now on NVIDIA. But yeah, take a look at this market, man. We're coming right into that 19th out quite aggressively, trading well below this 5500, 5570s highs of day on the ES, and we're pushing right back into 5450 here
right,
as we pull in quite aggressively. Right. So I'm kind of looking. The shorts are definitely winning quite well there. Alphabet as well. Take a look at that one. We were looking at that as a potential trade there with the whole DOJ news coming out and stuff, we're trading below that 160 as of right now. So aggressive selling across the board when it comes to today's price action. A little distinctly different from yesterday, where again you saw all day we caught quite an aggressive bid. So question becomes, do we sell off all day today, Sean? I don't know, but
I like
so
to
far,
say no.
so far we are a little aggressive to the downside.
Oh man, we are in a new position. It's Nike. Just hearing that there is some possible activist intervention here with Nike, but that's just a rumor from the Benzinga Pro platform there that's being circulated. There we go. Are we out of it? We're out of this if it breaks 90s to the downside. We just tried it. Nice little spike up there. I just want to try it back to VWAP here. We probably should have waited for it. But again, if there was any sort of truth, anything like this is well worth this 30-cent worth risk to me right now, just in case there was something about this story and if they wanted to buy it up. It looks like they're trying to sell it off with everything else today. Come on, NVIDIA. Nice stock. Hopefully this goes and we can get back up to the upside as it's trying to take 115 again here. We're long it, and we've really absorbed a lot here on this. So there's the dip down on NVIDIA. That's too bad, man. We just got some out there up near that 115. We're going to try to get out a little bit more if we can rally. Also, we did get a nice little opportunity to get out of Tesla, and we did that northbound of 203 as well. Okay, so there goes Nike. Nike does fall through there, 77.90. Let's have a look at this, but we took a shot there. I don't have any problems doing that. That's just something where we'll take a couple hundred shares, something like that. And if it drops down, it drops down. I thought that was worth the risk because I heard in my ear some kind of activist potential intervention right there. Come on, Tesla. There it goes back up there now again. We're only 40 cents in the money on this, and now we're 40 cents in the money also on NVIDIA. We're offering 22s for some strange reason. And there it goes to the upside. We got some nice trades happening now, Obi. Okay. We're back in right now. We're feeling better about ourselves a little bit here as we go. There goes NVIDIA. We just get that play now. 70 cents in the money, 70 cents in the money now on Tesla as this market's trying to get a little revived right now. What's up?
Yeah, a little bit of a balance.
Been a pretty exciting day so far for the markets. We did have, as you can see here in this 15-minute candle, quite the reaction as the markets decided how they felt about those CPI numbers that came in this morning. Lower than expectations across the board, with CPI year over year coming in at 2.9% versus estimates of 3%, and month over month coming in at 0.2%. So in line there with estimates. Bitcoin's certainly been moving around a little bit here as well. It's been quite an exciting day. And we also still have some day two reactions with yesterday's news from Chipotle and Starbucks, as well as Google with that news with the DOJ. So let's take a look at some of the names making some moves this morning, including Kellanova. This one up about 7%, a little bit more stagnant because it is being bought out here by Mars, set to acquire the company in a deal valued at almost $36 billion. So good look for Kellanova. We also have DraftKings here, a little bit weaker now, but on watch as it was trading with lots of volume in the pre-market, saying that they're deciding not to move forward with the gaming tax surcharge after Flutter, their competitor, said that they would not be moving forward with this charge during their earnings report. So DKNG on watch as well. Last but not least, we do have Chipotle. Starbucks and Chipotle both on watch the day after Brian Niccol, former CEO of Chipotle, was announced to be joining Starbucks. Wedbush actually upgrading Chipotle to outperform this morning. So CMG on watch with a day two move, still up 1%, guys.
Thank you. Yeah, no, definitely Starbucks and CMG definitely on watch today for a day two play. Again, kind of keep mentioning Starbucks selling off quite aggressively off of the open there. I'm definitely not on the right side of this move as right now, kind of buying up a lot of this selling we saw happening from yesterday. 92.70s testing as of right now. 15 still holding, 115 still on the NVIDIA. Let's see what Amazon is up to there. Amazon still holding that low there as well. Apple still trading within its opening range, so that's that kind of muted there. We talk about NVIDIA holding that 115. Softy still trading within its opening range, but Google is the only one that's really aggressively selling. We talk about that trade break below that 160, and we're trading at 168.90s as of right now on Google. So aggressive selling happening on that one there. Starbucks, again, we talk about this, a little bit of a trend to the downside here. 92.70s pulling into some of yesterday's kind of consolidation lows here as we speak. aggressive selling kind of continues to come in here on Starbucks. I gotta respect this stuff.
Yeah, it's funny because we had both sort of written down shorting that name if we had sort of got up to that 97 area. I like 92 on that stock, so we'll wait to see if that happens. Okay. In going long again, Shopify. Okay, there it is. Okay, we'll take 10 cents on a piece of it now as Shopify trying to get rejuvenated here. Oh yeah, let's go Tesla. Tesla right now, $1 in the money. NVIDIA right now, $1 in the money. Apple right now, $1.50 in the money. All right, so we're starting to go right now a little bit back up to the upside here. I mean, wow, what a day, what a day. I'm learning so much more about myself. I'm learning so much more about trading every single day, and this is why I absolutely love it. I think this is why I coach and why I really like teaching kids and teaching and talking trading and just doing this job specifically, because if you're not sitting here and learning every day about yourself, what strategies are working, what strategies are not working, then quite frankly, you're in the wrong spot. And I really, I liked school. School wasn't my favorite, but the learning that we could, I shouldn't say that I did. I really enjoyed myself, but I feel like this is much different. When you're passionate about something like this, it really excites and makes everything, like they talk about something about being the spice of life, and I just think that if you're not doing something that you love to do, that is unfortunate, and try to find that one thing. I mean, we all have to pay bills, and I definitely understand that, but find it somewhere, because it really gets me going, and I, for myself anyways, I should just talk like that, but there it goes. NVIDIA, yes sir. And again, you know what I learned today again, Obi? It's not, there's reasons why writing things down, putting into the work, and sometimes you get carried away. And obviously being a hot-blooded Italian, I do understand that there's some emotional issues. And you got to stick with your guns. And I think that me getting involved with NVIDIA early, we bought that at 117.50. We took $1. We were wondering about it at 119. We got excited about a 120 break. So instantly my mind was automatically like, these are longs. As it was falling back down, I was like, I like this level. I like this level. But at the end of the day, I had to find my sticky note and say, what was the level? And we found it at 115. Did it go against us? Yes, it did. But you could clearly see the most I held this against myself was 80 cents. We took hits on it. It will be a red stock, but we're able to now make the majority of it back as we hold out on a level that we believed in, and then able to get it out and not be greedy here, as the market is not trading the same way that we had hoped it would. So sometimes you got to take what the market gives you, not what you expect it to give you. So, all right, we're gonna on that note, I'm gonna take another piece out here at 115.70 because again, the market's heading downside, and we're not trying to be stubborn with this. Let's not get out on every single move down, but let's start to get the majority out now of NVIDIA and see if we can hold it. So we'll take out about 20% of what we have left, which is about 40% of the original piece. So yeah, so far so good here. But Tesla, we did good getting out again, not trying to be greedy on that play. We just got out at 203.80s there. So that saved us $1 as it's all the way back down. That's trading, Obi.
Guess what's at 92?
Is it?
It's right at 92.
That's the trade, man.
I got out, better late than never, but got out as it broke through 92 halves, because I'm like, if it gets through 92 halves, I think the likelihood to get to 90 is quite high, and we get right there to that. But again, I got to be making that assessment on this slowdown at 93s, right? So I get most of it on top of 93, and I'm looking for it to push back up towards VWAP, but it gets all the way down to 92. That's perfectly fine. That's where we caught a bit of a bid yesterday on Starbucks. So let's see if this 92 holds as of right now. But yeah, that NVIDIA off of that 214 holding as of right now. That 114, 116 incoming on NVIDIA, as again Starbucks sells off. We got all the way into 19,010s on the Nasdaq here, and we did clip that 54.50 here on the ES. So we did sell off quite aggressively on the first few 15-minute candles here, but how much time is left on this 15-minute candle to print? I am asking. There's about 6 minutes left, 6 minutes and 15 seconds for this candle to finish printing here. 92's coming in on Starbucks. I'm still waiting for a potential bid. I was a little too long bias off of the open, but I'm still going to kind of maintain that bias until we get distinctly below that 92 level. As of right now, we are selling off quite extensively now across the board. Again, we talked about Google. Google short is working well. NVIDIA short below this VWAP. VWAP is holding well on NVIDIA as of right now as well. So you can take a look right here. We talk about some of that trend resistance. We get up to 119.5 on NVIDIA, pull back in, break through pre-market lows here, quite aggressively pull into 114s. Now, this is not the low of day from yesterday. Again, Sean had that long off of that 112. He was saying we have a low of 114, just 2 points above yesterday's low. So the question becomes: do we continue to make some higher lows on the days here after last Monday's kind of dip and pop? Not really rip back up, but we've been gradually kind of bidding back up incrementally over the days. They're making higher lows on the day-to-day here. So let's see if we end up making a higher low here across the board. 115.5 holding on NVIDIA, but Alphabet can't stop, won't stop, still to the downside, trading 158s, 30s now. That's wow. Palantir, yeah, I was looking at that $30.
Someone just brought up to me, what's up, Manuel Palmer there in the chat.
Forgot about that one.
Thanks for bringing that up. My whole day is basically red Palantir. That's it. And it's just like all the way back, all the way back. Oh, man. At least we could talk about liking our job and laughing at the same time while losing money. Like, it's not fun to do that, obviously. But that's the day. This happened to me before on Palantir. Actually, I think it was yesterday where it broke back down in and it broke through $30.25 or something like that. And then we were able to load it up back down around $30.05 or something. And then it popped and we were able to be fine on Palantir. Obviously, today, we're not fine right now. If anything, I'm looking at this. That was a short, right? I mean, that was a short all the way up there. All right, so there goes Tesla. Look at that break downside there. So we were able to get out of the majority of this trade. We actually talked about that, and there's the break lower as this market now throwing up all over itself, including this NVIDIA trade right back into 70s again. So we'll buy a little bit more down here. We talked about where our ultimate out is. This is why we also talk about getting in and out of trades and emptying out the clip and being responsible with your net. You could be wrong or right. Better to be right for longer and wrong for less time. So, yeah. So as it's pulling back in again, we know we want to buy NVIDIA, so we just did buy that. So let's now wait to see if this can work back again. Let's put out, we just got some 70s on that. We'll put something out in the right at 115, see if we can get that out back up. And then if we can climb back a little bit, maybe 115.15 or 115.20, something like that, just to ease out of this position again, in case this dip is real. We just broke through 19,000 again on the Nasdaq, not again, for the first time, right there, 19,000. We did jump off of that spot on that CPI number. I don't know if that wick was real or not. When those numbers come out, I don't know the volume that was conducted down there. I'd have to look at a time in sales. But for right now, we have broken below 19,000, and any past support that this market maybe thought it had is now gonzo. So, all right, nice move back up here. We just got a nice move for NVIDIA back up to 115 right there. We missed it. We were at 98s. So right now we'll go to 92 and see if we can get a fill on that one as we just reloaded this at 70s. Again, let's take some out. The long has not been right, but let's reward decisions that we're able to make intra-flush. That's a new one. Intra-flush.
That 19th out just cracked.
That and it still is cracking. We need to go short on something. Tell me, people in the chat, please. Tell me something that we could go short on. None of my triggers are hitting right now because everything's so low that it's not hitting the levels. So we're gonna have to wait for that. Oh, just an update on Shopify. We did get hit there at 25s. So we got 15s for 10 cents, 25s for 20 cents there on Shopify. And we missed that out on NVIDIA, so that sucks. All right, Palantir, you have First Solar, DJT, Intel, Starbucks, you're on. Google, yeah, okay, so these all make sense. Right, duh, Google. We thought about the DOJ investigation as well. Wow. All right, good thing we talked about not buying any more of Google, man.
Yeah.
Wow, this name is not operating the way I wanted to as a long in my portfolio, but there it goes down into 158. Man, a flush is healthy, but this is a big one right now into 158. No levels here for me at all on Google. Here's a 20-minute chart. I mean, right into there. I mean, no levels. I guess there's a level. I'd rather wait to see about this 155 area that we talked about as being kind of like the Widowmaker spot right there. You can see on your screen. Hit the like and the subscribe and the share. There's a little share icon you can hit as well there on YouTube. And make sure you like, subscribe, share, all of that jazz as well. All right, Shopify now back into the money, 10 cents. Not worth the celebrating. Apple's been the long that just has not been wrong. So I feel like any next dip, if this market really flushes down, let's talk about Apple again a little bit more seriously. And there's NVIDIA. Yes, sir. Face slap a little bit there as NVIDIA trying to get back upside now. That'll really make my day if this can go back up. So let's wait to see what happens here for NVIDIA. The saving grace, potentially, of my account right now. Let's see 115.40 if we can get that on NVIDIA.
Yeah, so a little bit of a bounce here off of that 92 happening on Starbucks. 92 halves printing right now. So we've been holding the downtrend quite aggressively off of the open, and this is the first kind of bid that we're catching that did break some of the trend here. Let's see if we can push back up into 93s. 93s there. VWAP 93.87, but we've been holding the moving average to the downside. Moving average sitting at 92.60s. We're trading. We're pushing or attempting to push right up into that 92.60s as of right now. So let's see what that'll potentially bring us here with a bit of a pullback here. Market also kind of taking a little bit of a bounce back into that 19th thou. That aggressive selling off of that 19th thou was a little distinct to the downside there. We are holding this 19,680 for now, but yeah, still that pressure is still on, Sean, as these stickers pull to the downside here. Bit of a chop action today. Every time we do kind of slow down on the selling there, we just kind of chop sideways for a little bit and then continue to the downside. So definitely keeping that on watch, keeping that in mind as well as we kind of continue this day forward. Yeah, are you guys sitting short on anything? Have you guys been trading on the short side? These shorts have been coming in quite nicely across the board here off of the open, as again the market's taking a bit of a breather to the downside. Willis Addison with the super chat. Let's go. Walmart bought the dip yesterday. $68 calls. Let's go, Willis Addison. Congrats on that one. What is Walmart up to? Let's take a quick look at that one as well. Walmart, again, they're gonna have earnings. I think it's tonight. If I'm not mistaken, tomorrow morning. Yeah, okay, so it is on the horizon there. And pushing the horizon, high of day, is Walmart on the day, looking distinctly different from the rest of the market, only catching a bid here. Look at these 3-minute candles. Look at 15-minute candles as well, holding up quite nicely. Prior day, we sold off aggressively off of 86.80s, and we're pushing those once again on Walmart. So shout out to Willis Addison on that trade there.
All right, yeah, thanks, Willis, for that super chat. We got some NVIDIA out as it ripped through. We actually got a really great fill there at 24s or so, or 22s. Here, let me tell you the exact price. 22s, sorry. 22 there on NVIDIA. So let's just, again, we just reloaded it. This has been that trade for me. You know, buying strong name into a weak market. Let's see if it goes higher. I want to buy more Palantir. That was sort of my next call here. But I want to get, this time I want to get greedy with it, and I want to make sure that we get the right price. So I'm going to put a small little bid down here at 70. That's where VWAP is. That's where the 50 period is as well. Let's get that fill, and then we'll try to play off this 60. If we break through 60, then we can get out of this trade. So that's kind of what I want to deal with. My whole day is red on Palantir. If we don't have Palantir, we're completely fine. So there's nothing to sort of cry about, but it does suck when it's right back to where it was. And it's just, that's part of the problem, is when you get that huge flush down, it does hurt sometimes to get involved too early into some names. And I feel like there's no doubt about that. I mean, we're prime examples right now. We're actually crushing NVIDIA right now. And I can't even really talk about it too much because we had proper management here. We didn't really load up until 115, But the thing is that did fall against us. Now we're able to get out. We got out on bumps there as we realized something was wrong. But we were down a lot on this trade, and we're just lucky that the work at 115 sort of held out there. And you can use words like luck or not. We wouldn't have been shut down or anything, but we were double what we are now to the downside. So it was not a great move for NVIDIA or for myself to be holding that. So yeah, I'm not super happy about that. But anyways, Tesla is still in the pocket. We talked about that. That's going to be a flat stock for us today as that's trying to bounce back. And here's that 202 level. I actually like this 202 level, Obi. So I'm feeling like we should maybe get back into it now and play off some of those bottoms. That recent bottom was 201 and change. I'd like to see this market really take 19,000, not just hang around it though. So that's something that's happening. Around. And we just took $1. I'm not even going to hit the dollar club, but there goes NVIDIA just went there up to 50. So right there, we just bought that. That's 115.50. We're long at 114.60. So close enough to that dollar there on NVIDIA as we hold that back up to the upside. And by the way, yeah, buddy, give it up for some Shopify love right now.
Oh boy, okay.
Shopify, 30 cents in the money as that continues to go higher as well. We still have, Obi, 60% of this trade on. So really happy with our Shopify trade, but just noticing it now as we're focusing too much on NVIDIA. So let's get out some more Shopify. The reason why we like it was this. There it is. There's the hot dog. Feeling a lot better about ourselves. We actually came in with quite a headache. I didn't sleep that well last night for some reason. I had fantasy football on my mind. And whenever I'm thinking about something, I cannot get through it, man. I'm almost thinking about stuff, trading and this and that and all this stuff. Fantasy football. You got to keep the mental
as clear as possible.
You know what? I actually don't think too much about this kind of trading after basically 4:30, like after the recap show and stuff like that. On the way home, I'll think about some stuff and go through some stuff. But then once I'm home and stuff like that, I basically flip off until I sit back at this desk the next morning. And I listen to podcasts and stuff like that on the way home and on the way into work. So we don't flip off completely, but I don't really think too much about it until we sit down and see some charts. Good out there for Shopify. Let's go over to the big screen with Adair. It's 10:20. Alibaba reports.
IWM trying to actually form a little bit of a rounded bottom here. So interesting look here as we try to find some support on the Russell 2000, still down about 0.7% on the day, so a little bit weaker than the Nasdaq and the S&P 500 as of right now. Quite a few low float names to talk about today. One of them is Greenlane, GNLN. You may remember this one from a few days ago when it ran on a different catalyst. Yesterday after the close, they announced they're set to raise $6.5 million for this private investment deal. This one also worth noting here, 520,000 share float for GNLN. DGLY, this one has a 3 million share float, so slightly larger, receiving a patent here for tracking and analyzing drivers within a vehicle fleet. So DGLY still up about 60%, though not at highs of day right now. And last but not least, BURU, Nuburu. No news on this one, but a decent amount of social media attention, still up about 50% in the day. And they do have a float here of about 250,000 shares. So keep an eye on BURU here, guys.
Thank you.
Getting some more out of NVIDIA as we are now over that 115.60 area. That's still Shopify, my bad. We just are stopping here at 80s, so I don't really know why that's happening. So we're going to take another piece out there. I thought we could get back to view up, and I still do think that, but we are hesitating a little bit. We don't have a whole heck of a lot of shares left, but I wouldn't mind getting some more out right now as we'll just sort of put this trade to bed, to rest, right? We're basically be down on sort of NVIDIA today, what we've been making on it. So I don't have, and we're still waiting for Phil, so that might even be incorrect. But as we go, want to make sure that we sort of cut some of this out right now. We're still waiting for Palantir. That Tesla's an interesting buy for me. But look, despite the market holding 19,000 right now, Tesla's turning back in. So this is something interesting down here at 201, 201.50. I think it's worth a shot. We'll buy a little bit down here. We just got 86s right there. We'll try to buy some 50s as well. And again, these prices are coming in like real quick sometimes. So take advantage of them if you can. There it is. So it's a quick little scalp there of 30 cents. Now let's see if we can get back. I mean, that 203 is kind of where we stopped there. Nice little rebound back up to 203.50. 203 right now is the 50-period moving average. I feel pretty confident if we can get 203. Now, that's a ways away. So let's put a 202.80 and offer that right now, watching out for a 201 break. we break the low on this name, we do not need to be in Tesla. It's down 3% today, much more than the market, and not going higher as the market is going higher.
Yeah.
So that's a pause for concern. Obi, we're still in Apple. It's still the trade of the day for me from the very, very beginning. It'll be P&L number 1 on the show, obviously, as we've been battling longs all day. So the only long that's worked, in my opinion, and maybe you have one that you're in Starbucks right now, which is great. But here we go. Apple still continuously working for us. Shopify, oh man. Hey, no better of a GIF.
Let's go.
Shopify, cash register.
Yeah.
We'll take it.
Going a little shop in there.
We have
Got it at a discount.
Got
a deal?
I don't think, you know what, on Shopify, all kidding aside, I don't think this is very much of a discount. Shopify's had a huge move back up, right up into the 200 period, moving average right there. But again, this is sort of that undercover love that we have for some stocks, right? It's like, although it looks like we're very, very obsessed with, and I am, trust me, on trading NVIDIA and some of these other names, you're just seeing right now, this right now is 60 cents in the money on Shopify on a well-positioned piece. So, I mean, we talk about being a support and resistance trader. What does Shopify look like it has down here? Support. So there's NVIDIA as well. Look at that reload on NVIDIA. Okay, this is why we talk about it. Do not judge a book by its cover sometimes. There's NVIDIA getting reloaded again, and a great trade on that, now $1 in on the reload. So although it's been a tough day to catch some of these longs, we have caught some of them, and we've caught them pretty well. So there goes NVIDIA, there goes Shopify. Tesla is the puke stock of the day, and I think we'll stay away from Tesla and as it's coming into 201 now. If it breaks 201, we're out. So we'll try a little bit more down here in the 30s if we can get something. But then on that break lower, Obi, completely finished if we break 201.
Yeah, so we're kind of holding in and around this 19,000. So the market is catching a little bit of a bounce. You can see the ES a little more aggressive than the Nasdaq here as of right now. Yeah, let's see if we can catch a little bit of a bounce on some of these tickers. NVIDIA is still holding that 115 area right now. 92 holding on Starbucks as well. Starbucks attempted to push towards VWAP, couldn't quite get there. Getting a little bit of selling coming in again. Look at that NQ trading back below that 19,000. So aggressive push back down to the downside with only about 3.5 minutes left on this 15-minute candle to print. And we're catching a little bit of a sell back into these levels. So maybe we are not ready for a bounce yet, Sean, as the market, that selling comes right back in. Look at the wick happening on the ES as well. But again, 3 minutes and 20 seconds left on this 15-minute candle to print. So we still got a little bit of time. Let's see. I'm curious to know whether or not we'll close above or below this 19,000. The first kind of green candle as of right now on the Nasdaq, but again, with a few minutes left, we could still close red. We could still continue to the downside. I have no idea, but I'm kind of patiently waiting on some of these, on Starbucks to kind of come into potentially into VWAP after it's kind of changed. Again, 92, a little bit of a key level from yesterday. Let's see if that acts as a bit of support on the day today. If not, that's perfectly fine. We will be back for more a little bit later there. If 92, if it gives up 92 as of right now, but that 115 holding as of right now as well. So looking across the board at some of these constituents, Amazon looking a little weak, but Alphabet finally catching a little bit of a bounce here. Again, first green candle on Alphabet happening as of right now. NVIDIA catching a bid. Day low right now is 114. We're trading about 1.5 points higher on the NVIDIA. So let's see. We're not really seeing much of yesterday's bidding, man. That strong selling off of the open might be a little suggestive of a reversion, but like I said earlier, we've only been making higher lows off of prior Monday, right? Even though the selling has been a little bit aggressive over the past few weeks. Since last Monday going into Friday, we did incrementally make higher lows as well across the board, and strong sell-off of the open. I'm asking, bigger picture, that's been kind of the trend. Where does that trend potentially catch is the question that I am asking as of right now. 93 is incoming here on Starbucks, so let's see what Starbucks has in store for us. Do we get a reversion to VWAP? VWAP, again, 93.74, so a point away from VWAP as of right now, as some of that selling pressure may be dissipating from the morning session going into 10:30. 92.70s printing right now. NVIDIA is still holding below VWAP, man. Are you still taking? You're still
Yeah,
long,
no, but
okay,
I'm-
You're,
so I
you're
have that
pointing, you're
10%.
pointing the money. You're pointing the money.
Yeah, we're pointing
it's
the money.
working well.
And NVIDIA's been fine. There's been nothing wrong with NVIDIA today, to be honest with you. We just had a big drop, and it came in and did some support, and we've been hitting it. There was a problem with it early. There's no doubt about that, but this has been the one that we've really supported here. Unfortunately, we'll flush ourselves down again, and now we're down, a couple coffees for sure on Tesla, because that last try at 201 faded out again. So we went long at 201.70, then we bought some 30s. So we'll take about a 50-cent hit on that drop down. I'm thinking about going short now on this name. So a little bit of a bump up here. It doesn't look like it wants to go higher. Well, I almost want to try it against the 50 period. We've really sort of absorbed that. So we'll take a starter position right now. Basically the first short for me today, which means it probably won't work. We are long NVIDIA, which is quite nicely in the money. Shopify is nicely in the money. And we also have a new entrant here, and it's only new because I've ignored it until now. And that is Palantir. So we did get that 7. Remember we said we were going to be a little bit greedy, not greedy, but try to wait for our prices. So we actually get 72s there. It just does come up into 78. It's not a full position or anything, but let's just see if I was offering 80s. Looks like we just missed the 80s there, which sucks. Hopefully we do get a little bit of a move up. There's a build right now of 1.35 million crude barrels. So we'll have to watch out for crude oil right now. XOM up to 18, 118, 119 coming through. USO could be looked at here as we get gasoline as well as oil, I'm hearing in my ear right now. So USO starting to dance around a little bit, being negative and turning right now down to 77.10. So watch out. Liquidity, a little sparse on this. So we'll have to wait to see what happens now with oil. All right, we're short now Tesla and long Palantir, our new positions, and $1.30 in the money on NVIDIA right now, as you mentioned, Obi, a point in on that one. It's Starbucks, the level that I had written down was 92.
Yes.
You're long 90.
We bounced off 92.
Good one.
Thank you.
I like that.
It's working for
Should have
now.
trusted in myself as well. Working for now, it's very, very key.
Yeah.
We'll talk about some targets and whatnot for Obi's trade and what he's looking at. But for right now, we got to go over to the desk with Adara.
We did just get that EIA crude oil inventory number really quickly before we get to crypto, because we did have a bit of a reaction to that. 1.357 million barrels coming in. So this is above the forecast of negative 2 million barrels. So interesting look there. In the oil space, in terms of crypto, we've got an update on this ongoing saga between Riot Platforms and Bitfarms going back to May. Riot expressed interest in acquiring Bitfarms for $950 million, which Bitfarms thought was a little bit undervalued. Then they then tried to block any acquisitions here with a poison pill, which was rejected by the Canadian regulators. New update here, though. Riot Platforms has now acquired an additional $2.28 million stake here. They now have a total stake of 18.9% in Bitfarms. It's already starting to show a little bit of effect because they have now, Bitfarms just announced the resignation of Nicholas Bonta, which was one of their founders and a member of their board, and one of the 3 board members that Riot Platforms expressed interest in getting rid of. So interesting look here. We'll have to see how this saga continues to unfold. But Riot getting a little bit more of Bitfarms with that most recent purchase. We have a bit of a bull flag forming here in BTC on the daily chart in relationship to the USD here. We have that nice support here off the 54,000 level, now consolidating a bit. Waking up into that near that 62,000 level for 2 days in a row now. Right now, actually just below the 60,000 level. Ethereum holding up slightly better here. Still up on the day, below that 2,700 that we were above earlier today, but still holding on to 2,650. Generally, slight positivity across the board here. We've got Ripple, Solana, BNB all up slightly. Toncoin notably here up about 10%. Doge's the only one that I'm seeing down on the day here, about almost 2% to the downside, but generally mild strength across the cryptocurrency space, guys.
All right. I just want to say, again, we talked about changing up our game. I was peed off at Tesla, so you know what we decided to go, and we talked about this. We went the other way. We flipped it on its head. We said we're going to take our first short of the day, and there goes Tesla. Tesla now $1 in the money short. Wow, that was a good experience because, again, we waited for something to happen, and this time it happened in the right way for us. And there's Tesla, man. Play the momentum, my guy, man. I mean, that's exactly what you're supposed to do right there. So Tesla right now, yes, sir, man. That's going to be a good one as it continues to fall down. Let's just, 200 maybe now coming in. I didn't really That bottom is $200.50. I mean, that would be at $1.50 if we take it. I mean, we can do that for sure, but it's still coming in. I'm going to bid $200 and like 30 cents just because. Let's see if that will come into play. Why not? I mean, we're still coming in right now. There's $1.50 on the reversal play. So whatever, man. We could Barry Horowitz, props it up, tap ourselves on the shoulder here because that little re-flip up right there is going to put us positive on Tesla. And I just said like how upset I was that we were long on this name. We had to have an opportunity to flip it, and we did exactly that. And then, of course, I go back to the stock that I'm the worst on today, and that's Palantir. And look, we just got stopped out again on Palantir. It's a good thing we didn't put on too many shares there, but Palantir stops us out again as it just keeps on falling down, man. We try to get VWAP, we try to get the 50s, and then we lose it at 50 again. So that'll only be about a 10-cent hit, but that sucks there for Palantir as it falls in as well. But there it goes, man. We are bidding, and we just got that fill. Tesla's breaking 200. Do we average into this or not? Any talk on your Starbucks there? That's stupid about Palantir.
So the market's kind of pulling in aggressively there. And Starbucks is holding on the bid. So I like that a little bit there. For the confluence, for the long there, you can see both the ES and the NQ aggressive selling to the downside, and Starbucks holds 92 halves as of right now, and catching a bit of a bid back into 93. So let's see if and when the market does bounce, will this ticker come in, or do we kind of continue the selling there? But again, that is some information that I do like seeing as of right now. Let's see how it kind of pans out going forward. 92 half still holding on Starbucks as the NQ, aggressive selling below that 19th thou and picking right back up. 18,920s are some of the lows as of right now. And what is it? 54.40s on the ES, man. So some aggressive selling coming into these markets. But Starbucks holding as of right now, holding the moving average from earlier. We've sold off quite extensively off of the open, and the hold on the bid as the market sells off. I do like that as a bit of confluence to maybe the bid potentially catching and sellers maybe not as in charge as they were off of the open. So let's see if it can get to VWAP. VWAP, again, seller is very aggressive off of the open. VWAP sitting at 93 halves as of right now. Sean.
Yeah, thanks, Obi. All right, so good little call there. I mean, I'm glad we talked about that 92 level earlier. It's too bad we didn't get 97 as a pop forward. We're back long Palantir. Let's see if that wants to work. We are out of 80% of our Tesla. Good move down. I mean, we got that 200 bid. That was really great. The 201 bid was also really great. So those plays starting to work for us a little bit. We did not reload NVIDIA, and that could have been something to have reloaded down there. But again, I kind of just, the market wants to fall down. I'm fine with that. It's just I want to get better prices, especially if we're going long on something. Here comes 200 again. I think you could almost add to a 200 break, to be honest with you, on this trade here for Tesla. We're now $2 in the money on the Tesla short. I mean, I thought that we were dead on Tesla, and we were. But now it's just come right back to life here pretty nicely on Tesla. I'm going to put another bid here just in case we hold 200. Instead of adding to it, let's just get out and then debate the next play on it because maybe it is a 200 break. So let's get some out in case we do continuously resist that stop out point. All right, 57s now. Let's punch a little bit out there, 56, okay? We also get our 57s on Palantir as well as that's now 12 cents in the money. Not a big one, but we'll make back what we just kind of lost on that and put a little bit more Palantir love back on the board now. Again, Apple still $1.20 in the money, NVIDIA $1, Shopify 50 cents. That's a good one right there. I do wish we did have that Starbucks trades. That was a good one there, Obi. Yeah, as we'll try to work that back. I really like that 92 level.
I definitely had to have a lot more down there. That's what I'm realizing. I got a significant chunk a little bit higher there. But with the market kind of bouncing now, let's see if it kind of holds 92.55s. I have as the 8 EMA here on a 3-minute. So that's kind of what I'm following as of right now. But we're holding some of these levels. Market attempting a little bit of a bounce. 92 key level from prior day. So I like all of that. But bigger picture on the day, yeah, we are kind of downtrending. We're holding some levels from prior day's strength. But again, we could just be consolidating sideways as of right now. So I do want to be wary of that. And again, as the market it acts a little bit volatile here from the lows back up, let's see if we can get to that 19th thou. This 15-minute candle has about 6 minutes left to print there, Sean. So 115 is still holding on NVIDIA. So it seems like that low day in and around that 114 still hasn't really cracked. And we are attempting for a bit of a bounce. Wow, take a look at this wick action on both the ES and the NQ, man. So that is some push coming in. Again, distinctly different from the selling that we had off of the open there, with the bids finally potentially catching. What else am I watching? I'm watching new holdings. They had earnings day one. They've been holding trend very, very well, distinctly different from the market. Nike's been selling off of the open there. So has Starbucks. NVIDIA sideways off of the open. On. We know that was a trade yesterday. Bit sideways as well. On. And Chipotle, nothing too spicy there as it just trades sideways.
All right, yeah, hopefully it's not, you don't have too many spicy things going on there either. Okay, there's Starbucks trying to go. We just talked about that. Palantir is now 20. Let's go, man. Face slap it up a little bit there. As we're finally now 25 cents in the money on Palantir, as that's trying to get back up to the upside. So we'll make a little bit back on that trade. And as I said to you, there it is right there, right? Boom. We did lose it a little bit, but we got it back. Sometimes it's about that patience. And look what we just did also on Tesla. We now have 10% left. So this is good, man. We'll end our day pretty much at the highest spot we've been at, just because still red. But because we've made some really decent trades here back in to show you guys there, including $2 plus on, or just $2 on Tesla. Right there, nice 50 cents plus, and we still have it on Shopify. That was about as smooth as it can go. Apple, we're still in this one. I mean, that's been a great stock. Wow, that was a good opportunity down there. And then NVIDIA is still $1 in as well. So all is well right now. It's 10:40. I still got a little bit of a headache, man. I don't know. We're going to have to have a little bit there, but all right, Obi, good trading there on Starbucks. Let's see if that continues to work. I know you've had the one name today, which is fine. There we go, man. We are starting to rally up now. Let's go Palantir. Let's go NVIDIA. We're starting to get some life back in this market, and we're glad that you're here with us. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, and let's throw it over to Adara. Let's go Palantir.
Some strength coming into the sector board here. Some sectors mixed. We do have retail trade here. Walmart and Home Depot, one of which reported yesterday. Then we have Walmart reporting tomorrow. Both of these particularly strong in this sector. Energy minerals getting a little bit of strength here as well, led by XOM. Some strength in health services, finance, health technology, a bit more mixed, but keep an eye on Eli Lilly here, clearing that $930 level and getting a price target increase from Berenberg this morning. In terms of other sectors, consumer services still on watch for the golds to Starbucks and Chipotle on day two of that Brian Nichols move. A little bit mixed as well here in producer manufacturing and commercial services, but some, of course, always worth talking about these tech sectors. A lot of these Mag 7 names in both of these sectors are going to be a little bit more muted, except for Google here in technology services, sharply to the downside on news of that DOJ intervention potentially here, as reported by Bloomberg. In terms of electronic technology, interestingly enough, generally strong here, except for the chip names. We've got Broadcom and NVIDIA a little bit more muted on the day, or names like AMD and Intel actually trading lower. So this could be a sector to watch out for here. Electronic technology trying to pick a direction, guys.
All right, more outs on Palantir. $1 in the money now on NVIDIA. We'll wait for 116 right now on NVIDIA. Actually, we're getting close. We're at 115.90. See if we can get out of NVIDIA.
Yeah, so still trading here, 92 halves on the Starbucks. So again, market is bouncing quite aggressively. We came all the way back up to 19th thou here, as you can see. So the bounce is definitely there. Let's see if we can break back above that 19th thou and push for some fresh highs here on the day. That 19th thou, oh boy, we got 2 minutes left for this 15-minute candle to print. And man, have we recovered quite a significant amount here of that selling. Over 100 points, isn't it? It's about, what is that, 18,925. So yeah, if we kind of push back up above that 19th thou, almost 100 points of a push back up on the wick on the 15-minute candle here on the Nasdaq. So absolutely wild, this kind of volatility coming in here. Walmart taking a bit of a pullback. We were looking at that earlier. Starbucks still holding sideways as of right now, but above that 92. So it stays a little interesting in my books here. But with only about 2 minutes left to print, see a lot of sideways action there. What is Google up to? That's my next question. Google is holding some of its lows as of right now. Again, Apple sideways chop, NVIDIA sideways chop where it's at right now. Amazon trending down a little bit, and Microsoft catching a little bit of a bid with that. Again, 15-minute wick action happening there as well on the softy. Spider bouncing off of a day low of 540 right now, Sean. So we're attempting to catch a bounce there.
Oh yeah,
we're attempting to catch a bounce. I see that you're mainly long everything and short Tesla there off 202s. What's going on with Tesla?
Yeah, I mean, Tesla's been that big one. It's the only short that we've had all day, either one of us. And right now, Tesla continues to be that short. We're out of it. We only have 10% left. We're going to see on a 200 break and then debate punching 200 short. The futures just resisted the 50-period moving average. So that's kind of, Obi, what I was watching there, just to get a feel to see what this market, wanted to do. And looks like it still wants to go lower. We should have gotten out. Not should have. You know, we're waiting for 116, so we're going to still do that on NVIDIA. I feel like that's going to be the play for us here to hold fort. We've been getting out some more Palantir. We still have 15 minutes to go, so it's not, this day's not over yet. But, we have, like I mentioned before, we have battled back nicely here today and made back about half of what we were down early. So it hasn't been a beautiful day. This has been a beautiful stock, though. We had put this on our radar yesterday, and the reason why is because I came in, and someone at the end of the day there, and I apologize, I don't remember the name. There's so many of you guys, over 7,000 or 8,000 people watching, obviously in the chat as well. There's lots. Hit the like and hit the subscribe, and they were saying, "What about Shopify?" And I was like, "Oh my gosh! Like Shopify was just $50, and now it's $70." So it went up basically that 40%. Went up $20 on 50. Again, from that bottom, and we talked about this yesterday with Brian and Neil and you and everybody, and it's just like, it's hard to look at stocks that were down here and say like, wow, we're up 40% from that move, but that is what we are up. At some point, it's going to get a little exhausted, but Shopify, we like that stock. We've always liked that stock. So there's the bid there on Shopify coming through. We definitely like some of the support down there, and not only that, it ran right into this, which was crazy. Great buying opportunity, and there's the break on the 200 period. So I was looking at this from yesterday, the Shopify trade. So it came in today, and when this happened, I was like, I got to go over it. We did find this name, so I'm pretty proud to have found it and traded it, what appears to be pretty decently. Oh, did we get that NVIDIA? Oh, yes, we did. My bad. We got that NVIDIA. We're now out of NVIDIA. I didn't realize we got it, and I want to get it again. So there it is. We are now out of NVIDIA. Man, that was exhilarating. Obi, we are able to put money back in our pocket on that trade and end the trade now on NVIDIA as it just hovers around the 50-period moving average. So we actually got those 90s, and then we just got a 75 as I wasn't paying close enough attention, wondering if we had got that or not. I feel like the next trade to go is a 200 break downside on Tesla. But the one break, my whole day is Palantir. If we don't have that initial break on Palantir, then no Palantir, no cry. But we did cry, and we did get hit on Palantir. So that was the move up there, right there early. Sorry, as we just get a 76 fill. Right there on that break, that sucked for us. We did hit it with shares, and when it dropped down, we had to get out. And it's basically that 30-cent hit right there winds up sort of being where it is. So probably over-subscribed to the long there, but we did like the play. And normally we don't want to say like our whole day is based on one stock, but the thing is we've been fighting everything else. Like Apple was smooth, man. Without Apple, our day would have been horrendous and I would have been much more nervous. But thankfully, we're taking profit here, as the market was coming in, we were able to do this on Apple. So that saved us a little bit. The Shopify trade is now $1 in the money on Shopify. So that was a savior there for us as well. Nike, we took a shot on it. That didn't work on that on possible activist movement. So that was a hit, but not that bad. And then being able to revert out of Tesla and get that short, that was another save there. So very good trading today for sure. Was not expecting this much of a pull up in Palantir, but there it is, man. Wait for the dip buys. I feel like we did much, much better after we've seen levels. So Palantir falls right back into that level, and I like it a lot.
Yeah, so we came right back into 92. So got out of that one.
Oh, we did again?
Yeah, so got out of that one. Couldn't really hold that half very well. push right back into 92. So I'm like, all right, cool. Clearly, just not on the right side of this trade today. Kind of fighting the trend to the downside. It is reversing, I guess, aggressively back down into this 92s level. Again, this is a bit of a level from yesterday. We did take a bit of a bounce. We got up to 70s, 92, 80s, and we come right back into 92s. But again, take a look at the futures there. We might spend some more time in and around this 92 area before we make a decision either to go further lower or bounce back up. Again, this ticker getting bid up yesterday on the news that they have a new CEO from Chipotle, and then Chipotle as well also kind of selling off on the day today. So continuation of that selling. What's going on?
I kind of mean to interrupt.
What's up?
What the hell's going on with NVIDIA right now? I just got out of it. We only had 10% left. Neither do I, but NVIDIA just ripped up now it's at 117. We were just talking about this move. Wow. It's fine. It's not making that much of a difference, but it does suck.
That 116 break seems like that was interesting.
All right, money talks with Adara.
Not seeing anything in NVIDIA, but I will be taking a look here, guys. In terms of the US dollar continuing on the downside, fourth straight red candle here on the daily chart, and its second significant red candle, also falling below that area I mentioned yesterday on this segment, that 102.70, which was some interesting support and resistance, now decisively broken below. We did get the CPI prints today. All of these coming in lower or in line with estimates, but most notably, we actually had a print below 3% on the year-over-year CPI for July, 2.9% versus estimates of 3% in the prior print of 3%. CPI month over month came in at 0.2%. We got a core CPI year over year, 3.2%, and core CPI month over month, 0.2%. All of those prints in line with estimates. Not any more economic data to keep an eye on today, though we do have St. Louis Fed President Fed's Musalem speaking late this evening around 11:10 p.m. Eastern time. He'll also be speaking tomorrow morning. But worth noting as well, yesterday we got some comments from Fed's Bostic that the market initially reacted pretty intensely to, saying that there is some recent inflation data giving confidence that we can return to 2%, but they're waiting for more data, and also saying that the Fed is concerned about cutting rates too early and then having to raise them again with the current inflation levels, quote, not being sustainable. So keep an eye on some of this Fed speak. Tomorrow morning, we also get things like retail sales, core retail sales, and some Philly and New York Fed manufacturing. So stay tuned for tomorrow, guys.
All right, so thank you, Adara. We just shorted NVIDIA, so we'll go another short.
Another one.
I don't know. We'll find out if that's going to work or not. It's not going to be a dollar winner to the upside. It just ripped up a dollar. But there's the short. We just shorted 93s right there. And we got some out at 70. So that was 20, 25 pennies. Now we're in the money, 50 pennies, 40 pennies as we make the move back in here. So yeah, very interesting stuff here, Obi. As this name now... Yes. I mean...
What a bid, dude.
Yeah, I mean, we just shorted it right there against the 200 period. I mean, this is the kind of stuff we're talking about. You never want to count me out or count the stock out, or, you know, try to stick with what's going on. As soon as we didn't hear that there was no news on that one, I was like, why is NVIDIA kind of going ham right now? I am going to, though, take this out. There we go. We'll just take it out. End of the trade. I'll take 50 cents.
Oh.
There you go. Now I don't feel so bad. Now we don't actually, now it doesn't wind up like we miss anything right there. Good out there. We'll take 116.50 back away from it and try to figure out what's going on with NVIDIA. Nice move up, nice move back down. So there we go, man. Now we're even higher than we were before. So yeah, good day, man. Palantir's starting to go. We only have 10% left of Tesla, so everybody telling me that it's curling. I understand that. We don't have much left. I want to see what happens at 202. But we're really on cloud 9 right now because we just made some nice money back there on NVIDIA on that reshort for that. Shopify still $1. Palantir's, this is going to be a good one for me as well. As we're bouncing in and around these levels, let's see if we can get an 85 and then a little bit higher than that. Nike still doing nothing. Apple climbing. Good trade there on Apple. That was the big one for the day coming through. So far, so good here as we just continue down this same road every day. Battling back, it seems like, is our MO recently. But we started off really hot. The last couple days were really big days. And
how was Monday, Tuesday?
Great, the best.
Yeah,
the best.
Solid.
Solid days back there. I wasn't sure, like I was saying, coming back off of some trips, but was a good one there. So Palantir there, nicely done. We get that 85, and wow, what an out for us on NVIDIA, by the way. Right back to 117 again.
Yeah, take a look at this market, man. Market's ripping back through that 19th hour. We were talking about that wick action there on that prior 15-minute, pulling back into that 19th hour. And we're getting that strong continuation there off of this 15-minute candle again, with only 5 minutes left to print on that one there. But yeah, no real bid catching here on Starbucks in and around this 92 as of right now, trading 91.70. So yeah. Might be trying to fight a lost cause here for a potential pullback in. With the market this strong and no real bid kind of catching on this ticker, kind of looking distinctly different from the action that we saw on top of that 92 earlier when the market was selling off and we were holding a little bit of a bid. Here comes 92 once again on the Starbucks. So maybe we got to be a little bit more patient with this one, Sean. As a 92, still we trade about a quarter below. Can't really get too far below a quarter, and then rips right back up a quarter past 92. So a little bit of a chop and churn happening as the markets rip to the upside there, printing much higher than the previous two 15-minute candles there. So VWAP is what I'm watching there as well. NVIDIA trading above VWAP. NVIDIA's VWAP I have at 116.32. And then VWAP on, wow, Starbucks trading 40 pennies past that 92 now. So I guess that was absolutely, that was absolutely, I got to have way more, man. Holy.
Yeah, that's always the problem, my guy. It's always about never having the right amount of shares and holding too long and holding not long enough. I hate trading. No, sure. I already said that thing about how much we love it. But okay, we'll start a little short here. As we just mentioned, VWAP there. The Qs are at VWAP. We're going to short the market right now. And just to give it a shot now, that's a great retracement. I'm guessing Adair gave us some news there about some Fed speak and whatnot.
What is going on?
There is some huge moves back up now. What a great move for NVIDIA, 17 and change. What a great move for Shopify, now $1 in the money. Apple now back to $2 in the money as that's starting to go. Palantir now 50 cents in the money. You know, Canada, baby. Maybe Palantir, we need to get some, we need to get some Palantir contracts in the Canadian government. You know what I mean? Yeah. There it goes right now. Palantir, loving everything about it as that goes back up to the upside. Here's the TQs, man. Short engaged until we break the 200 period. 50s. Boy. Short engaged till 50s market. So let's see now if we want to retrace back down a little bit. We're just flat on the day. I could see it. We talked about trying to fight the trend here on the CPI, which I thought came in. I can see numbers. Does come in lower. Thought the trend would have been hot. Thought the trend would have been higher right now. Come on, man. Just pull back just a little bit. We can get something in the O's here for this pullback on the TQs. I'm just like self-trained to take 10 cents all the time. I don't really know why, but here it comes back in. We'll see if we can get this. I instantly bid 07s there. And then I had to go over here. I was like, why would I do that? But that's 10 cents in. We'll see if we can get that. Then back into here, I think 62.90 could be a fill level there for the Qs. And again, if we can get a pullback, there it is. If we can get a pullback from VWAP back into the 50-period moving average, that could close the trade. So that could be something definitely that I'm interested in right now on a TQQ pullback as Apple going upside right there, NVIDIA continuing to march as well. Shopify $1. Let's put a Shopify stop in here if we break 70.80. So right into there. Let's change that up. And you can see me live. This is, look, we talk about trying to be not trying to be, we are. Did that go out? I just got to make sure. I have so many stop orders out. As transparent as possible. So that's going to be my out right there if that kicks in. And then TQs, out of 10% for 10 cents. So let's now go back, see if we can get a better position near 40s. That's going to be my next fill, 63.40 if it comes up to us on the TQQs.
Yeah, that was an aggressive push again across the board there as again the futures rip right back up into some of these pre-market. Not really pre-market, morning session levels there on the day. So let's see again. That strength came in quite aggressively on Starbucks back through that 92 as the market ripped right back up, and we're holding 92s as of right now. So again, a little bit of an interesting level here as we trend a little bit lower on the day there on Starbucks. But yeah, the reversion on NVIDIA is where it's at as of right now. NVIDIA as well as Amazon, Apple potentially pushing for high a day as well. Let's see if Softy can get back all the way there. 117s. We were talking about 114s on NVIDIA, Sean, and we're printing 117s as of right now. So absolutely wild moves happening here in the market there. You said that was a little bit of a catalyst driven. We got a little bit of oil numbers as well. No idea, but that bid came in real hot off of that rebid through that 19th hour, man. So
yeah, we had a good feeling about NVIDIA down there. That's why we wrote down 115. I mean, what a good call that was, but it doesn't really matter because we're fine on NVIDIA, but we had to withhold that one. There it goes right up to the 200 period. As the futures continue to go, this reminds me about doing something. We forgot to do it yesterday, so let's do it today. What's for lunch on, I'm going to call this Recovery Wednesday, like the fact that we're able to recover a little bit here from how far we were down. It's a good one. All right. Actually, my wife made a little bit of this the other day. So we're excited about it, but we'll see for us. Well, I'll be you can grab Neil's salad if you want to.
Okay.
For sure. Yeah. You already know that. All right. Here's the menu for today. Sirloin beef bolognese. I think that has a good chance. What, with buttered macaroni? Okay, are we getting, maybe it's a white sauce bolognese? I don't know, I'm more confused about that or this market here today, but it is 11 o'clock. I want to thank everybody for watching. As we continue to watch NVIDIA take out new highs, not new highs, but sort of back up through the 200 period, 117.20 and going. We're getting ready to get more on this market as we're short the TQs as well right now. So we're short the market, long Apple, $1 in on Shopify, 50 cents in on Palantir, and flat on our Tesla trade that I might just get out of as we did some damage back on that short. Any positions you're leaving us with? No.
No.
Obi, promise me.
Flat on Starbucks. Again, Starbucks looking weak. I have been fighting it a little too aggressively off of the open there, so I do have to reassess some of my actions and decision making right now. But again, had a bit of a break for the past couple of days. Got to get back into the motions here as of right now. But yeah, the market's ripping off of back towards that 19.1. So let's see if that can bring in any sort of thing. But Starbucks, to the downside, no bid to be seen.
More bid to be seen. Yeah, Google also getting hit. All right, it's Midday Madness time. It is Sharif. It is Adara. Obi, promise you'll join me again at 2 o'clock?
Yes, sir, I will.
All right, it's Obi and I coming back at 2. But for right now, it's Adara and Sharif. Ciao, everybody. Thanks for meeting Fabian.
There's dancing up a storm. What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as That Midday Show. That is your girl Adara, and I am Sharif. And we're gonna wait for people to, weasel, wave, whatever, move from the other stream into this one. Mr. Jonathan, what's up to you, my friend? Easy Trader and Arch Gamer. Woot, says Arch Gamer. What? Woot, back to you. MB3, Cesar Sandoval. We got Ponzi Fonzie. We got Chucky. We got Yannick. Blind Trader. That's not good. Brandon Townsend. We got Ronaldo. K-Town. Jeremy Newman. We got Chef Joe. We got Day Trader Cut. Andrew Chow. Big Adam DeLuce. Chris Walker and Cammy B. The Skips 8 also joining us, as well as Chandler, Blue Arrow, Ram G. He says, your favorite Ram is here. I don't know about that. You got
you might not want to say that in front of Ram.
Right. We got Ram saying hello in the chat. 420 Bud Monster. We got Chris. We got Jammer T. Blue Baron joining us, as well as Adara. Benton C. and Tariq Tahmid as well joining us. Adara, good morning. Happy Wednesday.
Yeah, good morning. I'm just saying happy morning in the chat here as well. Happy Wednesday to you, Sharif. How are you doing on this fine day?
We be okay.
You be okay?
Yeah. You know, we're short Amazon at the moment. It hasn't reflected on the position board. I'll start with the trades that I've had on the day. Obviously, goggles taking it on the chin today. The Department of Justice and whatever other government agency wants a piece of Google. They're looking at breaking it up. Many possibilities here. And so the market really reacting to that news today. 3.5% to the down side today. 3.52 to be exact. I just got stopped out. of my position on Amazon as that breaks through. But this is the trade that I'm proud of, a lot bigger of a trade. This one, I just lost about 10 cents on Amazon. This one over here, we took about 40 cents on. We got short 158.68, and we were able to cover down all the way into the 30s. This is putting in higher lows and higher highs, doing that hockey stick pattern that Adair and I often talk about. So I'm going to keep my eyes on goggles, and I'm going to keep my eye on Microsoft and Apple because they're interestingly strong today. Obviously, NVIDIA, the monster, is always, well, not always, but it seems strong a lot. So these three here, very interesting to me, looking to go a little bit higher. Adair, let everybody know what you're looking at.
Yeah, I'm in EWM. I'm actually in EWM. I was trying to add, so it would have been shown their position board, but unfortunately I was not able to add to the position. I got an IWM here at 206.50, and Sharif saw and heard me singing to Apple. I was like, Apple 206, 221.60s, because that, I also, shout out, you can check out my Instagram, Trader TV Adara. I actually had a whole video in which Sharif mimics my serenading of stocks as well in the background, where I was like, I love this range here, 221.60s to 220.60s. Then I go to get my tea, and I see, oh my gosh, we're switching to support at 221.60s. I tried to get involved not once, but twice. Both times Apple said no. So that's okay. Apple breaking above 222, really strong here. I'm still watching Apple, but while I was watching Apple, I was like, you know what also looks great? And which I honestly am more comfortable trading in general as well, EWM. So I got long EWM here, tried to add, I'm risking here to 206.20s, got involved again, 206.51s, tried to add at 40s because he bounced off 40s just beautifully, and IWM was like, no, Adara, we're just like rustling too hard to the upside for you, okay? I was like, okay, that's fine. But I'm also looking to either add or take some out here, depending on what we do here at 206.7 or 80s here. Look at that area. That was a bit of resistance. If we clear this, it's all she wrote. It's murder she wrote, but like the green version of that. It's guacamole, she wrote. I don't know. Speaking of guacamole, CMG I kind of have eyes on, but it's just drifting to the downside. I like Starbucks here, pushing above the 9 EMA. Shout out there to Obi, who I know is involved in that name. So hopefully he gets some like matcha in that trade. I don't know, because it's green. I tried. IWM coming back down, but bouncing nicely. I am looking to add, like I said, I've been trying to up the position sizes. Yesterday with Palantir, I had more shares than I've ever had on a stock live. So I was really proud of what I did there. And it was like, you know, handled responsibly. So I think just trying to up the game a little bit, step it up. That's what I'm trying to do here. Appreciate that button there. Props to everyone here as well. And if you have any stocks that you would like to know what the OB Confidence and the Confidence have to say about those stocks, you go in the chat, exclamation point, join, space, $, whatever ticker you like. Is it Meta? Is it Amazon? Maybe it's AMD. Maybe it's AMC. I don't know where that came from. But any tickers that you want to look at, go in that chat and let us know so that we can have that audience segment brought to you by Real Trading. Get down to whatever and Sean's involved in there.
All around.
He's short the market.
Yeah.
Nice look there. Good look there. Sharif is singing. Sharif, how are you doing over here?
I'm good. I got stopped at Amazon. And then it's going down again. Yes, I had right idea, poor execution. What's that, Fabian? No, because I know you're going to make it into a meme. Not like you can't anyway, because you can rewind. But all good there. This is what I'm looking at, Fabian, right here, because I got short here on Amazon for a specific reason. There's a lot of interaction between 170.20 today and Amazon. We had the initial support, then resistance, then we had it as resistance again, and this is why I got short. I guess I didn't give enough room. Sucks to be me. And down it goes, all the way down, expecting this to do that. But yeah, I got shaken out of this one. So, and it's not like I got top wick or anything. No, I got it at 25s. This thing went up to 40s. I'm a little short biased. Can you tell? We're down a quarter point on the NQ. Apple's been up for 6 or 7 straight days. It's time we pull back after that Black Monday that we had last week. I mean, it's healthy markets need a bit of a red day. So I was a little bearish. Whether that manifests or not, who knows? We'll have to wait and see. But I was looking short on the Zon right now, reclaiming 170 super quick. So maybe it wasn't that bad of a push out. Let's get to the lesson du jour, though, because we are talking about earnings all week long. We did last week. We're going to do it this week. Today, we're going to get a bit more nuanced with the lesson and talk about institutional buying and selling post earnings. Oh, baby. When did we do this before? Oh, I remember. Wyckoff's accumulation and distribution. Who remembers that week? That's very important, obviously, for swing trading and even intraday trading. So let's get right to it. Understanding the flow of institutional money post earnings can provide significant insights into a stock's future direction, By identifying whether large institutions are accumulating or distributing shares, traders can make more informed and better outright trading decisions. So let's talk about it right away. So we obviously know that institutions have big boy money, but what is their role in the market? We may think we know, but let's just talk about it for the newer traders. Market impact. Institutional investors such as hedge funds, sovereign wealth funds, mutual funds, pension funds, all sorts of funds, they trade in big boy volume, large volume buyers and sellers. That can obviously significantly increase or decrease the price of stocks. Hence, their role is market moving. They are the movers. We are the observers. I'm just speaking for myself. I don't have enough money to move these markets, but these bad boys, they are the market movers. Long-term perspective is most of their vision is long-term. It's not a hard and fast rule. Some are obviously actively managed and they take shorter views or shorter term perspectives, but most are long-term in nature. So these investors typically have longer term investment horizons as compared to retail traders, making their actions more indicative of the underlying market trends. Okay, so what are some technical indicators that we can use to identify institutional activity, whether they're buying or they're selling? The first one I'm going to submit to you is volume analysis, right? Unusually high volume is indicative possibly of institutional buying or selling. So a sudden surge, for example, in trading volume after an earnings release or after a big news catalyst drops can signal institutional buying or selling pressure. And there's also the issue of volume distribution, how volume is distributed, not just that we have high or low volume. Analyzing how volume is distributed throughout the trading day can provide clues. For example, if you see heavy volume in the early morning hours, it can indicate institutional accumulation. I would submit to you as well that we really need to be very focused on the market on open orders and the market on close orders. Yes, institutions can have buying programs running all day, basing their trades off VWAP or whatever the algo is set up to do, but oftentimes, the large share of the buy or the sell comes in the market on open, the MOO, or the MOC, the market on close. And so basically we need to keep an eye on the opening and closing print. Price action and volume also very important here. How many times have we talked about accumulation patterns? A gradual price increase accompanied by increasing volume could suggest to you potential institutional buying, as well as obviously distribution patterns where they sell. And I'll show you pictures in a second here. A declining price with increasing volume might indicate institutional selling. And this is kind of how it looks before we do the whole thing. So this is the Wyckoff logic that we talked about on the week during accumulation distribution. Usually when you're consolidating and you're locked within a range, for example, that's usually people are accumulating, depends really where in the chart you're showing up. Are you at lows or are you at highs? Sometimes as well, the giveaway here is that the lows will be incrementally higher. So here the lows are, basically at the same level. Sometimes though, because of exuberance, buyer exuberance, institutional buyer exuberance, you'll have incrementally higher lows until you get that big boy breakout through that top end of the resistance. And we'll talk about some gaps to look for when you do break out through this resistance level. Conversely, distribution, much the same thing. Distribution is assessed based on where it's occurring in the price chart. Are we at highs and we're selling off? That typically means distribution. You're also looking for the same thing here in the sense that you're looking for lower highs. Every time we pop up, institutions taking the opportunity to sell a little bit more there. So keep your eye, even though it's not depicted here in the picture, you're looking for lower highs and possibly lower lows, but still kind of within a horizontal range. Could be a little bit tilted though. Price gaps as well, very important. Large gaps up or down on high volume subsequent to earnings. These can often indicate institutional accumulation or distribution. How about these breakaway gaps? Remember these breakaway gaps that we talked about? When you're locked within that consolidation range, boom, that earnings release comes in, and then you're gapping above a key area of technical resistance. So that's kind of the definition of breakaway gap. When you're breaking away, you're getting away from that key area of technical resistance and starting a whole new batch of support and resistance levels. So keep your eye out for that. Moving averages as well. I'm not going to get into this one too much, but a stock crossing above its long-term moving averages with increasing volume can be bullish sign, potentially indicating to institutional buying. What we're talking about here is, the golden cross or the death cross, the 50 and the 200, things similar to that. But that's not the only way we can gauge institutional buying or selling by keeping an eye on these technical indicators. The options market is often very good as well in order to gauge that. So options flow becomes quite important here. And specifically what we're looking for is unusual options volume. So a sudden and unexpected surge in options volume, especially out of the money options, can indicate large institutional positions. You should also be looking, not just so if the earnings were very bullish, you shouldn't just be looking at the calls. Oh, how many people are piling into the calls? No, there's something called the protective put trade. And essentially it's hedging against another position that they may be holding in equities. For example, if I was to take 100,000 shares of Apple long as an institution and I'm heavily in the money, but I want to protect any downside move from maybe weak market conditions coming up. So then I get something called a protective put. And it's essentially what it is, a significant increase in these protective puts, this put buying by large institutional investors can signal a hedging strategy or obviously potential bearish sentiment, but that wouldn't make sense if the earnings report was through the roof. So you should definitely keep an eye, not just on the calls, but on the puts being bought as well to see if institutions who might be buying the equities are looking to hedge their bets through puts, okay? And obviously call buying here goes without saying. You should keep an eye on call buying because a substantial increase in call buying can indicate bullish sentiment and potential accumulation. That just kind of is self-explanatory, all right? And here it is. So what we do is basically you can, well, let me just show you here. Well, actually, I'm not supposed to, so I won't. But I have an options chain on my platform. And each ticker that I load up options for, so say I load up Tesla, there is a specific chart for a particular strike price, right? A call or a put. So I'll be able to see the call or the put at that particular strike price in the same way that I'll be able to see a chart of an equity, okay? So what we're looking at here is when we start getting unusual amounts of options buying or selling activity, whether call or put, and to keep an eye on when they happen. Again, very similar to the market on open, market on close orders, where they take place towards the end or the beginning of the day. Short interest as well, another way we can gauge institutional investment or interest, right? Short covering. A rapid decline in the short interest after a positive earnings report can suggest institutional buying to cover short positions, for example. And there's also the increased short interest. A significant increase in the short interest following a negative earnings report might indicate institutional bearishness. And we always have trade ideas in order to tell us exactly what the short interest is, but sometimes is depicted as a graph. So you'll be able to see what the percentage of the float is, what the percentage of the float is shorted, basically just on the graph like we would look at anything else. So another thing to keep your eye out on there, the short interest. And this is a particular short interest for BRLI, not like I know who they are. The 13F filing as well, very important here. Not technical, it's more fundamental, but it's something to keep an eye on. So this is basically, you have to review the quarterly filings by institutional investors in order to identify their holdings and potential trading activity. So basically when a company that's regulated has to report every quarter what they're holding in terms of investments. Here's an example for, I don't even know which company this is. It doesn't even say their name, or does. It doesn't really matter, does it? Because this is kind of what it looks like there. So you'll see the name of the issuer, the company they're involved in, how much they have in terms of value, et cetera, et cetera. And you can basically see what their new positions are, the things they added, things they removed based on their quarterly filings on the 13F. But we also need to preach caution and, alert you to some considerations. False signals are an ever-present danger in the trading world, so it's essential to consider other factors such as market trends, economic indicators, company-specific news when interpreting, this institutional activity. And we also need to be mindful that a lot of the data that we're getting, whether short interest, whether the 13F, is all delayed. So delayed reporting is an issue here. Institutional trading data often has a delay, so it's important to use this information as a confirmation rather than as a primary indicator. And, we're always on the lookout for market manipulation because it's an ever-present danger. So we need to be aware of the potential for market manipulation through fake volume or misleading order flow. I'm not really sure how you fake the volume, Adara, other than just buying and then
That's
immediately
odd.
selling. But yeah, apparently that's possible. So that is the lesson. And yeah, what's the look?
Yeah, you've heard of fake love by Drake, but now fake volume by Trader TV. No, I'm joking. But yeah, thank you, Shrey, for going over that lesson, preparing that lesson. Really appreciate it there. Shout out to the mustachioed man to my right. And if you want to see said mustachioed man gesticulate wildly at the green screen at 2 p.m., exclamation point, join, space, $, whatever ticker you want to look at. Maybe it's C-poop to resuscitate a joke that was already resuscitated yesterday. Maybe it's Amazon. Maybe it's Chipotle. I also need to talk, because I'm sure you've seen the position board, and maybe you were like, with some of these IWM trades. So I've said this in the past. I find, for whatever reason, I'm very in tune with music, and sometimes I'll have like a song in my head, and it's like somewhat premonition about, it's predictive in some way about like the market or trading. Is that weird? Sure. Is it a little biased? Maybe. But anyways, so this morning I had Chanel by Frank Ocean in my head, and of course that song is a C on both sides like Chanel, so I was like, maybe we're going to be a little bit long, a little bit short. I've already done that here in IWM. I want to talk about it because I had confidence in all of these trades, and yet I have flipped direction slightly wildly. Initially, I was long here. I like that long at 206.40s. I added, or 50s. I actually added into it, okay, right? Then I got out, and to be clear, I'm a little bit upset at myself for how I followed these exit rules. I was supposed to be waiting here at that 206.25s. I got out as we got into 30s because I didn't like the violence on the book. Whatever, trust yourself, fine, okay, Adara, cool, move on. But why didn't you actually wait till 25s? Instead, that's a 5 penny difference. So I'm going to be definitely risking a little bit more here with this long. Now, then why did I go short? Because I go short because I get out, we come right back up, and we're really flimsy here around 50. So I get short, and I say, if we break below 40s, you're good. If we break below 30s, you're even better. If you can't break below 30s here, Adara, that's a higher low. Get out of Dodge. We could not break below 30s, took like 10 cents on the short. It was a much smaller position, right? Then I got back in the long because I was like, oh my gosh, Adara, higher lows. This is still a bull case across the board here. So I did get back in the long. Now you might be like, why did you take profits here? Part of the position. I took profits a part of the position because I was like, you know what? Honestly, like I said, the trading's been a little in IWM. I stand by the long now. Clearly the mind has been made. We did see on both sides like Chanel, but right now the only, I would like this ocean, the motion, the ocean, the change in the tide here to continue. Shout out to Frank Ocean there, to continue to the upside. I will be adding to this position if we get nicely here into 80s. I don't want to add all willy-nilly. I think part of why I left the long as well is I don't like where I added to that position. Like I said, I'm happy I'm trying to add more. I'm really happy I'm trying to get that position size up, but I need to be adding in areas that make sense. For me, the only area that would make sense to add right now is if we get above that 206.80s, because that shows, hey, we're actually here to the upside. If we keep making higher lows, I'd be tempted to maybe add a smattering of shares here too, but I don't want to add in all willy-nilly. That being said, if you have the confidence, you have to go for it. You have to trust yourself, believe in yourself, have the confidence, deliver that verdict to make that trade. Yeah, I know. I always set it up a really specific way, so it makes sense. Google says, Jamwell, if you want to vote there, go exclamation point, join space, $, Google. But I will look at Google for you because I know that Sharif was looking at Google. Google was also one on watch here with the DOJ. Saying no, tearing them asunder, Pichai, potentially gonna break up Google. So that pun, the first time that pun's really worked. But yeah, so I was saying, Sharif and I said this actually in unison, the hockey stick pattern here on GOOGL. I think if we break below that 157.80, this is a great look, because even on the 5-minute chart, we really don't have higher lows here. Not to compare it to IWM, they're very different, but the charts here both had to move down, and in IWMs, you see higher lows. Google, you see a little slumpy slump below that 90 MA. GOOGL would not fill me with a ton of confidence in a long, other than the fact we're holding that 158.70 area. But then again, the way we're holding it, 157.70, we're holding this so well, though, that sometimes when you've got that move down, I think if that thing breaks, it might break pretty intensely. Another name I'm looking at here, and this is really random, and I want to preface this, was I could not find any stories on this. Bless you. Why is Morgan Stanley up almost 3% with 4 million shares on volume? I found no catalyst. It was up pretty strong in the morning as well. I like this strength here at 99.20. I like the with that push up, but we can't really hold it. I have no trades on this yet. To be clear, I don't know if I'd go long or short. I like that Oh my gosh. Okay, so part of it is I really like this hold of the 90 MA here. I like that 99.40s, you risk it into 99.20s. That being said, this kind of support, I feel like if it breaks, when the bow breaks, the Morgan Stanley will fall and rockabye Adara's profit. So that's the one thing I don't like about using this as a support resistance area. That being said, I think Morgan Stanley's something's brewing here. I'm not sure if it's tea, I'm not sure if it's coffee, I'm not sure if it's trade, but MS is definitely on watch here for me. It's a must-see stock for me today. IWM, just chilling, chopping, churning, vibing. How are you doing?
Good. I was able to exact some revenge on Amazon. And when we say that, we're just joking, guys. Nobody's exacting revenge on anybody. I retraded it. I like this area, and I continue to like it. That's why I got back into it, Fabian, because, well, we didn't really clear. We bamboozled me. I seem to have been stopped out at the highest point, so I got back in, wet my beak on some profits at 90s, 88s. We'll see if we can continue to work down. I'm going to debate whether or not to add at this area. There's all sorts of resistance at this 170.25 on AMZN on the day. Don't know why, don't really care. But what I do know is I need to be on the lookout for possibly higher lows. So the worst we've done on the day is a low of the day right now, 169.13, higher low. So I'm concerned here that we continue to put the higher lows and then we get the higher highs. So that's what I'm on the lookout for. However, if we continue to break down, maybe coming in to the 70s or 60s, that makes us a newer low, and then I'm a little less concerned. Right now, we're zagging at 170. I've already wet my beak. I'm looking for a move down. Here's what I'm seeing on the 5-minute. And maybe it's a bit more clear on the 5-minute, not sure. This is, this to me yells bearish. It really does yell bearish. However, the other side of the coin is, and I know I always look at multiple sides of the coin, this could be an inverse head and shoulders, right? We got the down move, we got the left shoulder, we got the weird head, and then we got the right shoulder here. I'm kidding. Yeah, right?
You're not judging its head.
No, I wouldn't do that, Adara. So if we get a decided break through this neckline, I would submit to you the neckline is somewhere between 170.25 and 170.33, maybe the third being the high end there. We get that neckline break, that's good. And we got a downtrend preceding it. So sometimes you see what you want, not what's there. So that's why I'm accounting for multiple different possibilities. I may be interested in adding at the $0.25. I may not. It really depends on how the future's moving and how Amazon is moving at these levels. So right now, 1 for 1 on the Zon, looking to get a little bit more. I feel this is a downtrend, but it could absolutely move up. And right now, when I look at said market, you've got the likes of Apple moving up. Softies moving up. Meta is on a very clear uptrend. It's about almost $6 off the low, $7 off the low now, $5.25. Now we're touching $5.32. So there is some strength coming into the market. Looks like Tesla, looks like Google are going to, be the laggards on the day. Both have negative headlines today, so we'll continue to watch that. 2.89 for the Cybertruck, and I don't know, why is Goggles not showing me the percentage? What's going on over here, Goggles? 3.47, almost 3.5% on Goggles. Now, Tesla and NVIDIA were very strong yesterday, so we could see a bit of pullback today in Tesla. I think that would just be, normal stuff. That 200 level is awfully interesting on the day. Right now, it was a definite defend, 199.81. So basically a $200 hold. Fantastic look. Let's see if we get into VWAP, what the sitch is. Do we reject off that 203 and change, or what it's going to be? So essentially, it's been a down move all day. Bit of a consolidation right now on the Cybertruck on TSLA. We'll see if it's able to work its way back into the volume weighted average price. And if it does it use it as resistance, or what the situation is? But Nimit, absolutely Nimit. Nimit wants me to look at Buru. B-U-R-U. Yeah.
Name of the company.
Is it?
Yeah, New Buru.
Oh, right.
I don't know why it is.
Well, you're pretty good with that kind of stuff. So
well, they were on the small cap recap today. They were honored.
Go.
So on the small cap recap.
Hey.
No, I'm joking.
All right, B-U-R-U, Adara. Let's look at this one for Nimit. Put the ticker on. Okay, so this one is an earnings. It looks like it was an earnings winner, or something happened at 4:35 yesterday. Let me look, make sure. So the yesterday was the 13th. Funny enough, I'm not seeing anything here.
I didn't see anything on that.
That's so funny. They got something on the 9th. They got this. Nuburu has been awarded about, not $850,000 for this phase 2. Sorry, just got something from work. For this phase 2 contract for Blue Laser Planetary and Lunar Management. Oh, I like. Anything space related, Fabian, right away gets my attention. I don't really know what the situation with this is from the news perspective, Nimit, but we're going to look at the technicals. And right now, you've got a lot of levels off which to work. So yesterday, you have the pre-market high, or sorry, the aftermarket high dancing around 260, okay? The closing prints there, more like 250. 8 p.m., we weaseled down into about 215. We whiffled and waffled in the pre. Do we have a pre-market high discernible? Yes, we do. It comes in at 250 again. So this 250 thing, it seems to be a repeatable level. And then when we work in over here during regular market hours, Nimit, again, 250 featuring as resistance. So bless you, Brenkles. So what I'm looking at right here is 250, certainly as resistance on BURU. Fantastic look. Now, what's the support level? There seems to be, for whatever reason, support at the third of $1. So we're definitely ranging on this, Nimit. You know how I feel about these small cap gappers that that aren't above VWAP. I don't take them as breakout trades in the same way that I won't short them above VWAP. They'll have to be below VWAP for me to short them. However, that doesn't mean you can't trade the small cap gapper as a different style of trade, not a breakdown or a breakout trade, but as a range. And right now, here's what I'm seeing, Nimit. I'm seeing about 2 1/3 support, 2 1/2 resistance. I would personally play it that way until it gave me a different reason not to. For example, a breakout or a breakdown. So I hope that helps. I hope you print up a storm. 45.5% is this name. Let me give everybody else the deets. It's a large, a huge, a monstrous $2.5 million market cap. I'm joking when I say that, of course. 36.8 million shares traded on the day, and it's got 10 million shares for its float. Let's find out. Get it, Adara. Let's find out what the short float is on this bad boy. 9% or thereabouts, Nimit. 8.93. But Trade Idea says 460,000 shares. My platform says 10 million. So you're going to have to figure out which data point you want to trust there. Let us all know all about it.
Yeah, shout out to the musical artist Russ here. I am in, this is kind of a joke on the floor. Russ is the greatest rapper alive when people have these trades on the IWM that go well. Shout out to Opie there. I actually saw Russ live once in Winnipeg, so I feel like I'm allowed to joke. But anyways here, shout out to Russ. Shout out, we're in the money here in IWM. Really happy with this trade. So I said I was interested in adding either if we got above that 206.80, because that was a massive level of resistance earlier. And like, you could see it on the chart. I saw it on the book. It was not a vibe. But I also said I was interested in adding if we had higher lows. We had higher lows in the book there around 205.60, so I added. I'm really happy with how this trade went. If we get below that 206.80s in any kind of violent way, I'm getting out. If we keep bouncing here, though, I liked 85s as kind of a level in the book. I'm willing to add. So I also got some profit out here at 90s because that was an area that we wicked into here too earlier. So I wanted to make sure I was securing some of the bag as I continue to build a larger bag here. You get the bag and fumble it. I get the bag and flip it and tumble it.
Love it.
Shout out to the Migos. So hopefully we do not fumble this bag. I would not enjoy the fumbling of the bag. Shout out, I've shouted out way too many rappers during this analysis of the stock, but I will continue to do so. Lumen here. Let's see what's Lumen and Lumen, because a lot of people here are mentioning Lumen in this chat. I always forget that Lumen's an NY name, and I don't know why I forget about that. Also, Intel broke up a VWAP, but I was trying to get filled in that. I've tried now twice, and Intel's like, no. You're not intelligent enough for me. I'm like, oh, sorry, Intel. Intel's a little bit of apparently a sassy stock today. Does not want me to get involved.
Kind of rude.
Right? A little bit disrespectful, but it's fine. Shout out to Patty G and his crew, and also BPI. Lumen, great look here. We know that Lumen was on watch. We had those earnings last week. They did a thing with earnings that Disney also did, that Netflix has done in the past as well, that I've talked about, where companies will announce, like, they have kind of questionable earnings, and the day before said, like, slightly questionable earnings in some way. They will announce some kind of announcement that is positive. So Lumen had, like, $5 billion in, like, new deals coming through or whatever, and then they got those earnings. Market still reacted well because Lumen has a lot of retail attention, but nice volume here, decent volume as we push into Lumen. About 25 million shares traded on the day. Let's see the daily chart. A lot of these small caps, I feel like you get a better POV from the daily chart, especially one with Lumen that we know has moved quite a lot recently. So LUMN on the, what are you up to? Lumen, I know you've traded for more than 2 days. Come on, man. Oh, wow. Lumen gets a pushback. This, to me, we have to push higher than this, or I think Lumen might be done for the day. And I say that because look at these two candles we've got twice on the daily chart now. One's a green candle that closes there, the second a red candle that quadunks and opens from there. If we can't get above 560s, I'd be a little bit scared about what's Lumen and Lumen. I'm going to be honest with you. If we break higher, you could maybe do 650s here on that daily chart. I want to look at the 30-minute as well, or 1 hour. I just want to give myself a little bit more of a wider view, especially because, like I said, I'm definitely not as comfortable in these small caps. Oh my gosh, IWM, do your thing, 21. Do your thing, 21. Sorry, I got really excited when I saw that. But IWM's doing well here. Lumen, okay, so Lumen here, clearly some support here in the 1 hour around this 4 area. But honestly, like I said, I saw it in the daily. I'm still seeing it here. That, if we can't get above 560s, like I said, Lumen might be Lumen to the downside. It's also a little bit concerning that the only area I can see here on the daily or the 1 hour that we go higher is 640. That's like $1 away. You got to have a lot of spunk to move that one higher from here. Like I said, Lumen, I would be a little bit worried about at this level because we're a clear level of resistance on the daily and hourly chart. Sorry for that take, but that is my honest opinion. But yeah, still chilling with EUM. Oh my gosh, EUM. I wanted to add there to a 690s. It would not allow me to. I can't complain. We're like 50 pennies in the money here in IWM. Woo! So really happy with that. You got to have that confidence. If at first you don't succeed in a trade, if it makes sense within reason, try again. Let's go, Russell. What are you doing?
Excited you're getting. I love it. It's a great day on the market.
We're 60 pennies in the money now.
Woo! The market is on the way up, baby. Here comes 19-1. Strong day on this market, finally recovering. Apple breaking highs. Now, who else is breaking highs? Softy at the highs, baby. That's the only two that are at the highs. I'm sorry. But there's more. Hopefully the NQ gets to the highs. It's about 45 points off the highs. Good look right now. I'm still short Amazon, and I'm break even because this thing won't move. It won't break up and stop me out, and it won't fill me on the way down. So somebody's selling up a storm for whatever reason at 170 and a quarter on AMZN, and I'm not entirely sure why, because I don't think it really has a negative catalyst today. Zigging and zagging, really looking like it's trying to break out. The market really is pushing up, so we'll see if Amazon can push up with it. Right now, I've got like 6 pennies to get stopped out. Right now, I'm at 15s. I'm risking about 10 pennies, so it's a decent position. Positive on it so far, but looking to add a little bit at this level because it just doesn't break through this level for whatever reason. Now, that could all change. We could definitely get a big boy break through that level. So keeping an eye on the future, maintaining my position on Amazon. I'm seeing Apple come into the highs, baby. 222.76. It continues to recover. I'm going to be very interested on Apple if it can retrace and come back into 222s because it had all sorts of issues with 222 today. So I'd like to use that as a support level if it was going to be such a distinctive, strong resistance level. So we initially moved in the pre several times into 222, couldn't break it. And even with the economic news that we got at 8:30, it wasn't able to break 222. And then we tested it again after the bell, finally 11 o'clock when we came on the show, we get that big boy break through 222 on Apple. So if Apple comes back into $222, and it works with how the market's moving, I'm definitely going to be interested in getting something long on Apple around there. So we'll keep tabs on that. What else is moving up here? So NVIDIA also stair-stepping. It's doing its little best stair-step life. So, you know, where it has areas of previous resistance, let's call it that 116 and a quarter. It clears there, and then it kind of uses that 116.50 as support. It has an obvious level of resistance as well, at least on the 5, at 117 and a quarter. And now it's printing 75s. So could it use that level possibly as a level of support? So we'll keep tabs on that one. Yeah, not much else. Just maintaining my position. I'm 2 pennies in the money on Amazon. It's not breaking down, and it's not really going up either. So just trying to pack my patience. How's IWM going, Adara?
It's going well. We're still we're about 40 pennies in the money because I took out half the position. I want to clarify why I took out half the position because we were really running into that 207.30. 207.30, not only is it VWAP, but it's also in confluence with this little chop and turn area earlier. So I don't like that. That being said, I love how we're holding up 207 mid-teens. Man, I was going to say, oh boy, but that's not my phrase. But I mean, this 207, okay. I'd be so tempted to add. I don't really want to, get all herky-jerky with my average here. But the way we're holding this 207.20s is gorgeous. Wow. Also, with regards to what I'm doing with the rest of my position, I'm holding this. I'm not getting out until we get to 207s. I want to see what we do with 207s because that 207 break was just nice. Steph's kiss. It was beautiful. It was perfect. It was amazing. It was immaculate. I'm not going to keep complimenting it, but it was a great look there on that IWM break. Like I said, I don't want to get out yet here because I don't have any reason to leave. I'm not sure I have any reason to add yet either. So I'm going to right now sit on my little hands and see what happens. Eli Lilly, shout out to Lilly. Vikya Novak actually mentioned this one a while ago and was like, when you think about a short, a long, and at this point it had broken below the 90 MA, I was like, honestly, this breakdown was so violent, I would not want to do a long. At the time, it was kind of hovering around that 929, so I said, see if it retests 930s. It did not. It sold off there. However, now we're at an area, I would not go long Eli Lilly here just because volume not bad, 1.42 million shares, but I'm trying not to like rely on Lilly as a crutch. Reliability, you know what I mean? I don't want it to turn into a liability. Oh. For my trading. I don't know what that face was. But that being said, like, look at how well we bounced at that previous area of top and turn at like 926. This is gorgeous. This is not one, however, though, that I'd have any interest in trading. We're so close to VWAP. Given how violent that move down is, I'm like, I don't know. Also, IWM now back up here above 20, so I'm going to add a little bit at 21 if that does something for me. Pretty small add here because I still like the position. I still like the stock. And Russ is still, as of right now, the greatest rapper alive. But yeah, all jokes aside there, just wanted to address that IWM. Eli Lilly, though, Vikya Novak, I think this 926 area could be spicy if it holds up. My only thing is I don't really know what you'd risk into maybe 924s, given where that wick was. But yeah, I would probably do a little bit more time frame analysis, not sure. You're welcome, Vikya Novak, and thank you very much to you for being in the chat and being part of this community. IWM was hustling a little too fast for me to catch up to that Russell. But if there's any stocks you're trying to catch up to, if you have any reads on anything, get into that chat and get involved. Exclamation point, join, space, $, whatever tickers are fancy. Louis C saying about Lilly, if you don't enter at 755, don't enter. That's fair. I think, though, Lilly, there are opportunities to day trading. I think the biggest thing, though, with Lilly that I've noticed as someone who traded it, you got to be confident. That actually is a huge aspect of trading Lilly, and that's what helped me last week. You have to be confident, but you also, I would say, have to have clear risk-reward levels, and your reward that you're looking for has to outweigh your risk. So I was in that Lilly trade on Monday, which actually did give you the breakdown I was looking for, but not while I was in it, and I was risking, like, $2. I was trying to make $3 to $4 there, right? So it's like you really have to make sure the risk to reward is there on Mademoiselle Lilly. If it's not, I would say be very cautious. But right now, Lilly coming back into that 930 area. The point I'm trying to make is I think anything can be a day trade stock if you're comfortable trading it, if you've tried it in the sim, and your risk to reward makes sense. Rant over. IWM not. We're like 80, almost 80 cents. We're 80 pennies in the money here on Lilly. So happy with, or not Lilly, IWM. Wish I could have added to that, but woulda, coulda, shoulda. Still happy with the position I have. If we keep bouncing off 730s, that honestly is a great add area, just given how hard we fought for that resistance support. How you doing?
Good. It took several outs on Amazon, got back in here to play the range. Oh, now it's breaking above. So we're going to have to get out here for breaks 30. So keeping an eye on this one. So this is going to be like the second L here we've had on the Zon. We'll positive on. Let's see if it breaks down. Yeah, the market's headed up. Okay, so I'm going to stop trying to short Amazon here and trying to take the market long. I just gave back some of the profits. No, but we'll try to figure out something again over here. But yeah, I know it's all good.
I love it.
Yeah, it's a show, right? So we gotta have to be entertaining.
I enjoyed it.
Willis Addison, $2 super chat, silently brought AMAT 205 calls last week near 191. Shout out to you. Not like I know anything about AMAT, so I'll just leave that to you. But keeping an eye here right now on Amazon as it's breaking through 142. So I'm trying to figure out, look, this, I was trying to say possibly inverse head and shoulders on the way down. Now it looks like it's breaking through that neckline, but not in the way that I expected. So I'm going to pack my pace. I don't think this is the right one to take long. If there is going to be market strength, there are stronger names that I can take, like NVIDIA, Apple, or Meta. Sorry, yes, I forgot about Meta. And Microsoft as well, just printed highs. So that's interesting. Also, Google right back into VWAP. This is interesting. 159.50 as we're at 1,950 on the NQ September contract. Google's been all sorts of weak today. It's putting in that umbrella pattern that Adair talks about. So now changing from the hockey stick pattern possibly into the umbrella pattern.
They're both bearish, so either way.
They're both bearish, yeah. So let's have a look here at goggles. 159.50 is where I'm looking as a possible area of resistance. If we're getting here, here. We're going to have to give this one room, obviously, to the downside. So that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to get in here initially, and then we'll look to wet our beak, possibly, if it does work its way down a little bit more on Google, as it just got into the volume weighted average price and did a bit of a rejection there. Already printed on it a little bit here, but I definitely want to add more. I'm going to send more orders up into the 40s, I believe. There we go. We'll sit in the 40s to get possibly short there to take advantage of any weakness coming in on goggles around there. So we take that short initially, took it short again. Let's see if we can get something a little bit higher so we can wet our beak on some more profits. But it's coming down now. We're already 20 pennies in the money on this one. That was super quick. Here comes the whole dollar level, looking for a bounce there. Nice trade. Looking to get in again, though. I'm going to send in my order again in the 40s to defend the volume weighted average price. I want to front run it by a little bit. So we'll put that short order there, the resting order, to defend that $159.50 level on goggles, but I want it in the 40s so I can front run it. 1,950 just came in on the future, and this could be an interesting area here. We had a lot of pre-market consolidation from essentially the drop of CPI to the opening bell right at 9:30. This is the range we were in, 1,950. Let's see if we can clear this level. Already getting a bit of a red candle right now, but let's not put too much stock into one candle. So I'm going to be all eyes on the future right now to see if we can get a bit of a down move. Already took it on goggles, but looking for a little bit more here at VWAP. Don't want to front run any big levels. Like, I'm not going to take the future short at 1,950 because I see the pre-market consolidation there. I need a little bit of proof. Getting it on the back end, as Neil likes to say. Shout out to him. He's not with us today. But if we reject on this 1,150 on the future, I'm going to be looking to get short Adara on the TQQQs.
Yeah, I added to IWM at 31s. I'm going to explain why I did that in a minute here, because I do stand by that addition. I realize if you have confidence, you have to have your confidence. With that in mind, or confidence or confidera, shout out to Darwin. With that in mind, I got short Palantir, and I know that that is probably maybe a what the heck kind of moment, but I actually stand by this. And the reason I stand by this is because look at how aggressively we sell off from 31s every time we get to 31s, okay? To me, this 31 level, we got below it. In retrospect, I think I didn't get that first pop, so maybe I think it looks like we maybe have a little bit of a bounce here. I'm going to be honest, this candle looks a bit bullish in retrospect, but I'm not leaving. Don't want to panic sell until we get to 3105s, which was my area. That's going to be my stop area. 3105s, we got wicked up in here, couldn't hold it. 3105s, to me, like that is the stop. I think as long as we can stay, like a couple times on a wick and closing basis, we failed at that level. So if we stay below 3105s, I am staying in this short. And the thing is, too, is like I knew this trade kind of go either way. Palantir is pretty strong. But if you see the trade you like, I like that we were below the 90 MA, we were whiffling, and we were waffling. So I said, Adara, you owe it to yourself to attempt this trade. Look, once again, we get to 3105s on the ask. We cannot get there on the bid. We come back to the downside a little bit here. If we bounce here off 31s, obviously that's not going to be a vibe, but you do owe it to yourself to try these trades with your utmost confidence, if you have your confidence, and to trade them appropriately. I was looking for minimum 10 pennies here if we get back down into 30 high 80s. So risking 7 pennies, to me, that makes sense. That being said, though, now we are nicely pushing above here. So we're going to have to say au revoir to Palantir. Nice knowing you. Happy I tried trading you. And now back to the only other stock I've traded all day. I've only traded 2 stocks today, which for me is pretty chill. IWM. So I added here at 207.30s. The reason I added at 207.30s because like I said, this was a huge support resistance area. When we broke above that, we got the nice pop into 50s, came back down. But when we came back down, we still stayed above 20s. I really like that look. Did out here at 30s. I still am using 207 as my make it or break it level. If we get into 207 and bounce, maybe I'll add. If we get below 207s, I'm done. But I realized, Adara, like it's better to add into the position. Don't worry about your average. If you still feel confident about this, why are you not adding more? And I said, I don't have the answer to that. I'm not adding any more right now. My 2 levels now are 207.80s and 208.20s, and those are clearly, of course, the support resistance areas that you can see here on this chart that came into play a little bit on some of these time frames. So got about 40 pennies to one of those, 80 pennies to the other one. Have no idea how this IWM will continue to rustle or continue to hustle. But we'll have to wait and see what happens. Really happy with where I chose to get out of Palantir because that dude pushing higher. Long punt apparently here. Lily, apparently we've got Victor Young Novak trying to take a long try on Lily, doing Call Me Crazy, which I'm guessing reference to your iconic Call Me Crazy. But, you know, I wouldn't call you crazy. You gotta try what you have to try here. And I do think, like I said, I like that support at 926. I do stand by that opinion of liking support at 926. That being said, like I said, I still think getting above 930 would be a nice little confidence booster, but we're clearly holding nice support here at 926 on the lilied one. Let's see if there's any other on the medicated one. I'm joking. I mean, it is a pharma name, but let's see. They just got a nice little price increase today. Price target increase from Berenberg. Oh, wow. Jeez. Oh, no, Mike. So Lily, I'm not really seeing any levels of support or resistance here on the daily chart other than, this 915, but we cleared that. That was nice little resistance on the daily, trying to break above it, pop higher, and then coming into the most recent rally, we really struggled with that 910 before breaking up. So I don't really have any other levels on the daily chart. Bit of resistance here at 934. Oh, never mind, I take it back. Support at 934. 934. Two bottoming tail candles here, right? Now look where we start rejecting it, Lily. That's right, 934. High of day, 934.50. Lily in that 934 struggle is something I would note, especially with that daily level in the intraday there at 930. So I would definitely be keeping an eye on Mademoiselle here. IWM still above 207.30s. I really don't have much to speak of here. Up 30%, not 30%, up 30 cents there in the average position. Please just punch. Still happy I had the confidence to add, because one thing, that's why I hid my P&L, right? Because I don't want to be trading based on if I'm up or down. I want to be trading based on what trades make sense to me. Does this level make sense? If I like it, am I okay with risking things within reason? And so that's really what's been helping the trades there. Wow, Apple. I'm so sad I didn't get in that Apple long. Not that I would have held it this long, but man, if you're having that Apple right now, you're biting into some profits. You're Tim Cooking to the upside. That 222.40 level. Nice look on the former dead one right now, pretty alive. How are you doing?
Good. I've got a couple of orders set out right now. I'm looking at getting long on Apple at 220. That's still ways away, but I'm looking to get short here on goggles if we come into that volume weighted average price, and we're awfully close. So it looks like my order may trigger quite soon, and there it is. So now we're short at VWAP, even though the market is headed to the upside. So here's what I'm going to say. This 160 level is also an important level. Even though I'm short at VWAP, the 160 level is going to be important as well. So I'm going to give this one about 20 pennies worth of room. Right now we're already out of the money as the market is moving up a little bit aggressively here. So I got to keep my eye on goggles. If we do get stopped out of this position, I will be very interested at the $10 level, that 160 level on GOOGL. I'm short bias goggles today, but we'll have to see if the market makes me pay for that or not. So right now I've got to set up all my orders. So we're going to look to here to get out at around 69s, and then we'll look to get back in again. If that's the situation, that's no problem. So it looks like it's going up without us. I mean, it's going to go up here against us, and I'm fine with that, but I'm going to wait for my level to come in at 160 before I get in again. So it looks like we're going to take a bit of a hit here on goggles as we work our way into 69s, which is well above the volume weighted average price. So I got to set my order somewhere there, right? So we can't just have it willy-nilly. I could hold this position against me into 160, but I don't think that that's the right thing to do. I think that getting out and then getting back in at the level that you like, and there we go. We get stopped out of this one as we lost 20 pennies right there. Actually more, about 25 pennies right there super quick on GOOGL, and that's all right. So we're going to keep tabs at 160. I'm still liking, well, it doesn't look like Apple's going to come into 222 because it's flying back into that $0.0002. So maybe I need to stop shorting this market and just go long because everything really seems to be super strong at this moment. But I do like this 160 level on Google. And I still like the VWAP short, but I'm going to pack my patience. I don't want to get cut up for the sake of just getting into the trade. If 160 comes in, I'll take it. If it doesn't, if it blows through 160, then I won't look to take it. But right now, it looks like it's VWAP, not a level of resistance that the market is looking at the moment. So that's fine. I'm wrong there, and that's the way it is. New high of day, or not new, but very close to the high of day that we put in earlier on, 19,175. We're printing 6.7s right now. So the future just on the way up, all sorts of strength. Meta on the way up. Microsoft just printed the high of day. So this one awfully strong on the day. Great V-shaped recovery off that 412. 412.45
I like
up into
412.
417. Yeah, we'll make up words. Yeah, we have no problem making
Right?
up words around
This is
here.
what this desk is about.
Right, exactly. So I'm going to keep my eye on Google for 160. I'm keeping my eye, obviously, on Apple at 220, but that doesn't look like it's going to come in now. Apple did a really good 10 exponential retracement, but I was more biased for 220. I didn't want to be the first to jump in to that 10 exponential, but it did it really well. It held it to the T. There was no breach on a wick or closing basis of that 10 exponential on the 5, and then up it goes again, looking to touch the high day at 89. So I'm going to leave my order out to defend 222 because it's such a solid resistance level, support level, previously resistance. And if that's the case, that's fine. So we'll keep tabs on that. It looks like Google is doing a bit of a topping tail candle, not really topping tailish, but finding some resistance at this level. I'm still biased for 160. Gonna keep tabs on that. What is everybody else looking at? Daniel T says Google may squeeze up. Don't I know it, my man? I got stopped out. So that's the situation. Daniel, I'm going to look, again, as I just said, at this 160 area. We'll see if that ends up being a resistance level or not. So going to keep my my eye on that. Let's look at some small cap gappers. I know Adair was talking about LUMN. It looks awfully good at these levels. 13%. Or so. Great move up. It's not even touching the 10 exponential. Blew through that 550 area. There was an obvious area of resistance at this 5 1/3 area, but we really got that decided print right at the top of the show there, 1110. We blow through that, and we really haven't looked back since that time. Watch out, though. The range per candle is starting to open up a little bit on this one. So LUMN, I personally be looking something off the 10 exponential, but it'd have to give me that super quick. Let's look at SERV. This one was in play earlier. I saw you guys talking about this one in the pre. Yeah, it's not doing a whole lot right now. I guess maybe trying to find support at lucky number 13, but it's a bit of a zig and a zagger. So let's keep tabs on that. Yeah, the market is just headed up. A new high of day now on the NQ September contract. Everything on the way up. Even Google. My goodness. Let's see what else is being talked about. Castro, $2 super chat. Thank you very much, my man. Sharif, just long NVIDIA since it rebased at 115. You're not wrong about that. We were talking about the stair step kind of price action that NVIDIA is doing, and it's continuing to do that. So it had resistance at this 116 and change. That was yesterday's closing print. It blows through that, uses that as support. 116.50 becomes support. Now it's above this 117.50 area, and now it's using that lower end as support. So yeah, you're absolutely right in the sense that it's stair stepping up. You just got to get it right at the right price. Let me know if you're trading that and how it goes, my man.
Yeah, nice little look here on IWM. And I actually, honestly, I was just watching some stuff that made me even more confident in this trade. And what that was so we get back down here below VWAP. Also, to be clear, I was watching the book. I think this must have been some kind of iceberg because I know we didn't get to like low 207s. I would have been in a little bit of a moment if that had happened. But no, so I was watching IWMs here, and we're at 207 mid-20s, like 207.25s. We're holding it beautifully. And I'm like, this is really interesting. Then I go and I'm like, oh my gosh, Adair, this is clearly a bull flag. Look at this push up here. Look at that chop. Look at that churn. And I was like, Adair, you owe it to yourself to add here. And then we pop right back up into 207.50s. I'm trying to add if we get back to 35s. I still feel really good about this position. I really like this look. And like I said, regardless of what your average is, if you still like the look, if it makes sense and a place to add, to me that 207.30 clearly breaking above this level was a huge thing for the Russell to do. I want 35s. Right now it's giving you 38s. It might be a situation where you get like cents away from your fill and it doesn't happen. So let's see if we get our fill of shares here. Pun kind of intended on this Palantir, not Palantir. IWM, if there's any tickers you're looking at, get in that chat, whatever tickers you're fancy. Really bad pun on whatever tickles your fancy, like Sharif says sometimes. Get into that chat. Let us know what tickers you're looking at so that we can look at them for you on the show with Sean and Opie, a.k.a. Shonfidence, and the Opie Wonfidence. And also here, let's take a look at PLTR because Finch Jane was saying Palantir, we've got all this down moves and Palantir is really strong on the day. Is it ever? I tried going short here at 31s because we had that break below 31s on the 90 MA. Face slapper there for Sean. Shout out to you there, Mr. Katina. But PLTR, we had these like wicks up to 31. It was clearly resistance earlier a little bit. So I was like, try this trade. And then Palantir laughed in my face, got out when we broke above that 31.05 level. To be clear though, it tested it a couple times. So I stand by that being a good stop loss level. even if a trade is like counter trend, even if it looks different, I would say, within reason, try, see what happens. IWM clearly making higher lows, and I know that because last time we got down here, we got to 207, like mid-20s. I can't even get 35s now. We get 207, 38s, and IWM's like, oh, I'm going to go right back up to the upside. Is that okay? I'm like, yeah, but like you could have filled me. I was kind of wanting a bit of like an Alfred. Shout out to Alfred. Like I want my stock to go down a little bit so I can get some more shares. Coming back into 38s now, so I know that I feel like 3 cents is not incredibly chasey, so I'm willing to get my 38s if that's what I get. Now it looks like we're bouncing off 40s, so all good there. The way that IWM is building, I do think if we have a push up higher here, this could be a nice explosive opportunity. And again, still risking appropriately. Also Intel, which I don't know if I ever pulled up this chart, but I did mention being interested in Intel here, which was that $20 level for a long. Oh, also we did get to add in IWM.
Nice.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm going to change my stop now here to 20s on IWM because we've held 20s really well. If we break below 20s, I'm going to have to be outie. But also, look at this 20 area, right? Get the 2005. Actually kind of looks similar to IWM in terms of the fact that they both had move down, move up, tried to fight resistance. Once they fought that previous resistance, it was go time. And so that's what I'm seeing here in Intel. We had to move down here, clearly fighting for 20s. As we got into VWAP, I tried to add at 20s. Intel was like, I don't really care. Intel pushing higher here. Great look. And I love this bounce as well here off that 2008 area, which was a little bit of resistance earlier. Intel, I still have my side chart. I don't have any view on. But I also have some questions about Starbucks. Like, for example, does it have any caffeine? Would it like me to get it in espresso? Would it like me to get a tea? Just tell me what you want, Starbucks, because this Starbucks looks like it wants a bit of a nap. Shout out to me every evening. But no, this 92.30 level, shout out to Obi. I know he was playing around in that level. 92.30s is such a level here. We had some support in the 5-minute. We get up to just shy of 93s, come back down, and look where we find a little bit of resistance. 92.30s. If we break below that 92s, man, do I love this as a short. Do I want to short this market? Not especially as the Qs reach a high. But, one thing that Neil said to me is if you have stocks that are moving antithetical, like in a way that is antithetical to the rest of the market, you have to keep an eye on that. You have to be aware of that. Starbucks and the rest of the market could not be further moving from each other. That being said, we did just bounce off 92s. I am tempted, if we have another failure of this 92.20, to short Starbucks. But I think this thing could get caffeinated at any moment. We know all eyes, ears, and sensory organs are on Starbucks there. Shout out to Brian Nickel. So I'm going to give Starbucks a little, because I would like, shout out to that video he did about portion sizes at Chipotle. I'm going to give Starbucks a little look, because I would like Starbucks to give me a move here. I'm actually going to get involved in this short here, and I'm going to risk into 92.20s. We're going to start with a pretty, not a small position, but like not a huge position either. Let's see what happens here. Yes, IWM per
Get
card.
it.
Please just punch. IWM, we're doing okay here. We did get filled in Starbucks. Let's see what goes on in this. I almost said burrito. I'm thinking about Chipotle. But let's see what goes on here if we can get a little bit of caffeine in this name to the downside. How are you doing?
The Fuge just breached 19.2, so good look there. It's finding a little bit of resistance right now, not blowing through 19.2. Let's see if it comes back into 19.150. But a great day on the futures and a great V-shaped retracement to the downside. I'm like a few pennies in the money on goggles. I'm looking for a little bit more. We stuck to our word, shorting at 160. We'll have to see if we can get anything out of this right now. It's really finding a buyer today, Google, right now at this, basically since basing out at 158. So the strength on Google continues throughout the day. So we'll see if we can eke out a little bit of profit on this bad boy right now. Just going to let it work and see what it does. We're basing out, we're topping out at 160, but there does seem to be of a bid every time we dip into the low 90s, high 80s. It's stepping up and it's getting bought up. So I don't know what's possessing me to want to short incessantly today, but I don't know. I just feel like every time we get into these levels, we need to short a little bit. Yeah, it could be Big Spile Burdette influencing me, Ram. He's seeping into my mind there, all his short biases. No, I'm just kidding. Of course, we can't.
That was good, Ramin. That was pretty funny.
Well, he took Tesla along yesterday for like a $100 winner, which was really good. So shout out to Big Spile. But yeah, most of the time, Ram, you're right. He is short. Willis Addison, another $2 super chat. Willis, thank you very much. Swing into Indo and AMAT with NVIDIA. Dip by printing. Print up a store, Mr. Addison. Indo, we traded a little bit the other day. AMAT, I don't know too much about. I just know it's a microchip name. But INDO, good energy name there. Indonesian, I believe, energy. group. Yes, good look. Off the highs that we were trading it was in and around 490, but definitely not really breaking that key area of support. I'm talking about that 350 level where it had been able to hold up above. In fact, three and 2/3 right now, seeming like that's the level. So great trade for you, Willis. Obviously, energy in focus right now with the Middle East back in focus. I mean, I don't think any of us really want higher oil prices, but that seems to be what we're going to get if the belligerencies continue to unfold there. So obviously not looking for that. But shout out to you, Willis. Great trade there. We have another one over here. Spot Pod. Google doesn't care how you feel. It really doesn't. You're absolutely right. Who else? UVAD. Great. Bears versus Bulls will be making a lot of money today. Simple trapping in the Bears. Shout out. Yeah, hey, man. I'm one of those people because I keep shorting for whatever reason. What are you saying over there, Katina Man? The Katina Man is done his trade on Shopify, printed up a storm there. So shout out to the Katina Man on Shop. I'm still involved in goggles. It looks like the future down a little bit over here off that 19.2, but definitely a healthy retracement, not really tanking or anything like that. Many of the names were coming off highs right now. Apple, new high of day, 223.03. Softy printed a new high as well. Good look for the soft one, 417.56. Obviously, we know the Fuge printed that 19.203, but so did NVIDIA. 1860 now the high, but we're still contending with that 1950 high that we put in the pre-market. That was a big boy move just right before the bell there that we put in that level. So good strength right now on these names. We'll see if we can get the pullback that we've been waiting for here on the Fuge or on Google, excuse me, but still accumulating it there at that 160 level.
Yeah, so Starbucks, I honestly did exactly what I wanted to. We failed at 92.20, not adding right now, but staying in this trade. Might still be a range, but happy with where I decided to enter. We'll have to see how things go in Starbucks. As I said, my stop is 92.20. So let's see what happens. Bless you. IWM, though, okay.
Down, Ram.
Wow, IWM. We bounced, we pushed up here near 207.60s. I was trying to get out half this position there at 207.80s, which, as I mentioned, was a clear resistance support area from earlier. And then I said, I was like, Adara, you got to move up your stop as the stock moves up, right? You got to have exit rules, things that make sense. 207.45s, I was like, if we break below there, you got to leave, Adara. That was a clear support area from earlier. We get to 207.45s and we bounce. So I was like, okay, IWM, do you want me to stay? Like, I'll stay? Cool. Thank you. Appreciate it. 40 pennies in the money right now. One of the larger positions I've ever taken in something like IWM live. So really happy with how that is going. Starbucks, definitely, again, still eating some espresso. Not as boring as that Nike trade yesterday, which I was joking with Sharif. That thing did a whole lot of nothing. And then it's funny, the second the midday ends, I got out of that Nike, by the way, because I realized I stayed in the Nike as we ended the show, so I never really got to say where I got out. I got out a cool flat $0.00 in that position because Nike did nothing. And then, of course, after I leave, it does the move down that I was waiting for. So good look there. But let me pull up, I'll pull up the 5 minutes so I can show you guys what that Nike did because I was like a little bit like, sad about it. Yeah, so I was 78.60s, right? 78.60, such a level. Then we quadunk. To be fair, the quadunk was pretty minor. It was only into that 78.30s level, but like still, a quadunk is a quadunk. It is better than the heck of a nothing it did while I was in it. PLTR to nowhere, says Roger. Yeah, PLTR that's a madness there. Nice little look there on the Palantir. Oh, that's from yesterday. I was like, why does that chart not look like Palantir's chart? It's because from yesterday. Wow, nice look here. 31.30s, we wick into it. Then we come back down, bounce off that 90 MA. Now we're holding beautiful support here at 31.30. IWM testing 207 mid-40s again, so just keeping my eyes on that IWM. But right now, happy to report that Russ is still, in fact, the greatest rapper alive. Sorry, Nas. But yeah, so happy with that look. What else? CrowdStrike. I was just telling Sharif, so I like to do the week ahead notes about 2 weeks ahead. So, you know, because I do the week ahead, of course, on the weekends. And so CrowdStrike, NVIDIA, CRM, they're all reporting the same day, Wednesday, August 28th. I am so excited to be trading that Thursday. Wow. But this CrowdStrike, it's not been a permanent resident of my side charts, but it's been renting a place, though, on my side charts. It's been there semi-frequently since that whole hullabaloo with regards to the outage. But look at the way we break above that support there, or that resistance at 250, 450, and we hold it. We bounce, then whatever area forms previous resistance turn to support. With that in mind, look at us here at 257s. If we bounce, I'd like to go long, but I don't want to go long while I'm already in two other positions. Starbucks still chilling. It's being a little bit of a frappe right now, a bit of a frozen drink, frappuccino. It's got a little bit of frozen action there in that Starbucks, so not leaving that IWM about 10 pennies away from my out there. So let's see what happens there. I'll be pleased as punch if we get that. Saving the rest there for 208.20s. But let's see what happens here at CrowdStrike, because I honestly do like this opportunities along. The only thing is I don't know where I'd risk into it. Probably have to risk a little bit more than I'm generally comfortable with. IWM, why do you not want 207.70s? Asking for a friend.
I love
What
it.
are you doing? How are you doing?
I just got out of Google. I was able to eke out some profits as
Nice.
this one breached 160. So I'm done with this trade because it's kind of tough to read. We're at that 160 level. It hasn't decided whether it wants to reject it or breach it, I guess. So I'm just going to stop guessing with this one. I knew that 160 was going to be a level, just unsure how it manifests. So this one actually got up about into that 15 penny level. I guess to stop everybody out, but I don't think it's made up its mind, quite frankly, because it's a little bit below, a little bit above. I think it just behooves me to leave this one alone since it hasn't decided, and then we can revisit it once there is a discernible trend with this 160 area. It didn't hold up at VWAP the way that it's holding up at 160. So I feel there may be a trade here. I just don't have to be first to the game. And this one did breach. So I'm less inclined to want to just get back in super quick. But good look on Google, 160, looking like it's coming back down. And it just finished printing a topping tail candle, which is actually a little red. And here's what I'm looking at. I know I'm looking at the minutia here, but this is intraday trading. So what can we do? Topping tail through 115, right back down. If this closes in a topping tail format, that will be really good. And then we could take this bad boy short. Again, we don't need to be first. We just need to be able to discern the trend. I apologize for the wicks there. It is a little bit distorted. I'll fix that in a second, though. Topping tail through 160. Here comes 182. So we are getting some weakness here on goggles. Not bad as we get a pullback in the future. Right now dipping into 75s. And that's pushing goggles back down below 160 into the low 80s. Come on. What's the situation here? Is this a healthy pullback or what? Tell me. Whisper in my ear, market. Let's go, mother market, as Obi likes to call it. It's a healthy pullback.
I'm joking. I don't know.
Lily.
Apple. That's literally how I talk to stocks off camera. Like, no joke.
Yeah, no, it's funny. She walks back from the big desk. She's like, Lily.
Or what? Yeah.
I'll show you. I'll take you on. So that's the situation. Still keeping I can't stop looking at this 160 level on Google, but it's just dazzling me over here. Let's look back at Apple because I still have that order sitting there. Apple at the 10 exponential on the 5. Again, last time it did that, it did find a bit of a bounce, but that's the second time it's visited it super quick. So do we get a bigger, I think we get a bigger move down the market, maybe into that 150 level, 19,150. If that's the case, is that a long? I'm asking myself these questions. I apologize. Yeah.
We like rhetorical questions on
Yeah, right? And they're not even really rhetorical. I mean, if the chat wants to chime in about it, absolutely. I'd love to hear what they have to say. Right? So we're going to go along on the dead one over here and see what comes and we'll figure it out. So nice move back up right now on the future. Let's see if the dead one can move back into the dead one. I mean Apple, guys. Can move into that 75 penny area. Good strength today on the market. Let's see if we can get that continuation, Adair.
Yeah, so I actually got out of IWM and I want to talk about it because I'm very proud of the management here. I said 2745 is holding so beautifully. If you get below that, I want no smoke. Got out of 2745, 30 cents a share. This was like, honestly, like I said, largest position I've had since IWM, since going live. And also really proud because I held this. I started this long here. Where did I start this? We started this about 15 minutes into the midday. I started this while we were doing the lesson of the day the first time. So I'm really proud of how long I held this, trying to get better at adding and holding things. So please just punch with that. Now it looks like it wants to bounce off 207.45s again. I don't want to get back in this right now. I don't really feel like I have a reason to. We really struggled to clear 207.65s. I don't want to add in out of FOMO or anything like that. So I'm trying to breathe, trying to chill. Speaking of chilling, we have a little bit of an iced coffee trade going on here in Starbucks. The lowest we dipped to this was that 90s area, so like 10 pennies in the money. I'm looking to add because look how many times we reject this 92.10s. This is beautiful. As I said, I'm risking to 92.20s. So 92.10 add, I'm cool with that. I'm fine with that. So let's see what happens here. I'm okay with the position size I have, to be clear. But like I said, one thing I'm learning, and shout out to Sean for talking about this a lot this week, if you're confident in a trade, you have to show that confidence by having size within reason. You know, Sean and Obi were talking about this today. Like, if you believe in the position, if it makes sense, you want to bulk up. You want to make sure that it's a size that I think reflects the confidence you have in that trade. And that's why some trades, like when I had that IWM short very briefly, which actually did work out, but it was very brief, I had way less shares on that because I was still thinking it might have been long, which it ended up being, right? So I think having size that makes sense, we did just get filled there in that SBUX. This could be a bit of a pop here as we get a bit of a bottoming tail candle on those Qs. So let's see what happens there. You know what? Also, speaking of futures and Qs, I normally, and I know I've said I don't like trading the TQs, which is kind of a weird statement. I feel a lot more comfortable with the SPY. That being said, today when I was at the big desk and I was looking at the charts and the patterns and whatnot, I was actually like, I like the Qs better today because the Qs were on this beautiful downtrend and then on this beautiful uptrend. I actually want to start a position here on the Qs. I like that we're holding this 35s. So we're gonna get in here. If we get, like I said, I'm always going to be a little bit more hesitant about using the chart on these futures because I like to trust my read in the book. That being said, for me, there's a really clear level here around 20s. It was some pre-market resistance. It was that beautiful support there in that bottoming tail candle. Is it weird to be long the future while I'm short the Starbucks? Starbucks, maybe a little bit. But the thing is, too, Starbucks, as I said, is kind of in its own little world. It's in its own cafe, out on its own in France somewhere. I don't know. Whereas the TQs, to me, like because Starbucks is such a catalyst-driven name with having that pullback after that 20+% move yesterday, I feel more comfortable letting it do its thing. 21. Another name I'm interested in getting in here in a pullback, much like the Fuge, is Palantir. I like Palantir here. Palantir. Yeah. I like that I just don't have a really clear level at which to buy, but I like the look of Palantir. Let's see what happens here. Meanwhile, I'm going to be managing my TQs. And again, if there's any positions that you're managing, we do have a new segment and it's brought to you. Oh, Sharif with the button. Okay. Brought to you by Real Trading. Shout out to Real Trading. If you have any tickers that you're looking at, you're like, I wonder what Obi would have to say. Oh. I wonder what Sean would have to say. Wouldn't you love Palantir analysis from Sean himself? Oh, yeah. Or like, I don't know, Amazon analysis from Obi? Whatever ticker it is, though, you guys can put that in the chat. Exclamation point. Join, space, $, that ticker, and let us know what tickers you're looking at so we can let Sean and Obi know, and they can give you their views on that stock. Breakdown in the TQs, so I am breaking out of the TQs. Happy I tried it. Like I said, too, I'm trying to trade a few less stocks because yesterday, to be clear, yesterday wasn't like the worst day of my life by any means, but I do feel like I had way too many stocks on the go, and so I wasn't able to focus as much on names I really liked. Also, I love when you get out of a name because it breaks below your level and then it's trying to bounce. Okay, cool. I see you. Like I said, though, I never want to risk that much in the future, so I'm okay with that. S&P 500 to visit the SPY here. I like this little break below, if we break below the 90 MA, I don't mind the SPY as a scalp short. With the SPY, it will always be scalpy. There are very few times where it won't be scalpy. We looked closer to the 90 MA on my side chart for some reason than we actually are in life. I think there's some clear support here at that 544.30 area. We kind of rejected, wicked into it earlier, bounced off it today. Nice look. I've got some stocks to look at. I haven't even looked at Morgan Stanley in quite some time. So again, an exciting day. Starbucks continues to just chill.
I'm waiting at 222.30 for Apple. That's a 20 exponential on the 5. I got stopped out from the earlier 10 exponential move. We lost 10 pennies there. So we're going to keep an eye on Apple, looking to exact revenge. Obviously, we're not really exacting revenge. We're trying to get money out of it. We have a nice retracement on the NQ. I'm all eyes and ears at 19,150. I want to see if this triggers. There we go. We're long Apple now. So we got to put in our out on this one, and we're going to look to get out if it breaks 15. So we're going to have to give this one some room. We're long 30s, but it does look like it's going to breach as the future comes in to 19,150. Let's see if it tanks off. Well, not tanks. It breaches that level or whether it continues back up. This 19,150 is not just a 50-point level that's interesting me, but we had a long area of consolidation there in the pre-market today and also at the top of the show. So let's put in our order there for the out on the, I just added, that's not what I wanted to do. So I'm gonna have to remove it there, that's fine. And then we'll look to put the actual out, there we go, now we'll get it right, there. So now what I'm looking for right now is a hold of 15s. If Apple doesn't hold 15s, we're gonna go 0 for 2 on AAPL, but the future is really breaking down now below 19,150. So we do get stopped out of that level. Big move down on the future. Coming into 19,001, Apple also breached my level and then it's right back above again. So we'll have to keep tabs on that one as this one does get a nice move back up. Zigging and zagging right now is the future and these Mag 7 names, trying to pack my patience, wait for the levels to come in. I'm going to put it at this 222 level because this is the original level that we wanted. So we're going to pack our patience and look to take that one. 19,130, we're basically at the 20 exponential now on the 5-minute for the NQ September contract. Getting a bit of a bounce right now, but not much. You got multiple down candles right now on the Mag 7. Nobody's excluded from the move down right now. Everything really finding a bit of a dip down. So it looks like this was a good possible hold here at 160 on Google, as it did give up that level. And look at it moving all the way back down, right it back into that $0.50 we go on GOOGL. So we'll have to see if 19.1 wants to hold right now, because nothing really holding off these levels. 19,203, great move down for whoever took that bad boy on the shorts right now. I'm still waiting on Apple. Let's see if we get printed here at 10s. I've been waiting. There we go. So we do get the print. So now we're going to have to put our stop right there. So there we go. And we'll put in our stop for this one. So we're going to have to hold 2 2s. Otherwise, I'm gone on AAPL. We're also likely going to have to hold right now 19,001. If we don't hold 19,001, that could spell trouble for me. So lots of action here midday on the future on the Mag 7. Lots of negativity now coming in midday as we basically retrace off these highs. We'll have to see if we keep getting cut up. Meta also, guys, back at the volume weighted average price, very close to that 530 level. That was another level that I was looking at here for a possible long. META 530 at the volume weighted average price, $4 off the top there. Lots of weakness coming into this market midday. 19,120 still above that 19,100, but all sorts of weakness coming in to the future midday here, Adair.
Yeah, I took a 20-cent SPY scalp there to the short side. Thank you, I appreciate that. If you haven't heard, like I say quite a lot with the SPY, pretty much the only strategy I will have, I'm always watching the SPY book. There's 2 books that I'm always watching every day, without a doubt. One of them is Tesla, one of them is the SPY. SPY right next to me, Tesla right in front of me. My besties, no, I'm joking. But my strategy for trading these breakdowns or breakups in the SPY, and I have talked about this, is always going to be, what do we do with the whole dollar? So we get to the 544, we broke below, came back up, I got it at 99s, took it to the downside, and I actually was pretty proud of myself because I waited here. We actually retested 544s while I was in it, broke back down. I got out at 80s because we were really struggling with that level, and we still kind of are. So I said, take your 20 cents and be happy. Like I said, I don't know why the $500 plus SPY is just, I have a way less stressful time trading than I do the Qs. It's a medical mystery. I have no idea. But that being said, I still do like these levels on the TQs, the support resistance, this baby range in the pre-market coming back to be a bit of a big boy range. I don't know. Shout out to Sharif. I guess it was a very Sharifish saying at that 63.90. So I do like the idea of taking a 63.90 short on the TQs. I don't, like I said, I don't know what it is. I'm way more comfortable with the SPY. It's such an odd feeling. But yeah, also maybe you were thinking, hey, that move down, I bet Adara's really happy in her Starbucks short. Would you believe it if I told you we're back to flat on the Starbucks short? And I had a peak wet already at 80s. And we got to 85s and it didn't lit, right? So I'm trying to get a third of the position out there at 80s, and that's because that was an area we wicked into a few times. To be clear, I'm not leaving. Sharif and I were talking about this yesterday. I think it's a good lesson because it's one I really struggled to learn when I first started trading in the sim. Just because this stock is boring does not mean that the trade is invalid, and it's not a reason to leave. It's just a reason to pack your patience in that Samsonite, stow it away under the seat, and breathe. So that's what I'm trying to do there on the Starbucks. Though Starbucks is becoming the Nike of yesterday in that, you want to get up, but you're in a trade, but the trade is doing a little bit of not a lot. We'll wait here. Like I said, no reason to leave till we get to the level that I've risked, which is 92.20s. We're not even getting near 92.20s. I would just like us to get nearer to being on the downside. We're going to bounce back, says Yannick and Beatrice. We might, and I'll follow levels, right, if we do bounce back, to be clear. But also, if I'm going to short anything right now, I'm really comfortable in the Starbucks short because, like I said, it's a catalyst-driven move. It's a reaction, a bit of a pullback from yesterday. And I love that 92.20 is a resistance level, so I'm actually very chill staying in this. The TQs did come into my area and rejected that 63.90s. Happy I didn't bounce into it. But the point I'm trying to make is things can bounce back, but I think as long as you have a plan and you're prepared to trade it appropriately, I think you have to do what you have to do. IWM also, like I said, really proud of where I got out of that because we broke below. That's I guess the exit rules, importance of that, because we got to that 207.45s, couldn't hold it, I got out. Now we're coming back to that other level I loved in IWM, which is at 206.80. Once we broke above 206.80, that was all she wrote. That was murder she wrote. Shout out as well to Angela Bassett, who starred in Murder, She Wrote, and also, fun fact, wasn't a two-parter of Law & Order. But yeah, we broke below 80s here on IWM, so this could be an interesting level. I don't want, like I said, I have no interest in revenge trading IWM. There's nothing to avenge. I was happy with what I did, but I am still aware of some levels, and if they come back in, I want to be taking advantage of them. But also, you might want to take advantage of our lovely sponsor here, Benzinga Pro, because we are brought to you by Benzinga Pro. And they are your all-in-one platform for profiting from breaking news. I also use them a lot from the watch list to save Sharif the trouble of shouting me out for that. I'll shout it out myself. Are you tired of being late to the trade? Are you just always playing catch-up in the market? Are you missing out on the big moves because you're too slow to the news? Benzinga Pro is your unfair advantage. Get breaking news alerts up to 30 whole minutes before everyone else, so you can pinpoint exactly why stocks are moving, and you can join a thriving community of traders who share their strategies in real time. Shout out to Ryan Faluna, who was telling Neil and I about his Eli Lilly trades on Friday. He and I were talking some Lilly. So are you ready to see how Benzinga Pro can transform your trading? You can just visit benzinga.com/pro and get a free 14-day trial. Finally, Starbucks, having a little sip of caffeine. Don't think this is going to be venti trade. Might not even be a grande. But if it's a tall, I'd be pleased as punch as we careen into my profit-taking level before getting away from my beak wetter. This duck is getting a little upset it cannot wet its beak, Sharif. The duck is crying at its inability to wet its beak on Starbucks as we are now back up. Starbucks, make up your mind. Sincerely, Adurla Page. How you doing?
I love 19.1 of the fuge getting breached. We're moving down to 19,075. So we're well off the highs, 19,203.5. So well over 100 points now off that level, looking to go 125 points. What I'm looking at is my side chart as we move down on everything, baby. But it is time to do the lesson of the day. So let's get to it. It's about 25 minutes after the hour. Allow me a moment, guys.
No worries, no worries.
Load up. All right. We are talking about institutional buying and selling post earnings. We're talking about earnings all week. We talked about earnings all of last week as well. So understanding the flow of institutional money post earnings can provide significant insights into the stock's future direction. By identifying whether large institutions are accumulating or distributing shares, traders can make more informed decisions. So let's get right to it. But before that, I'll have a sip of water.
I like that.
So the role of institutions, in case we're newer traders, they have a significant impact on the market. Institutional investors such as hedge funds, sovereign wealth funds, pension funds, mutual funds, they often trade in large volume, which can significantly impact the price of a stock, but they also have more of a long-term perspective on their investments. Sure, there are some like ARK that are actively managed day in, day out. Most of them, though, they hold positions on a quarterly basis. They have high buying and selling committees that they got to go through. So decision making a lot more nuanced and a lot slower for these institutions than would be the case for retail traders. So that's what we keep in mind. We keep in mind that they're usually in it for the long run, and they usually hold on a little bit longer than us. And why does that matter? Because it influences price action, right? So speaking of price action, we can use technical indicators to help identify some of the institutional activity that could be taking place behind the scenes. One of the ways we can do that is to analyze volume through volume analysis, surprisingly enough. Unusually high volume, for example, which is a sudden surge in trading volume after earnings, can signal institutional buying or selling pressure. But it's not just the volume itself that's operative here, it's the volume distribution, right? So you got to keep an eye on that. What do I mean by that? So analyzing how volume is distributed throughout the trading day can provide clues. For example, heavy volume in the early morning hours and towards the end of the trading day can indicate institutional accumulation. What do I mean by that? So we have a certain type of order on the floor here, and I'm sure you guys have it as well, because I know I have it on my platform, called a market on open order or a market on close order. These are very interesting because oftentimes what the institutions will do is, because they want to buy a lot of shares, they have to get in or get out at the more liquid time of the day. The most liquid time of the day is the close and the open. So oftentimes what happens during that open and the close can be very indicative of institutional thinking. Now, obviously not all the institutionals are going to be of one mind, but we basically try to discern that based on the accumulation and distribution, which we'll talk about in a second. In addition to volume, we need to be analyzing price action with volume. And what I mean by that is the accumulation I just prefaced. So an accumulation pattern, who remembers this from the Wyckoff week that we did about accumulation and distribution? Essentially, what we're talking about is a gradual price increase accompanied by increasing trading volume, which can suggest to use institutional buying. Conversely, the exact opposite of that is a distribution pattern. And this is, as I mentioned, the exact opposite, declining price with increasing volume. That also could be quite indicative of institutional selling. And this is what I'm talking about here. So oftentimes we have these prolonged periods of consolidation that usually come from a trend either moving up or down. There's no exact rule for that, but we end up consolidating here with a clearly defined top. Now, what could be operative here is the lows. Sometimes, not all the times, you don't have a specific low support level, like say 200 on Apple. What you have is incrementally higher lows with that same resistance, like an ascending wedge, but doesn't have to be as pronounced as an ascending wedge. What's really indicative of there is that buyer exuberance is stepping up incrementally. So every time we get into a low, the buyers are a bit more exuberant than they were last time around, hence the higher low. So that's what we could be looking for. Exactly the opposite case in the case of a distribution, which is typically found at highs, usually but not always. And it's also very much the opposite of the accumulation, has lower highs. So not lower lows this time, but lower highs. So every time we pop into a high, there's seller exuberance wanting to get out of the position at the best price possible. So you get that incrementally lower high with that flat bottom. That's what we call a flat bottom break. They don't always have to pan out like that, but that's sometimes what we can be on the lookout for, okay? Price gaps. Very important here as well. We did 2 weeks on these gaps. And the gaps we're looking for here are the breakaway gaps. I'll talk about why in a sec. So these large gaps up or down on high volume can sometimes indicate accumulation or institutional accumulation, mind you, or distribution. And what we're looking specifically for is that breakaway gap. Why? Because that breakaway gap jives with the accumulation and distribution idea that we had. We just finished saying accumulation is a horizontal level with an obvious area of resistance with higher lows. Distribution, the exact same thing, that flat bottom with lower highs. So what ends up happening is when you get that big boy earnings, you gap up above that key area of resistance. And that was almost exactly what we talked about when we talked about these breakaway gaps, that gap above or below key areas of resistance or support. So if you see that accumulation pattern, you see that increased volume, you see that volume distribution, and then you get that breakaway gap, well, then you can hit all those check marks on your list there. Yes, this looks like institutional buying or selling. So again, it's a preponderance of the evidence, not just one thing that we always look at. And moving averages as well. I didn't want to belabor this, but we all, well, not all of us, but a lot of us know about the moving average crossovers, the more popular of which are these, what are they called? The golden cross or the death cross between the 50 and the 200. These are also indicative as well. They're not conclusive, but you can also add them to a preponderance of the evidence thing. What is the problem, Quantran? Yeah, I am long Apple. Oh, am I long? Yeah, I'll just flatten it out here. Yeah, I was long. I had that 220 order. Thank you for letting me know about that.
I didn't even notice that. Sorry. Yeah, I had no idea. I did not notice that.
Oh, yeah. I don't know why it didn't flatten out there.
Weird.
Thank you for that, Quantran. Yeah, it didn't flatten out there. I'm not sure why. Thank you for letting me know that. Yep. So I just lost $1 there on Apple.
I'm sorry about that.
For management. That's not your fault. It's my fault. But thank you for pointing that out because I did not see that. Where did my lesson go? It disappeared. Oh, no. Okay, so I don't know where my lesson went. Just allow me a second, guys. If I can send it to you for a second
for sure.
while I just load
so
up the list.
Starbucks, I have continued to refill my cup, then take a little bit out of my cup, have some sips. Why? definitely have some sips. That's the analogy you should have used. Have some sips from my cup, refill my cup. So Starbucks, as we get to that 92 level, I've been adding here, then I'm subtracting as we get into the 60s. I'm not adding right now, no reason to. Still a decently sized position, not like a venti, but a grande. If we get decisively back above 80s, I'm going to be getting out, taking the rest out here. But I'm pretty happy with what I did with this trade, with this breakdown. Also, I had a really brief IWM scalp short. I liked it because, like I said, with IWM, I was watching that level. I was involved in it in every direction earlier. So I liked that we had this 206.25 area. That was a huge area of support earlier. Took it short off resistance. Really small trade, really small position, but happy it went well. Also took about like 30 pennies on the SPY when we had that VWAP breakdown there. 542.50s got out here around 542.25. So got 53's got out 25, so please just punch there. Cash cow, what are you in there, Sean?
I want it.
Oh, Amazon, thank you so much.
You want to guess the price?
Okay, I love guessing the price. Let me pull up Amazon to see what it's doing. A to the M to the Z to the end, and I am guessing short because the market is down. Did you get short Amazon? Let me see what this guy's doing here. Amazon, can you load, please, so I can play this game? Oh, did you get short 170.20 or 170.40? Wow.
Get it, Adara.
VWAP breakdown. Shout out to Sean there with that trade. Also shout out to Kyle Burdett for his super chat that he had earlier, which is just ain't it pretty, $10 super chat. As someone who's a little bit bearish as well, I say for all of us, rawr, girl.
All right, we're ready to go to the lesson.
Lesson time though.
All right, so moving averages, we talked about the moving average crossover. We're not going to belabor those. But there's other ways we can pick up on institutional activity. We can look to options. Very interesting look with options flow. So what specifically you're looking for here is unusual options volume. What do I mean by that? A sudden and unexpected surge in options volume, especially these out-of-the-money options. These can also indicate large institutional positions. But here's the real kicker. So when something's moving up aggressively, what you typically like or expect to see, I would say, is to look for unusual call options volume. But I'm going to submit to the exact opposite. There's something called the protective put trade. And so when you're long heavily on a stock, let's say they loaded up on Apple at 200, but they want to protect themselves because we could get an economic downturn which could hurt Apple's earnings, what they do is they load up on possible puts, specifically a significant increase in put buying by large institutional investors can signal a hedging strategy, especially after a very strong earnings report. You don't typically see put volume increase after strong earnings. But if you do, it could be the other side of the trade by the institution, which could, kind of give you that little edge there that we all look for. Obviously, we all expect to see call buying, which is a substantial increase, obviously, in the call options that are being picked up, which obviously indicate bullish sentiment and potential accumulation. And here's what we're looking for. We're looking for options to be picked up basically at the same price or same times, I should say, as the market on open orders and the market on close orders that we expect to see with equities as well. So for every different strike price on my options chain, say for Apple, let's say 205, 210, 215, I'll be able to generate a chart for that specific strike price on that options contract. And the beautiful thing about that is I can gauge the volume. Obviously, there's open interest I can look at, but I can actually look at the amount of volume that's taken place and what time the volume took place. So that's operative as well. So keep that in mind. Short interest, another very important way to see what institutions are doing. A bit of a delayed metric, but important nonetheless. Short covering, which is a rapid decline in the short interest after a positive earnings report. This can suggest to you institutional buying to cover short positions, but there's also an increase. The other side of that is the increasing short interest. So if we bumped up from, say, 10%, I don't know, let's say SMCI. We bumped up from 10% all the way up to 20. Well, that could suggest basically a negative analysis or a negative view that institutions are taking with respect to that name. But typically what we do get is the increase in the short position after a negative earnings report. That kind of gives you also the idea of what institutions are doing. And obviously we can use trade ideas, or we can use many of the other sponsors that we have, like Benzinga, to gauge short position, or the short float, excuse me. Let's check what SMCI is, since we just talked about it. 9.16%. So I wasn't that far off. SMC, what's the short float on NVIDIA? 1.27. Yeah, I bet you, because people probably got blown out of that. Ugh. What is the short position on Apple? At 0.87. Yeah, that's what I figured. But yeah, so that's exactly it. We can have the short position reflected, much like we can with price action on a chart, to see the changes in the in the short position, which could indicate obviously the institutional sentiment. And the 13F, probably the most lagging of the indicators, but every institution that's governed by the SEC that qualifies under the rule has to file a 13F every quarter, so 4 times a year, and they disclose essentially their holdings. So you can review those quarterly filings by the institutions to identify their holdings and potential trading activity, and that's typically what it looks like. It'll list all the companies that they have in there, their value when they entered them, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So you can kind of gauge what sentiment is. But again, if it's actively managed, this could change from day to day. So you need to be apprised of that, know how the institution does their buying or their selling. Cautions and considerations that we need to account of. False signals are a real and ever-present danger in trading, whether intra or swing. It's essential to consider other factors, such as market trends, the economic indicators, and specific company news when gauging sentiment and trying to interpret institutional activity. And there's also the ever-present issue of delayed reporting, whether that's short interest that comes out every 2 weeks, whether that's the 13F that comes out every quarter, or whatever, right? Institutional trading data often has a delay, so it's important to use this information as a confirmation rather than as a primary reason to get in. So think about that. Market manipulation obviously goes without saying. We got to be aware of the potential for manipulation. So look for unusual volume that takes place in a day that doesn't result in any price action change, which drops off and doesn't seem to show back up. Usually those happen on small cap gappers, but absolutely a possibility as well with these larger stocks there.
Yeah, thank you very much, Trey, for going over that lesson. And honestly, guys, earnings season is not over. We actually, the week after next, CrowdStrike, NVIDIA, CRM, all on the same day. And next week, we also have PanW and Snowflake. So definitely you can use these lessons heading into the next week. It's going to be a spicy one. I did take a little bit out of here of the Starbucks. We got to 91.50s. So happy with that. Still have a small little nibble of the position left. Happy I was able to wet my beak, because you guys know I was waiting there to wet my beak on Starbucks. Thank you for the props to whomever press the button there. So please just bunch with that. If we get back to 65s and reject, I'm willing to look at this 65. If we get back to 65s, I'm fully willing to add. If we break above 65s, I'm fully getting out. That's going to be my make it or break it level. Also, I want to talk about my attempt at a Tesla short, because someone in the chat said, why would you short Tesla at support? I see that. I had a very different thesis on Tesla, and my thesis was I knew we were at support, and that's why I was honestly really scared. I had really few shares on this because I knew this was going to be either great or terrible. I liked that we were kind of consolidating here. I said if we get decisively above that 230, $200.40 area, get out. Risk 20 pennies, lost 20 pennies. But honestly, if you look at this, I know it looks a little bit more bullish, support in the 5-minute. The 10-minute, this looks weak as heck. We're below that $200.50 level, which is way arguably where I should have risked. Honestly, I still like this as a short. If we can get below that 220 test reject, I would like to short this. I think if we break this down, we break it down in a way that is just beautiful, gorgeous, and everything exciting. We're breaking lower here now. Okay, we're going to try to get involved at 19s, take a few more shares than I did on that first breakdown. If Tesla will have me, I don't think Tesla will have me, but the whole point of confidence about confidence is that you have to be excited. If you have a level you like, get involved, try it. Why not? I have a risk that makes sense. I'm going to risk 30 pennies on this. If we get up to that $200.50 level, which is, again, the area I should have risked in the first place. It's way clear here in the 10-minute chart. I also, like I said, with Tesla, because I scalp it a lot of the time, I have Tesla on the 1 minute on my side chart. And if this is not one of the most flat bottom breakish looking patterns I have ever seen, I don't know what is. I think this is a really clear look. We got filled here in TSLA. Can it go against me? Sure. There's always a chance with trades that won't work out, but that's the point. You have to be willing to try. And like I said, I've really been trying to up my game here with my trading, because if you don't continue to develop every single day, if you aren't willing to risk, what are you willing to reward? So weird, bad movie tagline aside, let's see what goes here in TSLA. Thank you to Saad Mahmood for commenting the breakout trade. I'm guessing that's on Starbucks. I really like these breakouts and breakdowns because I feel like, too, they're kind of... I started with trading ranges, right? Like, Sharif will talk about the Adara Panera range. And I think with ranges, it's a lot, you're looking at 2 levels, right? A lot of these breakdown trades are breaking down from levels, building from levels. So I think it's kind of the same general mental framework, but you look at it a slightly different way. Hog Rider going long Tesla 200. Okay, best of luck to you there for sure. Like I said, 200, if that holds, definitely a great trade. But I think just how weak we've been at $200.50 made me want to try. Best of luck, though, to anybody on any trade here. Great or terrible, so bright, says G-Caster. Yeah, I know. It's kind of a bit of a simple way of putting it, but that's the thing, right? Either trades are going to work out or they don't. It's such a binary system. But if you put the effort in, if you like it, then there's no harm in trying it. What else is going on here? NVIDIA Bounce City here, says Bonkzilla. Yeah, NVIDIA getting a nice little push up here, as is the market trying to find some support here at the Qs. So interesting little look there on NVIDIA. I would like to see it clear that 117.25 area, a little bit of, 117.25 NVIDIA. If you can't clear this might be dicey. I might not trust that bounce. Now, why do I say that? Because look at that resistance here. Support in the pre-market. We wick into a resistance, quadunk. Then we come up again, can't hold it. We bounce though, but now we're coming back again. And look where we reject again at the 9 EMA confluence, 117.20. My verdict on NVIDIA would be wait till you get to 117.20. If I was Sam Waterston, that would be the verdict I'd be gunning for. Shout out again to Law & Order, my favorite show on television. But Tesla here, I still stand by this short. Again, shout out to anybody who's... my favorite is Law & Order, but I also love the one that Vincent... okay, Tesla! I'll get into my Law & Order preferences later. But I like this breakdown here. We're going to take some out here at 85 just because I want to keep some profit. Get down, let's go. Okay, please just punch there. Starbucks still breaking lower here. Tesla still breaking lower. Oh my gosh, Tesla. I want to see what we do. If we get like 199.50s, that'd be wild. Like I said, I like the whole dollar breakdowns. First time it didn't work, I didn't try it. First time I tried it, it didn't work. Sorry guys, I'm so excited here. First time I tried it, it did not work. But as there was a conversation with Neil and Obi last week, and it's like sometimes the first try isn't going to work, but then you have to try again if the level's set in. We took 70 pennies on Tesla. I am pleased as punch. I am overjoyed. Starbucks coming back into that decisive level here for me at 91.65s. Let's see where that goes. Apologies for the yelling, but... I'm happy I took that trade because Tesla, that thing, like as I said, people were laughing at me for saying this in the chat, and I understand why, but I said it could be great or terrible. But isn't that with everything in life? Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't, but you have to have the confidence to try it, the confidence to try it. I'm going to stop acting like I have an Oscar speech. But yeah, to answer your question, Sean, I initially was introduced to Law & Order through SVU, but my favorite is the one with Vincent D'Onofrio. I like Criminal Intent. I also like the OG. Ooh. And Law & Order Toronto existed.
Bro, we are tanking here, Adara. We are on the way down. What do you mean? What am I talking about? We are. I'm so confused. I'm like, we are on the way down. Yeah, the Katina man made an ton of money back. So, yeah, that's the situation there. Adara's printing up a storm. The Katina man's printing up a storm. And I'm drinking my water. So shout out to me. All right, big move down there on Tesla. Great flat bottom break. Adara, get down, says Big Spile Burdette. 221 got breached on Apple. 169 got breached on Amazon. We're on the way down like on everything really except Softy. Softy and NVIDIA holding up better than the bunch. We're holding up at the VWAP on NVIDIA, on Microsoft. But we gave up VWAP on the future. We gave it up certainly on goggles as well. And well on the way down is Meta. Meta's almost literally at the low of the day. We're about $1 and almost we are $1 from the low of the day. Big move down on these markets. Everything headed down right now. 19,000 incoming, 18,925, the low of the day. I'm going to pack my patience because I got into some trouble with that Apple trade, having gone against me $1. So I'm going to have to be very selective of where I get in. So I'm just going to stay, a little bit nimble at the moment. But NVIDIA finding support here. This is the break-even point for NVDA, 116.25, finding a little bit of support there below the volume-weighted average price. But the price action supports this bounce right here at the $0.25. We definitely used it as a level of resistance earlier, then we're kind of using it as support now. So NVIDIA possibly trying to hold up here, but everything down in these markets. Whether or not we get a 19-1 hold on the NQ September contract, we'll have to wait and see. But it's been a big down afternoon, I should say, because it hasn't been a big down day, even though now the NQ is negative. So the Rust down 1%, the NQ down a third, the ES flat, and the Dow up a third. So good look here. Good intraday volatility. Who's crying up a storm? I ain't crying. I'm just drinking my water.
I was so excited. I was like, I'm delirious over there. I'm joking.
What's happening? Big Spile Burdette $5 super chat. I want a good old Mortal Kombat fatality. Get over here. Right? Isn't that what everybody does? Dan Emmons. Nobody knew what that was? Come on, guys.
You're not.
That's okay. I wanted to send you my chart from the ES. I don't know, 3 standard deviations from VWAP, up 3 standard deviations from VWAP, then slammed back down. It kind of feels like it's that kind of day, Dan. So, yeah, send it away. Send it to Bears versus Bulls, and he'll get it over to me. Yeah, keeping a look at these markets. I'm going to have to be very careful about how I trade the rest of the day because that Apple trade went against me without my knowledge. And so, yeah, I got to be careful. It's funny until it happens to you. So anyway, so keeping an eye on that. I'm going to have to pack my patience.
Yeah, BGZ saying, I'm crying because Apple's trying to go from worst to first for me. Shout out to you for that, for going from worst to first. Starbucks, I ended up getting out here at 91.70s. I added at 91.60s because we were like at that point rejecting. Got a bit of a push up here. Said, Adara, take your last sips and leave the coffee. They're closing up the doors. You can't be here. They're trying to sweep up, okay? Just leave. So I love Starbucks. They're really happy with what I did with it. And again, happy I've been trying to have some more patience in these trades. I also tried to spy short at 542s, not just because it was a whole dollar breakdown, but also because 542s, I was literally watching this on the chart this morning. It took us so long to break below 542s. And when we did, it was just like, it was gorgeous. I loved it. So I want to see what we did here. Did not work out. Tried it, didn't work. That's kind of the thing with these markets, right? And again, I know the greater terrible thing was kind of a, I said it, maybe it's kind of simplistic, maybe a bit cliched, but I think the thing is, yeah, like that's why you have to have confidence for your ideas because you never know if a trade's going to work. You can have a beautiful setup. I don't know if anyone remembers that NVIDIA or that AMD Head and Shoulders I was looking for last weekend. I was like so sad because I missed the timing on that. You could have a great setup, everything looks great, it doesn't work out, the timing doesn't work, right? And same with, you can have a trade that, with Tesla, that was a flat bottom break, but as people were pointing out in the chat, 200 was support on Tesla. So that's why you need to make sure you have the balance of the evidence. I'm not going to hit the button again, but make sure you have the balance of the evidence. Look at all these time frames. Make sure it's making sense. Like for me, that it looked a lot more like support on the 5-minute there for Tesla. But if you look at the 3-minute, it was just like I was trying to break lower. The 10-minute, you had that little chop and churn, right? 1 minute, as I said, which I think, honestly, with Tesla, why I put the 1 minute in my side chart for Tesla, because I noticed I'd be taking my screenshots and I'd be realizing there are so many mistakes I wouldn't have made had I looked at the 1 minute on Tesla. So the point I'm trying to make here is just make sure you're looking at like multi-time frame confirmations. I think that's one thing that's really helped me. Tesla, I don't know why 199.20s is a level you have an issue with, but it is. I mentioned sometimes, I've noticed this through book scalping, stocks will have certain levels they like on certain days, like cent levels. Sometimes the 20-cent level. Tesla, $200.20. That's why I got short there, because that was a bit of a support resistance level. Right now, Tesla being a little herky-jerky around 199.20s. I'm not going to get involved in this again unless I have like a really, really good reason. But I do find that level interesting. Wanted to put that out there. Intel, which was strong earlier, now hanging out below VWAP. But if there's any stocks that you guys are looking at, you're like, I wonder how Sean traded that Amazon. I wonder what Obi's thoughts are on this stock. Get into the chat, exclamation point, joy, space, $, whatever ticker you are interested in. Also, Luis Martinez saying there's a trap forming now in Starbucks. Starbucks, yeah, I think it was trying to pop higher. Now it's back into 60s. Left, had to honor my plan, left where I did. I'm not going to be upset about following plans. Please just punch. I love these days like this where you just have a lot to kind of move in the market. I've been pretty happy with today, but I see you trading a name that I know you are. Honestly, I'm amazed at how you trade this one. How's Meta going?
It's okay. I mean, we'll see if we get the prints. I'm waiting at 88. we're printing 77. So we'll see. Trying to pack my patience with this one. This was a nice bounce off a higher low. Technically, the low of the day is 525.52. Then we got into that 526 and change. I think 526 and a fifth, and we were able to bounce off that. So I'm trying to pack my patience. Wait, obviously, Meta, you know how it is. It's very spready, and so you're going to have to really get the cross there in order to get printed on META. That's just kind of the nature of the beast there with Meta. I'm seeing some, a couple of green candles come in on some of these Mag 7 names. So a bit of a bounce here on the market. 19,000 and a quarter came in to play there. We didn't quite make it down into 19,000, but who knows? We could absolutely move down into 19,000. So let's pack our patience and see what we get there. Printing, what are we printing now? 75s. We're long at 33s. So let's wet our beak here in the 50s to take out some there, and we'll look to basically move up maybe into 528 and a half on META. So about decently here in the money, about 60 or some odd cents. Let's see if we can work into the break-even point on the day, which is 528.56. Now we're printing 86s, so not a bad look, but knowing that this could be a dead cat bounce, so that's why wetting my beak. And I apologize, guys, for the distorted charts. I can fix this wick over here. It shouldn't take me that long. I'll do it next time around when Derek comes back, because I can't do it right now. So I'm waiting for 528, let's say 528 and a quarter, 528 and a half. I'm going to have to adjust my stop on this one, though, because we had the stop for the full amount. So we'll take that one, and we'll say the stop price is going to be around 526, and we'll give it, 95s or something like that, and then we'll have to take it out all there. So the stop in place, good luck. Let's see if this one can continue to head to the upside. Obviously, knowing 528 and a half, it's going to be the resistance level, because that is yesterday's closing print on META. So that's the look there. Apple finding a bit of support right now at this 220 and a half, all the way back up into 221, knowing full well that there's 221 and a quarter, 221 and a third, which is the possible area of resistance. Doesn't have to be an area of resistance, but 221 and a quarter there is the closing print from AAPL on the day. It's not like we respected that closing print, quite frankly. We zigged and zagged through it in the pre-market. The opening print high and low, zigged and zagged there. We didn't bounce off it on the way down. We didn't reject it on the way back up. So I'm less inclined to want to use that closing print on AAPL. But I'm going to set up my order now for the break of 528. I'm going to put it at the fifth of a dollar. And so that'll be almost a dollar winner if we can get that print now on META. We'll see. We're about nicely in the money right now, but rejecting off the whole dollar. Actually, we're printing 06s. So if we print a fifth of a dollar, I'll get printed there, but obviously it has to cross, as the monster or the Zuck train is the spready one, and often takes a little bit of time to get printed there. In case you guys want Sean to cover your stocks, in case you guys want Obi to tell you how we would have traded Amazon, you will get into the chat right now, and you will vote for your favorite ticker and bully your friends. Persuade them. Maybe bully is the wrong word. Persuade your friends to vote your way, because only the top 5 tickers, Adara, make it onto the board. So if you want your stock covered, you're going to have to make sure that others are voting your way. Otherwise, it may not make it on. So yeah, vote every day. You have essentially from when Adara and I come on till about 1:50 every day. That's 2 hours and 50 minutes. That should give you ample time to have your say. So make sure to get into the chat right now and vote. Call in Ashish. $3 super chat. Thank you very much. Call in Ashish. I hope I didn't butcher your name. I hope I'm saying it right, but no comment there. Tag me if you want us to look at anything for you, whether Adara and I or Colin Ashish. Get into the chat right now and vote. Everybody's voting. Easy Trader voting for Lumen. Will Doctor just voted for Baba. The OG Darwin wants to know what's going on with DKNG. By the way, there's headlines on it. I'll cover that in a second on DKNG. We got... come on, Paula, I hope you voted because you want to talk about NVIDIA. Paula, get into the chat and vote if you already have it. I don't mean to call you out. Virgo, voting for Kava. We got Barry, who voted for AMD, and ChatGPT wants to see NVIDIA. I didn't know ChatGPT was voting.
I didn't know that ChatGPT traded.
Day Trader cuts voting for Walmart. Get into this chat right now, guys. Have your say every day. The Katina Man's here. The Obi's here. They're ready to take your tickers. Every day we do it on the afternoon rundown. Adair, we're having trouble here. It looks like with 528 on META. We got up nicely there. We got up above the $0.25, Adair, but I wasn't able to print because you know how the spreada
one is.
Yeah. So we're packing our patience here. I'm looking for a 528.5 out because that's the closing print on the day.
Let's do it. And I want to shout out as well again, like Sharif with Meta, because Meta is one that is really hard to trade. You have to have so much patience. You got to like be paying for extra carry on for the amount of patience you're packing. Okay, so I really want to shout you out for those trades.
You, Adair.
I appreciate you as well. And there's another name on the Mag 7 that you trade that I also am not able to trade. I want to shout you out for Microsoft here. Hog Rider saying, "Let's go, Microsoft." Looks like he's riding that train to the upside. Choo choo. I know it's not the Zuck train, but still a nice look here. Microsoft, this is one of the cleanest VWAP bounces I've ever seen. Is it just a VWAP bounce? You could argue it is, but no, it's not, because look at that 514. This is a bottoming wicking candle if I've ever seen one. I'm going to stop using that phrase. We pop higher gorgeously. We get to 417, 60s, we quadunk, and then we make a beautiful VWAP bounce. Shout out to you. I would like to see, though, what Microsoft does with this resistance we have here at 416.25. If we can clear that, looks like we're trying to right now. Nice look on this one as well. Microsoft definitely not spreada, but there's usually about a 4-cent spread on this one, so that's something to consider as well. Tesla trying to drive its way back up to 200. I don't want to get back involved in this name. I drove into the sunset in that short. I was happy with what I did there, and like I said, trying not like one thing I've noticed too is you don't want to dip your hand into the well too many times. Sometimes the well gets dry. Sometimes people are like, "Hey, you're dipping into this well." I don't know what that analogy became. But the point is, with this bottoming tail candle, I don't want to short Tesla at 200. I'll watch the book. I always watch the book. But I'm honestly more tempted, especially with this strength trying to come back here in the future and in these Mag 7s. I would like to see if Tesla gets above 200. If we bounce off $200.20, that's where the long is. Right now, though, looks like a baby short. If we bounce off 80s again here, because that was an area we struggled to get above, I still think it's a long. But like I said, not getting involved until I see that action at $200.20 whole cents. Nice look there. Well, I don't have any, sorry guys, I'm not involved in any trades right now. I apologize. I don't want to rush myself into anything. I was proud of the trading that happened earlier today. Everything I took, I had levels. Tesla, you're going to make me go long, aren't you? Okay. I don't want to rush into this. I love the way the Tesla book is looking as we have our slow ascent towards 200. It's not a roadster, not 0 to 100, 0 to like a few cents up there. So good look on that TSLA. I'll trade you if you give me the chance to do so. Wow, SPY popping back above 543 on that here, SPY. New whole dollar level for this guy. I love, SPY, you get a pushback. Look at all this consolidation in the pre. We careen hard from the downside to that 543. We bounce up higher, come back down. Hard rejection. Then we come right back up. Now we're bouncing off 543. I like the idea of a SPY 543 long as I wait for Tesla to do things. And to be clear, it's not like this is like the consolation prize. If I can't get Tesla right now, I still really love the look of the SPY. And honestly, I might like the SPY even better. So we're going to try to get involved in here. 04s if we get to 543, 04s. If we get below 543.90s, I'm outie. Small position. Let go. Also, though, Lily, I saw, everyone make sure you vote in the chat. I saw Victor Jan Novak had voted for Lily, and I was going back and forth with Victor in the chat and also on the show here earlier today because I know Victor trades Lily. I also trade Lily, and I was talking about that sometimes when it makes sense to do so. That 926 support on Lily was beautiful earlier today. Oh, okay, so it didn't hold perfectly, but like I said if I was to take this long, I'd probably risk it into 924 because that's where we had that wick. Lily respected that, even on that move down in the market. If we bounce off the 90 MA here and continue to try to curl higher, and then we finally clear 930s, because like I said, I think 930s is the level Lily needs to clear. I think that's a gorgeous look there. I think you're certainly going to be happy. Your account's going to need some Wegovy because it's going to be blowing up to the upside there. Weird analogy aside, shout out to you for that Lily long, Vicyan Novak. You had the confidence, the confidence, whatever word you want to use, the Vicyan confidence. I don't know. Good look there. I'm going to stop making puns. And we're going to talk about this interesting story here with DraftKings, I guess. How did that go in the meta?
Good. I got out for like a 30-penny winner at the end there. We did well on that trade, but I'm looking now at the soft one because we're at that IB high and we're rejecting that level. So I'm thinking here, I'm looking at Softy. There we go. We'll take this short for. Sorry, guys. Just have to put this one in. Yeah, this level is interesting here as we get into this. this $0.50 IB high level. We're going to give this one the old community college try, but this is what I want to talk about. This is for you, Darwin. DraftKings, and I didn't get to read this fully today, but DraftKings withdraws plan for gaming tax surcharge. So this is interesting. So they scrap plans to impose a gaming tax surcharge in certain high tax states. So which is interesting because that obviously eats into their margins. And so I was thinking this was not good for them with the respect to their margins, but it could be good for bringing on more people because then it'll be a little bit cheaper for them. So the sports betting company disclosed Wednesday that it has decided not to move forward with the surcharge floated earlier this month as a means of boosting earnings. Their chief executive, Jason Robbins, said on the first, starting next year, DraftKings would levy a surcharge in states with high taxes and multiple mobile betting operations. So the new charge would drive up adjusted earnings before interest. And so that's what I was thinking. Their margins would improve with this tax because they'd be passing it on to you, kind of like what others do, but they're choosing not to do that. So, I thought that would hurt margins, but the market liking that, I guess the other side of the coin is, well, there's more participation because things will be a little bit cheaper. Wall Street Journal reporting that. I also want to shout out Day Trader Cut. This is his P&L for the week. That's the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th. The dude is printing up a storm, an absolute storm. He sent that to Bears versus Bulls. Bears versus Bulls sent that to me. Nary a red day. He's got a couple. Definitely overshadowed by the greenery that's printing all around there. I want to shout him out. What a great trade for that for Day Trader Cut, one of the OGs there in the chat, and keep your eye on what he's always saying there. So shout out to him. Shout out to you, Darwin. He grabbed some DKNG yesterday after the flush. So shout out to you. Obviously printing up a storm, one of the OGs in the chat. Darwin, no doubt. He's the player that you're talking about. Join RKT. Okay, I haven't seen this one before. We'll keep tabs on that. I'm still in this softy look over here as the future tries to work its way back. Apple as well, also working its way back into break even. It's going to break that 221.25. That will be a good look for Apple as it looks to work its way back, Adair.
Yeah, I got into the SPY long. My first SPY long, I took my eyes off it, and then I should have been way more actively managing my SPY. It's all good there. Not a huge hit, just definitely should have had better eyes. Lost 20 pennies on it. Was trying to lose 10. So not super proud of that. But I got back in the long. We got back above the 543. Going to be a lot tighter, risking 10 cents. If we get below that 542.90s, I am outie. But I like that we're pushing higher. I like all these bullish candles. I like the move above the 90 MA. Let's see if we like the SPY here. If we push a little bit higher, we're below 90s. I'm going to have to get out. And I also want to take an opportunity to look at, okay, SPY, where you at, bro? Let's see if we can get filled here. Just waiting for the SPY to fill. And then we can look at this super chat. Thank you very much to DayTrading Dad, or Daytrade Dad. Thank you very much for the $5 super chat. Thoughts on LGVVN with earnings later today? Yeah, let's see if this is long Chevron or short Chevron. Forgot this one at earnings. It was actually on the in the week ahead as well, so should have remembered that. I did put it on the week ahead, which is why it's funny. I forgot about this now, but LGVN here down right now about 6.5%. No, oh, wow, the volume on this guy heading up to earnings is kind of weak sauce. We just got our biggest volume candle of the day, and that was 55,000 shares. Currently, amount of shares traded on the day, 712,000. That is less than Eli Lilly has been trading on the day. Let's take a look at this daily chart here for LGVN, if there's any levels coming up. We know long Chevron has been on the move lately. It's a frequent runner. It also has that Alzheimer's treatment it's working on, which I guess, much like Lilly doing less volume on the day, they also both have Alzheimer's treatments. I'm going to stop comparing it to my favorite stock and take a look at this daily chart if it decides to load for me. Yeah, okay, this is, big D push back for long Chevron. I think the support at 240 is interesting. So we had that wick into this level first, right? We try to get above this $3 level, can't. Continue higher. Look at the bottom we're trying to form here at 240s. Even when we're down 6.5% today, we're still holding on to 240s. I think clearing 3 would be huge. That was a support resistance level. But generally, if you go back here, starting when we had all of that action here in early June, we've had generally higher highs and higher lows. I think if we hold on to 240, it's a nice look. If we break above 3, I'd like that. We also had some pops here into that 340s area. So I think there are some natural levels. But I think with long Chevron, much like Lumen, which we know at earnings and kind of missed but ran anyway, with long Chevron, the amount of retail attention could be maybe regardless of what the earnings are, we could see a move. However, caveat, with Lumen heading into earnings, they did have their announcement they had that also had a lot more retail attention heading into earnings, and it did not have this honestly quite scary looking topping tail candle in the daily chart. So I think with the context of long Chevron, we'll have to wait and see here. The volume today, like I said, not super great, but we'll see if retail investors remember to go long or short Chevron as we head into that report. Shout out again to DayTrader Cut for those that awesome P&L there. Now, SPY, now you decide to move, really, SPY?
Honestly,
I've tried to take so many cracks at that 543. I don't want to try to take another crack. Clearly, the idea was right because now we're into 543.30s, but the play was wrong. And honestly, if I'm going to play any name, any ETF right now, the one I'd be playing is going to be that EWIM, because EWIM heading back at that 206.50 level, I love so much. 206.50. Okay, I'm risking into 30s. I'm getting long again, IWM. This makes sense to me here. Okay, yeah, we're doing this. No regrets. Maybe some, but not right now. I'm seeing a lot of support here in every time frame. And like I said, I played this again, back on the block. We'll see if this works out. Sometimes it won't, and I don't want to take a trade that I've already taken just to take it again. But man, do I like the support. I was watching this in the book the whole time we had that pop. Also, shout out to Tony Price in the chat, was asking earlier, is this one of my best days since going live? I've been trying not to check the P&L today, so I'm not sure. I know the process is good, and I think that's what matters. But also, Tony Price was asking, hey, how many tickers can you vote for? Only the one each day, so make sure your vote counts. We are brought to you by Real to the Trading. Get into that chat, ! Join, space, $, whatever tickers are fancy. Let's see if Russ is again the best rapper alive today, because he was pretty good to me earlier. Let's see how this goes on this IWM. I will be super cognizant of what happens at 206.80s. You guys know I was obsessed with that level earlier because it gave you lots of reasons to be. If we crack above 206.80s and hold, I will add there. If not, I don't know if we'll see what happens here. But like I said, risking into the 206.30s because the break above that was gorgeous on the book. We will do that last lesson post-haste a little bit here, but I'm going to wait to see what happens here on my Russell as we try to get to 10 pennies in the money on this. How you doing?
19.1 coming in on the future over here after we dipped down. We didn't quite make it into 19,000, about 19,015. Let's see if the 100-point level means anything at this level, or it's just another, 100, 19.1. So what? So 19,105 was how we did yesterday, or where we closed, I should say, yesterday. I'm kind of hesitant to want to use these 100-point levels just because they really haven't been coming in on the day, but we'll see. If 19.1 rejects, we could look for a move down. You've got the likes of Apple at the volume weighted average price and some others. Let's see what we get here. We're printing on Softy. Let's see if we can get something around 15s or so. This was the 416.50 was kind of near the IB high there. So we'll see if we can kind of reject that level and then come a little bit down, print in about 25s or so right now on the soft one. Let's see if we can weasel our way down a little bit more. Here come the 15s and 14s. Obviously, the softy is a little bit spready, so you're going to have to pack your patience. And I've been packing mine, but, it keeps coming into my level and not printing me. And I know you were dealing with that today, too, but that's just the nature of the beast. Bears versus bulls. Taki, Tahmid, I received your vote for the rundown, but please tag Sharif. Okay. Yeah, just tag me, my man, if you'd like Adara and I to look at a stock for you. If you want the big kahunas, I was about to say Neil and Sean, but we got the Kenob, he's in place for Neil today. If you want them looking at your names, get into that chat and vote, baby. Every day you can vote. It's that ! That word. Join, then space, then the $, and have your vote every day. And the big kahunas will look at that for you. So NVIDIA's making a big move here, 117.50 possibly coming in on NVDA. I'm looking at that. That's a big green candle that's supporting, I guess, possibly a futures move over here. That's not good for my softy position, but we're still in the money on this one. Still packing my patience, waiting to print. And I still haven't printed as it won't cross below that level. I'm just going to have to either get stopped out or pack my patience. And there we go. We're printing now, baby. So about
open the Bill Gates for you.
Daryl, man. That's good. Let's see if we can we got a topping tail on the 5-minute. through 416.50. So I don't want to take this out. We're short 42s. Let's see if we can get the whole dollar break here on the soft one. We're getting very close to the whole dollar break here on the soft one. So packing my patience. Probably time to take a little bit more out here. So we'll take out more there. Still have a position. This was one of the larger positions I've had. So a few beak wetters on this one. Let's see if we can move down a little bit more. I'd like to see something around possibly 415.50. Call me ambitious. Oh, baby. There we go. We got the flat bottom break. Get down, softy. Yes. Little punk. So we take that one. Yeah, Dare, I'm going to swear at the stocks. I don't care about their feelings. They don't care about mine when they stop me out.
No, and when they're punks, you got to treat them like the punks they are.
So that was a good trade there on the soft one. That got me out a little bit of trouble. Had to be very careful which trades I took today because of that Apple debacle. But that's the look. And it goes right into that 1450. Oh, baby. Yep, that was a trade. That was my best trade of the day. Happy with this one. Had to add into it, as you can see, a couple of purple candles there. But down we go on the soft one. Apple also rejecting the volume weighted average price. Good look there. So if you predicted that one, you didn't get breached by all that much. Where's VWAP? 42s. The top of this bad boy candle got to 47s. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you gave it more than 5 pennies worth of risk, right? So there it goes. Apple possibly headed to the downside here. This could be an interesting short, possibly into 220, right? Because last time around, we found a base at 220 and a third. So, I don't know, maybe we do get 220s here on the dead one. I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing Apple come down a little bit ahead of the whatever they were going to release. What is it called? Apple Intelligence. So I'd like to get a little bit more. Obviously, we added at that 200 level, but never enough of an ad. And I got to tell you, that day was last Monday it really tested my emotional. I don't want to call it control because I had control of my emotions. Yeah. But let me tell you. So you know me. I put my orders out at key levels ahead of time so that I can remove the subjectivity. Yeah. So
like they're just set. They're ready to go.
They're set. Yeah. And so when I came into work that day, I knew full well that they were there. I knew that they were there at 300 on Pandub. I knew that they were there at 200 on Apple. And let me tell you, fighting the urge to cancel those orders was one of the hardest things I've done because I felt like the world was dropping off. We didn't understand how the yen carry trade was going to affect the markets. I mean, it was one of the more psychologically tougher times I've had. And the orders are like, I wasn't huge size that it was adding at those levels, but it was enough to, make me a little bit worried. And so that was one of the more challenging days that I've had in a long time. But you know what helped me in the game? Knowing that Alfred was buying in March of 2020. Yeah. When everybody and their mother was running for cover. This dude was adding in the portfolio.
And he's still wearing his bespoke suit, his three-piece suit.
Even though his wife's parents got him that. But yeah, we digress.
That suit was not his. Oh.
Yeah, he didn't buy that. His wife's parents got him that because when he visited them in South Korea, they wanted to get him a present.
Oh, so he got like that amazing suit. Yeah. Well, great in-laws there. Shout out to Alfred.
Absolutely.
Also, I really want to shout out your Microsoft trade because that was a great look there. They opened the Bill Gates and you ran in, and shout out to that. IWM, you don't get a shout out right now because don't you love it when you get like wicked out of things? I said 206.30s. We broke below 206.30s. I got out. We've been holding 206.30 since. I don't like that. I don't like that, Sam. I am. Not green eggs and ham right now. I'm sure I'm still up on IWM because I had, I again, trying not to look at the P&L. But it's not about the ups and downs. Always a little bit frustrating. That being said, happy I tried it. Again, that was the whole point of hiding the P&L, right? Was to be able to take trades based on the merit, based on the balance of the evidence, chung, not based on whatever kind of anxiety you have. That being said, I know I was a little bit I was trying to take the SPY longs at 543. Those didn't work out. In my attempts to take those SPY longs, I fully missed my Tesla 200 breakout, which would have worked. Breakdown would have worked. Breakout would have also worked. We're at that level I look in TSLA, $200.20. Oh, my Lord. Okay, we're going to do this quickly. We're going to have a quick little Tesla scalp here. As we head into that lesson of the day, we're going to see what Tesla scalps us. And then we'll be learning once more about earnings. I shouldn't have worded it that way. I apologize.
Love it.
That was of all of the things I've worded, that's probably not the most egregious, but it was a little weirder. I wanted 21s for reasons that you might be able to guess. One of them has to do with a rapper I really like. But we'll see here if we'll get 21s. I don't think we will. We're kind of printing these mid-high 20s. I'm going to risk this into 200s, and I want to see what we do here if we get into 50s. we got filled. We dropped a little bit lower here. It would be really sad if we gave up this afternoon movement. And that's why I've talked a lot about my tired trading rules. And, shout out to Sean. He and I talked about this in the market recap. And he was like, you should share this more on the show. For me, it doesn't have to do with time of day as much as just like everyone has biases, right, when they trade. Sometimes you're long bias, sometimes you're short bias, sometimes your brain turns off at 1 p.m. Whatever it is, you have to find ways to kind of cope with that and trade with that in mind. And that's something I've tried to do. We're going to be trying to take profit here at 55. Should Tesla get there? And we're going to see if it pays for the dream, which I don't always do with Tesla, but in this case I will. Like I said, I just want to wait here till we get that lesson. So come on, Tesla. Hopefully the Lesla of the day for this Tesla, because we didn't actually get a Neil lesson of the day. It'd be nice if this Tesla would give us a move. Also, it was interesting, and Neil was saying maybe we'll also do the lesson of the day on in the afternoon show as well, because in the midday right now, it's only the people who see the midday. So it'd be interesting too if we get some other lessons. So shout out to Neil with that. You might be getting even more Neilage on a more regular basis. So we do have confidence. We have Obi-Wan-fidence. Shout out to Darwin. I've been trying to have some Confidera as well. So anything like that, you definitely you want to be able to have the confidence. Honestly, one of the ways you feel more confident is through experience, but it's also through learning. And what I love about How to Trade is we give you experiential learning. We're learning here every single day. We are Tesla. Are you going to film me? We took 35 pennies on Tesla.
Dara.
Thank you very much. Please, as punch. Tesla, do you want me to give me a little bit more? Do we want to rustle a little bit higher? If we push back above 50s, I'll stay. If not, we got a lesson to get to. Thank you guys very much for letting me take this quick scalp before we get the lesson, because I realized if I don't take it now, I'm not getting that scalp. Okay, Tesla. Oh my gosh, if you want to give me 50 pennies, Tesla. I saw in the 1 minute you got to 70s. I think that's wholly realistic. If it's not, it's cool. I'll get out here if we break below 50s. But man, am I pleased as punch. And that's one of the greatest things. You have opportunities. You take said opportunities. If that one of those opportunities is 50 cents on the Cybertrucked one, that's the opportunity you take.
Cybertrucked one.
Yeah, I've run that one out. You know what I mean?
I like it.
We call them a dead one, the soft one.
You can call them whatever you want.
Right? You can call them whatever you want. The monster, NVIDIA there. Also, imagine my surprise when Tesla wicks into that level. It does not come back to fill me, does it? We'll see what happens here. But again, I want to, like you and I both talked about today, it's so fun and frustrating when stocks just wick near your level and they're like, oh, we don't actually have to fill you though. You do realize that happened to me a couple times today. I know that happened with Microsoft, and it's always frustrating, especially when it's one of those stocks that moves a little bit more erratically where you just want to get out. Not sure I'll be getting 70s here, so you know what? We'll settle for 60. I'll take 40 pennies. Please does punch with that. Oh my God, TSLA won't even give me that now. Okay, so Tesla, like I said, it is the Cybertruck, the Cyber Beast. Apologies for making you guys all watch me trade this as we wait for that move higher. But yeah, part of learning is just taking opportunities that you like, because you really don't learn unless you try, unless you experience it. And as Tesla drips lower here, we're going to get that drip drop out here. Oh my gosh, Tesla, what are you doing? Asking for a friend. That friend is me. I am the friend. Okay. We're going to get out of here 40s. I apologize for making you guys all watch that move as Tesla dripped a little bit lower there, but took profit on everything. 20 cents of the money for half of it, 35 cents on the other half. Thank you guys for the patience as I auctioneered and talked to myself for a few minutes. Anything you're looking at before we actually do that lesson? I
just took some profits there, 15 pennies quickly on Apple, but it's zigging and zagging, so I'm out. I don't have a discernible trend at the moment until it breaks above the $0.50 or breaks below 221. That's my look.
Nice. Hopefully 221 does something for you there.
Oh, can I just call this? Just let me answer Taki Tahmid, because he did tag me earlier and I didn't get a chance to do it. So Sharif, hi Sharif. Love the way you do teachings and your style of trading. I have been on PG riding the wave, but the options isn't moving. Can you please shed some light into? Absolutely. Let's have a look at Procter & Gamble. Sorry, Dare, just give me a second.
No worries. Take your time. I was the one who weirdly did my Tesla auctioneer scalp, so all good.
Love it. All right, let's have a look at PG. I've been on PG riding the wave, but the option isn't moving much. Can you please shed some light? Okay, so the option. Okay, so let me know where you're in. Which option are you? What's your strike price? What's your expiration date? So I can look at the exact same contract that you're in. I have my options chain loaded up. Just tag me on that because I don't know which one you're looking. But with respect to Procter & Gamble, if I can look at the equity super quick, you can see that we're obviously in an uptrend here. We've been in a nice uptrend on Procter & Gamble, and this is kind of my previous charting on it. It's been an uptrend, dude. I would say basically the 200 has been very well respected going back to January of 2023. So you're more than a year and a half deep of respect for the 200 exponential on the daily, This is the exponential moving average. Separately, aside from these earnings drops and pops, you can see that sold off quite aggressively on that the end of July. We got bought up. 165 seems to be a level, but I'm hesitant to want to say that specific level looks good, even though 160, it's just higher lows. That's what I see. I see higher lows. It's a bit of an uptrend. You zoom out, you can continue to see that, we're all-time highs. Not all-time. Let's zoom to the weekly, make sure that I'm right about that. Here's the monthly. Yeah, this looks like all-time highs on P&G. So I don't think you're doing anything unusual there. It's just a slow mover, right? And the thing about this one is I don't think it's very consumer discretionary. This is more consumer staple-y. So even though, you may have, get less spending, but you're not going to stop buying shampoo. You're not going to stop buying toothpaste, etc. So I think this is a good one for economic weakness because you have to spend on that kind of stuff. Now, that's a fundamental look. The technical looks fantastic. It's not NVIDIA, obviously, but it just printed all-time highs. It's got higher lows. Anything off the 200 exponential or the 200 moving, on the daily looks awfully good to me. I hope you print up a storm on it.
Yeah, shout out to you there, Taki. Also, I remember we had a super chat a while ago for PG, and I was looking at that because I thought it said you were there this day. I thought it was SPG because my contacts were having issues, and it was actually PG, and I felt very badly. That's how I remember. But I do remember not feeling badly about how good that PG chart looked. So shout out to that stock, Procter & Gamble. I don't think that one's too much of a gamble right now with that new high and that uptrend. Also, I did get in to the IW. I'm just going to let that cook here. But we're also going to talk about identifying institutional buying or selling after earnings. So you have to understand the flow of institutional money post earnings if possible, because that can really provide you some insights into what these bigger players, the big dogs, are doing and how this could potentially drive the future direction of a stock. So by identifying whether large institutions are accumulating or distributing shares, traders are able to make more informed decisions. So how do institutions play a role in the markets? Well, some of the market impact here includes the fact that you've got these institutional investors, such as hedge funds here, mutual funds, and pension funds. They'll often trade in larger volume, right? They got more money to throw around. And so this can significantly impact stock prices. So knowing what they do can really be key here because they do play such a huge role with the amount of moolah they can toss, more than you and I. I don't know about stock. No, I'm joking. But the point is institutions got big money. Long-term perspective is also really key. And it's also, usually these are not going to be trading all the time. These funds, they have a larger term impact, a longer term view, and a longer term investment horizon, especially compared to retail day traders, right? So this makes the actions of institutions much more indicative of underlying market trends or what they view the longer term thesis to be in these here markets. So volume analysis is important here as well. And these are some ways that you can use tech indicators to identify potential institutional activity. Volume analysis is huge, right? So, and usually high volume is something worth noting. If you've got a sudden surge in trading volume, especially if it's coming right after earnings, that can signal you've got institutional buying or selling pressure following that report. And the distribution of volume is another really interesting one to keep an eye on. Analyzing how you've got the volume distributed throughout the trading day can provide huge clues. So if you've got heavy volume in the early morning hours, that can be a sign of institutional accumulation. You've got things moving up ahead of the earnings, and you've actually seen that here heading into earnings. We had Micron get pushed up really high ahead of earnings. Sometimes that can show you, A, either how institutions are thinking, or B, if you've got that move up. And Danielle Shea, shout out to her, she talked about this in the market recap. If you've got a lot of buying into earnings, sometimes that's a sign things might fade off into earnings. So any kind of volume analysis can give you a sense of what these larger players are thinking and doing. What about price action and volume? Obviously, two factors we love in life for trading, but price action is huge because there's some patterns to look for, like accumulation and distribution. A gradual price increase alongside increasing volume can suggest potential institutionalized buying. It's not just no volume and a push up. It's not lots of volume and no movement. It's a combination of both. It's the confluence, if you will, between both. Distribution patterns are also, that'll always get Sharif Whoop in there. Shout out to confluence. Volume distribution is also key here because analyzing how you've got the volume distributed throughout the trading hours can really be key. So if you've got this heavy, sorry about that. A declining price with increasing volume, that's what I was trying to say there, can indicate some institutional selling. So if you've got that, that could be a sign, hey, there could be a little bit more rain to the downside. That umbrella pattern might be happening and you might get a little bit more of a downside move in the market. So here's Wyckoff logic. Shout out to Wyckoff there. You've got that accumulation here. So you've got the cause. You've got this move up here. Low volume here with a sell-off. And then we come back, we retest this area, and we push higher. Now you've got this effect with this markup here as we push higher. Another distribution here As we get to that high, we wait, we chop, we churn, and the cycle repeats as we get lower before we wait for a newest accumulation for that cycle to rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat. So shout out to Wyckoff there, because this cycle is often very Wyke on. You know what I mean? We'll have the start there. We've got that accumulation. We push higher. Then eventually what comes up, not always, but very often, must, in fact, come back down. Shout out to Zach Frack as well. Starbucks pushing back into 93s. What a look there for that one, getting some caffeine. Price gaps, too, are huge because that could really, we talked about gaps a couple of weeks ago in great detail. And also, shout out to Obi because he gave us a lesson there, a guest lesson on gaps with earnings. Because those are a whole different kind of gap, a whole different kind of beast. And price gaps, large gaps, up or down with high volume can sometimes indicate institutional accumulation or distribution, especially if it's a breakaway gaps. You've got a whole new trend coming, so that can be key here too, right? So you've got, we're just kind of flitting, we're floundering. Shout out to the Little Mermaid. And we bounce off that support. Look at that big gap, another little baby gap, and we are off to this year races. Great look. Moving averages here, though, are huge as well, because if you've got a stock crossing above its long-term moving average with increasing surging volume, that could be a bullish sign, and it could potentially indicate institutional buying, especially these longer-term moving averages. It's going to be a sign of a longer-term trend, right? If you've got a change in those tides, that could be a sign to change how you're surfing. Options flow can be huge, too. Again, check out, shout out to Danielle Shea. You could check her out on our show. She's often, but not always, on the market recap on Thursday afternoons. Unusual options volume is huge. If you've got a sudden and unexpected surge in options volume, especially in out-of-the-money options, this can indicate you've got a larger institutional position in play here. And protective puts are worth noting. If you see a significant increase in these institutions buying some puts here, protective puts, that can signal hedging strategy or some potential bearish sentiment. So you might be aware clause could be coming out. Call buying here, too, is interesting on the opposite side. So you've got an increase in calls, for example. This can be a sign institutions are trying to load up on some potential upsize moves in this here market. So here's an example of unusual options activity. You've got the options chart. You're just chilling, you're chilling, you're chilling. Right as we head into the close, we got that move up. Heading into the close, we know that's what institutional investors like to, put their hands in. That's why we look at market on open and market on close orders, right? Like, what are the institutions looking at as the day winds down? That can be huge. Short interest, though, also worth noting. If you've got some shorts covering their positions and a rapid decline in short interest after a positive earnings report, this can suggest you've got institutions putting their hand there. They're covering short positions. We know what happened with GME, not earnings, but just kind of a show of a change in the tides when we had all of these shorts happening, and eventually people got spooked out by that move up. So short covering can show a change in sentiment and a change in the tides in any case, and especially with earnings. So also increased short interest can be huge too on the flip side of that. So if you got a report that wasn't super well received and you start to see an increase in short interest, that could be a sign, hey, actually, these institutional investors want to get this thing heading to the downside. So here's BRLI. You can see a change in this one, short interest, a big little downtick, a steep change in the trend here actually in that short interest. So that's certainly something to keep in mind. Pushing actually below that previous high. So not to stock analyze short interest, but it does show that whatever people were feeling, there was a little bit of a change in sentiment there for BRLI. What about 13F filings? We actually are in that season right now, I believe, as well. So these are quarterly filings by institutional investors or larger investors. We know as well, oh my God, why can I not think of his name? The guy, the short interest, the big short guy who played by Christian Bale, him, Michael. He was like
Burry?
Michael Burry. I was going to say Michael Burley, which I knew was wrong. So thank you, Sharif, there, Michael Burry. So if you don't want to get Michael Burried by your position, you might want to check out what some of these positions by these larger investors, larger figures are doing, because you want to see how these people are holding and their potential trading activity. Here's one example of a 13F filing. It shows kind of how many shares they have. Also, as well, in terms of large institutional investors, we had Berkshire Hathaway offloading some of their shares after those Apple earnings, right, or throughout that quarter with those earnings. So always be aware what these investors are doing, because we saw Apple have that huge sell-off with the rest of the market after that was announced. But here's some other things to consider. False signals are huge. You never want to take a trade based on one single indicator or factor. Look at the balance of the evidence here. So you want to look at other factors in addition to this institutional involvement. Delayed reporting is huge too. We'll see often reporting for the past quarter, right? So we had Intel selling their ARM shares, but they sold them from April to June. Just because we heard now doesn't mean it just happened now, right? This is actually an older story. So be aware of that and market manipulation, because there is tons of potential for market manipulation through fake volume or misleading order flow. So be aware of all of those things. when you look at what institutions are doing right now. But always make sure you are aware, because these institutional investors are kind of the pulse of the market sometimes. You want to make sure you're understanding their heartbeat, or you can get a little bit lost. I'm breaking down. I'm out here. What are you doing?
I'm short Apple. Oh. What happened over here? There we go. Yeah, we're good. It's just a screen change. Short Apple, trying to look for the rejection around 221 and a quarter. We're like 5-10 pennies out of the money. I'm going to give this one a little bit of room to the quarter dollar. It's putting in a rounded top, but it could absolutely zig and zag before it flushes. So just trying to pack my patience here with AAPL. We're moving up a little bit on the market. We've been kind of waffling at 19.1 for a little bit of time, but we really haven't been breaking above 19.1 with any vigor. So I'm packing my patience with this one. Let's see where it goes. We have Meta coming off the bottom as well, so not a bad look there. NVIDIA a little bit above 117. I saw Tesla was able to reclaim that 250 level, so we'll see what we get there. But Apple looks like it wants to break above this level again, so the bamboozlement is real. It's fast and furious on the dead one today. Not my friend. Is Apple on the day. It's my worst traded name because of that position that went against me. But I'm going to see if so it's going to go up here. So it looks like it is going to break up. So I'm going to get out of this one. I'm going to have to set up my stop. What are you looking at?
Yeah, so IWM has just been bamboozling. Honestly, like, if you see stuff you like, again, it's worth it to trade to get it. I didn't want to avoid it just because I did well in it earlier. But honestly, for this has just been my timing. It's like every time I get out bottom wick, then the trend continues. I also am seeing a bit of a rounded top. That 205.50, 205.40 area is still holding a support, but now I actually think this could be a change in the tides. If we see decisive break below 30, I'm tempted to go short here, 30 risk into 50s. But I don't want to continue to beat a dead horse here. Pardon the kind of vulgar analogy. I'll start a small position here if we get below 29s, because I do think there is a change of the tides to the downside here. What's also interesting is I'm noticing IWM getting weaker as the S&P 500 curls up. Now, not like these are the same stock. Obviously, I don't want to put too much emphasis on that, but it's interesting. I find sometimes they trade in tandem. As someone who always has both of these books up for the most part, always SPY, mostly IWM. So for me to notice these moving in a way that is distinctly different to one another, that's interesting to me. But speaking of distinctly different, you can actually have the opportunity for Sean and Obi to look at the stocks of your choice if you go in that chat and you vote. Exclamation point. Join. Space. $, ticker. 5 lucky tickers can be voted for. You can only vote for one per day, just like a real election. We believe in a whole democratic system over here on Trader TV Live. We're trying to get involved here at 21s here on the EWM, and we're going to risk into 40s. Let's see what happens here on this IWM. I don't want to be like chasing it too much here, but I do want to be able to get involved if I can, especially as we continue to see this little divergence, in my opinion, between the SPY and the EWM. Let's take a look at Starbucks, though. Shout out to Zach Frack. I was trading Starbucks earlier on that short, moved down, and honestly, I was looking at this. I was like, if we bounce off 92, that could be a good long. Clearly did not have enough eyes on this because wow, did Starbucks fly. That thing got some caffeine. Look at that bounce here off VWAP. I should do a Starbucks run after the show. Wow, I need some caffeine here. Look at that push up higher here off that 92.18. Beautiful, magnificent, gorgeous. We push higher. I would like to see if we can get to that 90, that little kind of doji-ish action here around 93.50s. That'd be a nice look. Got into IWM. Now IWM trying to climb a little bit higher. We'll see what we do here on this IWM. But Starbucks trying to push bounce here off VWAP. Let's look at some other side charts here. We have CrowdStrike. I have not CrowdStruck this one with a trade in a while, but I'd like to keep it on my side chart because with this one always kind of having some sort of news, or even last week I had it move on CNBC buys, I think it's a great look. Wow, this 255. I said 254, 255 at the same time, so it came out as 5. But I like the support resistance flip still. I mentioned this earlier. Holds up again. I don't want to get involved in this right now. Just the spread is gorgeous, by the way, for CrowdStrike, 15-cent spread. Woo-hoo. CrowdStrike are doing better than Meta with that spread. But I like this look. Let's see if we push higher here. Only a few more minutes left in 25 minutes left in the show. I've had so much fun. How are you feeling, Sharif?
I have not been trading Apple all today, but that's all right. That's kind of the day it's coming into that VWAP area again. I want to see if it rejects here. It's putting in higher load. But as Adair mentioned, if there is anything you guys want talked about by, I was about to say Neil, by Obi, by Sean, get into the chat right now. Have your say every day. Zion Lala just voted for AVGO, but Zion, you did it wrong. You got to hit exclamation point, join, space, $, and then AVGO. Shout out to you. Zion Lala, always in the chat there. Yeah, guys, make sure you're voting every day. And we'll have the one that can over. He'll look at Amazon for you. The Katina man, good vibes, Katina. We'll look at Tesla. He'll look at NVIDIA. He traded up a storm on all those names. He's ready to cover all of them for you right now. So there you go, Zion. Hey, no, you forgot to put the $sign, Zion. It's join space $sign AVGO. I didn't hit the fail. That wasn't me.
Almost arguably Ramin or Fabian.
Yeah, 100%. It's the Chilean nightmare on the ones and twos right now, baby.
Oh, nice.
So we've been consolidating right below 1901 on the day. Well, not on the day. Basically since 12:20, so the better part of an hour. Been wicking into it with these higher lows, possible break through that level, but continuation of this consolidation zone is still in place, so we'll see if we can get a break through that level or rejection. I was looking short at VWAP on Apple. Doesn't look like it's going to come in. It's actually fighting with the $0.50 right now. So I was looking at the book to see if there was size at the $0.50. There's about 500 lots. That's not that big for an Apple, which has done about 23 million shares on the day, but it is finding a bit of a sell right now. So we'll see if it can reject off this level. But yeah, definite strength in and around this level on Apple, but we're getting a bit of a sell right now on some of these names. You're seeing some redness come in. So we'll take the short there, look to cover possibly in the $0.25, but the $0.50 break is going to really be my line in the sand because it wasn't able to break the $0.50 earlier. So we'll pack our patience with that one. AAPL been bamboozling me all dang day. So we'll put the order out there and see what we get with this one. Apple, by the way, I should mention that Google was talking about the TPUs yesterday, which is super interesting because we want to see exactly who else, in addition to Apple, could be buying up these TPUs as NVIDIA's GPUs become, basically a rare commodity on these parts. And there we go. Nice short on the dead one right now. Let's see if we can get down a little bit more as we cover there at the 30 penny area. But just to go back to what I was saying, Google, obviously we saw Google with some weakness today, down 3%, definitely outperforming the market to the downside. But what I was talking to Brendo about, I think like over the last couple of days, was the kind of how Google said nothing about their TPUs until Apple kind of disclosed
that's true.
that they had been buying those TPUs. Obviously, they mentioned it yesterday, but that was after Apple already told us in the earnings report that they were putting these together in clusters. And so the reason I mention it is because, well, companies are having a hard time, number one, affording the B100 and the H100 and all the other NVIDIA GPUs, but number two, they can't get their hands on it. So if there's more ample supply of these TPUs, can Google get that kind of nice Jeep or TPU tailwind? Let's call it that, not the GPU tailwind. So obviously Google's been benefiting off AI. They're one of the AI plays. Obviously with Microsoft, some of these other Mag 7, obviously Meta, everybody's involved in AI, but could they get a hardware tailwind like NVIDIA, like the AMDs? We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, I like the fact that they did mention it yesterday. It's a good little look there.
Yeah, so I loaded here into this IWM short. I'm not going to lie. To be clear, I'm confident in it. I still see higher lows. like I said, I've been trying to add a little bit more within reason because if you have confidence, if you have confidence, if you have Confidera, whatever in a trade, you want to make sure that you're committing to it within reason. Also, to me, this looks like it could be maybe a flat bottom break. I've clearly played a lot of these flat bottom Tesla, Starbucks today. It's one of my favorite trade styles when it sets up, and today with that move down, it gives you so many opportunities. When we broke below 206, I added here some at 206. Now we keep bouncing off 206, which I don't love. We're actually going to clear out half the position at 206s, which I don't love doing. I do want to save a piece for the dream, but I also just don't like the way that we're bouncing off 206. If we get above that 206.10 area decisively here, because right now, every time we get to 206.10, we kind of curl back lower. I want to see what we do here. I don't want to let this go too much against me, but I also want to be able to take the risk that's appropriate for this trade. We also do kind of have the IWM continuing to move in a way that is not exactly the same as the SPY, which again, not like they necessarily have to move together. I'm not saying that, but I do find it interesting how sometimes they do. It's a little bit notable when we see a bit of a divergence between these two. Shout out to the movie. But also, if there's any tickers that you are confident in, or you maybe want to feel a little bit more confident, you want to be like, hey, how would Sean Anobi trade that? Go into the chat. Exclamation point. Join, space, $, ticker. Get in that chat. Let your voice be heard so that we know what you were trading and so that you can see what Obi and Sean's takes were. Bless you. We know there was some Starbucks being traded this morning, some Palantir, there was some NVIDIA. I'm not going to recap the trades because I'm sure they will do that for you. But if you want to go, wow, IWM, come back down there. Please just punch. We're going to add a little bit here if we get to 99s. I've been trading really aggressively today. I don't know how I feel about it, but I think that could be a sign of more confidence in the trading. And I think, honestly, today is one of those days where the moves are aggressive and you have to match that. I've always said I like to talk quick. I mean, I talk quickly naturally anyway, but I talk quickly because these markets move quickly. You got to keep up with them. And maybe that's the same with the trading. Bless you. If the market moves a little bit aggressively, why are you not trading in a way that befits that aggression? I'm risking it to 206.10s. I like that as an area. I'm okay with this going 10 cents against me because, man, do I want that flat bottom break. Now that we've kind of had that, okay, now I don't know how this is going to go, but now that we've kind of had that push a little bit lower here, I was able to add, we're going to try to get out here 205.85s with half the position, and then we're going to save a piece for that flat bottom breakdown. Should IWM allow us to have it? I like that we're pushing lower. Get down indeed, Sharif. How are you doing with that, munching on that apple?
Took out some. We're break even on the rest. We're figuring how this is going to go. It's whiffling. It's waffling. We're into the money. We're out of the money. So we'll see how this one resolves. Apple, if it breaks above 250, I'll be looking long. There was about 500 lots, not that much, but there was a seller to prevent it from ascending through that $50 on a number of occasions now. So we're zigging and zagging. We're putting in higher lows. That's the most notable thing here. So every dip down being bought up a little bit higher by buyers. That's what we call buyer exuberance. Overwhelming sellers for the moment, so that equilibrium twisting in the direction of the buyers. So we'll see if we can get that breakdown on Apple. Here comes that 25 penny area. We've been waiting for a 20 penny breakdown, now getting a topping tail candle and a break through the $0.25. So good. All right, so let's see if we can move down a little bit more here on Apple. Here comes 20 pennies, waiting for that. The future headed down into 19,050. So let's see if Apple can retrace a little bit, possibly into 221 at these levels. So good luck here as we head down on APL.
Sorry, guys.
APL. I love it. Exuberance is real. That's buyer exuberance right
That's
there.
Seller
well, hold on.
exuberance.
That was the seller exuberance because you're short.
Yeah.
But that's exuberance nonetheless. You got a question there and a super chat. Thank you very much, Ben Roth, for that $2 super chat.
Yeah, thank you, Ben Roth, there at the $2 super chat. Adara, when do you guys check or use the MACD chart? I'm going to be honest, it's not one that I check or use a lot. It's one I want to be more confident and familiar using. I have it on my I think it's on my charts when I'm in the sim, but I haven't added it to these charts yet. It's something I definitely want to get more confident with, but it can give you, I know we've talked a lot as well here on the show about MACD divergence. So it's showing us, like, are there any moves where we're kind of seeing a bit of a divergence here between what the chart's doing, what the MACD is doing. So you can kind of use it. I would say you could use it to, especially if you're looking at divergence, to get a sense of potential market sentiment there. But again, unfortunately not one that I necessarily have a lot of direct experience using. We got my IWM breakdown. I took out half the position. I still have the other half here. Watching what we do here on 206s. We're bouncing off 206 in a way I don't like. I'll take a 5-cent hit in the rest of this position because we made profit on the rest of this. Ross is once again the best rapper alive. No, I'm joking. But really happy with what I did here with this trade. And like I said, I was nervous to get back in IWM because these last two longs I tried did not work. And this was a stock that I was profitable on early, but you can't be afraid. You have to try. You have to, continue to push harder if you like it. Could have taken out everything on that breakdown, but you know what? That wasn't the plan. The plan was to try to get a little bit further. Starbucks, though, oh my gosh, Starbucks is making me jealous the amount of caffeine in this stock. Don't yawn, Adara. Because I might go on a matcha run. Wow, Starbucks. Starbucks, speaking of running, Starbucks is like pushing higher. This is a great look here for that SBUX. Look at that bounce. I said that 93.8. Wow. I was talking about that 93, this 40s area, right? This chop and churn. Starbucks is like, what do you mean? Pushing higher. Wow. Can we get 95s on Starbucks? Sorry, put the chair.
Can you get 95?
Can we get I got 95 on it.
I love that. That's a good one.
Let's see what we do here in SBUX. Speaking of artists, let's take a look at Cisco. Let's see if this one dumps like a truck after earnings. So they do report tonight. Also, I hope I'm not the only person who was traumatized by the Glee cover of that song, if you know what I mean. Anyone of a certain generation was I was telling Sharif about that.
Yeah.
Glee's version of that song is just, you can't unsee that. Wow, though, flat top break on Cisco. Wow, okay, this is a great look here for the longs. Look at that 45.60 break. We have higher lows, we have a flat top, and we break above that flat top. This is like a, I don't know if it's a Lambo trade, but certainly you took the top off of that vehicle there. Nice look here. Let's take a look at the daily on C to the S, to the C, to the O. To see what this one's doing here. CSCO currently just under 1% in the day. 12.7 million shares in volume. Wow. Sorry for the gasping. But Cisco, you actually get another pushback because I am unfortunately seeing a flat bottom break potentially here on the daily chart. Look at this consolidation here at 44.70s. Lower high. And both of these lower highs at previous areas of support. Cisco, I think this one actually might dump like a truck. And I would obviously hope that it's not for anyone long, but I'd be very confident of those areas. Again, guys, still 5 more minutes left. Get into that chat, please, and vote. Shout out to Bears versus Bulls for making sure we have all the votes going on. We've got Obi and Sean back there in just a few minutes. And wouldn't you like to know what they're trading? Wouldn't you like to know what they think of your trade?
I'd like to
I think that'd be a great look. I see that you've just mentioned here a stock there, but before you go to that, I'm going to mention Hog Rider here was talking about Berkshire and how it could moon any minute. I know you talked about this earlier, so I didn't get to look at that earlier. I've been trading quite a lot today, I'm going to be really honest, so I apologize that I did miss that. But up 1.33%. Oh. Okay, sorry, guys.
I muted it.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, sorry, I'll keep talking. I was just awkwardly silent there for a moment. Wow, this flat top break. Shout out to you there. It sounds like you were long here on this BRKB. Great volume here for Berkshire. We're up 1.3 million shares, up more than 1%. I don't know if I've ever seen Berkshire do more than 1%. I love that we had this clear bull flag here. Some resistance, the top of this bull flag at 437s, higher lows, break above it beautifully, and we actually retest this area a couple times too. I like this, pushing higher for Berkshire, near high of days. And honestly, 30-cent spread, not too shabby for Berkshire. Eli Lilly can have a bigger spread than that any day of the week. So I like this Berkshire move. Again, sorry for randomly quietly talking there. I didn't realize what was going on there. But yeah, we were just talking to Obi about Starbucks. Wow, Berkshire. Good look here for B to the R to the K to the B. Look at this bounce. Look at this beautiful push upwards. Nice look here for Warren and his friends. I'm sure they're eating a buffet over there with Buffett and Co. How you doing?
I like it. I'm just talking, who was it I was mentioning there in the chat too? Not Hog Rider. It was, Easy Trader. He's telling me about GNLN, and I literally just loaded it up right before you mentioned that. So good look by you there. 1 second, I just have to manage this Apple trade as I had an order to go long through the break of the $0.50 because it was such a big seller at the $0.50. So we're going to have to put this stop in now to manage the position. There we go. Just allow me a sec there. There we go. So that is in play. Let's see if we can get something a little bit higher here on the dead one. We'll see. We'll risk about 10 pennies there. But yeah, GNLN. Let me load this up on the side chart over here. I think I already had this one up. Yeah, I did. And so the reason that everybody's yelling about this was because it made a new high. So it initially had a breach of VWAP. And this is what I like about it, Easy Trader, because it's respected VWAP on the day. Even in its trending time, not just the consolidative times, the trending times, it's also shown its inclination to respect the volume weighted average price. So that's why I'm keeping my eye on there. Look, we rejected VWAP here. Then we clear it. We get into that 14 3/4. We come back. We defend 14. This would have been an excellent entry, this hammer candle. I was looking at it when I did that. I didn't have the order sitting there at 14. I was looking more to punch in rather than have something resting just because of the nature of this stock. But a good look. It's headed up. There's obviously higher lows in play here if you want to base something off the moving, or not the moving average, the trend line off the lows. But VWAP here has shown its propensity to feature in the price action. It's just about how you weasel in. But I was looking at this one. It's awfully spready at times, right? Like, look at this over here. Let's load up GNLN. This is this, well, right now it's about a 5 penny spread, but I've seen it worse, 15 pennies at times. It really does depend. Right now it's not too bad. So if you put in an order at 405, it would just have to cross by a few pennies there. But this is a good look. I like the higher lows, the higher highs. We obviously have resistance at 1480, which is interesting because we had that earlier as well at around 11:30 till we flushed at about 3 minutes to 12. but we're right back at that 1480 area. It really is more like possibly a 15 to 50 because we were bouncing off 15 earlier. When you look at the earlier price action, 15 was definitely a level of support. Before that, it was resistance. So it's about a 20 penny area, I guess, which jives with the price action on this name. So good look there for GNLN. I would say get it off a dip rather than getting it on a breakout high just to protect yourself there, but we'll basically wait and see. All right, Apple nicely in the money here. Let's see if we can wet our beak on some profits. Let's put up the other area here at 75s. We'll wait there for that possible move. There is obviously an area of resistance that I need to concern myself with, which is 222. We did defend that area generally a little bit before giving way, and there was a big drop right there when we broke through 222. I was trying to long it there. As you can see, I was like longing up a storm, and it just did not care about 222. The reason I wanted to get into 222 is because it was defending that area, both in the pre and after. I'm like, oh, whoa, look, there's a lot of interaction with Apple and 222 today. Well, Apple doesn't care about my feelings. It doesn't give a you know what. So,
that's really mean of it.
Yeah, it's okay, Adara. We'll forgive it, no problem.
That's good. How about you?
I do care. Well, I do care in the long term. But on this day, it's not going to affect me all that much. But I'm looking now, moving in. Let's see if we can get something at around the 75 penny area. Otherwise, we're going to let this one go if it breaks the $0.50. So long, wet my beak, looking for some more moves up. But the zig and zag is just not done on the future. A little high, a little low. We're still below 19.1, guys. So the direction on the future could be, bamboozling until we choose a direction either above 19.1 or below 19.1. Zigging and zagging right now, though.
Yeah, certainly Ziggy, certainly Zaggy. I was trying to take a long here on the SPY because I liked that 543.40 breakout. I liked it on the book. I was really interested in taking some profit here if we got to 543.60. Alas, we could not. Happy with how I managed it. We broke below 20s, which I was using as support on the book and on the chart here, this 90 MA. Didn't work out. I got out. All good there, baby, baby. It was not all a dream, but a lot of these trades, I'm really happy with where the progress is going. It's not about the journey. It's about the destination. Sometimes that destination will, be a little bit farther along the road, and you really just need to kind of keep working here. And so, actually, sorry, it's not about the journey. That's what I mean. That's what I meant to say, yeah. And so my journey on trading, it's never going to be linear. Much like these charts, sometimes it'll zig, it'll zag, it'll be like a little bit herky-jerky. But that's what you just got to commit to bettering yourself every single day and making some improvements. Definitely tried to take more size today. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. But honestly, I have to say the management was pretty solid, so I'm happy with that. Why isn't the market moving, says Rivian Millionaire. I wish I had an answer. Oh, Trenda, I'm back. Say? Clearly y'all need me, and the markets are crying because I am away. Camp it, baby. Trenda's back. Heart. Thank you very much to Trenda and to Ravine for blessing us with her presence again. How you doing today, Trenda? She's smiling. She's all smiles. Sharif, are you able to forgive her?
I don't know, Dara.
Sharif, forgive me.
That was good, Aaron. That was good. I like that. I love Trenda, man. If I don't give Ram a hard time,
these markets do need to Trenda, though. Rivian Millionaire's right. The market is
there. You go.
Yeah.
No, I don't think anybody's wrong about that. And we'll give Trenda some love. I'm willing to be good with Trenda. All right, so we're back in the dead one here. We're nice, like 11 pennies in the money. I added at the $0.50 break, so we wet our beak. It came back against me, came back into that $0.50. I liked what I saw. I liked the higher low. So I did add at that 50 penny level again, wetting my beak. I don't want to let Apple off the hook here as it trends up, but I also don't want to hold it because it got me into some trouble. So we're going to continue to add scalp, and try to make some of the money back that we lost today on that position that went against us unknowingly. I'm still looking at that 75 penny area. There is some price action resistance at 75. It takes us back to the double top that we put in at 10.15 this morning. So it's a good look. There's some size here at 48 just got removed. There it goes. All right, so here we go on Apple. Let's see if we can get into 69s, wetting our beak at 69s, because what's life without whimsy? But, as per usual, we're going to have to pack our patience before we get the fill. Printing 65s right now. The future possibly curling up here into 19.1. We'll have to see if we get a 19.1 touch before I get up. I've got a few more minutes, Adara, before I got to get up. Yesterday, I got to give myself a bit more buffer time because I wasn't able to load up all the charts.
No.
Yeah, it's all good. It's not a big deal or anything. So we'll print there. Oh, just shorted for whatever reason there on Apple. There we go. So wet our beak, done their trade at 69s. Happy with this trade. Let's see if it can continue to move up. I'll add again if it dips into whatever the 60 penny area. It's incrementally putting higher highs and higher lows. I'll just keep adding and taking it out as it keeps dipping. Apple looks like it's on the way up. If it blows through 75 on a closing basis, look for a possible continuation first into 222 and then possibly 223. I'm looking at that 1015 double top that we put on AAPL. It was at 221.75. If we can get above this level over here, we're going to be looking at 222 as a next level of resistance. Above 222, I would submit to you that we probably go into that 223 area. Although there is this 220, 240, 50 area that could pose some problem. Here comes 70s. So let's see if we can break through 75 a day. Apple getting off the schneid, as my friend Neil likes to say, who's not here today. Oh, wow. Now I see this level on Apple, this 220.50. Silly Sherry. Should have been long there. Anyway, but let's see if we can move up first, I guess, through that $0.75 break.
Yeah, let's certainly see. And the thing is, too, is we got back in the SPY long because sometimes, like I said, and again, I want to shout out, there was a lot of conversations last week with Neil and Obi about this, and we were talking about this as well when that day of Amazon earnings as well. On day one earnings when you were out. But basically, sometimes the trade's not going to work out the first time. You have to have the confidence to get back in. My first SPY long didn't work here. Am I back in? Oh, heck yeah.
Yes.
We came back to that area. I got in a little bit higher than my initial position, so got involved now, 543.44s. Initially was involved 41s, risking here into 30s, much tighter because, man, do I want that breakout. I want so much smoke. I can taste it. Someone was saying, why long the market here? Honestly, though, look at this 5-minute uptrend on the SPY. To me, I think it makes sense. Everyone's going to have their own kind of levels. And to be clear, I'm very aware here of that resistance we're running into, that previous support at 543.60. Definitely aware of that. Willing to take out some here, but also I'm willing to try this long. We're like about 10 pennies in the money right now. Decent size position. One of the larger size will usually take on the SPY, so I'm comfortable with that. Let's get going with that SPY. Also, speaking of things that are long, we've got how are you doing over here?
I'm just going to say bye to everybody before I take off. But Adair is absolutely killing it today. I'll see everybody at the big screen in about 5 minutes.
You were also absolutely killing it today. You had your, honestly, again, shout out to the Meta, shout out to that Apple long. I want to shout out Sharif as well for the lessons every single day. Killing it. I love that lavender. You can see Sharif and the mustache over there in that green screen. But before we go over here, I want to take a look at some other things here as the SPY continues to kind of hopefully cook. Right now, it's just kind of like, I've preheated the oven a bit there for that SPY trade. We have AMD, a couple people asking about AMD long, and I have to say, I love the look of AMD here. And the reason I love the look of AMD here is look at how this thing is sitting near VWAP. And it's not just, I'm going to push back the chair. Look at that. We have this chop and turn, this consolidation here, 139, kind of 80s to 60s, push lower. Have this comeback. Look where we bounce here and rest on the 90 MA before we push higher. That's right, that area between 139.60s and 139.80s. We come back, we could drink lower, don't even touch it. But then as we're trying to curl higher here, look where we're pushing our little nose up and trying to have a breakout. That's right, VWAP in confluence with this area that we've hit so many times, that 139.70. Man, this is a great look here for AMD. And we have higher lows. So, Sharif has talked a lot about, and one thing I've really learned from is whatever you're going to use as your impetus to get into the trade, sometimes you can use that as your impetus to get out of the trade. If you're looking at higher lows, maybe I'll get out if there's a lower low. You know what I mean? Something like that. So I think that's a clear look. There's also some previous levels that we jumped around here for profit taking, 140.10s. We had that 140.50 as well, 140.70. Not advice, just my take on the chart. I think there are some natural levels here that are trying to brew on the AMDed one. Let's see if it gets above VWAP as we get the SPY pushing up into 60s. Man, SPY, if you get 60s, I would be the happiest girl on the planet right now. NVIDIA short, says Jameson. 2 minutes. I'm just trying to make sure we have time. We've got about a minute left here. Speaking of chips, we have AMD long. Now we have someone asking about NVIDIA short. How's NVIDIA doing over here? N to the V to the T to the A. Oh, I see what you mean here. NVIDIA, I mentioned that 117.25 area earlier. I think that's definitely an area of resistance. We're making some lower highs here. I'd like to see what we do here at VWAP because we do have lower highs generally, but also some higher lows. And clearly, look at this wick bounce here off VWAP. That's huge. So we'll have to wait and see what this market does. Also, I'd be cognizant as we kind of have both the Qs and the SPY, in my opinion, trying to break up a little bit higher. I'd be kind of cognizant here for shorts on these Mag 7 names. Let's see what happens, though. We're not going to leave right away. We do have, just as I was saying, maybe a push higher, have a bit of push in the Qs. Let's see if that bounces off VWAP. my SPY, just as I was like, we're going to break above 60s, comes back careening down here in mid 30s. Like I said, I'm in this till we break below 30s. Let's see, can we get our 30s bounce here? S&P 500, I believe in you. Let's see what happens. The biggest thing though, you don't have to believe in a stock. Above anything, you have to believe in yourself. You have to have the confidence, and believe in your growth. And that's the biggest thing I've learned this entire week, that I've learned today. Looking at the P&L here, let's see how we go, because I usually don't look at it while I'm trading, but I am happy to say I'm up on the day. Lost a little bit from the top, unfortunately, but happy with the trades made, ready to do some aggressive journaling, and I'm also ready to pass you on all over in just a moment here, but not right the second, to Sean and to Obi. We're going to keep talking here, though, guys. Thank you very much to Bears versus Bulls for saying way to go on SPY. Ironically, SPY is my weakest name, actually, of the day, which is a little bit sad, but please, this bunch to say my strongest names of the day are Starbucks and Tesla. So Tesla, thank you for being up on that. There, let's go. Market falling here. We're going to fall and throw it now, though, over to the desk. Let go.
Yo, let's go, everybody. We are having a hot dog moment right now. What's up, Obi? How's everyone doing? We are now short the market. I mean, I don't know. I'm just sitting here ready to explode. Thank you, Adara, for that throw over right there. That's nice. Yeah. Don't worry about it. I'm over here. Right now, Shreve just running around getting ready to bring you these symbols of the day. But look at what we've just been doing. Boom, 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 boom. Short. Now we're finally getting that fall down in the market. Oh, boy. We have a lot to talk about. What an interesting midday it was exactly. This started off not a great day, ending to be quite nice here as we stay with the short. We're short the market right now, and as Fabian very patiently yet impatiently wants me to throw it over to Sharif. So let's go over to the screen and get started on our afternoon show.
Let's do this.
Yeah, there it is. Welcome to the afternoon rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every day. As you saw, Obi's there, Sean's there. They're locked and loaded. They're ready to take the tickers as decided by you. So get into the chat midday with Adair and I. Get some learning on, and also get your vote on. Get into the chat, ! Join, $, and the ticker of your choice. There you go. The big kahuna's talking about the SPY. We're up, we're down, we're below 19.1 right now, or we were on the NQ September contract. The SPY barely green, up 0.17 last time I looked. Trying to recover a little bit here. We'll see if the bounce can continue, but it really has been more about the chips today. We got the news from Foxconn that they blew earnings out of the water. Revenue was up. Profitability was up. Reason that's important for NVIDIA is because they make the GB200, the Blackwell flagship chip that we're looking to be released later this year, early 2025. Off the highs, though, guys, NVIDIA still up 0.5%.
Yeah, man, NVIDIA, you were chopping that up in the morning.
NVIDIA. We love NVIDIA. Yeah, we were chopping. We were getting chopped up for a minute there as well. Welcome, everybody, back to the show as we... This has been like... It's funny because you're going to look down and it's like, this is one of those days where when we were on vacation we talked about that last week. And it's like, you're going to look down and think that, oh, you know what? Like the market hasn't been doing that much. You know, you're down 0.19 here. It looks all good and there's not much happening and yada, yada, yada. And then you sort of think to yourself, wait a second, self, we've had such a huge move and able to capture kind of both ways. And I think like, enemy number one or whatever, I guess not much of an enemy of ours today, NVIDIA started the day as, wherever the sticky note is, going to be one of my number one trade ideas for the long. And yeah, that worked for a minute and then not really after that for too much. Huge fall down, man. We broke that 117 and there it comes down in for NVIDIA. The only thing is, when we look back at our sticky note, and I said that every single day, we're learning more and more things. What did Elon Musk tweet here? What? All right, that's cute. Some AI dancing here. All right. Like that. Oh, yeah.
Haters will say this
Someone
is
AI me like that. They look a lot skinnier right there. That's pretty funny, though. All right.
They've got some moves.
They got some moves.
That
Grok AI has some pretty cool things. There's no doubt about that. All right. Again, just real quick here and we'll move on. But there's NVIDIA. We talked about 115. Back to the well here. I'm long until something changes. Well, something changed real early, and I don't even know what it was. There was no news specifically on NVIDIA today that we could really find out. There was the Huawei stuff from yesterday, but there's the drop down, and then there's basically 115. We wind up holding that level. It did get into 114 where we were buying. We were able to make a little bit back, and then we even shorted back there as well. But look what remains true. We still get back into pre-market highs or area high. and that was a great short. So for right now, we'll see what happens here. I like the short of NVIDIA, but it's got to break this 116 area. So 116 is that wick bottom. I'd look at a 116.25 break lower on NVIDIA. Instead, we choose to pick on the market. Oh boy, I see Palantir coming up. Yep. Okay. So we'll talk about that when that comes. All right. Any interesting things there for you on NVIDIA?
I mean, yeah, no, NVIDIA had opportunities off of the open, but yeah, a lot of people in the chat saying it as well. Market's kind of flat on a CPI day, and flat NVIDIA definitely is trading within its opening range. You can see here, again, going up to 15-minute chart. Look at that 15-minute range, Sean. Absolutely wild. All the way from 118 halves all the way down to 114 and some change, 114 quarters there, day low being 114.08. And we're trading. We went back through VWAP. We attempted to push through the opening price right there, but we're trading pretty much sideways on top of VWAP. So NVIDIA just hanging around, doing nothing, sideways. But it seems like you had the right idea on some of those trades.
Yeah,
there.
I don't want to get too carried away with having too many right ideas today. But let's go back over to the desk and talk about our next one that we were right on for a minute, and then we switched it over. It's Tesla, and it was a good one.
Before we get to Tesla, I want to shout Obi on the specs, man. Those are nice new specs there, Obi. I like them. Yeah, nobody said anything about that. But yeah, Tesla NHTSA today closing out the investigation on the Tesla front suspension issue. This was basically covering the Model S and the Model X between 2015 and 2017. Nothing really doing there, but it was supposed to be a good catalyst. But you look at that percentage, down 3 3/4, guys.
All righty then. Anything on Tesla quickly?
Just downtrend off of the morning, right? We saw pre-market low break, pre-market trend attempted to push prior day's high. We saw what happened with Tesla yesterday, very strong closing near the highs. And yeah, potentially people looking for that continuation coming off of the open today, but it does the exact opposite and reverts pretty much the whole move there. I was going on my walk. I got an alert for Tesla 200, and I had left when it was around 203, 202s, and I was like, oh, okay, well, I guess we're trading all the way back down in again. 199s, 198.76 is low day right now, but the volume's been kind of falling off here. So I haven't really had any trades on this ticker here today, but almost a full-on reversion of prior day's action there.
All right, thank you, Obi. Oh man, this day is getting good, and it started bad. We talked about that. Here's Tesla falling down. Look, let me just talk about what we liked about it. We liked Tesla here. We talked about the long. We liked the long because we had broken through this 203 area, right? And we started the day up here. So I pulled back, and again, on the sticky note today, we had written down about that trade. So, you know, we find that there, but then it comes in and breaks. So this is what we wind up doing. Let's talk about it now real time. I mean, as we were trading in real time, you have to go rewind and find out what we were doing. But here's the drop back into 203, 204. So we were buying, right? Buying in here, getting out basically for flat, slight little winners. Then all of a sudden it came back out, and that's where we dropped it out right there. That little wick right there breaking back down through 203. So we wind up getting out. So that's about 50 cents worth of a hit on the maximum, but we already got some out. So we were fine with Tesla. Everything was cruising. We're good, right? Full self-drive. Then all of a sudden it comes into that 202 area. And this is where, honestly, I mean, that should be a car. I mean, there's no point in having cannabis symbol there. Anyways, do not smoke and drive, that's for sure. But there goes Tesla right there, 202. Nice upside move. So that was $1.50 before it came in, and then there's our out again. So there's the break on the last little bit. So there's still a little bit of a problem. Then we tried to go long one more time at 202. That worked until it didn't. Then we finally turned our frown upside down and went short. And to me, that's the props trade right there, being able to go and reverse into that short right here. So once we finally got that going, that was a good one, man. That short right there is 202.20. That out right there is 200 flat. That's $2. So, you know, that sort of turned everything on its head there. And now when I sort of zoom back in and out of Tesla now, could have retraded it there. We weren't here at lunch. We go for that walk. We actually talked about that. We came back and shorted the market. Wait till you see my Amazon trade. But right there, that was a good one off VWAP again. So Tesla, still the same story, Obi. Weak names, retrace back to VWAP. If you still like them, it's probably go spot. So that would have been a good example there for Tesla to go for it. We didn't, but I like Tesla shorting into VWAP. So that means 202. We get back up to that level, we'll be short Tesla, but we will get stopped out of our market trade We'll talk about that in a couple minutes, but we're still good on that one. All right, back over to the desk for my favorite stock, Palantir.
I bet it is. Good day for it today. 1 1/5 right now, Sean. They had this headline yesterday. Surf Air Mobility intends to form a new venture, Surf Air Technologies, which is a core platform of their Surf OS. They want to use Palantir's AI. No surprise there. It's a good look for Palantir because we saw about 70% of their contracts are government contracts, about 30% commercial, really expanding that. But yeah, coming off the highs, 1 and 1.5.
Palantir.
Hold on, just hearing something about Apple right now that they're trying to move ahead with some sort of a new robot something. I don't know. We'll wait. Apple moves. Oh, here it is. Yeah. Okay, it's right on the Benzinga platform here. So I was going to trade it, but I wasn't sure about this news. It's a good thing I didn't. Apple moves ahead with tabletop. Got to come to the screen. Yeah, there you go. Thanks, Fabian. Apple moves ahead with tabletop robot push. So right there. Apple moves ahead with tabletop robot push led by ex-car chief. Apple shares not doing anything. So I feel like anytime we get a new product for Apple or anybody that comes out, I immediately go to, what's iRobot? IBRT, right? No, IRBT. Does that make more sense? IRBT? Yes, iRobot, we got it right. Sometimes some of these corporations will be the ones that are falling down, right? Like Amazon gets into more medicine and all that kind of stuff. Teladoc to the downside. There goes iRobot, nice little bump up there. So we could watch out for this name as Apple getting into the tabletop robot business. Huh? Yeah, it's right there, Sharif. Yeah, it's a new story. So we'll find out about it in a couple seconds. All right, not doing anything though, Apple. Looks like it did want to go back upside, then downside right now. So market not doing much, but there's the story for Apple getting into its tabletop robots. Interesting. All right, we had Palantir at $31. Now the thing is that as I look back over, we have now made, so without Palantir, we're green today. So honestly, for me, man, that is really quite amazing because we were dead to rights here. And I actually talked about this with Patrick. We hit pretty much our not our full default, but our biggest position that we'd want to take there in Palantir, not the most that we can. And we lost on that 30 cents. So that's big. Like even if you take 1,000 shares, 30 cents, still $300. Sucks to be down that much, let alone whatever position you guys want to take. It basically went top to bottom and looked like and felt like the worst trade. And it was. Then it fell back in again. We did dance with it a little bit at 50. That was probably lost about 10% more right there. Then it came in, and that's where we finally found levels, right? When this came in there, we were watching the futures, obviously a little bit of a different volume situation down here at 10:30. Came in, and I said, I still like the stock, let's go with it. We sat there and we bought Palantir down here. Unfortunately, we had such a bad taste in our mouth, we didn't use nearly as many shares as we had when we broke that. So did we make some back? Yes, we did. Look at that move all the way to the back end there. Palantir goes all the way up to 31.30. Like if we just hold that half a day, it's fine. But so many times you hold that and it's down here. So I don't want to second guess our strategy, but today on Palantir, unfortunately, as humbling as it is, where's my hat? We lost on it. And that's the thing. I feel like maybe you were doing this last week, but I feel like it's very important. And I know Adara says this as well. It's like, and Sharif today as well, when he didn't realize that, thanks, man, that Apple position. Look, sometimes you're going to put on trades and you're going to celebrate them when they're right. But the more important thing is to understand that when you're wrong, you make sure that it's understood kind of the same ways. Yep. And that was a break trade that I had written down. It was a sticky note idea that we had. I liked that break, thought the market wanted to go. We took it, we lost on it. And it's basically, we traded probably 9 stocks today. It'll be red, but everything else is getting close to covering that. So that's the whole idea is although you can make bad trades, you sometimes want to stick in the pocket. I know we're going to talk about that with you in Starbucks and things like that. Yeah. But to me, that's the most important. And we can love Palantir all we want, but today we did not have the right trade. So we made it back at the end, but not enough. So that's my little story there about Palantir.
Yeah, definitely. I will be talking about some horrible trading a little bit after this. I am definitely disappointed at myself, to say the least. But yeah, Palantir, a little bit of an inside day. Again, last week, Sean, you missed out on that 30 break, that initial break through 30.
Yeah, I know, Neil.
That was a huge level, and that level is still kind of holding. We did do a gap fill up until 3140s, I think. 3140s was that area that I had marked off. If you do look back on the chart, and a little bit of a gap here between that 30 and some change and 3140s, we're pretty much creeping closer and closer day by day. We did get to a high of 3119 on Monday, and then we attempt to push that high today. Again, still making relatively higher highs and higher lows off of that consolidation break that we saw off earnings. Just the break above that 2830 on Palantir. So it does seem like this ticker is pushing higher, but in terms of an intraday push, it is definitely choppy and sideways most of these days, and not really as directional on intraday. But bigger picture, we're still making higher highs and higher lows. That's what I'm seeing.
The SPY up next, guys. We got CPI this morning, obviously beating expectations by a smidge. 2.9% inflation for July. The market was looking for 3. The month-over-month number, comes in line 0.2. And as you can see, the SPY really not taking it poorly, not taking it well. Up 0.5%, almost flat, guys.
It's both ways. I mean, I'll take this. Why don't you look at the SPY? I'll just talk about the TQs because we're in that trade. So let me just break that down a little bit here. As you can see, if you come over to the screen, the SPY is actually up today 0.8, 0.18, while the Nasdaq is the complete opposite. Just put a minus sign in front of that right now. So one's up, one's down. I'll talk about the laggard right now, which is why we are short. Today, short only. And I don't know, we don't have the big short, of course. And nor do we have this right there. I wish we were here maybe I should stop going for breaks during lunch. I mean, it seems like we're getting a lot of moves at that time.
During the midday, yeah.
I don't know, right in the midday. Yeah. That's why it was a few days ago, or not a few days, maybe a few weeks ago, I said to Adara, it's like, don't ever tell yourself, especially if you're a newer trader, don't ever tell yourself, I don't trade that well during the midday.
Yeah.
Like, there's so much opportunity during every part of the day. You just have to figure out what style of trading. Because here's the biggest move. This is the biggest move of the day. Like, sure, this is fine. This is, as a percentage, this is bigger. But this drop is, momentum. If you're short, like if you're short, this is a bit better money-making opportunity than this. This just gives you different reload opportunities. This one, if you're short, you just blink and you don't even have to do what I'm doing here, scalping out. This just goes for you. Like what happened here, bang. So anyways, find the right time to trade and just trade the right style and you'll be fine. But anyways, there's the trade. So what I was thinking about doing now in the TQQs is whenever I get scared like that off the open, we don't really expect it. I almost think that this is the way the market wants to go. That's the retracement. And now we're kind of hovering around VWAP, around the 200 and around 50. So I'm trying to go short right here against the 200. And you can see we only got stopped at once on the short. Other than that, man, big time. And here we're starting to come back in right now again. So I like this downside push now for the futures. Under VWAP, let's see if this is going to get a little bit of blood in the streets. I know Dan Emmons is in the chat there. I know Kyle's in there. And I know there's a lot of traders that are thinking a little bit short. And I just don't know. I mean, I'm looking at the daily chart here for the Qs and things like that. And honestly, I mean, we had a huge move up, right? This is the triple Qs, so it's not going to be exactly. And then this pullback into the 200, I feel like we just got like a really huge relief rally over the last couple days. I think that sizzles out a little bit. I mean, are people going to get nervous heading into NVIDIA earnings or not? That's 2 Wednesdays from now. It's not next Wednesday, the next Wednesday. You're 2 weeks away from NVIDIA. If that stock somehow guides lower, some kind of a problem in that report, you're going to see this market come tumbling back down. So I just wonder, will there be traders today that will wake up and be like, not wake up, I mean, just come back to their desk this afternoon and be like, you know what, down 0.17, we were up 2.4% yesterday. Maybe there could be some profit-taking areas here as we wait for Alibaba to report tomorrow. We wait for Walmart to report tomorrow, right? What if Walmart does not give a good report? You know, we already know some of these tech names continue to bleed down a little bit. What about Walmart? What about Starbucks losing some gas today, which we'll get to? What about Google today being down 3 or 4%? You know, that's just one name. What if Apple starts going down 3 or 4%? You know, then you're starting to lose some of these names. So for me, I want to be short and remain short the Nasdaq until at least we take that 200 period, which is basically the high of the afternoon. So let's sit in this trade. I'm bidding 63.12s here, try to make 50 cents, then we'll wait for a little bit lower. But that's what I'm trying to do here on the triple Qs.
Yeah, no, Spider, I definitely agree with you on that one where, like, yeah, you can have playbook trades or even trades set up for you during the midday, and you have to be kind of watching for that to kind of happen. And yeah, I definitely missed out on this one. On the whole market, look at this beautiful reversion there, Sean. Once you break out a VWAP, you attempt to break out a VWAP, you pull back in, you hold some levels, and then you start this trend to the upside. And take a look at what happens when you break that trend. 545, failure to follow through, can't even get there. Volume increasing. Yeah, it came in real hot, but it gave you like 6 minutes here to get in on a little bit of a lower high and pull back into that VWAP there as well. But yeah, you had to be there for that one. That one comes in a lot more aggressively and much faster than the sell-off that happened in the morning session there. Again, you can see right here on the Nasdaq, strong selling, dips into 18.9s, and then rips all the way from 18.9s, 18.920s being the lows, all the way to a 19.2 test. And then off of the 19.2, we have a strong sell-off. Look at these 15-minute bars. These bars kind of much larger range on these 15-minute sell-off bars than any of the bars that we've had, any of the red bars really that we've had since the open. Maybe this one right here, some strong selling at 10.10. But yeah, no, you can see that reversion came in aggressive and strong, and now we're holding above VWAP there. So definitely an opportunity there during the midday. I did not have that one, but it was definitely there.
AMD subject to some bearish puts here by whales in the options market. Interesting look here, about 39% of this unusual options activity taking a bit of a bullish look, but sadly 50% taking a bearish stance. No real catalyst today on AMD, obviously, possibly in sympathy with NVIDIA today with the Foxconn news, but nothing specific to it, guys.
All right.
Yeah, you know what? I don't really have too much to say about AMD. I mean, it's been something that I haven't really looked at. Oh, good. Dara hooking people up. Yeah, thank you
for hooking me up with the Starbucks.
Oh, yeah, that's right. She was trading S-Bucks today.
Yeah, I was trading S-Bucks as well today, and we can definitely talk about it while I sip on their products.
Sip on their product for a minute there. And then...
while I was a product of their price action this morning.
You were a product of that price action. We're always products of something around here. That was a good one, though. Yeah, product of their price action. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Product of my own stupidity is to put it better, but, you know, is what it is.
All right, so for AMD, it's not a name that I ever look at recently because of the way that NVIDIA's been trading. Not only is NVIDIA $20 less than AMD, I feel like it moves a little smoother, and then when it gets going, I call it meme mode. NVIDIA can just get going and just prints. But for right now, again, I like the short here. You're underneath VWAP right now. You've only spent basically this 1 hour in the midday. We talked about that huge spike that was in the Nasdaq during midday. I have no idea why that came up about, but AMD didn't really spike back. AMD just came right into this level again of 141, then fell back. So for me, you either wait for that short now, or if you want to get a little frisky and maybe you're bored, which I don't ever think you should do, bored trading, but why not go short right now?
You meant bored frisky. Same thing?
Bored frisky? What does that mean?
I don't know. Oh, that's what I thought you meant.
But you thought I said something that nobody even knows what that means.
I don't know.
No, but unless you're bored trading, I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
But to me, I feel like you want to wait for this 140 area. So that to me would be a short right now. And the reason why I keep going back and forth here between NVIDIA and AMD is NVIDIA's up today. So if you want to go long, I'd choose NVIDIA if that sets up properly. If you want to go short, I would go with AMD. So that's just a tale of two of those. I'm going to look a lot more at NVIDIA moving forward. So I don't know if you have a take there on AMD at all.
Yeah, no. So AMD just trading kind of sideways below its VWAP. I did have it a little bit on watch after what it's done over the past couple of days there. Again, sitting at home watching this price action and actually being here to watch it on the tape, two distinctly different experiences. And yeah, no, I was looking at this consolidation from yesterday, breakout off of in the pre-market, and then take a look at that. Can't even hold some of those highs. 144s can't even make it off of the open, straight flush to the downside. Low a day, 137.64s. It's consolidating sideways in and around VWAP, man. So we take a look at the 15-minute right there within, well, back now. Now we're back kind of within the first 15-minute range. We did attempt to print a little bit lower there. Found some support off of this 137.60s. Prior days, oh boy, okay. Prior days opening range low, can't even get there, and that's where we catch a little bit of a dip. Interesting stuff. Had to be there probably to see that one, but trading sideways at the lows right now is AMD. Again, looking kind of similar to that of the sideways action happening on the Nasdaq and some of these chips here. So, you know, that's what I got on AMD. Nothing too crazy there, but oh boy, Starbucks. We're gonna have this conversation.
Distinctly different.
Distinctly different. So
today, yeah, we you weren't here yesterday, so Starbucks, of course, has that changeover of the CEO there.
The price action was crazy. I mean, I shut down on it during the midday, squeezed out a little bit. Didn't have a proper effective stop on it. But take a look at that. If you take a look at some of the action that came in on Starbucks, aggressive. So you hold the 92, you re-break the 92. I was getting short in around here because I'm like, all right, well, prior days anchored VWAP, we're trading below that, and I don't get out on the break of these 80s, and we are off to the races, 94s incoming. So I was like, yeah, oh boy, definitely have to get out of that one, shut down on that one. Too aggressive on the idea, but you know what it is? Like, it's mismanagement of a position. You were talking about this earlier today, right? Managing the position relative to the risk that you've been given. That is something I definitely failed at today. I kind of fought the long off of the open. The short was definitely a great idea for a reversion back into 92, that key area that shows up multiple times yesterday off of the open. Midday little dip, dips into 92 and then pushes back up. And yeah, take a look at that, kind of pushes right back in. So I do have my chart that I traded here. I did take a screenshot of it real quick so I can pull it in and take a look at this degeneracy right here. So getting short in and around those 92 halves and then giving it all the way to a push towards 94 as it squeezes on me. So I'm like, yeah, that is not the best. I am not trading the best as of right now, and not making the right decisions, right? We talked about making the right decisions. So how can I have done this better? So let's see. Okay, cool. We make a mistake. We messed it up. We shut down on it. But how do we do this better for the next time so that you don't make that kind of mistake? So what did I do wrong? First of all, spending too much risk on the long side on the way down. 92 is the level. 94, sure, I like 94. But when it doesn't break or do anything at 94s off of the open, why am I buying, even if it's a little bit, all the way from 94s, 95s right, into 93s, and then trying again at 92s? 92s is the level. Doesn't really work out. Flip to the short side because I'm like, all right, well, we've made a lower low below 92. Maybe we pop back into this area and then push back in because that's the anchored. I don't get out at the 92.50s, 92.60s. So that is the mistake here, not getting out in this area right here, and then actually being aggressive with and holding onto the bag all the way into 94. So that is something I should not be doing. That is not trading. That is gambling. As the price action is clearly telling you, we've reclaimed the 92. We've reclaimed the anchored VWAP from yesterday, which is slightly important because yesterday being a catalyst, being a day of strong relative volume, you can see that over 20 times, 25 times the relative volume all day yesterday. I want to know where that average flow is sitting at. And again, we were trading below that. So I think the short is not too bad if we're trading below that. But once we do get above and break through this consolidation high, 92.80s, you gotta pack your bags, you gotta leave and look at that volume that comes in. Definitely, I'm not the only one sitting short at this, as this action was very squeezy and we're holding higher highs here off those 92s. 94s pushing almost back through open here, 95s and some change. 94.40s trading right now in Starbucks. So we'll see what's the next trade. I'll be taking some reps for the rest of the day.
Good.
But yeah, I gotta clean that ish up, man.
I was going to say that we had talked about it earlier, and we said we're shorting 97s and going long 92s. Yep. So the 92 should have been a big trade there for the long, and I stayed away from it as well. I'm just hearing from the World Health Organization that apparently Mpox is now an issue. Is MPOX?
Yeah.
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 So Moderna right now getting a spike. So yeah, just hearing
MPOX
it
is
now
not
that
good.
there's something happening again. So
That's
There goes
yeah. The what's the actual monkey? Yeah, monkeypox.
monkeypox.
It's
Okay, I was
also
gonna
the
say,
same.
you
It's
keep
also the
saying
same. Very similar to what's that one?
that's why SIGA right now, SIGA. Yeah, look it up. Well, monkeypox. I don't know what the.
No, there's another. I'm trying to remember. I try to
Still
remember.
banged my tailbone a couple weeks ago. It's still bothering me. It's crazy how long that takes. Anyways, MPOX.
It's in the same family. It's very similar.
Back in that building
Zoonotic.
now again. I believe
find
SIGA
it.
is an MPOX play. So there it goes to the upside. We will double check all of that, and please do it yourself. But there goes the move right there, starting at 1 o'clock. So it's a move up on SIGA. I believe we can. I can look up SIGA here just to make sure here. Let's call up our trade ideas. Let it load. SIGA. Just double check. Yeah, technologies. Okay, so this is probably what that is. Commercial stage pharmaceutical company. There it goes. So Ebola, TPOX. All okay. So
Ebola. That's the one. It's the same family as Ebola.
okay, so there you go. So that would make sense. So there's SIGA right now breaking through the highs. So everybody on alert. Shout out to all these SIGA traders there right now here today, because you seem to be onto something with that trade and that name. So, this is another thing that we could do lessons of the day on, or things like that. And that is just basically trying to find names, like a Moderna, that as soon as you hear something about something, you go over to the right names. And we're never going to get them all the time, but I did see everybody on the chat being like, SIGA's running. And now, you sort of just by looking into it, figure that out. Now, I feel like there's been a lot of some of these reports, and again, without, maybe there's doctors I haven't checked the chat or whatever is going on there, but how serious this kind of an outbreak is, I believe it's just isolated to Africa right now.
Yeah, somebody said it's just in Africa.
Yeah, I'm just hearing some updates in my ear as well from the Benzinga platform, so we'll figure that out. But there it is, breaking through 12 now. So just real quickly, I actually skimmed by the short float on that. It's only 13%, so that's still 14%. That's not bad. The market cap right now, sorry, I was looking for shares. I'll go find it. I don't have the actual shares on here, but it is making that move to the upside. It goes SIGA right now, 1216 and going higher right there. Hey guys, Vadzim, they're a friend of the Midday Show, says, Sharif, he looks great. Well, I'm glad that you think that, Vadzim. I will pass that along as Sharif goes to the gym right now. So I'll let him know tomorrow that you are feeling like he is looking great. So takes a lot of pride in that. So
yeah, no, for sure.
We'll try to make some great trades.
Sharif will be happy hearing that.
Thank you, Vadzim, for that one. We will pass that along. Big thumbs up to that. We're very lucky to have. I have good news about Neil. He'll be back tomorrow. The cast, he got the air cast.
Okay, yeah, we got what he wanted.
That's right. Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier today. That was the hope, that he could sort of bypass whatever that next sort of stage was.
Right.
I guess, depending on the tear and how it's healing and all that stuff. And again, he'll tell you the story tomorrow, but apparently good to go coming back there tomorrow in a new and improved lighter cast, so on and so forth. So
that's good.
For him,
he's been on the cast for what, over a month now, I think? I think so, yeah.
I feel like it's been about a month, because I had that week off, maybe 3 weeks maybe for that one. And I feel like that's about normal. The recovery was something like 4 to 6 months, but it does require rehab. So he'll be talking all about that, I'm sure. So that is great. Thank you to Neil for the update. I want to pass it along to everybody, and thank you, Vadzim, for that. And I wouldn't have thought about it otherwise. All right. So TQs, we did reload a little bit of these TQs there. So let me put a bid out now at 42s. Actually, we just punched out there by accident. We're short at 52 right now, 53s. We just got another short. We're just buying it here off the 50 period. I don't want to bid anymore, but I didn't realize that short just came in there. So, there he is, Sharif. You don't have to come on. We got Vadzim. Does that ring a bell, Vadzim?
Yes.
He says, you look great, and we got a super chat. So I've shutted him out. So there's Sharif. So there we go. Serious. See, we gave it to him.
Yeah.
He's back right now, getting ready to rock and roll and destroy people at the gym. So
yes.
There he is.
Oh boy. Look at that.
Hey.
Whoa.
He's literally like stone's throw away from me right now. So, all right. Thank you guys for that.
Just open carries on the floor.
Nice to see Sharif.
Oh, yeah.
There, here I am. Hey.
All right. Cameras.
Oh, man. All right. Hi, Ram. Yeah, Ram is the best. Yada, yada. Okay, so as we go, Alibaba, I want to talk quickly about that one tonight. These kids around here are so good with the cameras. You know, they know everything. It's like I feel as you get older and older, there's so many things that is like, well, you're so young, forget about it. I'm not going to talk about that with you. I'll wait till the old man. I'll wait till the old man comes back tomorrow. You know, I'll wait till old man Neil comes back, and then we can reminisce on the good old days. You know, when you used to use. Actually, I was talking with. Okay, I'll just do it now. Why not? I was talking with the wife. I went there. I had some British pounds to exchange back over. What a racket the banks are, man. Honestly, I was like joking around with the teller. I'm like, how are you guys charging like 1.9 on the credit card, you know, and then the real rate is 1.8 on the exchange. But then you go in there to give them the cash back and they're going to give you 1.7. So it's like they're skimming 10 points off both sides here. The poor guy is just a teller. He wasn't really sure what was going on.
He's like, I'm just doing my job, man.
Yeah, then the bank manager came over and we had some discussions and things got fixed, if you know what I'm saying, a little bit. But at the end of the day, it wasn't that much money. But I was saying to Marissa, I said, back in the day, did you ever have those passbooks? So there used to be bank books. They were just books with flip pages, columns, and you would put it, so you'd transact at the ATM or whatever, and then you would put in your book. People in the chat, you know, shout out to whatever generation we are. You put it into the bank, the machine, and it would just print out like a receipt and give you ledger line of all of your bank, anything that's happened since the last time you updated your bank book.
So you feed it the paper and it prints it on the paper that you fed it.
Yes. It's not
interesting. I've never heard of this,
but you basically had to do it all like when there was no internet. Believe that or not, Obi, at one point there was no internet.
Okay.
So you didn't have any online banking. So you basically had to, and I was saying to that, I was like, how is my mother like writing checks every month and then waiting for them to clear? And it's just such a racket, like all that, you know, and then how much more efficient now, why didn't I get out of that TQ's trade? How much more efficient right now some of these banks are, and just how old school that was. So if anybody in the chat remembers that stuff, passbooks and bank books, you had to put it in and then it would spit out all your transactions. You had to make sure that they were all accurate and stuff like that. Or you used to be able to go to grocery stores and pay with a check.
Yeah.
But how would they know that wouldn't
vague
bounce?
memory of that? Yeah, exactly. I don't know. I think that's definitely a little bit before my time there. But yeah, no, I have no memory.
In Japan.
No memory of this passbooks date back to the 18th century. Saying Ricky.
Yeah, they used to write them on the scribe.
Yeah.
Oh, you know, in
Rivian Millionaire. I'll have to do that one day.
In London, England. I saw Rosetta Stone in the museum.
Oh, okay, sick. Yeah.
It was really sick.
That's proper.
It was really proper. We had proper English tea there. We had a proper afternoon tea.
That's sick.
Proper breakfast.
Yeah.
And saw, the wife likes to go to all these museums. There's actually a really great one in Trafalgar Square, the Portrait Museum.
Ooh.
So it's a museum
art museum?
And in there, maybe I'm going to geek out a little bit here, but
I actually really like.
They have one of the only portraits of Shakespeare.
Okay.
Ever.
Really?
Yes.
You take a picture?
I did.
Oh, I want to see now.
You know, let me see. I'll log into my photos online.
Fair.
And then we'll get that one. So that was really cool. And it was all the hand-drawn. There's so many, honestly, Obi, what they were doing back, early 18th century, whenever these photos and these pictures were taken there of various kings and all this kind of stuff. The talent.
Yeah.
Like
the craftsmanship.
And it's like I was just blown away. But anyways, Portrait Museum in Trafalgar Square. It's completely free. I was actually talking with an individual here that works on the real trading side that develops the software. He's heading to London this next week. And I was telling him about all that and telling him how expensive it is to go to. You
were saying like what, 1.8?
Yeah, exactly.
Is Euro CAD?
I would just suggest bring some cash. You'll save a little bit on that because the other racket there as well that I noticed, and I think this happens in every major country and for good reasons as well, a lot of places don't take cash anymore.
Really?
It's just so I brought a crap ton of cash with me to pay with cash because I didn't want to use the credit card everywhere. And a lot of places you go there, they don't accept cash.
Really?
Like legit places too.
Okay. So it's just pure card. Tap.
Your card, especially small businesses and stuff like that. They all want to do. We went to some. Yeah, don't worry about it. No, but the Visa prepaid.
Ramin's got the.
No, but the Visa prepaid, even when you buy that now, it's like I don't want to even give those cards to people as gifts because there's like a $10 or something fee that comes off.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
it's just like a few bucks,
anyways, we
yeah.
put it all on card anyways. You get the points. Haters gonna hate. Ramin's singing
Yeah,
Taylor
Ramin's
Swift.
like, if you had a lot of that cash, you
Ramin
can just buy
is singing
prepaid
Taylor
visas.
Swift in my ear right now.
Swiftie. Are you a Swiftie?
Am I a Swiftie? Yes.
Yeah. She's all right. Hey, she's got some stuff.
I mean, she's literally has economies on her back.
Yeah, apparently.
Right now.
She's, she
Quite
was
unbelievable.
the sole reason why the
Yeah, you can go to the strip
economy
club,
was
Sebastian. That's a good one. They accept cash.
fair. I was gonna say if you have cash, you might be going to the wrong places.
I know, with the wife. It might be down.
Fair.
Maybe I should have asked.
Yeah.
Say
All
no
right.
to CBC. Okay, whatever that means. All right. Go ahead.
Starbucks above 95. Oh boy!
Dang, what's
I
up
took
with that?
I took a sip of this iced coffee and I was like, oh, I'm definitely getting short on Starbucks. And Starbucks price action was like, absolutely not. We're still going to the upside. Starbucks is about to push day highs right here. Opening price on Starbucks is $95.39, and we're trading right there as of right now. So testing the opening price on the day is Starbucks. We've had pretty much a full-on reversion off of that 92. We talk about that 92 being potentially key. We did trade below it, 91.44, so about 56 pennies below that 92. Exactly, cleaning it up a little bit, washing that 92, and then straight on reversion. Again, I was there. I was on the wrong side of the move. Talk about a reversion. Oh boy, why don't I have this piece right here taking longs? I got short there like a fool. Like someone who someone who doesn't follow their own rules. Let's just say that. So I'm just like, all right, well, I got to follow my own rules. 92 halves all the way to 95 halves is the high right now. 95.45s. Again, day highs right off the open. 95.80s. We're just shy of that. So Starbucks with almost a full-on reversion on the day here. That bid from yesterday definitely picking right back up off of that 92 level. So 92 was definitely the place to get involved on this ticker here. But yeah, we talk about the pullback into prior days, like key levels into prior day. That 92 was definitely standing out. I just did not have the right look or the patience to really kind of exercise that idea. And that is something, again, I got to take home to the bank and really reflect on today. So again, we're coming back off of a couple days off. You ever find that if you take a couple days off, you come back, sometimes it goes well, sometimes it doesn't. But how do you kind of manage that coming back? Because I know you just got back off of vacation. How was Monday, Tuesday for you?
So the thing is, I was back Thursday night, and then basically had baseball all Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So I was a little tired coming in. So I did feel it a little bit, more the jet lag.
Yep.
But I didn't do anything different.
Okay.
So I just felt maybe a little more tired looking at the charts, maybe like in the face and the eyes and stuff like that, because you're just getting back to the screens. And I don't know. I mean, people are welcome to visit, but when they do, they're going to see that I can't even look up. This is a TV studio. You know, we got tons of lights on us and everything like that. So not only are we trading against the market, we're also trading against some elements here as well. So
against the elements.
Yeah, no, but seriously, right? I mean, it's like we sit here, Obi, and honestly, this is a lot of pressure, and we have the lights just blaring on us as well. So trying to make decisions, look in the camera, all this. So I felt like that part was a little bit off, but as far as trading now, man, this old head of mine might be a little older, but definitely not losing too much in that sort of thing. And tomorrow, we're very excited about this. JC's been on with us a couple times.
Okay.
And JC Perez from All Star Charts, also all over the compound and friends with Josh Brown. Well read, crazy about the charts, man. What this guy puts out, I mean, some of the things, and we had Michael Noss actually referring to some of the stuff that he was talking about, very seasonality, talking about bulls, bears, talking about different indices, sectors, ETFs, all the questions tomorrow. Look, gold futures, definitely all-star charts. JC Perez doesn't get much better than that. And he is on tomorrow in and around, was there a time there? I thought it was around 10 o'clock or so tomorrow. We'll get ready for him tomorrow morning. So just join us there. It is 10 a.m. tomorrow, 10 a.m. August 14th. No, that would be tomorrow, which is August 15th. So we'll need to change that. See that, Brendan? live on air.
Oh boy.
He'll be
Yeah,
here.
he'll be in the studio.
August
Let's go.
15th, Ramin. Damn, someone's
All
a
right.
little too focused on singing Taylor Swift. Someone's a little too focused on giving me rude ideas about how to save 5% on exchange rates.
Yep.
No, I don't want to refresh. No, I don't want to refresh. All right, I'll refresh. I'm gonna refresh.
It's been taken care of.
I'm gonna refresh. I'm gonna refresh.
Yeah.
Mine still says August 14th here. I'm letting you know what it says, but he is live tomorrow as we play around here and kid. I mean, not only are they doing all of that, but they're also switching the show, and there's lots to happen right now. But the best part about JC is he's gonna be live here.
Yeah.
In studio.
Yep.
Our last guest we had in studio, of course, Mr. Kevin O'Leary himself, live in studio, and tomorrow we will be joined by the ever popular JC Perret. So, yeah, we're excited for that as Trader TV going places. Where's Raider Trader, man? I want to get that guy on as well. Who is it? We actually have somebody on today? Oh, Mr.
Okay,
Faluna, you may
all right,
say.
let's
Okay.
go.
I'm down for talking to Ryan Faluna. I like that guy. He's a good guy.
Yeah.
You know Ryan Faluna. Was
Yeah.
talking with him last week?
Yeah.
I think you and Neil were there last week.
Yep.
Well, I mean, you want me to talk to him now? All right.
Oh, what?
It's our guest of the day. It's Ryan Faluna from Benzinga. I was actually just talking about your platform there, Ryan.
Let's go.
Let's welcome Ryan on when you can. And we were just talking about that with almost in a minute. There he is. Hey, Ryan. How's it going?
Hey, how's it going, Sean? How are you?
Yo.
It's
Welcome
not
back.
going too bad at all. Thank you very much. We were just talking about the Benzinga Pro platform because right now that stock SIGA, S-I-G-A, starting to get going here. And I just heard in my ear, and again, you know, shameless plug, you're on the show. It's great. The platform continues to give live updates all the time with stocks that are on the move. And I don't know what your opinion is on something like an SIGA right now, moving around on monkeypox, Ebola worries here today. Is this something that you would be trading yourself? Something that a lot of your chat room or whatever is involved with here? A name like SIGA.
Yes, yes, and yes. And I'd actually like to add to that GovX, which is also similar, a little bit
Okay.
lower price, making this exact same type of moves as SIGA is today. I'll say this, I'm glad that this happened. I mean, for the stock, not for real life here, because I actually didn't have a whole lot here today until we got this. But this intraday chart shows you all you need to know. As soon as you get that squawk, and you guys know because you're using this every day, as soon as you get that squawk, you can scalp this till your heart's content. We actually got something like this on BYND last, I think it was Friday of last week. Very, very similar. SIGA, though, this thing has really kind of gone. This gives one of my favorite setups. When you first get that squawk, there's definitely squawks to be had in this impulse move. Once that impulse move kind of dies off and we have a regressive move back to the VWAP, this generally is going to set up trade number 2. And we actually got that here, pretty kind of a slow grind away from the VWAP. So yeah, multiple setups here. If you didn't want to trade a $10 stock, you had GovX, which I think is about $2. And then the other stock that was moving here today is GNLN, and I saw that just popped into a halt this afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, thanks for that. Again, another note, and you can find all this information right on the platform, highlighting different names and different targets. Good point there. $2 versus $10 as some people trade.
Yep.
Smaller accounts. The last time we were on here, we kind of joked about, you know, different fast foods. Maybe it wasn't the last time, but every time we seem to have some good fun. We talked about Starbucks, Chipotle, different things. And, oh, you know what? You reminded me Portillo's. And I haven't looked at that stock, but ever since then, man, I do want that Italian beef. So next time we're together, we're going to have to grab some of that Portillo's. But what a move on Starbucks, man. I mean, today, we were long in and around 92. We tried it. We got in and out, stopped out. I really like that level. 91.50 seems to hold. And then now right back into the day's high, almost as if this whole drop didn't happen. But Ryan, what a move up there for Starbucks. As soon as I saw that story come through, I immediately retweeted it. I think Brian Nickel moving over from Chipotle into Starbucks, try to right that ship again. Such a monster that is Starbucks. Stores everywhere. They got it right the wrong in China. I think that's going to be a very, very important move as well. Any opinions here on Starbucks? I wrote down today short, thinking that this was maybe overdone a little bit. Anything with your history, experience on maybe changing of CEOs or what to expect here moving forward with Starbucks?
Yeah, I got a couple of things for you here. And first of all, I was in the exact same boat you were, right? Pardon my bird who's in my office here today. I'm sorry about that. The Starbucks, this thing popped like 25% yesterday. And anytime I see a 25% pop, I'm generally thinking, yeah, we probably have a regressive move coming here. We didn't really get that. I mean, we got it a little bit. Now we're being bought all the way back up to the highs. Look at this thing popping above multiple moving averages on the daily, the 50, the 100, the 200, and the 500. I mean, just a wild move. Now, as far as Brian Nickel goes here, hate to throw some cold water on this, but we actually have a former analyst who's part of our community, who shared some thoughts and talked to some people and said, Brian Nichols doesn't really have China experience. So you correctly pointed out there that fixing China for Starbucks here is going to be the big thing. And I'm just not sure how great he's going to do or I'm not sure how well he's going to perform for that metric. But I mean, let's face it, market's rewarding this stock like crazy for that. He did a great job at Chipotle, evidently. And actually, as far as Chipotle goes, the person that's taking over for the CEO role came from the COO role and has been there for a while, really knows the business. I actually think that's pretty good. I was thinking pairs trade here, long Chipotle, short Starbucks on this move. I actually closed my Chipotle out for a gain earlier today. No position yet on Starbucks, but for the next trade, I'd be looking for it short.
Oh, I just noticed that Chipotle in the space, still one of the more expensive, around 50, 55 PE, so a little expensive. But I do like that play. I actually like that long Chipotle, short Starbucks. I think that move was a little overextended for
think about it. This is the way I break it down. Are you going to eat less burritos because the CEO left?
Me personally?
You personally, because I know the answer for me is no.
No, and I think the same thing true of Starbucks, to be honest with you. I just, We'll see what winds up happening. Again, I think it's valuation, right? If people are going to be selling expensive stocks to try to buy lower PEs in this environment, then Chipotle still has a little ways to go down. But I do like the long. I think it's gone down a lot. And you pay up for valuation, right? You pay up for these growth stocks. I don't know if Chipotle is still in the growth phase, but I do like the stock and I do like that commentary for sure. Okay. Anything you're worried about right now in the market? I mean, I kind of want to open it up to you. We just talked about SIGA a little bit there. For me, we have Walmart reporting tonight or tomorrow morning. So that we'll see if there's any sort of, the emperor has some clothing there. We kind of talk like that here on the show as far as Walmart, NVIDIA, things like that. Will these big names that have been holding up the market continue to do that? I wonder a little bit about the consumer. Anything bothering you right now or anything that you're a little worried about with this economy or anything?
Yeah, definitely. I think the consumer is tightening. That's actually what I've been kind of on for a while here. And I'm watching that out of some of the reports. And to your point about that Walmart report, I have no position for that print, but that is exactly what I'm looking for. I believe AMAT reports tomorrow night as well. So we'll see how they do. What am I worried about with the market? I'm worried about that this doesn't really feel normal. Feels like something's kind of off or something's kind of broken here. I know if you want to go to the charts here, one of the things I talked about on Friday is that the Qs had really kind of closed the gap, but that's all they've really done, right? They bounced off the 200, they closed the gap. If we take a look at the SPY chart, it actually looked very similar to that, although it wasn't as clean of a bounce off that 200-day. And my thought here was, well, that's good. We closed that gap, but maybe now we'll kind of roll over and test those lows. That would kind of fit in with the consumer weakening, which I'm expecting to see here. And we just haven't got that yet. We continue to push up to the highs. Here on the SPY, it actually looks like we're going to test the 50-day and possibly this trend line that goes all the way back to October of 2023. So that's kind of what I'm watching. I'm generally speaking, I really like swinging and investing in small caps and getting some of those big moves. And frankly, I'm just not seeing that. I think one of the last times you and I talked, Sean, we were talking about the IWM break and how strong this break over 210 was. Pretty much came all the way back in. Let's see if we can break out again and get another move here. But these are some of the things that I'm looking at or worried about with this market. Yes, I'm definitely worried about the consumer. It's only a matter of time before this market really kind of comes back in. The $64,000 question is, when's that going to happen?
Yeah, I wish we did. No, we have actually this 8-ball right here, that we ask different questions to all the time.
Does yours work? Because I got one too, and mixed results on it.
Yeah, it's about 50-50. All right, so will the economy break anytime soon? It says something about yes. Oh, now it's all fuzzy. Now I can't even see it. Only if Brandon buys. So I'll have to talk to Brendan after this.
Oh,
see
that's
if
right.
he's-
You got that custom one with all those cool answers. That's sweet.
Yeah, man, we have the best viewers here. Someone sent that in, and it's custom made, so it'll say different answers between Neil, myself, and everybody around here. It's pretty sweet for sure. Okay, you know what else is very, very interesting? And I know you and I talked about IWM before, and I think that as interest rates start to come back in, hopefully we just saw that about 50 basis points is what we're looking at for September, so that's nice. I'll hit a bang for that. I think that's a good one. But you know what else is going up here? What about gold? As we continue to go higher and higher here with gold, Ryan. I mean, it looks like that is trying to break out through 228 right now. I'm just talking about the GLD again. Looks like it wants to take 230. That would be all-time highs right now. And I do feel like sometimes when there is smoke, there's fire. And right now, gold taking out some of these highs and Bitcoin on and trying to get back. I know it's not above 60,000, but maybe digital gold trying to get back up and real gold definitely taking out all-time highs. So any opinion here? Do we keep on riding this trend with gold? Are you in any swing trades here related to any metals?
Okay, so I'm not in any swing trades presently for some of the metals, but I could absolutely be convinced. You talked about ticker GLD. That's what I would look for too in terms of gold. One of the things that I'd like to see is, do we get another one of these pullbacks to the 50? Because one of the things that we're looking at here, as you outlined, is going to be this triple top here. And I do think if we keep banging on that door, eventually we're going to break that down and we're going to go higher. And yeah, that would be a really decent swing trade. In fact, even if you miss that, if we get a break above this top and then you get any type of back test of that level, I think that's probably safe for a swing trade too. But the one thing that's got me here, the reason that I'm not already positioned in this, look how far away we are from some of these longer term moving averages. When the stock's set up like that, or when that happens, I generally speaking try to become a little bit more conservative and try and work on my entry. I'll be honest with you, I don't know about you folks, but it hasn't been great buying breakouts recently. I've been much better poised for success when I buy weakness, and when my entries are real good at a support level there, that's when I do the best. So that's what I'm going to try and do here. We do have this 100 converging on the 50. If the price comes back in at all and is able to hold that level, yeah, I'm going to be a buyer here for a move long. If we break out here, again, I'm not necessarily just going to buy the breakout. I'm not going to chase that. I would much rather have that back test and set up and give me more confidence in that swing trade.
Yeah, good.
As far as Bitcoin goes, while I don't trade that back and forth, I absolutely am a Bitcoin bull, but I'm just a hodler. So I'm not actively trading that. I am looking at that. I'd love for that to really kind of get back to that 70,000 level. That's the level that's really going to tell me we're going to go higher here. And as far as the digital gold comment that you just made, we really haven't seen this kind of be something that you can own when the market really kind of sells off. It doesn't necessarily behave like gold, despite my bullishness to it.
Yeah, you're right about that. I actually thought with gold breaking out and sort of this little bit of turmoil now in the Nasdaq pulling back about 11%, now coming back to the upside here, but I thought Bitcoin would have reacted a little bit better to that potentially as well. So we'll hold out hope that Bitcoin gets going, as I am a fellow hodler, but I just did sell some Solana the other day, as I feel like I want to stay in the big ones as we get a little more serious here with both Bitcoin and Ethereum. So, and as you mentioned, I just want to bring to everyone's attention, we just took out the high there of the afternoon on the TQs. So we were shorting it. Now we've just stopped shorting that one. It'll be a positive name for us, but all these fills just never got going here. As the afternoon, Ryan, you know what I start to feel like? Sometimes we get these bigger moves that will happen, but generally speaking, I mean, even yesterday into the close here, a little bit of a rally back into the close, right? I mean, obviously the last couple of days, there's another rally into the close again 2 days ago. And it looks like we may be, and I don't know if it's going to happen again now, but it's 3 o'clock and we're just starting to get going, breaking through the afternoon levels that we've tried to make, going higher right now into the close. You seen any correlations like that? Is that something that you'd like to take advantage of, or maybe that's too short time frame for you going long in the last hour based on past results?
No, I will often do that. One of the things that I like to do is you're just talking about the TQQQ. Yep. One of the ETFs that I've been on recently is the SQQQ. Again, given the way I think about the market and my kind of bearish bias that I currently have, I'm generally speaking looking to take this. some of my best ads on this, on SQQQ, have been right near the close, right? We see some type of formation or we see some type of move today. We're trading back up to that 545. We'll see if we end up taking that out here before we close on the SPY. On the Qs, though, this one I've really kind of been trading more often just because of all of the different moves in tech. And I mean, look, we had a move up here after the PPI and the CPI. We've had this move up. I thought today was going to be a red day. I brought my red shirt out.
Nice.
It looked good around the open, and then all of a sudden the buyer's like, no, Ryan, you're not going to be correct today. We're going to go to the highs. So see if we could take out 545 on SPY. As far as SQQQ goes here, kind of holding around this 50. I took a starter position here, and I'm not ready to admit defeat yet. I'm not going to sell that at a loss here. I think my first entry price on this was about $9.40, so about 50 cents beneath that entry. But I think maybe we can hold this 50. I think we probably do pull back here in the Qs with some of these other tech names, and if so, I want to be positioned ahead of time. I don't want to be chasing that move. So if we're able to hold this, if we don't really break down, I'll actually probably add a little bit more SQQQ tonight going into tomorrow's session.
I like that. Yeah, now that we have PPI and CPI out of the way. Ryan, thank you so much for joining us again here on what's been a quiet afternoon. We'll see if it gets a little spicy here into the close. Thanks for all the talk on gold and everything there and some of those ideas on SIGA. You want to leave the viewers with anything before you say goodbye?
Yeah, if you haven't tried the Squawk yet on Benzinga Pro, please try that, because I'll be honest, like I said, coming into today or coming into the spot here today, I was worried. I was like, I didn't really have a whole lot of stuff lined up, and then we just got the gift from the Squawk there with Saiga and GovX. So if you haven't checked that out, check that out. Even on days like this where it feels a little light, you never know where that next trade is coming. Be ready to take advantage of that. This was a great example of it today.
Yeah, perfect. And that's why I sort of led with that. I mean, it's in our ear. We actually do talk about it all the time on the show. So definitely a great feature with the Benzinga Pro platform. Hit the description in the link for our show to get deals with Benzinga Pro. So thank you so much, Ryan. One more time, it's Ryan Falunin. We'll check you next week. Are you on Friday as well? Recap show. Perfect. All right, we'll see you then.
I'll see you on Friday.
We'll see you on Friday. Ciao, Ryan. That's it. Let's go. All right, thank you, Ryan Falunin. That is our trader guest of the day there, Obi. So always nice to talk to him. Again, very, very similar methods of trading to many traders on prop floors. And good to get everybody's opinion, right? We have JC Peretz coming tomorrow. He'll talk his book, not his book, but thoughts on market and whatnot. It's great to hear Ryan's thoughts as often. Me, you, Adara, Sharif, and Neil and Brendo, we all talk what we think. It's great to hear other opinions as well. And he's right about that Benzinga Pro platform. They do have a great opportunity there to give you breaking news. You got to be careful sometimes what you wish for, because sometimes I've been into trades. I'll just talk both sides of it. Been into trades where you hear something, it's like that Nike. I mean, here's a perfect example, Nike. And again, just you traded whatever you hear and whatever you know. But this came in, boom, a little bit of a volume spike, not that big that there was Starboard or Elliott or something that was taking a position. So I was like, let me build into this long against VWAP. Once VWAP broke, I got out, which was good because it went down another $1 or so. But then there's the end of the day move right now as Nike. Wow, Nike up to $79, man. Yeah, just do it, because that one.
I mean, it's just doing it.
It is just
back to yesterday's highs. I actually again taking reps here, but I was like, okay, back to yesterday's highs. Let's see if it holds trend and pushes back up above. It's taking a bit of a pullback, bit of a breather off of yesterday's highs there, Nike. But yeah, Nike, one of the top names I did have on watch today because of what it did yesterday, right? I was like looking for that bid to potentially come back in, and oh boy, did we hold those 77 halves quite well off of the open there. So again, that continuation on Nike happening right now with just under an hour left.
Yeah, I was just saying, that's what I was saying to Ryan. Almost
it's power hour now, so it's about roughly 55 minutes left to go, and Nike is pushing highs in the last hour. What's up?
I have a new position alert.
Ooh, what is that? What's going on? Palantir?
No.
AMD.
That's AMD. AMD.
Nice.
Yeah. We got stopped out there. We did not like getting stopped out of our Qs position, which kind of sucked, but it just broke the high and we got out. So there was really not much damage done at the end of the day. We still are positive on this name. We've talked about that over and over again. and it's a good one. But I just, you know what? I just noticed AMD here, and I said, if the market's going to fall down here, this is a weaker name than everything else. We came right into that level. We were getting close enough to it. That's 140 and change. On the 20-minute chart, we were at the 50-period moving average rate here. It's been pretty choppy, you know, at this level. But often when you retrace back and then have a little bit of a high like this, I don't mind taking this short against it. So we're now short 140.30s, as you can see on the board there, against this 140.50 or so area. So I already put the stop in. It was a break through that 50 area. So, we just got to fill there at 16s. So we were short 30s, out 16, so 15 cents. That's about the amount of risk. So now we're 1-to-1. There it is right there, Obi. So a nice little trade. We actually have a couple fills up there. So, hey, if we want to ride, we'll ride. Right now, I'm going to put another bid down here at 11s. Then we're bidding 02s. And there's more to come. We're trying to get a little more short up there near 140.45 at that high. So we start the trade. And you and I actually talked about this again as we talked about position sizing and stuff. So we actually have two fills there as we get about a third or so of the size that we want. So we'll take that down for 15 cents just to go 1-to-1 and hopefully a pullback in here where we're bidding again. So 140 or so for a bid. Hopefully we'll be able to get a couple there and then we'll break to the downside as if this market wants to fade out. We got a weak name. So we're happy with that if it goes. And the other reason why I'm picking AMD is we have an out that's super close. I saw DayTrading Starbucks, and I know you had already sort of gone over this, and there was the key levels there of $92. Although I was going long there, and it looked like that was right, but also the short was right. So if you play around key levels,
both will work.
You can, both may not work, but at least you have your outs, and you're really willing to take associated risk at levels that you can easily define. And I think that's the key for me, right? So I've already done the math. Like if AMD goes up, we'll see that's a good fill there. If AMD keeps on going, we'll get some more shares in the 40s and then get stopped out just slightly north of 50. So that will be a spot that I'm looking to trade off of right now is where we've done pretty good, man. Amazon was the short basically of the day for me here. It was just so clean. We had the app. I mean, the Apple long is my P&L number one, and we'll discuss that in a couple minutes as well. But there it is, man, off of VWAP. So you finally get a VWAP retracement rate there at 950. Wasn't there at 10 o'clock, but we were here midday at 12 o'clock. Actually, we started it at 12:15 or so. Shorting right there, boom, into that collapse. So that was a really great trade for Amazon. That short is 170.50. These outs down here are 169.50. So that's your dollar club outs. And now you've started to come back upside. But a lot of outs there, again, in the middle of the day.
Yeah, you caught the market flush on Amazon.
What I didn't catch is that move up.
Yeah,
like I don't know where we were.
The reversion was solid though.
Yeah, I would have liked to. You had Amazon. You noticed Amazon didn't.
VWAP. Yeah.
That was why. And again, it's just you know, you and I can sit here as much as we want to and look for names, and they're going to find lots. Oh yeah. And you could trade off of. I can anyways, and I think a lot of our viewers can too. Find reasons to get in and out of any symbol, really. We can look at a symbol right now that's barely moving and say, okay, we'll just scalp it for a penny or two. Yeah. You can look at it, you can move like Moderna or that SIGA or anything, GovX or whatever, and trade it. But is it setting up for you? Is it at levels that you can appropriate define risk? And to me, that's the most important thing. So on AMD right now, we're going to wait for a 140.40 or so fill to average into this, then have our full position, then give ourselves about 15 to 20 cents worth of risk on AMD.
Yeah, so I'm just watching the Starbucks here, taking a bit of a pullback off of that 95. Again, we talk about how aggressive that strength and that push back through VWAP, back through 93s, and then 94s, a little bit of consolidation that holds, and then you push 95 halves, and we talk about this being the opening price range, opening high, can't even get through that significantly as of right now, taking a little bit of a pullback, a little bit of a breather back down through that 95. So that's what I'm looking at. Talking about reversions, oh boy, yeah, I tried it a couple of times. Again, just trying to take some good reps, trying to get some wins under the belt so we can come back swinging harder, better, faster for tomorrow. I was going to say for Toronto, I guess, yeah, for Toronto as well. But yeah, look at that breakout push off of when we reclaim that anchored from yesterday. Again, just anchored off of yesterday's event right there. Taking a little wee bit of a pullback. Let's see if we can get back down into VWAP on the day here. VWAP on the day, 93.44s, trading at 94.69s. But again, got to respect the volume and take a look at that as well. Slightly expanding relative volume as well. going in, but we're taking a bit of a pullback. Our vol sitting at 1.11 on the 5 period, and we are currently rejecting the opening price on Starbucks as of right now. A little bit of a pullback, about a point back. Again, opening price Starbucks was 95.39. We're trading 94.70s as of right now. Let's see whether or not some of this buying pressure was just very temporary or not. Yeah, a lot of people are just like, yeah. So on the same argument that like, that Ryan was talking about, just because they changed their CEO, are we going to be eating less at Chipotle? Maybe, maybe not. But same thing with Starbucks. When the CEO switches over, sure, maybe forward-looking, maybe people are wanting to get in. But that action, I was talking to some of the guys on the floor. Apparently yesterday's action was very erratic. So what Starbucks did in the middle of the day, kind of very similar to how it was moving 20 pennies at a time with a 10 to 15 penny spread yesterday. Again, I missed out on that. Didn't really get a feel for that action. So when Starbucks comes in and moves like this, I'm like, oh, what the hell is going on? Why is it moving like that? I'm like, why are you running? Where are you running? And running, it did all the way from 92s to 95. So I had to step out of that one there for sure. We got to respect that action. Got to get better at respecting that kind of action when it does come in, and not being like, deer in headlights. Oh, what's happening? This shouldn't be happening, and holding on to the position. Maybe not the best thing to do. Right. But it is taking a little bit of a pullback back through 95s right now, because we did, well, not because we did fail a back through open attempt there on Starbucks. But who knows how far this pullback can be. Again, if you have some moving averages going on there, we could just slow down this trend back to the upside and pull back in. But the market taking a pullback off of that 19.1, definitely helping us out a little bit here on the Bucks.
Remember what we were doing?
What were you doing?
Shorting AMD.
Okay. All right. Here we go.
50 cents.
Nice.
It's a chicken dinner winner. I mean, you go buy some Starbucks with it. You can get Chipotle. You can get chicken at Chipotle there. You get the whatever. I forget what it's called there. But you can go grab that as well. Get some carnitas in there.
You gotta get the better drinks though. Otherwise, you'll be poised to kind of stay short by.
Remember what I said? Yeah. The thing about Starbucks is they don't even have a cheap cup of coffee, so it's all good. You don't have to worry about getting cheaper coffee there because they don't have it. All right. So there it goes, man. Good outs on AMD all the way down into the VWAP. So we'll take that again on that trade. And I don't know. We're feeling pretty good about ourselves again here because that was another call. Yep. Like the fact that we're going to be hopefully getting green here today is such a relief, because we were off on the morning there and did not hit the proper levels, the proper trades. Battled back, and that's what we're doing now. So, and it's funny too, because the TQs, there's the stop. Like if I give it like basically 5, let's call it 10 more cents, then we have a 30-cent winner right now. Because this short right here is 58s. We gave it 65s. I thought I was giving it 65. What was that out? Yeah, that's 65. Yeah, so there's the out right there. So you can see it's very limited damage, man. That's a 50. Then we got to fill up there at 57. Then we took some out at 50s or 52s. Then it started to rip up. Then we got taken out for everything. And then the move back in right there. So that was a nice pullback for the Nasdaq. So again, people are just joking about it maybe in the chat, saying like this looks like paint drying and everything like that. I do not disagree. But you have to take advantage when moves like this happen. I thought we were sitting at the peripherals, and I wanted to get out in case that run continued. It does not do that. Comes right back in. So, all right, stopped out of it, but woe is me. Cry me a river. We're still got AMD. NVIDIA also falling off, though. Again, I prefer the long this way. If NVIDIA can come down into 116.50, we'll take that. So Walmart earnings tonight. Tomorrow morning, right. Tomorrow morning. Thank you for that one. Yeah, tomorrow morning. There's not much tonight. I think we have Alibaba. We'll
we got some names for tomorrow.
If we have the earnings board, we can call that up too. For now, let's just go through here.
Cisco tonight.
Do we have it?
Yeah.
We do have the earnings board?
Well, I have one up here.
That's not our earnings board.
No.
Yeah.
We got Cisco tonight.
Walmart, that was the other one. Yeah, so we have AMAT. So I just wanted to go because Ryan talked about that. So AMAT tonight. That's going to come right at 4 o'clock or so if their conference call is 4:30. So we'll get ready for that one coming through AMAT. Ooh, a stock that I really like, and I know it's a good friend of ours, Miss Danielle Shea, John Deere. Wow, AMD, guys, is now 60 cents in the money. Boy, got that one, baby.
There's our board. AMAT's tomorrow night. Yeah. Tomorrow, Thursday after hours. We got Cisco after the
yeah,
close.
why does this board says
a
August
big one.
15th? That's my bad right there. Okay, so let's look at this board right here. AMAT's tomorrow. Nice one, Ryan Faluna. Okay, I'm the one misreporting it. Yeah, tonight after close is going to be Cisco. So I can't really see what else is over there. Dragonfly is over there. D-Local, Stone & Co. and Geopark. That sound, Obi?
Looking not too bad. Again, I'll be watching Cisco. I'll definitely be watching some of the China names here. Jay Lee in the chat, kind of talking about. I see you talking about China being in a full-blown recession, and some of the opinions on that. And yeah, interesting that some of these names have earnings tomorrow. Again, Baba, JD, definitely going to be on watch. Cisco and Walmart as well. I like those. Alibaba, JD, I don't necessarily trade very often, but earnings is definitely a time to kind of take a look if I am kind of trading them. But Walmart, definitely going to be on watch. Let's see what Walmart is doing today, kind of going into earnings, today being earnings eve, right? So let's see. I did have it on radar prior day because of how strong it sold off of the open there. Excuse me, a little distinctly different from the rest of the market as aggressive selling back into these 67s. And then we're kind of bidding up. We're holding those levels. A little bit of pre-market relative volume over the past couple of days here and holding a bit of a flat top, 68.76 high a day as of right now. But take a look at this. We've been, VWAP has been bid up pretty much all day, 68.30s holding as well. Bit of a double bottom there, attempting to push high a day. And going into earnings being tomorrow morning should be interesting. Let's take a higher time frame look at this one as well to see where we could potentially go if we do make a significant move. So interesting. Take a look at that. We've been holding earnings anchored from prior earnings. We did dip into it as of last Monday, but take a look at that aggressive bid right back above that earnings anchored that's been holding so beautifully well since, when was this? Check the specific date, the 16th of May of this year. So we've been holding some of those levels. Buyers have definitely been winning in charge as we hold that VWAP. So coming into tomorrow, let's see what we do with some of these levels. There's a bit of consolidation sideways that we've formed, 66s, 67s, highs at 69s and 70s right here with the strong selling. So yeah, if we get either side of this move, I'd be curious to know where Walmart will take us tomorrow. Let's take a quick look at the daily chart as well, just to see how this thing has been setting up. 71.33, Sean, is all-time highs. We could definitely see a little bit of a push if we push up onto earnings. Last earnings gave us a bit of a gap up, and we've been holding. Curious to know what earnings tomorrow will bring on Walmart. A bit of a muted day after the gap up, so it seems like the gap is most of the price action on this ticker.
We might just take advantage of this name coming through again. Amazon, we're now $1 in the money on this trade.
Oh boy.
Just came back into the low again. I'm going to put a bid here, 169.20 or so for Amazon. That Nasdaq short was so cash money, man. It was so crazy. Yeah. We wound up getting out of it, but we still are 70 cents in the money here on AMD. As that falls down, we still have a piece there. Yeah, that's our TQQ trade. Waiting for that move too, right? But we don't have it. So we'll have to wait a little longer on that one. All right, let's go to the lows of the day. I don't know if that's going to be happening there, says Dan, but yeah, it could be. We're now under VWAP, under the 200 period moving average on this NASDAQ. I want to find more. My best trade of the day, including all of these, I feel like was Apple.
Yeah, you had that.
We had that long. That's
low.
the long right there at 9:30 at 220.
Best price of the day.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Only time you could have got that. We did fade in a little bit in there, but again, well taken. I feel like on this trade. So yeah, pretty happy with it. That is going to be Apple, and there's our out. So not only was this the end, but then we have the out there before this happened.
Yeah.
So that was a good one. Excuse me. As we watch out for this 220.
You're not the only one selling there. I'll tell you. You definitely were not the only one selling.
No, I don't know what triggered that, but there was the sell down. And I was just using past areas right there. If it was going to break, it was going to break. We did give up about 50 cents on the high, but it did come back in. And that was a great one there for me on Apple there today as well. All right, AMD is still where it needs to be. We'll watch out for NVIDIA.
All right. VWAP
70s.
buying? Okay.
70s. No, nothing really buying, honestly, down here. Moved down. We have the 200 period fine. Bounced around. That was $70 flat right there. Look at this out. So we actually got 20% each time. So we took 20, 30 cents, then that's 70, 50, that's 50 cents, then that's 70, 70, that's 70 cents, and then up here, 70, 150 as we do diamond hands out. We talk about we're on comeback season, man. We're on the comeback season right now for our net. So yeah, part of it was that. So we had some good little trades there happening. Part of it Shopify as we continue to talk that. So that was a good one there coming through for us on Shopify. Part of the reason why we're able to put some of the damage on the board here again today. So that was a good one as we try to make our way back into Greensville. Nike with that huge move up. Apple. Yeah. I mean, what else do we want to fade here, guys, today?
Oh, boy.
You can see Obi's in that Nike. And, hey, those are two stocks I just recently bought. We recently bought Nike, 72. We recently bought Starbucks, 74. Two good names there as we go forward. So what time is it? 3:20? We're almost over. Now we have Chris Bretcher tonight on the recap show.
Okay, that should be good.
You want to talk about MACD?
Okay, all right.
Use MACD?
I have in the past, but it's an oscillating indicator. I think specific situations, I think it has valid use as a bit of an indicator, but no, I don't necessarily have it as part of my playbook. But I know there are players who definitely use it effectively as well. So
MACD will make you
jump,
right? Chris Cross will also make you jump. Believe that. All right.
Oh, better.
Yeah, you better believe that. Right there. Okay.
Starbucks pulling back nicely off of that trend
Tesla
break
gave
there
up
right
200.
now.
How's my crowd doing? I'm trying to
boom.
crowdsource that there, Sebastian. I don't think it's doing very well. Actually, I looked at, that's funny that you ask about that, probably tongue-in-cheek, trying to make fun of that position. But at the end of the day, CRW do. I looked back, I looked at it yesterday because I was like, where exactly are we? We were down 8% on it. We're long at 262.25 on CrowdStrike. So we were not here. We did not buy into it. I'm trying not to buy falling swords and whatnot. CrowdStrike.
Swords, yes.
Yeah, I mean, that's just been, we heard about, not heard about it. We all lived through some of those problems, including flight delays and all that kind of chaos that was started by that one update that they rolled out.
Still
that
bidding
was
up
not an update, but very well. But anyways, moved down there,
right. Got
absolutely crushed CrowdStrike. But again, I feel like it is one of the best cybersecurity names out there from what you always read about before this had happened. It's still a really, really nice PE. It's high. Their price earnings. I'll double check it in a minute. But yeah, I don't know. Falling back in. I still like CrowdStrike down.
You said you got some more of this?
I did not buy more. I bought for the first time on the way down.
Okay.
And my price is $266.25. So we bought it.
Almost there.
Yeah, we bought it in here, and then it just kept on going against us. And again, we weren't here in chaos day, but we could have averaged it in somewhere around here. We didn't want to keep falling after these names, right? I've sort of decided now that I want to buy the best names only. I think I've talked to you about this.
Yep.
Like, I don't even really want to buy ETFs. I just want to buy the bet. Certain ETFs I think you should be buying, but again, for myself, for my own risk tolerance, I just feel like I look back and I just see some of the wins that you've had over time if you've been patient enough to hold some of these best companies. Other than, and this is why I say, there's always going to be stories of Intels, of Ford, of GM, where you're buying the names, you're holding on to them, and you open up your eyes 30 years later and you realize it's at the same price.
What do you think is one of those names?
I just gave you two of them.
In the chip sector.
Oh, for now, moving forward?
Yeah.
So I'm a little worried about Micron only because I don't know enough about DRAM and I don't hear enough about it, and I know that that's their primary business. So I'd be a little worried about that one not being as exciting. Obviously, Intel's left for dead. It's been dead for, as I just said, 30 years. We had Brian Shannon on the other day. We're at a 30-year anchored VWAP right now. You know what that means?
I don't know what that
means.
means.
You know what VWAP means?
Yeah.
We're at it now.
A 30
years, going back 30 years, we're at it
so
today.
Any and every long that has sat in that ticker
is back to average price.
Is at the average price at that line.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
You guys can look that up.
That's
and I said, what can I fool Brian Shannon with? Wow. Apparently nothing. He's like,
that's almost half a lifetime, dude.
Right, half, yeah. Almost half my life, yeah. What are you trying to say, Obi?
I'm not trying to say anything, but I'm just saying that is almost half a lifetime.
Half a lifetime, not half my lifetime.
No.
Yeah. More than your lifetime.
Yes, roughly. Yeah. We'll say that. All right.
All right. So, anyways, yeah. So I don't know what chip name would you be worried about right now? Is that
I don't know. I'm liking a little bit of ARM.
I thought we were trying to relate to stocks that might be doing nothing over the next 30 years. I thought you asked me.
No. Ones that are potentially like undervalued.
Oh, okay. Well,
and then you close your eyes, you wake up 30 years later, and you're like, oh well, that's nice.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah. A little pretty penny. I mean, I have a few uncles who, again, I guess they got a little lucky. Worked for Softy. Had a very strong tech basket as of the past 15, 20 years, and even on some of their kids' funds growing up, monthly they would literally be buying Apple, NVIDIA, Microsoft, like chip, and then they're and Intel as well. Sure, not every one of the tickers did well, but they're sitting very, very nice on some of those names now. So
I showed Fabian no word of a lie in the last.
That's what I'm looking for.
The last time I opened up the account, I was up 600% on NVIDIA.
Beauty.
Yeah, and it's not like a huge amount of money or anything like that. It's just that's the kind of and you can just look at charts. It's not rocket science. That's what NVIDIA has been doing over the last 6 years or something like that. And I always tell the story that I ran into a guy that was working in the back there. He's not here anymore, but was a good friend. He was laughing at me when we were buying NVIDIA at $100. Because I remember buying that and it went to 1,400.
Not this recent 100.
It went to 1,400.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Way back in the day.
Yeah.
And I was buying it because I was going over to Compute Center or whatever on Yonge Street there and buying GPUs for the Bitcoin rig.
Right.
And I was man, these things are expensive. I'm going to buy the stock. It's like the same thing. And again, so it wasn't a huge amount of money or anything like that. I was probably dripping more. I probably spent more on this stupid rig that really didn't. I mean, so we made a little bit of money on crypto, but it would have made more if I just dropped it into the stock. But at the end of the day, that's just goes the story of, buying things that maybe you understand and seeing what's happening there in the market. And clearly I didn't understand enough because that was a runner, just like Meta. I mean, if you were patient enough on Meta 3 years ago, it was $100.
Yeah.
It's $500 right now. So 500%.
The question becomes, are we going to be sitting here five years from now being like, oh, remember when NVIDIA was 100?
Well, I will definitely be sitting here 5 years from now. Will you?
Hopefully.
Exactly.
Are you still going to be trading?
I like that attitude.
Yeah.
All right.
A little bit better, a little stronger, a little faster.
Yeah, a little bit stronger, faster. More buying power. Fatter stacks.
Definitely more buying power.
That's what we're talking about here.
Let's pump those numbers up.
Good talk. Yeah, that's funny. There was somebody that put in. I saw that. I saw a report. There's somebody that got. I don't know if his grandmother passed away or something, but he tweeted something out right before Intel earnings that he was dropping in like his $700,000 or something like that into Intel. And then all of a sudden earnings happened and it went and he wound up losing pretty much like most of his
inheritance. Took the other side of that
right
trade
there on Intel. But yeah, Intel, what a disgrace that stock's been for many shareholders. And there's been lots of examples of that. Marijuana names have really depleted my account. I've talked about that. Holding on to names like Ford and GM and like that has been disastrous. But buying names like Tesla and all that do have their upside.
Did I tell you one of the first stocks that I ever bought were marijuana stocks? That's how I kind of there was a hype. I knew nothing about stocks at all, and I was like, oh, I should probably buy this because things would magically go up after legalization, and I learned very quickly what buy the rumor, sell the news means, and I got sold to, and I was like, I do not like getting sold to. I'm not going to get sold to in this game.
It is,
but
funny.
It happens.
Intel used to be so dominant.
Yeah, no, it did.
Intel Inside and all that stuff. It was like the only PC thing. You'd always used to pay up for it. Yep. I don't know if they got a little. And again, people in the tech business would know much more about this than I would. But I don't know if they just sort of got too big for themselves and didn't really see the light beyond computing and going into the GPU side of things, and they just focused on the chips. But again, not knowing enough about it. So.
That's why I like Qualcomm as well. Qualcomm.
That was another one.
With the future of.
And I don't mind your call on ARM.
I like ARM again. You take a look at the bigger chart, dude. Like we are holding quite well. Like I was charting this. Like these are all the lines post IPO. We're trading well above post IPO prices there. In and around when was this? The opening was 56.10. Right? It feels just like yesterday when this ticker IPO'd and this thing went for a wild ride. Sure, it's starting to settle off now, but take a look at these heavy sells that are holding. We're holding higher lows, and we're holding 100 now as well on ARM. I like that. Again, just taking a look, taking a peek. I like the price action potentially at it for now, but What's going on, Adara?
Look at some of these names making some outsized moves here today on the S&P 500 here. And there are quite a few. First, as you can tell here, if you just go back, your financial sector, very strong. One of these names strongly to the upside is Charles Schwab, SCHW, up about 5%, still near days highs. They did have their monthly activity highlights report for July. Total new assets brought to the company here at $29 billion. So good look for SCHW. Home Depot, interesting too. This one, day 2 of earnings, up about 2%, generally holding up support here pretty well. Had quite a few analyst notes, quite a few actually price target decreases, including from Evercore, ISI, and Stifel. But this one, a couple price target increases, sending this nicely to the upside today. Last but not least, another story about price target decreases. CrowdStrike, this one actually still up about 3% and a little bit away from day's highs as well, despite having a series of price target decreases. Though we do have, in the case of both Scotiabank and D.A. Davidson here, Citigroup and D.A. Davidson both maintaining buy ratings here. So some bullishness despite the price target decreases from D.A. Davidson, Citigroup, and Scotiabank for CRWD. What a day, guys.
Well, looking at that CrowdStrike, thanks for bringing that to our attention. There's some upgrades. Thank you, Miss Adara, for that. All right, so again, just another quick talk. Some people want to talk about what's up to JJ. I really liked IBM. IBM's been one of those names that I've been in, and it's been a slow grind for sure. It's if we call up a daily chart for this one, or even a monthly chart, it's not gonna. It doesn't look like Intel or any stretch of the imagination, but IBM here we go on a monthly chart. It still has to break out. I like the stock. It's been really great this year, but you can go all the way back. This is 2012 for IBM. So it's still where we were. So you close your eyes to wake up in 10 years, you'd be surprised. Hasn't done much. And I don't know, again, enough about the server side of things for IBM or what's going on with them and actually why they're not performing better. I thought they had an opportunity for sure to perform a little bit better than it seems like they have. That's IBM. But yeah, it looks like this stock, although Intel is the other way down here somewhere, IBM trying to break out. So I would look for a monster breakout on this one. There's a lot of people chasing IWM because it looks like it wants to break out, or did. Gold similarly as well. This is one name that I think still works in this space and still has room to go. So IBM, this is a weekly chart, or sorry, a monthly chart, right back up into here. You're talking about a decade long. I like IBM. We've been buying this name, and I've held it for a long time. So not proud to be like I'm a shareholder here, but it does pay a dividend. I think it was about 5%. I'm not sure what it is right now with that sort of appreciation in the stock price, but 3 to 5%, pretty confident to say it's in and around there. I like IBM. Not too many tech names will pay a strong dividend like that, but IBM does. So that's a reason for me to like the stock, IBM. And it looks like it does have some room to go, breaking through some of the highs. So just like you mentioned, Qualcomm, we have Cisco tonight. As old tech, once again, becomes new, we'll see if IBM can take that level out, 204, on a decade-long high.
Yeah, definitely. Some of those levels on watch. IBM, yeah, definitely missed that name on that list. But again, I kind of put it. It did have some strong moves off of the AI push, and when ARM and Intel were kind of moving around as well. But yeah, no, IBM definitely on watch as well. But again, ARM kind of my close, I guess. I hold it a little bit closer because of how fresh it is, about how it's kind of in its infancy in terms of trading as a public company there as well. So 94 is now Starbucks, John. So it's like I gotta do more of this, more of this trading, more of this kind of trading when I'm a little bit more focused in the morning there, waiting for things to come in. Sure, you lose on this one, and then it finally starts to work on the back through that, or failure to follow through of opening price at 95.40s, and we're trading all the way down to 94.30s, 94.15s. I was sitting at there, but yeah, no, pretty nice bit of reversion here. We kind of put that line on the chart, just simple. Can this strength kind of break, and can we do a little bit of a pullback? And we've pulled back into this prior consolidation that we did after we failed to follow through the open on Starbucks. But it's still interesting price action on the day. We're still holding above some of these levels. That 92 definitely, I mean, I was looking at it as a bit of an interesting level. And take a look at this consolidation, man. We consolidate on top of 92 for over an hour. We get these pops into prior days anchored VWAP, again, anchored to the volume that comes in the pre-market off of, again, the whatever the catalyst was, news, event, whatever you want to call it, CEO switch up from CMG. We get that strength coming in, and that volume coming in with it. Interesting that we have strong volume bars before that comes in as well. So that action anchored off of that action, right? So anchored off of that action, we hold VWAP all day yesterday. Today we come in, we kind of violated a little bit, holding as a resistance in the morning and midday session, and then finally as the midday session comes to a close, we catch that strong bid to the upside and a bit of reversion back down as of right now. So let's see how far this one will get to, again, with only about 25 minutes left there on the day. The NQs pulling back off of that 19.1. We talk about some of these price action moves, consolidation for over a couple of hours. This consolidation started at 1 o'clock, kind of attempts to break out of the consolidation close to 2. You push 19.1 and then you come right back into the range, false breaking the high of the range and continuing the trend from 19.2s back below 19.1s. And now we're testing, we're below consolidation lows and holding that as a bit of resistance at the 1960s area right here. Look at these lows right here. We flushed down into 1940. We bid up, holding those as some of those highs again going into the close. And look at that, Starbucks, hello, with that strength pushing right back in. So a trend break maybe potentially once again here happening on Starbucks off of this 94 hold. We couldn't even get to 94s, man. What was the low on that candle? 94.13s I have as the low here. Bit of a partial fill on that clip of the mid-teens there on above 94 on Starbucks. So let's see if that strength kind of continues going into the close. We saw that buying did come in interestingly going into the close on Starbucks, and it seems like maybe some buying coming in here as we get into the last half hour there, Sean. So people are asking in the chat what the early look is looking like on the market there. I do not have it up right here on with me, but what are you looking at?
I got you. Hold on a second. What am I looking at?
Yeah, no worries.
Much right now. But yeah, we just took another profit there alert on AMD. So we'll take a little piece out there as it falls back into 79 and 80. Just realizing that the 200 period's right there. I don't know if we're going to fall down or not. I see what Dan Emmons is saying. I do believe that we could crack lower, but the market's in charge, not me. So we'll just wait to see what winds up happening there. I'd like to participate in a downside move. And on that note right here, Palantir, I think that we could get out of this at 31. I mean, it's been a good trade. We're still long down here, like the stock. We sort of talked about that. Let's just see where it hits. Palantir to the downside. If it breaks this 80 level, I want to get out. So we're not even going to give it down here to 75. If it breaks 80, let's get out of Palantir and then just work off of that. Here comes AMD back in a little bit. I like that stock moving back in. Did you just ask me about a stock or what?
Imbalance.
Okay, imbalances. That's what I was going to say. I want to talk about something there. Was the imbalances. So here we go. Now, when you're talking about like a little bit of a flavor, one side or the other, I don't really think that there's too much on here as far as big names. Remember, these are only going to be New York related names today. So Under Armour is very small stock. Kenvue there as a small buy. Corning, GLW there, $40 name. So there's the sell imbalance. Maybe we just sort of got some of that action right there as that sort of fell off of a cliff. Other than that, man, Schwab is on here. And these are just market on close imbalances. So these will all, at 350, they'll become public knowledge, at which point stocks will start to trade around those numbers because you can then start to offset those trades. So what that means is that out of nowhere, you'll be seeing, little bids come in and sort of start to counteract this. So if someone wants to come and buy some Corning, this is a good opportunity today to say there's going to be 1 million shares to sell at the close. So if you kind of want to quietly hop in there and maybe start to buy some GLW, you can offset that. So if you're looking to pick up 100,000 shares, you could put your market on close buy order in and offset this 1.1 million to put it down to 1 million. And that way it will have minimal market impact because then the direct market maker that's on the floor of the NYSE will just match you guys at the closing price. So as long as there's the right amount of bids and offers to match each other up, That's how the closing imbalance works. And so there you go. So it's starting to sort of change up again as Citigroup. All of a sudden, someone puts in there a bid to buy some Citigroup. So that comes in there as a 700,000 share buy order. All right, that's what we're doing right now as we continue to watch out for these markets and what's happening. Citigroup, nice move up there. AMD fell in just a little bit. Tesla, a lot of talk around that 200 level. I like the stock breaking through 200. I said it's a little bit better breaking back down near the day's low. I don't know if it's something that you want to test with right now, but that could be something to look at. Tesla trying to get a little lower here into the close. A name that's been pretty weak all day. If you're going to short something, I can't disagree with shorting a weak name. So Tesla on radar for a short.
Yeah, no, I'm just looking at some of these tickers here, Mag 7s and some of the other names that I had on watch. Pretty much sideways there, Sean. Apple sideways. Again, I guess we'll go through these tickers as I'm talking about them. Oh boy, here comes 94s back in on Starbucks here. So interesting. We're catching a bit of that sell. That pop didn't really follow through. It's perfectly fine. We can sit on that one a little bit for the next 10 minutes and see how these imbalances treat us.
So the Sega's moving again.
Yeah, so I guess that's something I kind of missed as well. Fresh news this morning, right? I guess, or intraday even, yeah.
Just started going around 115. It looks like 125, 130 was where the volume came in on this one. So there goes SIGA. Again, taking out new levels. We've already zoomed out here and we have seen nothing. So, I mean, we can go all the way. I mean, I guess I can zoom back even more to see if there is anything that develops here on SIGA. Wow, okay. So, I mean, all right, so this is COVID, I'm guessing, 2022. So a nice move to the upside, pops into 27, fades all the way back down into $4 or $5. This is what happens. And then now, more talk here about different vaccines, Ebola, so on and so forth, coming through for that Mpox. GOVX, I believe, is another name here, $3. So this is one that also looks like it wants to go through now, starting to break higher as well. So there goes GOVX, so very similar stuff happening across the board. What's up, Adara?
Another smaller name making a move right now heading into the close near high of days is BioAlta, BCAB. This afternoon, we did hear from the Form 13F filing here that Michael Burry, Scion Capital Management here from Michael Burry, has now had a stake of over 600,000 shares here in BCAB, BioAlta. They do as well have a short float of about 8%. So Michael Burry taking a stake in BioAlta, getting a little bit of a volume pop as we push into the close, guys.
Ooh, that's interesting. Yeah, that's definitely going to catch a little bit of a bid if people following Burry's kind of trades. I'm just checking the volume it's been doing today. 2.7 million, 2.8 million almost, when it has an average daily volume of 870K. Yeah, that'll definitely move the ticker around here. I'm looking at day low at $1.32. We're trading at $1.37 as of right now. Nice little trend up there. But yeah, Starbucks slammed through that 94. We're coming into 93.70. So talk about a reversion trade. Oh boy, this was the one I had to stay a little bit patient for a little earlier, and it really does come in quite nicely. They're accelerating into the close. They're pulling right back into VWAP. 93 halves as of right now is VWAP. We're trading at 93.70s, only about 20 pennies, about a quarter away from that mark there. So we're going to take a quick look at the Mag 7 going into the close there. Again, about 17 minutes left in the trading day here. So Apple pretty much sideways. Softy pretty much sideways. Google sold off a little bit in the first 45 minutes, and then pretty much sideways. Amazon, pretty much sideways as well. NVIDIA, we already know this one, pretty much sideways, trading within. The opening range was quite wide there. That was absolutely crazy. 114s all the way to 118s, 118s and change, and we're trading at 117, so well within range on that one. I want to check out this guy over here as well. Berkshire, again, another top constituent of the markets that we usually tend to forget there, and a little bit of an uptrend happening on Berkshire as well. Let's take a quick look at Tesla. Tesla selling off. Downtrend is a little bit more, dominant, not really as sideways as some of these other tickers, but yeah, take a look at this. Over the past roughly, what is this? past couple of hours, almost 3 hours, we have been pretty much sideways, holding in and around 200 on Tesla. So yeah, looking very similar to these here markets, pushing a sideways action after a strong day yesterday, right, Sean? So it's like, are we going to get that leg up consolidation? We're looking for that leg up continuation tomorrow. I have no idea, but it seems like we've been bidding up overall since that Monday drop down that happened last week. That's absolutely crazy, man. Like,
I know.
I know. What were your thoughts? Like you were away on vacation. I
had no
When
thoughts.
did you hear about it? Were you like, oh damn, am I buying more around here, or like what?
Yes.
Like yeah.
To all of that.
Yeah.
No, I mean honestly, I didn't really. I wasn't sitting there watching, so I had really quite clueless, to be honest with you. About, I mean, I could see it because I mean I have the apps and everything, and I could see that there was blood in the streets, but I didn't really call up any names and be like, it's buying opportunity. We were walking around the city there and trying to get it all figured out. Because again, 5 hours ahead.
Yes.
There, so a little bit of a different time.
So you should have told us it was coming.
I did know it was coming. I phoned it and I got it. I was getting in trouble being on watching some of you guys trading there. Okay, we do have a new position. So I'm short the market here. I did short the TQs into the close. We just bounced into, again, VWAP right there. So we're going to try that short, and it's not going to be for very long, just until we spike up above here and get stopped out. So we're going to wait to see if this market wants to give us some love back in for the short. Just short right here, right now. I was actually going to give this to like 45, 46 just to see. Little bit of a trade here, not like a crazy heavy one. Let's just see where it wants to go. We're right at a close area to get stopped out. So with only 4 minutes to go before imbalances is never, I say this and like be seriously, like it's never a great idea to be into a trade here as these imbalances come out. So we've already sort of gotten some out here on AMD at this low side now as it's starting to go up. I don't have any more like averages in or nothing. Well, we're just going to ride with what we have. If these imbalances come out now in 5 minutes, 4 minutes, we'll just see what they hit, what they are, and how we can trade against them. So that's going to be sort of my plan here for these imbalances, and just get some of the orders set up to punch out if we have to and whatnot, and just work on it from there. So hopefully we'll be able to hold out hope that the market turns around on these imbalances. Amazon, still 75 cents in the money. I thought I had a stop on Amazon, but I guess it was on Palantir that we put. So just looking to see, what if Amazon breaks here, 169.85. So let's just put that in right now, 169.86 on a stop to get out of everything, which might happen even before this bell hits at 350. So we'll wait to see if that happens, which is all good, man. We're 70 cents in the money. This was a great short for us. We only have that 10% left. We were looking for the lower bid there, but didn't come through. So we'll wait to see if that hits. Other than that, man, short the market. We already have our Palantir stop if it breaks below here, breaks below 80, so that could hit at any time. And then AMD, just kind of dancing with it here a little bit. We'll put another, let's just put a bid right here. As AMD falls in, there we go. We'll take a 97. We'll go dropping down a little bit of cash on that play because that's what it is. It's a good play there for AMD, hitting the short, holding a little bit here into what is going to be the imbalances hitting very, very shortly. Yeah, so here we go. There we go. Thank you, Volky there. You know what's not in balance? Supporting this fantastic stream. Make sure you guys do get in there, hit the like, hit the subscribe, be part of it all, man. Me and Obi going through a lot of different names, having a lot of great conversation and a lot of fun. So thanks, Obi, for being here. Looks like Neil will be back in the building tomorrow, which would be nice to see him as well. He's got that air cast on. So
yeah, that should be interesting.
Yeah, it should be very.
I wonder if Nike makes it.
They do not, but that would be cool if they did. So
speaking of which, that Nike curling back down. I mean, it tried to break prior day's high. Didn't really come in, sideways action now, but should be interesting tomorrow. We've pretty much double topped on a multi-day here, back-to-back days on Nike. Let's take a quick look at that 15-minute chart here on Nike. Look at that, boom, boom.
Oh, imbalances.
Right here, imbalances out right now.
Yep.
Right now?
No, early. No, it's 348. That just moved upside there against us.
So a little bit of a push.
Yeah, go ahead.
A couple minutes before, but yeah, take a look at this this chart here,
weird.
Sean, and strength on day one. Look at that relative volume coming in as well. Strong push on Nike. 79s are the highs. What was yesterday's high? 79.05. Today we go 4 pennies above that. 79.09. Only trading 4 pennies above prior day's highs, and we're holding some of these levels from yesterday. So the question becomes: are we going to continue? Does this buying pressure kind of hold going into the rest of the week? Taking a quick look at the taking a look at the weekly chart. Sean, take a look at this, man. This is the weekly. This is Nike. The breakout through 75 has been what 1, 2, 3, 4 not multi-month, but like multi-week breakout through that level. Breakout through 77s as well. Again, aggressive selling, which I'm going to assume this was off of earnings there. I kind of remember trading it for the push below this 80.34 there as well. So yeah, was that earnings? I'm pretty sure that was earnings. That was earnings. Yeah. So strong selling off of earnings. We play the continuation off of the open there. And we've been kind of trading sideways, but finally some strength coming in as of yesterday, breaking past a lot of these horizontal resistance levels that we're kind of stepping down on Nike. 69.82 is the low of this consolidation. We're printing a little bit higher with, again, today's high 79.9s, double topping yesterday's highs at 79.05. Should be an interesting look going forward if this strength kind of continues. Again, bigger picture, we did sell off quite aggressively on earnings, and it seems like we're doing a little bit of a reversion of this. So look at this on the daily right here. Daily high is at 79.05. So triple confluence there, Sean. As that gap down high is 79.05. Yesterday's high is 79.05. Today's high is 79.09. Coming into tomorrow, let's see if we can push past this 80 mark once again here on Nike. Maybe we do get a gap fill all the way to 93. So that would be surprising, but a little bit of volume coming in. Nike's going to be on watch for potentially a technical push throughout the week here. If we do get past that 79s, I might actually throw up an alert right now on that, just above that 79, just to see if it comes in. But it could be something interesting. Strong action on the day, both yesterday and today. Oh boy, look at that NQ, man. While I was talking, I didn't even realize the Nasdaq rips up
for today, but there it is right now, 1.4. Dare just told us it's 1.4 billion to sell, but the Nasdaq is 830 million to buy right now. Look at NVIDIA really starting the show right there with NVDA. Look at that big bid coming through right there. So it's a nice move to the upside. Microsoft also with a nice little bid. What is that doing to the Nasdaq, you may say? Well, it did take out some of those highs. So we got something out of the TQs before that, so we sort of talked about that. I don't know if someone got wind of that, but the market started to go up just a little bit before 350, and there it is, man. Oops, that's I saw Apple. Where's Apple? NVIDIA. There's Apple right there. Look at Apple, 222 taking out highs right now as well. NVIDIA just grew a little bit bigger, so I'll try to buy some right here in the 50 or what did I get? 49s. 49s here on NVIDIA to see if this one wants to continue to go. Remember, we get a turnaround at 350. 355, sorry, is when they'll start to pair off a little bit. So let's see if that can get a little exciting again for NVIDIA. If we could top it up here with like a 25 cent, we'll put an offer at 75, then we'll put another offer at 118. See if we can take this. It's not a huge position. We don't ever like to mess around too much here, Obi, into the close because we don't ever know what's going to happen. And it's hard to use levels for concern when you're just going to be sort of, I guess, a slave sort of to these numbers because like 10%, 10 million there, 3 million there, you know, it's already paired off 12 million of interest already in the same. So I don't know if it's going to go upside or downside, but for right now, NVIDIA is trying to go up on that number. So I think this could flip around though at 355. So we'll hold out. Maybe we can get up to 75 right now and get that going. So that's what I'm trying to get here with NVIDIA. No real stops. Let's just see what winds up happening. Here it goes. Nice little move to the upside right now for NVDA.
Yeah, so people in the chat were like, oh yeah, we're talking through the imbalances. Yeah, I kind of pull up the imbalances. NVIDIA with the strong buy, nothing else really kind of happening there, but I see that that's kind of starting to work for you as we pull back up through that 19.1 on the Nasdaq here going into the close. Again, only about 8 minutes or 7 minutes left now until the closing bell here. And let's see what you guys are saying. Make a poll on SIGA for aftermarket. Okay. I don't think I can. I don't know if I can make.
We'll cover SIGA.
We're definitely going to be covering that today. Terra Engineering saying that weird that AMD is down more. Their Zen 5 9950X is a complete dud. Yeah, no, I haven't been following along in terms of their processors. I distinctly remember their bulldozer had a huge hype, And that definitely got excavated real quick.
Ouch.
That idea for the bulldozer processor. I remember that. That was pretty funny. Again, I've always been a bit of an Intel NVIDIA fanboy, and I know that AMD did kind of lead for a little bit there, but you can't put past the reliability of some of these NVIDIA chips. Sure, they get a little hot here and there, but you know, it is what it is. When you're processing significant amounts of data and significant graphics as well, I'm going to expect a little bit of heat. You know, heat to be brought to the table, literally with those NVIDIA cards. But yeah, no. Starbucks still holding this VWAP. VWAP was 93 halves. Beautiful. It's still going, dude.
Yeah, I know. It's still going.
Let's go.
So we actually took 2 outs there. One at 65, one at 75. Now we're going
pennies.
through 90. So here we go, man. It's
That's
a 50-cent winner right there to go. And we just did something
go.
pretty simple, man. All we did was just noted that this was growing. They're growing again at 354, getting ready for 355. We're already out at 2/3 of this one. We're kind of playing with house money. Let's see how high we want to go right now. There you go. Wow, 5 million. Wow, they are buying more of the Nasdaq. Look at the Nasdaq going back into these levels. Great day to be a bull, it seems like here for the Nasdaq. Afternoon to be a bull, actually. We're just getting green right now. There it is. NVIDIA continuing to climb higher and higher here into the close. Oh boy, Obi. You know, this right here, man, is 70 cents. 70 cents.
Yeah.
In the money, 70. We might make it.
Is that buy and balance actually grew?
You know what?
You
Forget
said
it, man.
it grew?
I'm getting too excited. I got to get out.
It's about to, I mean,
I don't
it
know if
did
it's gonna
pair.
pair off or
55
not.
30s right now, so it's not.
Ooh, I just offered 14s and it missed me. Oh, we got it on the way back.
Let's
Fit it.
go. Nice trade.
Oh, yeah.
Imbalances?
Like having you here, Obi. Yeah, there it goes, man. Nice move there for NVIDIA. 117.50. Nice out there on the last third. There it is. Talking about real trading. I mean, this was a trade that I put on. Again, all the trades I'm putting on are in front of you, and we're trying to explain to you why we have them and so on and so forth. But that one made sense, right? We had that bid imbalance. We talked about it. Now Apple, some of those other names pairing off. This one actually grew. So let's just put that in our cap and figure that out for next time. You can see Apple continuously going. I don't see Apple on here anymore, but that's continuously going.
Yeah.
Google at
Softy's about to break high a day, or it did already.
Google.
Google as well.
Look
Google breaking
at this
consolidation
move for
highs.
Google. This is
boy.
$1.50 or more, $2 straight up to the upside right there on Google, as if today didn't even happen. If Intel's catching a bid, then you know this is a good one. Intel not catching a bid, but I thought it was a minute there. Snowflake's another name that I've been bought recently. Our average price is around 130 and change. We'll have to find out more about that. I'll talk about that tomorrow. But there's Snowflake with a nice little bid as well. Where's our friend Palantir finishing the day? $31, right where we got spanked. Right there, we just got a piece out at 90. So that was a good recovery there for Palantir, but that was a bad opening trade for us there today. So yeah, man, good trading there on NVIDIA to end the day. Good trading on Amazon. Not great trading on, well, TQs is still fine, but we did get stopped out right there. Look at that blow to the upside. Good move for the TQs and the NASDAQ. Will the NASDAQ be green today? What do you think, Obi? We're up 0.1 right now.
I think with this kind of close and about 3 minutes left, hard to tell. We're right there.
I'm going to say no.
We're right there.
We're right there. We're right there.
We're right there.
Either way, it's a good one right there. Again, so Obi there, holding positions, like we've talked about there, getting those reps in. So getting into the close.
The 95 back through that, again, failure to follow through of the opening price, plus a trend break.
Beautiful, yeah.
And then back through 95 as well. I have to stay patient for this kind of price action to show up. And the funny thing is, we bid up quite strongly since when? What is that? 1 o'clock all the way to 3. So that's a 2-hour long bid. And then you revert to VWAP. VWAP being 93 half. So it was very, very distinct when it did start to come down. And sure, it wasn't distinct on the way up. I had to try a couple of times. But again, trying to take the better reps, getting ready for tomorrow. Again, tomorrow's going to be interesting as well, especially with the market closing like this. All day strong yesterday, sideways consolidation, break of consolidation highs in the last 5 to 10 minutes, pushing up extremely, not extremely aggressively, but definitely aggressively on a few of these names, breaking consolidation highs, breaking high days there after trading sideways for over 3 hours. So definitely a little bit of offside there. Let's see if that continues. That bid, we were talking about that bid catching from last Monday. Seems like it's still here a little bit. on these tickers here. We talk about, again, NVIDIA 100.
Wild.
NVIDIA is 118.
I was going to show you. I have Phil's down
We
here.
don't know
at
if we're going to get that
114.
100 again.
114, dude.
Yep.
This morning. Anyways.
Who knows?
What's up? Hey, Davis, anybody else? Venu, any thoughts on Cisco for the $5 super chat? Thank you so much.
2,000 lots, 94s on Starbucks.
Yeah.
Whatever.
All right, so Cisco. Yeah. So my opinion on Cisco, we only have a minute to go right now, and I'll have to hit the countdown, then I'm going to fly over to the other side. Look, underneath the 50 period, underneath the 200 period, I don't like the stock. I mean, if it's not performing well, it's not performing well. It obviously got hit pretty hard there the last couple of days, still under the 50 period. I mean, unfortunately, I really like Google, and that looks the same as this. Google's even breaking lower. I would be weary of this. I don't really like the stock until you get above the 200 period moving average. So hard to make a prediction into earnings. My computer's working like super hard over here, by the way, so I don't know what's going on. Maybe a lot of data coming through here for the charts into the close, but only 15 seconds left. So Vanu, thank you for that. I don't like the stock. It could perform well. Earnings is a very tough one to judge. So, okay, Obi, I'm gonna get out of the way.
Yes, sir.
We'll say bye to you and see you tomorrow, but we only have 2 and 1. The market is now closed.
All right.
Right, I'll be
Thank
taking
you,
over. I'll
Sean.
see you
Take
soon.
care. Thanks again for a great day. I took a couple days off. Wasn't I guess trading on Monday, Tuesday. Was watching from the sidelines. Crazy action this week. Crazy opportunities. Definitely have to got back into the mojo here. Didn't trade well this morning at all, and definitely got back into the groove with some of these Starbucks shorts and I guess a Nike long as well. Again, not trading the best in the morning session, but taking a little bit of better decisions going into middle to the later half of the day there. And Nike, oh boy, what was that? You guys saw that? That little push up into Nike. So somebody is definitely okay. So Nike is breaking that 80. We talk about that 79 and change. Take a look at that. Something's going on with Nike, guys. And I know it's not earnings because we just had them. Oh boy, take a look at that action. Nike is squeezing from 79 to 81 halves, 82s. Some news on Nike, guys. Definitely something fresh and clean coming out of that Nike, and it does not look like those Air Force Ones, but we're definitely headed to the upside with catching a little bit of air on that one there. But I think they are ready for me at the desk there, so don't go anywhere, guys. It's been great. I'll see you guys around. Tomorrow, Neil is back, but right now, Adara and Sean at the big desk for Market Recap. Take it easy, guys. Have a good one.
Goes ready to rock and roll. Thank you, Obi, for that one as we come through to the closing show. Adara, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
What's up with that Nike? All right. Oh, hold on a second. Just come over here quickly to my screen.
I'm not seeing anything on Nike, guys. I've been looking into it. All I'm seeing are those rumors that they want an activist CEO as of this morning.
That was
That's what was this morning. There's very little social media attention on it either. I'm not really sure what's happening here, guys. Still looking into it.
Why can't that pop when we go long on Nike? But there it goes. A nice little move to the upside there on Nike. Nice move. $81. Look, in my own personal account, we're long Nike. We've got the Air Max 90s on right now as well. So we support Nike through and through. You guys know that. Nice move there for NKE. Starting to go right now. If we flip over to the daily chart on Nike, you could see, man, we've been buying it down here. Nice little pop up above the 50 period. Can we fill that gap to 91? Maybe we'll ask Chris Bretcher, who's coming through very, very soon, to do all of that with us. But we do wait for the big earnings report coming out from Cisco. We'll wait to see what this name wants to do. We've got a question on this at the end of the day. Again, short float non-existent, 1.1%. Market cap only 190 billion. Still not bad, but has been getting hit pretty good there on Cisco, now near some levels of importance as we get to 52-week lows now on Cisco, looking to break lower on earnings. We'll keep our eyes posted for that. Adara is right beside me, and we'll have that as we come through very, very soon.
Okay, I got the Nike news. Thank you. Darwin said this in the chat. I just got it confirmed as well on the wire. I wanted to wait for it to confirm before I said anything. We do have an SEC filing showing that Bill Ackman's Pershing Square Capital has reported a current stake of 3.04 million Class B shares in Nike. They've been involved in the past as well. So a bit of a Nike purchase here for Bill Ackman and Pershing Square. Nike, I guess, could be on watch tomorrow as well, guys.
I like it, man. I mean, we initially were in Starbucks and Nike due to key levels, and all of a sudden we got activist movement in both of those names. So we're really happy to get that on Nike. We still will wait for Cisco. Look, today was a very, very interesting day led by many different names. There's Nike there, still going up $81. We'll see what winds up happening. Let's go over to a 3 or 5. Let's go to a 3-minute chart here. Look at this drop down on NVIDIA that happened early, man. We started the day rocking and rolling, really, with NVIDIA much higher than where we were the day before. We closed yesterday at 116.75 or so. Made the move in, 116. We closed there at 116.15 yesterday. Pre-market levels, 117. Makes its way all the way to 119 on that CPI print. But then once the market opens, it's see you later to NVIDIA all the way to the downside. But guess what? We find a home down in 114, 115, which was a sticky no level. Brought all the way back up, closing near the highs, obviously, before we opened up, near the highs of the day for NVIDIA as that keeps on going again. 2 weeks today, Adara, we have market recap madness with NVIDIA coming through.
CrowdStrike the same night too, and CRM and Affirm. I'm excited.
And Affirm that
all in the same night. All 4 names: CrowdStrike, NVIDIA, Affirm, CRM on Wednesday the 28th. That's going to be wildness.
That is going to be wild. We'll wait for Cisco right now at 405 coming through. That's going to be an amazing day, so we'll wait for that. Neil, I believe, on Wednesday, so he'll be doing that one. That should be a lot of fun. We also wait for earnings reports from Alibaba, I believe, coming tomorrow morning. This could be an exciting name.
We got Cisco.
We've got Cisco. They're very excited about Cisco, and I like to see that. There it is right there. Nice little bang move there for Cisco. Decent numbers apparently being reported for Cisco. Nice move to the upside. We just said that looks sick on the daily chart. I think it does, but there's the push up. Venu asking me in the chat about this. Up to 46.70. It looks like Cisco trying to go. Adara, what numbers do we have for Cisco? Because taking out 47 as we speak.
Well, they did beat here for revenue and earnings per share. Revenue coming in $13.6 billion. Analysts were looking for $13.53 billion. So again, they reported $13.6 billion. That would be a beat. Earnings per share here, they reported adjusted earnings of 87 cents per share. Analysts were looking for 85 cents per share. That would also be a beat. They also said they announced a restructuring plan as well today. In terms of their outlook, they're seeing adjusted earnings per share for fiscal Q1 25. Q1 2025, I guess they're going into fiscal 2025 now. They're seeing earnings of 86 to 88 cents per share. Analysts were looking for earnings of 85 cents per share, so higher EPS guide than expected. Their revenue guide for fiscal 2025 coming in here 55 to 56.2 billion. Analysts were looking for 55.68 billion, so kind of in between there. Their Q1 revenue guidance here coming in a little bit mid as well. 13.65 billion to 13.85 billion versus estimates of 13.71 billion. So just to recap, a little bit middling here, their guidance for fiscal Q1 and fiscal 2025 revenue. However, they beat for revenue and earnings per share for the current quarter, and their guidance for the next quarter for EPS beat estimates as well, guys.
Great job. Thank you, Adara, for all of that quick recovery there. That was a good one. Covering up Cisco. You could see, man, what a move. Now up 5%. Cisco, $48 and trying to go higher and higher and higher here. Cisco in your after hours. The big report comes out. It's Cisco. If anything else hits, we will be all over that one again. So thank you, Adara, for bringing that to our attention. Cisco.
They declared a dividend as well.
And there's a dividend.
40-cent dividend.
40-cent dividend there for Cisco. So that's going to also help that name continue to go higher. Sitting on $21 billion in cash goes Cisco, goes bump in the night up to $48. There's the move on the daily. That's the number we're looking for, man. $49 right there, the 200 period moving average. Venu in the chat, you asked me about it. That's a good take. Nice upside move for Cisco. Is that having any effect on anything else? Pan W, some of the other cybersecurity names. Let's just check out to see if that's doing anything. Nah, they're all going to be by itself there. Cisco, again, server side, but also into networking and security. Cisco, not doing anything with CrowdStrike, 256. CrowdStrike, a good day, man, today, up 3.4%. All right, let's just go through a couple names that we're moving around. We will talk about some of the indexes. Not too much action on the indexes. We talked about the real estate yesterday with Brian Shannon, but today, ahead of CPI, we were all a little uncertain of what was going to happen, but you can see today, NVIDIA with a nice move. A steep market-wide drop early at 8:30 created some of this action. A lot of it led by Google. Google was down 4% at one point. CPI year over year under that 3%, 2.9. That was pretty important to see. Sharp moves downside. We did get some upside moves in SIGA, SIGA, and GOVX. due to some of that monkeypox, Mpox, and Ebola talk. There's Tesla down there, down 3%. Not a great day for Tesla. Eli Lilly up 2.6%. Google weakness, man. That's sort of what kept the Nasdaq down pretty much all day before popping at the end. Reports that the DOJ is looking to break up the company with concerns about their overall dominance, both on the search space, on Chrome, and with Android operating system. They're a little nervous about that. Like as if, I do understand why they're nervous. You want to have competition. You don't need monopolies. But hey, man, I'm down with breaking up Google if they want to. Definitely not a good sign, though, when you have the DOJ breathing down your neck. I thought Walmart was pretty good today, up 0.78. We'll talk about that in a minute. XOM as well, with an oil release at 10:30. Starting to head to the upside. UNH today, nice move as well. So those are some highlights. Netflix up 2, Oracle up 1, IBM looking to break out through of that decade-long move on IBM. Quick look back in on Cisco. If there's any other reports, let me know. I am right here for all of you. You're asking to look at Nike. Bang. Man, oh man, do we like Nike, man. We've been buying this one in our own personal account for a while, averaging into it, buying Nike down there into $70. Good move now for NKE, up through $82. The reason why we don't want to celebrate too much, it's just a brand new position from Bill Ackman, so that's nice to hear. It's kind of funny how these guys can pump their books, you know. It's like, oh, I just took a position in this. Let's see. Then boom, pop up 5% on 3 million shares. You take that, you retire. Well, that's not enough to retire on, but nice move up there for Nike today, taking out the 50-period moving average. I think you get excited at 90. We just had that move in Starbucks as well. We had Starboard and Elliott taking positions in Starbucks, and look at that move upside. But that was not caused by activism. That was caused by, well, I think that they definitely had a hand in it. So did Howard Schultz, former CEO, but bringing over Brian Nickel from CMG. CMG there. Chipotle coming through and then making that high. What a wild day it was for Starbucks. That was nuts. I know
that breakdown. I took that low of day short. That was fun.
I saw you doing that at 92. I was a little nervous, but you did have it all the way downside. I was in and out there at 92 if you come over to the screen. I really like that 92 area. We'll see about it tomorrow. We had written down on the sticky note 96 short. That was something that we'd want to take. So if we get any love back there for Starbucks, I think the 95, 96 area short would be a good one for us on that. So yeah, those are some stories that have been happening for us right now here today. Other interesting spots, MSOS as some of the marijuana stocks, I guess, start to catch a bid. I don't know if any of these VPs, I mean, I was out of it last week when Kamala announced her partner. I don't even remember who it is now.
Tim Walz.
W-A-L-Z.
Tim Walz. A-L-W-Z.
Zed, yeah, exactly.
Kind of a cool dude. I like him.
Is he
okay? A little
okay?
Midwestern dad type guy. I don't know. He's kind of funny.
Is he a puff pass kind of guy? Do we hear anything about marijuana?
I'm not. He's like from the Midwest. He was a high school football coach. I don't know.
Probably not then. Okay.
I like him. He's pretty. I don't know. He's pretty chill.
Okay. Yeah, all right. Too bad not from California or something. All right, nice move up to 816 there, like Kamala. So we'll see what winds up happening there. MSOS, your number one ETF name today in the sector, up 4%. Gas, I mean, finally trying to catch a bid. We've talked about that as we get through the summer months into winter. Summer gas prices obviously cheaper, so we had that turnover earlier on. UNG, though, Widowmaker, we don't really necessarily love that name. Berkshire today with a nice little bid. You saw Apple catching a bid. Some of the bank stocks also upside, including XLF today. Look at XLF. There's a few things that are starting to think about breaking out again. And XLF, what a dip down into $40. Now back to 43, looking to take out highs again for XLF. The most exciting sector for me, though, right now, and as you know, we're going to have Chris Bretcher coming through very, very soon. He could probably talk a little bit about this because I know that he was just had in and out of some surgeries. Healthcare. I mean, as we go, man, we need more healthcare in every country. Healthcare ETF, XLV, right now breaking out. This is a name that I like. I like XLV. Eli Lilly, AbbVie, many names in this Merck. We can go.
Berkshire Hathaway just bought Ulta Beauty. Sorry.
Damn, Berkshire.
Yeah.
All these names now. A lot of valuations coming in right now.
Added just under 700,000 shares. Sorry to cut you off there. Just wanted to let you know because I saw the chat talking about it, but I didn't want to say anything until I saw the news myself.
Apology accepted. Just playing around.
Thank you.
Okay. No, interrupt all the time. There's Ulta Beauty. Nice little move there to 361 off that bottom of 321. If you're going to look at Ulta Beauty, is it too late to buy Ulta Beauty. No, it is not. Look at it coming into a nice little area back to 2021 area lows. Nice buy opportunity down there for Berkshire. Again, the game is rigged. Do not forget about that. A big name like Berkshire can come out and just simply say they bought it. Stock goes up. You know, that's what the market is. It doesn't have to be fair, but it is what they do. Nice move there for Ulta. Let me check out what it looks like on a 1 minute chart. Boom goes the dynamite, 330 straight up there, 10%. For nothing the company did whatsoever except for get buyers involved. I like e.l.f. Cosmetics for that play. So we may have to check out some e.l.f. This name's also been beat up again. More Chinese there for e.l.f. Downside move. You know, it hasn't been a healthy move for some of these cosmetic plays, including Ulta Beauty, but that is best of breed. So no surprise there that Berkshire, and I don't know, Warren's sitting on the most cash they've ever been on in Berkshire.
Oh, so much cash.
So I don't know, man. The guy collects $400 million a quarter from Apple, so I don't really know what's going on there. But the game is definitely rigged and not in favor of the small investor. That's why we always do talk about potentially getting involved with ETFs instead of individual names. If you can't stomach some of the moves, that's something to look at, ETFs instead. With Alibaba coming tomorrow, FXI, something interesting to watch out for. Here's Alibaba on a daily chart. I think this is a sleeping giant, so we'll wait to hear about it. I would love to buy more of this down here in the 70s. Alibaba above the 50, above the 200 wants to go. A good report from these guys. I honestly think 90 is intact. We'll talk about maybe buying some call options for Alibaba tomorrow. I think there's a big opportunity for Baba. Before we go over to Chris Bretcher, because I don't make these guys wait for very long. Not when I have someone like Chris. I haven't seen Chris in a minute, so we're going to say hi to him and see if he is doing well. That is for sure. But there's SIGA today on the smallpox, monkeypox, Ebola pox, Mpox, pox in general, coming into play there. Nice move today. Upside. Is it doing anything in the after hours? Not really. GOVX, another name, flat here in the after hours. We want to put that poll up about it. And we didn't do that, which is fine. Nike still holding high, up to $82. And one quick look at Cisco before we go over. Again, Cisco up 6% here into the day. Let's bring him on. It's Chris Bretcher. Let's go with Trader Talk. Well, hello, Chris. How are you doing?
Fine. How are you doing?
I'm always doing pretty good. I feel like a little bit of a headache today, so I'm not sure. Trying to battle that, but drinking a lot of water to go through. Any tips for headaches?
No, but you were looking at healthcare and pot stocks, so maybe you can find some cocktail between there.
Yeah, you're probably right. One of each. All right. So as we go, Chris, I mean, pretty exciting day today. Obviously, we had quite a volatile open there. I don't know if you were caught trading anything. Did anything in your world trigger that kind of a drop? I mean, I was trying to go long. I thought CPI came in a little cooler than expected, which is supposed to be nice for the market. Battled back a little bit. We saw that huge move yesterday off PPI. Anything that you were looking at this morning that maybe we could have sniffed out that little bit of a dip down, especially in a name like NVIDIA?
No, not really. I'll tell you, though, we've been really right for months about this, and we talked about this last month, about the Dow Jones Commodity Index. And if that goes down, then the CPI is probably going to be cooler than expected. And that's been working. So let me put up the Dow Jones Commodity Index so you could see it. And I think it was up a lot today. So let me find it in here.
Remember you, Chris, just and while you find it, I do remember you talking about that. So you definitely had brought that to our attention. We should have maybe looked at that a little bit more, but let's go back to your screen now that you found it.
Yeah, so back here, when it kept going straight up, the CPI was hotter than expected because the CPI is, a month look back. So now that we had this, we thought the CPI wouldn't be hot, but really, the markets went down because they were worried about the economy. So I don't know why the CPI would matter anyway. But, we had warned about the Nikkei acting so poorly that the U.S. markets would start to listen.
Right.
And so that's what happened. Now, just so you know, it looks like it's Cisco powered everything up after the close.
And Darryl just mentioned to me about some of these names as well coming through. Look, that was a great call by you on looking at, and I think you're right about CPI. Does it really matter? I mean, are we not already scheduled for the Fed rate cuts? I always thought, Chris, that we're in a Fed rate cut cycle right now because apparently they're going to cut 50 and they might go again. We might even get a whole point by the time the year end is here. Isn't that supposed to mean that we're supposed to buy stocks when we're in Fed rate cut cycles now? We're no longer hiking, right? Should we not be buying everything on all of these dips?
Well, I think that Stock Traders Almanac has about that basically, well, two things. I'll give you two things. One of them is usually markets go down after the first rate cut, believe it or not.
Okay.
So that's one thing. The other is usually when stock markets have this kind of sell-off, you rally up to the moving average, the 50 moving average, and then you test a low at some time, but you don't have that reversal candle yet. And I thought I'd show you some examples of the MACD. But the other thing is what made markets go down. So what made markets go down is the Nikkei going down and that carry trade. So if the Fed cuts a lot, then you worry about the yen going up again, dollar going down, and then the Nikkei goes back down, and then the U.S. gets nervous with that carry trade. So basically, when interest rates are a lot lower in Japan, what's happening is people are borrowing the yen, selling it, and using that money to speculate. So if the Fed cuts too much, that's why I didn't think there would be an emergency rate cut when the markets were going down, because then the yen would go even higher.
I did hear, that's actually a very valid point. I did hear that. I was away in London, England last week, and I did even hear on the streets of London they were talking about an emergency rate cut. So that apparently did not happen. I think you're right about that. That might have been a bad sign for the economy. There are a lot of traders in the chat as well, Chris, that are agreeing with you. The first rate cut, we could start to see some heavy selling into that cut. So we'll wait to see when that does come through in September. All right, you sent me a message today, and I think that we're all about education here on the show. Let's talk about the MACD, a very popular oscillator that there's many traders like to use, but yet there's so much education out there online. You could watch YouTube videos and all that. Those are nice stories, but let's hear from a professional trader. How do you use MACD? What are some signals that you're looking for, indicators there to enter into trades or get out of them? Let's have a little Chris Brecher talk here on the MACD oscillator.
All right. Well, number one is I learned a lot of the MACD from a late colleague, Andrew Cardwell, who taught me a lot about this with positive reversals, negative reversals, and it's rest in peace. He was a good guy. But I also used it many, many years before I met him with a chart service that used to publish the MACD that now isn't around because now you can get it all computerized. I had to, a long time ago, had to have it like Sunday night delivered. But there's a number of different ones. You can use an RSI, you can use a MACD, you can use a stochastic. I've used this on the bottom, this 3-10-16 MACD. So all that is, and you can have it the simple, you can use exponential, but the big deal is you don't want to sell in the hole. So what that means to me, and we were going over this, luckily real time, you know how pressure packed that is to do that, is when something gets oversold, like it did right when I got on this morning, it's all on how it works off that 15-minute oversold. That's what's been working with intraday charts. So if it works it off by being like, and what I mean by work it off is go back at least to the zero line, you want to see that still have a bearish structure.
Right.
So that's why when it's sold off on the opening, we're like, I would not trust that until you see how it acts after it gets overbought. And as you see, it went straight up to a new high. And believe it or not, then the 5-minute worked as well. So here at 12:30, got oversold. Here it got oversold. So the whole idea is that you have to see how it works off that oversold. In fact, this way, and if you're on the site, I'm happy to always share this, is I show this all the time, is when I'm day trading, I'll use 4 time frames, 6 time frames, a 4 hour, a 1 hour, 15, 5, 2, and 1. And all of these got oversold on the opening. So that's one thing we watch. Definitely, and correlate other indexes. But that was one thing that you got oversold, and the working off of the oversold went to new highs. So that's why we didn't short. We call it shorting in the hole.
Yep.
But I want to show you on a daily, because I promised I'd show this, about when the MACD matters on a daily chart with the S&P. So the 3 and the 10 are just the simple moving averages on a 3 period and a 10 period, and the difference between them. So if the market's going straight up, then the 3 is going to be wider than the 10, and that red goes up on the bottom. And then if the red is higher than it was 16 days ago, the blue line's going to go up. So you can sort of forecast that, but I thought I'd make it easy for you because a lot are asking me on our site,
Good.
when does it work and when doesn't it work? And it's still an art, not a science.
Right.
But the thing is, a lot are like, oh, it's overbought here. You got to short it. No, you got to wait for turn number 1.
Yep.
But the key is, and then other people say, well, you short it when it crosses the blue line. Lots of people talk about that with the RSI or the MACD, but I'll show you. What's the difference between this failed, and I share these charts all day, is down here, when it failed, the markets were in big old uptrends. So it was over everything.
Right.
Also, the blue line was over 0. So then if you go back here, you might say, well, how about, and I'll show you, this was a good one right here. So as you see the difference, so the ES futures were under the moving average,
Right.
under that ATR trailing stop, and the blue line was under 0. So that crossover was more likely to work.
Mm. I feel like,
I mean, I'm always trying to adapt and see how all that works, and to say, and to back test and be sure it still works, and it still does. And that brings me to now. And now what happened is you're overbought in a downtrend, and that's all fine. You might say, well, I want to short it. Well, there are two things. Number one, you want to see this have a reversal candle. Almost every sell-off and then rally comes back to resistance like it is now, but then has that big old reversal candle. And we haven't had those. All these have had red candles everywhere. Every single time it sold off after the first sell-off. Look, you didn't have it here. So you want to see those big red candles. And the problem is everybody wanted to short when the ES was 54.20. Now it's 54.80. So if it has a big red candle, everybody's going to say, oh, I missed it, which that's where they wanted to short in the first place.
Chris, I think the one thing that remains consistent with everything that you're talking about, and this holds true to everything that I try to do as well, not one of these indicators are going to give you the all clear sign. You know,
exactly.
You got to have different things lining up. And then when they do line up, it's worth a shot. You know, still make sure that you manage the risk. But you and I aren't going to sit here and say, when this happens, definitely do that. Everything's got to correlate. And that's why you could sometimes find 4 or 5 different time frames to make sure that you're confirmed on your trade. Not only that, but also analyze the risk that you're associated with it, right? So if you're gonna have a daily trade, a swing trade, yeah, look at longer time frames. If you're just gonna be scalping throughout the day, maybe that 1, 3, 5 chart frame might be good, as you were talking about the 3 and the 10, different indicators like that. So there's a little bit of a talk there on MACD. I know it's complicated and there are differing views on how well it works, but again, if you take indicators as spots of confirmation, then it's a little bit easier than just to say, oh my God, this happened, therefore I got to do that. Do your research. And then you also said back testing. I feel like that is very, very important to everything.
Yeah, it takes a lot of time, a lot of effort to back test, and it helps you get a feel.
Right.
But it helps with all the stuff I talk about with like bear flags, is everybody wants to jump on a bear flag. The thing is, the bear flag results from an oversold condition. Right. So it's all on how it works off that oversold.
And then we get random things that happen in the market, like brand new CEOs, for example, where all of a sudden the next thing you know, Starbucks is up 25%, and you can't chart that. It just rips up. Starbucks, another huge name there. So I don't know if you've met this fine lady beside me, Miss Adara. She has a question for you.
Hi, Chris. Thank you for being here with us. I know one of the last times you were on here, you mentioned a potential gap filling and bear flag potential pattern here in the IWM. That was when it was a little bit strong compared to the Nasdaq and the S&P 500. Do you have any thoughts on the IWM now as we kind of near that 210 area again?
Oh, that's so cool you asked this. We were going over this today in the room, in multiple rooms. So a lot of times I dual broadcast so I can make a fool out of myself in as many places as possible. So in here, I'm looking at exactly what you're looking at. And I'm looking at that possible bear flag. But I don't trust bear flags as much, even though it's acting like garbage. I mean, no doubt. But I don't like to trust a bear flag against massive support. So if I saw a bear flag like here, back here, I'd much more trust it because it has, I call it an air hole on the downside, or here.
All right.
But here, there just seems like there's just too much support to trust.
I think the IWM there, thanks for going over that, Chris. A great question, Adara there. And I feel that you just got to be careful because like you just mentioned, if we're all buying the IWM because we're concerned or we think that rates are coming down, therefore it's better for some of these small cap sector names. What about that stat where the Nasdaq's falling down and the market's falling down on that first rate cut? I feel like there could be more ways to go. So we'll watch out for that bear flag, and we'll talk to you about that as we continue to go. Chris, where can everybody find you every day? You keep talking about these chat rooms.
Well, if I mess up, you could probably find me behind my desk, but overall in the Chart Patterns Mastery Room at Simpler.
Thank you so much.
Next week, I'm going to do a special 90-minute thing on the art of selling short in the main room, the central room.
Well, send me the link. Maybe I'll join you, Mr. Chris Brecher, and we can have some fun there, and we can both look smart or dumb depending on whether or not the stocks go up or down. Chris, thank you so much for thank you so much for everything and all your advices today. Thank you for going over some of those names, and especially the MACD. I know there's a lot of traders in our chat that do appreciate your knowledge and expertise. It's Chris Brecher from Simpler Trading. Great to be back with you, my friend, and hopefully we'll see you very, very soon. Be well, Chris. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
It's great seeing you. Take care.
Ciao, that's Chris Brecher. All right, there's one thing left to do.
There is.
Let's go. It's roll call, baby. Often imitated every day at around 11 o'clock.
Okay, you're
By
throwing
Mr.
shade on our
Sharif.
show. Okay,
I'm not throwing shade on your show. Often imitated.
It is
and in a
often
better way. I feel like you guys bring a lot of heat.
Yeah.
Sharif does it there. He has names for certain people.
Yeah, nicknames.
Big Kyle Purdette. Yeah. You guys have a lot of nicknames, and it's real fun and real cute. But we are often imitated, but never duplicated. But right now, let's go back to the original OG, and let's do a quick little roll call. We'll even hit it twice. Why not? It's our show. We do what we want around here, Dara. Yeah, there it goes right now, and thank you to Fabian for always setting it up. Look at this. Gets the chat rate on here right away as well. What's up to Bears versus Bulls? It was a great guest. Shout out to Chris Brecher on the roll call as well. Bears versus Bulls, you're here as well. Hey, Sebastian Sod is here as well. Fat Figa's here. Mahus is here. Charlie Taff is here. What's up, Charlie Taff? Rivian Millionaire. We were making millions on Rivian when it was around $18. Now it's falling back in. We need to get back up to that 18. And by millions, I mean maybe a couple $100. What's up, Trader Nick? He says, yo, go Lions. I'm on Raw there. I hope the Lions do well. But unfortunately, they're in the NFC Central or NFC North with the Green Bay Packers. Shout out to Adara as well. Neil Roberts, he'll be back tomorrow. Richard Fan is here. Zion Lala. Whoop, there it is. You're damn right about that, Zion. Eli's here as well. Rich Naples is here. Ari Page is here. Some sister from another mother type of thing is here as well. Donkey Trader. Sometimes we feel like that on the show. Not today. We had a good day today. VM Mark James says, sub Sean. Kind Reddy's here. Scrambled eggs. I like scrambled eggs on toast. We actually had some great scrambled eggs in London.
Really?
Yeah.
How do they season them?
The egg was just, you know when you get that yolk and it's like orange and it's just so fresh? It's farm eggs. Oh man, my wife crushed it. I had a proper English breakfast. I think it's on Twitter. I had, the sausage, the bangers and mash. Oh man. Anyways, forget about it. I better not stop talking about it. Who's on Prop You Care team? Pillsbury, everybody else that is here. Thank you so much. Make sure you join us tomorrow when we have JC Peretz live on the show. He's going to be here in the building.
I'm so excited.
This is a quality tier A guest.
Yeah, I
to be
know.
here with Brendan. You seem overly
Well,
excited.
I just watched The Compound and Friends, and he was on with Joe Fahmy, and I really like what he has to say, and I'm very excited to see what he has to say tomorrow. I can't believe he's coming in person.
Bring a pen for an autograph.
That's what Ramin was joking, and
come-
honestly, I'm considering it because he's really cool, and I really like his charts.
You never asked me for my autograph.
I'm sorry. I can change that. I can get like a whole autograph book in tomorrow.
I'm just saying. I'm here every day.
That is very true. I'm sorry. That was a really deep moment. I apologize.
I'm playing around. All right. Thank you so much to everybody for joining again. What a great day it's been. I want to thank Zadara again for staying late with us all and for you guys staying late. We're back here tomorrow at 8:30. Nothing changes. Same gang, same time, same channel. Join us tomorrow at Trader TV Live. Thank you so much for watching. I'm Trader TV Sean. Get the sticky note every single day. Go follow me with Trader TV, Adara as well.
I'm on Twitter now, so follow that up.
She's on Twitter now, so make sure you go find that. Yes, start tagging me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I will. I've liked some of your posts. I'm going to have to start the tags. We're going to get the back and forth going.
All right. And go get that book. I'll sign something for you. All right. Thank you so much for being here. No one ever asked me for my autograph, not even my kids. Why would your kids ask you for your autograph, I guess? All right. Thank you so much. As we go on and on, we got to get out of here. It's 4:34. Thanks, Chris. Thank you, Bears. We're supposed to see everybody tomorrow. Ciao.
Bye.